Hey guys, and welcome to the weekly review. In this video, we're going to have a look at week 1 of Split 2 for the European Vainglory 8. Day 1 started off with Cyclone vs Fnatic. Both top squads in the overall point standings, this series was bound to shake up the leaderboard. Cyclone brought in new roster member Bastion in place of PT Lamb. Game 1, Fnatic took advantage of a near-perfect draft with clean execution. Game 2 was evenly matched, but it came down to a push defense from Cyclone that would win them the game. This also highlights the trend of Lyra's struggling in the Kestrels.
He's gonna get chased down, but he's able to find a kill. A triple for Waldemar.
Game 3 was solidly in Fnatic's favor as Net brought out the Flicker, utilizing stealth to surprise Cyclone at game-deciding moments and helping them claim the series.
Will be too late, too little. Looks like it may be the latter of this option, as that's going to be Radhard taken.
Our second series of the day was Team Secret vs Rising Lotus. Team Secret came into week 1 ready to prove themselves, utilizing new roster addition I'm the Doom, while Rising Lotus was coming off of their fresh win in the challenge battles against Lemon and Lime.
Annihilation coming out of Team Secret as they're looking.
Game 1 was all secrets, but Game 2, Rising Lotus came back strong with Hell's Devil on Baron, abusing his mobility in the late game.
Looking for Justman, he will get taken down, but Leon, he's currently battling Agony, and that's going to be Frobby coming.
With the series tied up 1-1, Secret brought out the weapon Taka paired with the Adagio again. Baron and Sky's mobility meant nothing as the Taka was able to stick to targets and find the kills.
Him in, but Leon just bursts him on down and he's looking for a kill onto Flobby.
Our third series of the day was Fluffy Chickens vs SK Gaming. This was Fluffy Chicken's first showing in the Vainglory 8, and SK were happy to welcome them.
He's getting bursted down and taken on out by Cavalifar. A double for Cavalifar, looking for his triple onto Aeon.
In Game 2, SK brought out the Lane Lance Jungle Scarf, which roasted Chickens in the late game.
Too much, and here comes the Dragon Breath. It's Tyra's, it's all Tyra.
Due to scheduling, we had Mouse and G2 Esports play off-stream. G2 took the series with a clean 2-0. Day 2 started off with SK vs Team Secret in a telling matchup. Game 1, Secret abused superior positioning to achieve victory.
Guys, you underestimated Leon. You can never underestimate Leon. What are you thinking right here? SK will be going down. This is going to be Team Secret taking the win.
Game 2 was neck and neck, but with the draft advantage of CP Sky into Rona, Secret took decisive late game fights to secure Game 2 and their spot in the finals.
On this day, rest in peace, dear Cavalifar.
Our second semifinals of the day was G2 Esports vs Fnatic. This is one of the greatest matchups in Europe at the moment. Game 1 didn't disappoint, coming down to a crack and steal by Techno JJ.
Techno's looking for blood. This is Hundor dropping low. Yummy Cat and Frenzy block off. Palmator is going low though. The Scarf are getting fight.
Game 2 was about as even a match as they come. Ultimately, Keanu on Lance was able to take advantage of team fighting in corridors to swing the game into G2's favor.
Potato lets it loose. Wham! Just takes him down right there.
Game 3, Fnatic had superior target focus, enabling them to outpace G2 and take the series.
But Sky doing pretty good work. Does have some broken misstacks. Hundor, another series strike. The forward barrage. He's doing work. He almost got one.
Our finals was Fnatic vs Team Secret, definitely the two highest performing teams in week 1 of Split 2. Game 1, we saw Secret go to the CP Adagio with Weapon Taka combo for the third time. Fnatic was ready, however, and dismantled Secret's engagements. Game 2, Fnatic took the Taka and paired it with a Vox. Unfortunately for Fnatic, I'm the Doom landed about 90% of his From Hell's Hearts to completely shut down Techno JJ's Vox and tie the series up 1-1.
And this is absolutely going...
Game 3 was cut and dry as Fnatic's Net Toilette played a beautiful flicker, finding perfect engagements. It was easy for his double range team of Ringo and Adagio to follow up with the damage.
Tell me, what is the secret? The secret is not strong enough here.
Taking the series 2-1 over Secret, Fnatic claimed first place in Week 1 of Split 2. Showcasing the success of their recent boot camp and hard work, Fnatic find themselves in 5th place overall. Right behind the leaders, where we have G2 Esports with 23 points, Team Secret with 23 as well, SK Gaming with 21 points, Cyclone with 20, Fnatic with 19, Rising Lotus with 9, Fluffy Chickens with 3, and Mouse Sports with 0 points. This has been your weekly review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
It's a fire in love. It's a fire in love.
Hey guys, and welcome to the weekly review. In this video, we're going to have a look at week 1 of Split 2 for the European Vainglory 8. Day 1 started off with Cyclone vs Fnatic. Both top squads in the overall point standings, this series was bound to shake up the leaderboard. Cyclone brought in new roster member Bastion in place of PT Lamb. Game 1, Fnatic took advantage of a near-perfect draft with clean execution. Game 2 was evenly matched, but it came down to a push defense from Cyclone that would win them the game. This also highlights the trend of Lyra's struggling into Kestrels.
He's gonna get chased down, but he's able to find a kill. A triple for Waldemar.
Game 3 was solidly in Fnatic's favor as Net brought out the Flicker, utilizing stealth to surprise Cyclone at game-deciding moments and helping them claim the series.
Will be too late, too little. Looks like it may be the latter of this option, as that's gonna be Radhard taken. Bastion.
Our second series of the day was Team Secret vs Rising Lotus. Team Secret came into week 1 ready to prove themselves utilizing new roster addition I'm the Doom, while Rising Lotus was coming off of their fresh win in the challenge battles against Lemon and Lime.
Annihilation coming out of Team Secret as they look.
Game 1 was all secrets, but Game 2, Rising Lotus came back strong with Hell's Devil on Baron, abusing his mobility in the late game.
Looking for Justman, he will get taken down, but Leon, he's currently battling Agony, and that's gonna be Flobby coming.
With the series tied up 1-1, Secret brought out the weapon Taka paired with Adagio again. Baron and Sky's mobility meant nothing as the Taka was able to stick to targets and find the kills.
Baits him in, but Leon just bursts him on down, and he's looking for a kill onto Flobby.
Our third series of the day was Fluffy Chickens vs SK Gaming. This was Fluffy Chicken's first showing in the Vainglory 8, and SK were happy to welcome them.
He's getting bursted down and taken on out by Cavalifar. A double for Cavalifar, looking for his triple onto Aeon.
In Game 2, SK brought out the Lane Lance Jungle Scarf, which roasted Chickens in the late game.
Too much, and here comes the Dragon Breath. It's Tyra's, it's all Tyra.
Due to scheduling, we had Mouse and G2 Esports play off-stream. G2 took the series with a clean 2-0. Day 2 started off with SK vs Team Secret in a telling matchup. Game 1, Secret abused superior positioning to achieve victory.
Guys, you underestimated Leon. You can never underestimate Leon. What are you thinking right here? SK will be going down. This is going to be Team Secret taking the win.
Game 2 was neck and neck, but with the draft advantage of CP Sky into Rona, Secret took decisive late-game fights to secure Game 2 and their spot in the finals.
On this day, rest in peace, dear Cavalifar.
Our second semifinals of the day was G2 Esports vs Fnatic. This is one of the greatest matchups in Europe at the moment. Game 1 didn't disappoint, coming down to a crack and steal by Techno JJ.
Techno's looking for blood. This is Hundor dropping low. Yummy Cat of Frenzy blocked off. Commodore is going low though. The Scarf getting fight the
Game 2 was about as even a match as they come. Ultimately, Keanu on Lance was able to take advantage of team fighting in corridors to swing the game into G2's favor.
Dark Potato lets it loose. Wham! Just takes them down right there.
Game 3, Fnatic had superior target focus, enabling them to outpace G2 and take the series.
But Sky doing pretty good work. Does have some broken misstacks. Hundor, another series strike. The forward barrage. He's doing work. He almost got one. Oh no!
Our finals was Fnatic vs Team Secret. Definitely the two highest performing teams in week 1 of Split 2. Game 1, we saw Secret go to the CP Adagio with Weapon Taka combo for the third time. Fnatic was ready, however, and dismantled Secret's engagements. Game 2, Fnatic took the Taka and paired it with a Vox. Unfortunately for Fnatic, I'm the Doom landed about 90% of his From Hell's Hearts to completely shut down Techno JJ's Vox and tie the series up 1-1.
And this is absolutely going...
Game 3 was cut and dry as Fnatic's Net Toilette played a beautiful flicker, finding perfect engagements. It was easy for his double range team of Ringo and Adagio to follow up with the damage.
Tell me, what is the secret? The secret is not strong enough here.
Taking the series 2-1 over Secret, Fnatic claimed first place in week 1 of Split 2. Showcasing the success of their recent boot camp and hard work, Fnatic find themselves in 5th place overall. Right behind the leaders, where we have G2 Esports with 23 points, Team Secret with 23 as well, SK Gaming with 21 points, Cyclone with 20, Fnatic with 19, Rising Lotus with 9, Fluffy Chickens with 3, and Mouse Sports with 0 points. This has been your weekly review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Vainglory 8. My name's Action Jackson, here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We're here for week number 2 of the second split of the spring season, and these teams, a few of them, are still trying to make it to the Unified Live Championships. A few of them are just trying to get that first round bye. Guys, the championship is going to be awesome. In London between May 19th and 21st at the O2, home of Fnatic, they're going to be hosting. We're going to be having our first Unified Live Championships. If you guys still want tickets, head on over to Eventbrite or to VaingloryEsports.com and use the code BACON in order to get yourself a discount just for this weekend. We'll be using a different code next weekend.
You're welcome, everyone.
He had nothing to do with it. All right, let's refocus on what's going on today. We have some great games coming up and some very important games for these teams as well. The standings heading into this week show you here who has already qualified, who hasn't. There's only one slot left in Europe, which is a massive deal. In North America, 2 slots still available. Bacon, who do you think is actually going to be able to take this one from Europe?
It's really going to be up in the air. You know, obviously, Rising Lotus has the fast track. They are the ones who control their own destiny. If they can just get a few more points, they will be able to lock themselves into that spot. But you know, Fluffy Chickens didn't have the best showing last week in their first week in Vainglory 8. Going to look to improve on that this week.
Absolutely, and let's have a look at the matchups they're going to be playing in. You can see here we've got SK Gaming versus Cyclone, then G2 Esports versus Rising Lotus. Team Secret versus Fluffy Chickens, that's going to be our off-stream matchup for Europe. It's going to be happening in the background, but the VODs will be available shortly afterwards. And then we finally will be having Mousesports versus Fnatic before we head across the pond to North America. Sweet J, what matchup should we be looking forward to here?
Yeah, although all the 5 teams have qualified, they have to fight for who's going to get the top 2 for the buys, right? But I think with Cyclone and SK being only 1 point away from each other, that's going to be a very interesting matchup to watch.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Let's have a look at the brackets as well. You can see who might face each other in day 2 here. We have SK Gaming, Cyclone, Mousesports, and Fnatic in Group A. And then in Group B, G2 Esports, Rising Lotus, Team Secret, and Fluffy Chickens. Bacon, how does this look for, maybe the teams still looking to qualify versus the teams trying to get those top 2 spots?
The most interesting thing is Rising Lotus and Fluffy Chickens being on the same side of the bracket this week. If they can both win in their quarterfinal matchups here today, then they go ahead to tomorrow. Right now, Fluffy Chickens, despite being behind in points, have the tiebreaker over Rising Lotus, so that becomes an incredibly important matchup.
All right, so keep your eyes on that bottom bracket. First, let's have a look at the matchup we have today, though. It is SK Gaming versus Cyclone. Now, as Sweet J mentioned, these 2 teams are at the top of the standings. Cyclone has very consistently been placing right up there, as has SK. They are very strong lineups that you cannot be sleeping on. Let's have a look at SK Gaming's roster. First things first, we have Jetpacks, Kavalifar, Tyrus, Raph, and Bayou.
Yeah, SK, they're the one that prioritizes those weapon-powered junglers. They have tried Scarf, Cruel, etc. They love Lance, with Cyclone loving Lance as well. So let's see who's going to take it away if the one team gets the Lance here.
Yeah, Lance, a very contested pick. Let's have a look at Cyclone's roster. We've got PT Lamb, Waldemar, Radha, Bastion, and Red Action.
And again, with Bastion being picked up in between the splits, they used him in their previous week. We'll see if that's still being the case here. But Cyclone, it's been a cyclone for their starting roster. I feel like every single week they've had a different set of starters.
Yeah, they really have been experimenting, and this could end up being really good for them, I think, in the long run. The question is, do they need to spend time building synergy over the season to have the most, tightly knit roster, kind of like Team Secret last year, when they get to the championships? Or do they just spend a lot of time with the amount of talent they have on their roster, finding the best starters so that they have that clarity going into the championship?
I think there's 2 definite ups and downsides to each mentality there. It feels like right now they're just trying to find what is going to be the one that will mesh the best for them and work the best, and then they'll use the time until the Unified Championship to then just practice and kind of do that little boot camp that a lot of teams like to do.
All right, we're into the draft for game number 1 of SK Gaming versus Cyclone. Sweet J, Fortress has been taken off the board right away.
Yeah, Fortress is a common ban for EU. They like to take it off the board immediately. Cyclone here will probably take away the Lance or Lyra here. There's a lot of options that SK can do, but I know they'll prefer the Adagio or Lance. So let's see what Cyclone decides to take away from SK and deny them.
Yeah, I think the a Lyra ban is very likely because both of these teams have Lyra as one of their most played heroes. So it should be a highly contested pick between both of them.
Oh, it's going to be the
Maybe
Lance.
So they decide to take Lance, which is really smart. I think Cyclone has done their homework because SK excels on Lance because they can lane the Lance, etc. So as expected, they're going to pick up that Lyra since it's very strong, especially with Kavalifar on that weapon-powered melee hero like Rona, Blackfeather, etc. So Cyclone here, they don't prioritize Gwen, so I think they might take a Vox here or Adagio. Yep, they're going to take the Adagio here. They probably will ban a key weapon-powered melee that counters Adagio, so maybe Taka or potentially Blackfeather. Let's see what they decide.
I would
to
actually
do
expect a Samuel ban, perhaps
Samuel
from
ban?
Cyclone, because
Okay.
you know the Samuel Lyra has been so strong, but they're going to go ahead take away the Rona in one of the specialties of SK games.
They may yet pick up a Samuel in their second rotation to stop SK as well. We'll have to see. You know, I want to touch on that Lyra pick again, though, because Bacon, you were talking about banning it. Do you think maybe that would have been the right call, given how strong it is with the kinds of carries that SK likes to run?
I don't know if it's necessarily the right call. I was only expecting it because it is such a highly contested pick between both of these teams. It's the most played pick for SK and the second most played for Cyclone. So that's the only reason I was really kind of expecting the ban.
All right, well, Cyclone, they got another pick coming up here. Suijay with 2 of these melee carries off the board. They're going to go for a Kestrel.
Yeah, Kesher is good against Lyra since there's no frontline, so SK will have to pick someone that's tanky to frontline against a potentially weapon or even CP Kestrel. They may opt for Samuel here because they do play Samuel and Scarf, so they're going to go for Sam, which is a great pick into Adagio. Again, he's not a really good frontline like Lyra. He's a kind of a backside healer. And then they're going to probably round it out with someone tanky in the front line, so a really powerful weapon power melee. Oh, I guess not. It's going to go Gwen. This is actually the EA meta here. Samuel, Gwen, Lyra, so this is very strong. So Cyclone needs to pick an assassin and probably either CP double range with a CP Kestrel or pick an assassin and go weapon Kestrel here.
Yeah, we've seen Taka be used as a counter to Samuel very frequently, and so I wouldn't be surprised if that does come out for Cyclone here, but it's a matter of do they play the Taka? That's one of the big questions for a lot of these teams now is, do you have a player who is an expert on this Taka to be able to have this counter pick?
Absolutely is. And Cyclone, they have a few options, but Taka definitely a strong one. SK Gaming, you said this is sort of the EA meta. Do you think that they've been reading up on that, or do you think this is
Yeah, I
something they
think
can-
with how Fnatic played that comp so well, right? I think they're adapting now, which is great to see. So they're going to go with an assassin. So the key here with Taka, it's really strong with the support Adagio. They need to make sure that Taka stays ahead, either the same level parity or is ahead. If Taka falls behind a Samuel and Samuel has Frostburn, Eve, etc., then Taka actually is a risk. So they need to make sure they win that early game, and when Taka gets level 6, they need to push that power spike really hard.
I have to admit, Cyclone is a very explosive team. Normally, like they do things like that Jewel that we saw the first week of the first split. They bring out these things which are very aggressive and they just jump on you and make things happen. Taka seems like it fits their play style. It is definitely about player performance too, though. How does this composition that's coming out, the East Asia meta, like you were putting it, from SK's side, actually function? How do they win games?
Yeah, so Samuel with Frostburn and Gwen has a slow, and then Lyra heal. They can just poke for days and force Cyclone to make a mistake or a bad engagement. So Cyclone needs to dive with Taka, and then Kestrel needs to follow up. However, if Samuel has really solid Bs, and he Bs in the right direction in terms of being aggressive or defensive, and they play into his B, then they're going to lose every single engagement. Because it's really down to the Samuel here and how he's going to play, because that's going to set up Gwen to then clean up.
I think it's really interesting, Bacon, you're talking about sort of the stats whilst we're in that game, who's been picked a lot for these teams. It definitely felt like Cyclone was not trying to stop SK from doing very much, other than the Rona, which is probably smart. That's the one you definitely got to stop them from doing. But, it's interesting, the decision to, rather than, stop them from playing what they're comfortable on, to just try and counter it. Cyclone, I feel like that shows a confidence, right?
Well, it's a bit of a confidence, also familiarity, because both of these teams, the Lyra Samuel, are within their top. Two of their 3 most picked on both sides is Lyra Samuel. So it's a composition that both sides are very comfortable with. We've been seeing it more and more over the past couple of weeks. And so, is this going to be the answer? We've seen Taka counter the Samuel multiple times last week in Europe, especially. So I think Cyclone did their homework here.
All right, who's going to take this one home?
I think the composition from Cyclone, it will do a really good job of countering out what SK has.
Cyclone wins the early game, they're going to take it away. If they don't, they're going to lose.
All right, let's see if they can win that early game. We've got your casters, Jaws and Excoundrel.
Thank you very much, guys. And first game of the day, Cyclone and SK, with a pick that we've been seeing a little bit more frequently here at Scoundrel in the Gwen in the lane.
Yeah, Gwen's definitely come back in. She's had an interesting build in the sense that she's gone for usually a tension bow, goes a lot of on-hit based on heroic perk. You're going to do a lot of burst damage with that first hit. But obviously, she's very adaptable. She can go that build if she thinks that the burst is going to be necessary, or she can go down the route of the Sorrow Blade, the Breaking Point, the classic kind of builds that we are expected to see on weapon power carries. But look at this early aggression coming out from Cyclone. As you'd expect, maybe start to put pressure on Tyra's. It's a very strong early jungle, though, Lyra and Samuel. So it might not be something that Radhar is willing to mess with until he hits, like, a certain level spike, or when he gets that aftershock potentially, if that's where he's going to be heading, or even the Storm Crown, which is more likely with the fact that he started the health. So there's plenty of options here for both of these squads. Definitely think that SK have got a good composition, but if the attacking can get rolling, Cyclone should be able to run away with it.
I mean, what they said on the desk as well was the fact that there's so many slows, and the poke potential from SK as well is extremely strong. So it's really going to have to rely on Radhar, his ability to actually get into some of these team fights, using that X-Retsu fairly aggressively, getting on top of the Samuel after he's using that Drifting Dark. And I'm curious to see what they're going to do in terms of team fights and how they're going to play the map as well in terms of rotations.
I think what's going to be really interesting to note here, George, is that usually with Taka, you often like someone to provide support for him when he chooses to go in with X-Retsu. Remember, it's an instantaneous gap closer. Got a little bit of a fight here with Tyra's just being a little over-aggressive. Level advantage does sit with the Taka right now. He is waiting to look to put some pressure on, but should just warded away by jetpacks. I think what you've got to keep an eye on is that usually Taka does like someone who can follow up on that immediate engage. But with the Adagio, all you do is you gift a fire as the X-Retsu's in, and that's all of the support that you need in the most case. And then while they're busy dealing with this Taka who's got a gift of fire applying to key targets, they're getting a lot of damage down onto them, you have Voldemar in the backline on this Kestrel, like hailing arrows down. It's a very solid way to play a team fight, and I'll have to see, if the Taka can get to a point where he's scary enough to be a threat by himself. This should be Cyclone just waltzing away with skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to see why they're going so aggressively now. And in fact, you can see PT Lamb, he's been in this jungle like twice now. He's been in SK's jungle, just making sure he knows where they are. I think they've got a twig exactly where they are up in this lane. So he's going to take some of this farm away. And Waldemar really kind of safe in this lane on this Kestrel. That turret's going fairly low, though. Drifting Dark is going to be used to disengage. A lot of damage onto Waldemar as well. And Radhar is off to the sides. He's looking for maybe an entrance into this fight, but not level 6, meaning he can't really do all too much just yet.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage there. They do have that level advantage on Radhar right now. PT Lamb looking for the flank. The Scout Trap will pull him out, however. And now they're looking to go aggressive, Jaws.
Yeah, SK are going to follow this one up. Drifting Dark is going to come through. PT Lamb is on the wrong side of the map completely. And SK, they are going to pick up first blood. And he did get a few camps there taken away from SK, but that 400 goals bounty goes on to Tyras.
I definitely think taking first blood over a couple of battle camps is totally worth it now. There was a time in Vainglory where you would happily trade your life early on if you steal the opponent's backs away, because the gold value that you gain and deny from the opponent was often a net advantage for yourself. With that first blood being up on the table and the bounty being so important, it's not the case anymore, and I definitely think that SK have taken a good advantage here. Tyrus, but that's a risky back situation.
That was a very risky back, and Radhar says, hello, my friend, as gets a little bit of revenge for PT Lamb, does end up picking up that kill, and that's going to be pretty big for SK now, because look at the wave. Waldemar's going to be able to push this in and get a bit of damage down to this turret.
Yeah, if they could defend from this siege, though, SK might feel okay. It was definitely a needless kill. Oh, my word, Voldemar!
Tension bow! Kavalifar comes up pretty big.
That's insane damage. I think he might... I don't know who was tanking the turret. Was it Radhar or was it Voldemar? But my word, that damage was absolutely ridiculous. Kavalifar with the perfectly timed back to pick up that item spike. They've already sieged their first turret of the game as well. That was maybe a small mistake by PT Lamb. Allowed SK so much time to put damage onto that first tier turret. Damn. That's insane from SK. Really, really impressive. And obviously Kavalifar coming straight back with that big item spike for the Gwen.
I mean, we've seen this so much in VIS over the last couple of days as well that I cast. It's Gwen, as soon as he picks up the tension bow, they always look to fight because it's such a massive power spike, and you can see how much damage it is to PT Lamb. They're going to steal away the front camp, and Radar's maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Those slows really coming into effect. He's going to get flared out as well, and there's the last shot. Cavalifar picking himself up another kill. This is going to be really, really a bit of a sticky situation for Cyclone right now, because with 2 kills on the Gwen, who's incredible in the early game, she's going to run away with it if they're not careful.
Especially with this tension bow, and actually the build makes a lot of sense into the composition they're facing. If they can get their clutches on the early game, they're going to have that advantage over the Taka, who kind of needs to get rolling. The burst damage is going to be super valuable against him, against this aftershock right now, because he's not built up any armor. So if he jumps in, he's going to be receiving as much damage realistically as he's going to be dealing out. So it's a really precarious situation for Attacker to jump into this situation where the Frostburn is there for Tyras. Obviously the Bright Bulwark slows and can stop his escape, and then you have that burst coming out from the Gwen. This is a great situation for SK to be in. And remember, this tension bow build isn't as heavily affected by Atlas Pauldrons, which is super popular in the meta right now. Tyras is dead already.
Like they want to go for a fight. Yeah, Tyra's got instantly blown up by Waldemar there, and Taka alike. They are going to boots after them. X-Retsu available in a couple of seconds. Jetpack's taking a little bit of damage. Cavalifar doesn't really want anything to do with this fight. X-Retsu in. They're going to go find another kill there. Waldemar picks up one. Cavalifar's going to have to retreat under his turret. That fountain will keep everybody healthy on the side of Cyclone. Nice 2 kills there picked up on, you could say, maybe a bit of an overextension from SK.
Absolutely. Cavalifar doing his best. He should be able to stop this siege on the turret right now. The rest of his team will come back him up. It might be the gold mine going over to Cyclone, however, as a reward that will allow them to claw their way back in terms of gold. They are now probably going to be just ahead of SK at this point in time, despite that great early advantage that SK had. You do have to respect the damage that comes out from Taka with the Aftershock. It is pretty insane. I mean, I talked about it being almost as much burst coming back, not quite as much. Aftershock with Attacker, I mean, that's just, you know, once you get the X-Retsu in, you get that first basic attacker, it is pretty ridiculous how much damage you can output. And especially for Tyras, who didn't really have any shielding at that point, you can see now both Cavalifar and Tyras said, okay, we need to respect Taka. Go and invest in some tier 1 shielding. Both of them will now start to reduce that damage output. I think Suijay's said it's about 25% for just tier 1 shielding. So, you know, you'll reduce a huge amount of Taka's damage output by just having that on board. So that's great for SK. Will prevent some of that burst, but it did allow Taka to pick up a level 7 infusion if he wants to proc it right now, but he might leave that until at least level 8 or level 9. But he has it in his inventory for a fight, Jones.
He does indeed. We'll see if he wants to use it now, because the fight is going to happen. First Judgment comes out. Water on the back line gets insta-killed. Oblivion comes through as well. Doesn't hit anybody. Radhar is going to be able to pick up Gwen on the back line of that, but PT Lamb, he's got the healing and the sustain. Cyclone might be able to chase this one up. Radhar goes back in once more. He is going to find jetpacks. He's going to have to sprint away, as Tyras is going to just be able to fend off PT Lamb as well. SK Gaming and Cyclone right now trading 1 for 1, and what a telltale game this is going to be. These two teams are 1 point difference in the ladder right now as well.
Absolutely. Really important for seeding this game as well, because if Cyclone get knocked out or SK get knocked out now, they can be sure they're going to relinquish some of their placing on the ladder, which is so important, by the way. This VG8 placing is so important for their seeding going into the London Combined or Unified Live Championships, because you can skip the first day if you're top one or two seeds in your region. And that's great because it gives you more rest. You can scout out the competition. So every single game is incredibly important. None so more than this particular series. Both SK and Cyclone will be wanting to take this clean win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, SK Gaming, they are 21 points right now. Cyclone and 20. If Cyclone win this game at the moment in week 2, they will be ahead of SK. SK will swap down to 4th, so pretty big coming into this game. There's a fair amount on the table. I mean, Cyclone seem to just kind of want to play the long game now, finding these picks, finding these trades, and then get Kestrel to that point where she is almost insta-killing people with these glimmer shots, right?
Really? I don't know, man. I almost think the opposite. They've both invested in level 7 infusions. Waldemar just picked up a level 7 infusion himself as well. They want to fight and they want to take it out now.
Does come through. That is going to be blocked by the Crucible. Tyra's taking a fair bit of damage. I was very worried for Cyclone there. That would have been absolutely devastating for their front line, but they do manage to escape. A nice hot fingers on PT Lamb will make sure they get out alive. 1 shot, 1 kill. Hurtling down the lane. Doesn't hit any member of SK, but you aren't wrong. 3 infusions already. Pretty devastating match so far.
Everybody wants to fight, and they're fighting right now again.
Oh god, it's never ending, Scoundrel. Cavalifar goes in and just gets a nice 3-man slow, and it does look like both teams are finally cooling down.
This looks like it's a good rotation by Cyclone, though. They kind of outplayed SK in some respect. They know they have the lane control. Not going to shove it up to the turret, though. They are afraid of an engage, despite having 2 infusions on their carries. Radhar's is about to drop out. He has got a coat of plates as well, Jaws. So that'll be pretty decent against preventing that burst damage coming out from Kvalifar. But take a spy over at Voldemar's item choices. He is going for the tension bow as well. He's picked up another piercing sphere. PT Lamb going in. Whoa,
They want to go in. Yeah, aggressive verse is going to find one. Radhar's going to jump on the back line. Tyra's in a lot of trouble there, but so is Jetpacks. He lobs a sigil over the wall for some healing. Waldemar's on his own right now. PT Lamb going very low. Finally gets the healing off. Radhar just cannot touch this front line of SK because they are just poking him out time and time again. Kvalifar doing a good job of that. One shot, one kill comes in. The X-Retsu as well, but Radhar once more just dip, duck, diving and dodging out of these fights. SK Gaming, Cyclone, no one has fallen just yet. It's just so insane, the dip out, in and out of these team fights.
It's so close as well, but PT Lamb able to provide that sustain, that zoning potential of his ultimate was so good as well. I do think Cyclone could have won that fight though, and I'll tell you why. Actually, if Radhar had gone on to Jetpacks, who was stunned from the Verse of Judgment, they could have taken that healing source out of the fight right away. They could have got rid of that roam, got rid of the Lyra, and then they just had to deal with Kvalifar and Tyres. That was a missed opportunity in my books. I think they could have potentially clawed that fight and then got even more from it. And unfortunately, they decided to split focus. I believe Radhar went on to Tyres. Definitely think that Jetpacks was the easy target. A lot of people talk to me about when I play with them. I play with some members from XL when I sort of in the solo queue ladder, and they always say to me, you know, Excalibur, just take a kill when you can get it. Like, it doesn't matter if it's the roam player, it doesn't matter if it's the captain, just take a kill when you can get it. And I think that that could have been a lesson learnt by Cyclone there. If they just picked up that kill, gave them the man advantage, they had the sustain from the Adagio regardless, could have potentially been a bit more devastating on SK's side if that had gone that way.
I mean, the big thing to notice as well, Jetpacks doesn't have a Crucible, he doesn't have a Reflex block, so he was going to get stunned. So yeah, I mean, following that one up would have been a sure win, at least in that team fight for Cyclone.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, George. No Crucible versus an Adagio. That's a really interesting prospect, you know, because you've got a rushed War Treads coming out, and they really value the movement speed and the kiting ability for this Samuel and this Gwen, which is
well, they're going to need it. Versus Judgment comes out, does stun one once more. Jetpack's in a lot of trouble in that front line. Fountain is going to get popped. One shot, one kill is going to get avoided. SK Gaming, they are still chasing Cyclone. They're pushing back, and that healing source you just spoke about is working wonders for them right now as PT Lamb almost falls. Crucible comes out. It's finally going to get blocked, but no, Radhar actually on the back line. Almost goes down to that one. Crucible only just saving them.
How is no one getting killed in these situations? SK do come out on top. They manage to kite backwards, and actually, this throws up the discussion, Jaws. Do you need a Crucible if you can rush War Treads and just run out of the Adagio ultimate? If your composition is about kiting, regardless, you've got the Samuel and the Gwen. Do you need Crucible? Because that's a static ability. You could just pop War Treads and run out of it. And yes, okay, Jetpacks got locked in it, but it still meant that they won the fight. So they're doing something right in that respect. They value the movement speed of the War Treads, as Goldmine just goes over to Cyclone. They value the movement speed of the War Treads to get Kvalifar and Tyres into kiting positions that are better for them as a composition than actually having to brawl and block the Adagio ultimate outright. That's a really interesting way of looking at it. I think actually it plays to SK's strengths more than having gone a Crucible would have.
I mean, you're making a lot of sense, man. Like, Cyclone, they kind of went in. They got one stun off that. They stunned Jetpacks once more, but Kvalifar uses the buckshot, slows them all, and then they can't actually pursue the fight. So, I mean, heads up play coming out from Jetpacks, it seems. He is going to finish those War Treads, obviously, a lot earlier than most other people will, and having that ability to scout around the enemy jungle as well is just working out so well for him.
Breaking point completed for Kvalifar, but there is now a Atlas Pauldrons for Radhar, so you are going to get some value out of that Atlas Pauldrons build coming through. It looks like Voldemar's walking towards a Bone Saw, by the way. Something that we know is incredibly powerful on this current update. Now, I'll speak in a minute, because it looks like Jetpack's going in.
Yeah, SK Gaming, they are just going on the flank. That is going to be Drifting Dart coming through, as well as the Oblivion. The Oblivion hits one, and Drifting Dart doing a fair bit, but Radhar on the back line is going to get chunked down. Same with Kvalifar. How has no one died just yet? Radhar goes back in with the X-Retsu. One shot, one kill is going to hit somebody, but they trade 1-for-1 so far. Cyclone not wanting to chase this one any further, as Kvalifar and Tyras are just got their speedy boots on. They are going to be able to get out alive.
It is a weapon power Kestrel, Kvalifar, but you have to respect those active camo stuns. They still exist. They can still turn you asunder, especially when there is a Taka on board as well. But regardless, SK still scraped through in a 1-for-1 that could have gone awfully wrong. That was a silence, I believe, that hit Jetpacks. I'm wondering whether... Oh, it's a null-wave gauntlet. PT Lamb, the null-wave gauntlet, stopped him from using war treads, but they still managed to get out of that Adagio ultimate range. They then had the war treads for afterwards. But that's a very interesting itemization choice coming out from PT Lamb. He's gone for that null wave gauntlet. It's not something that you see a lot of captains go, especially before their war treads, especially before, even investing in armor, that you can see a coat of plates is there for PT Lamb. That is basically saying, okay, we need to shut down the potential for them to kite with the war treads. We need to shut down potentially the healing from the fountain so that we can burst someone with this Taka and this build that we have on the Kestrel.
I mean, it's clear he almost heard what you said, and in fact, I'm going to interrupt myself as Radhar goes in once more. Versus Judgment comes down, doesn't find anybody. SK still kiting. Aces High will come out and smack PT Lamb as one shot, one kill is going to hit SK, but they are just going to back off quite easily. There's been so many fights where there has been so little kills, either 1-for-1 or just one kill, and then they go on ahead and take a turret. This is absolutely insane coming out from both these teams. I'm surprised we haven't seen more deaths across the board.
It's been so close. This is so interesting because these teams are obviously team fighting within inches of the same level of mastery of each other. And, obviously it's providing these really close affairs where 1 or 2 people are dying each time. There has not been a decisive swing for either squad. The gold is 100 apart. The kills are exactly the same. The only advantages that you're seeing is SK's control of the map because they've got 2 turrets down in the lane, which is the only thing that they have to hold over the Cyclone roster right now. Cyclone looking for a flank play. This is potentially more than they could ask for right now.
PT Lamb, yeah, is going forward here. Versus Judgment's up in about 5 seconds, so he can't use that. Aces High actually landing on Wardemar. He's getting blown up. Ends up falling as well. PT Lamb finally sends out the first, but he's going to go down before it even goes off. Kavalapar trades up the damage perfectly. Returns that to Sender. They are going to go towards this turret and take that one. SK Gaming turned that one around perfectly, and PT Lamb just seemed a little bit too far up without his verse.
No, what actually happened was Jetpacks. He completely shut down the engage. That was a good move by PT Lamb. You caught Samuel by himself, you locked him up with the fire, you were about to channel your ultimate, and suddenly Radhar's ex-Retsu gets blocked by the Bright Bulwark. Jetpack's Bright Bulwark stopped that engage from the Taka, and then SK were in that perfect position where they kite backwards. They get that range advantage. I mean, that was just a really heads-up use of the Bright Bulwark by Jetpack. Single-handedly kept his team, despite being caught almost with their trousers down because of that flank by the Adagio. That Bright Bulwark stopped that X-Retsu. The ability couldn't then be used, couldn't get onto a target, and unfortunately then Taka, who with no X-Retsu, is a sitting duck, and SK gladly took the shot.
I mean, another reason why Lyra is just so heavily prioritized in these drafts from pretty much everybody, EU, NA alike. Just such an incredible hero when you can get it going. And Bright Bulwark, we spoke about it before, pretty powerful ability sometimes, especially against someone like Radhar. They did take the Kraken, so SK are going to be walking it down that lane. And I think the Cyclone just kind of, falling a little bit here. They are going to try and get on somebody. Radhar X-Retsu into the back line. Drifting Dark backwards. There's a lot of damage. Aces High lands on PT Lamb, so they're going to be able to kite back. And Radhar just falls. One shot, one kill comes out a bit too late as PT Lamb does send out the first. That's a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter as Kuvalapar picks up his second double kill. Waldemar might find Jetpack's Oblivion. Is going to make sure he does not. Triple kill comes through for Gafalafar. SK Gaming, they are going to take game number 1 in this best of 3. What fantastic play from both sides.
Yeah, again, didn't need the Crucible versus the Adagio. They played around. They said if the Adagio ultimate gets channeled, that's perfect. That means he's static. He's not providing support for the Taka. He's not using his Gift of Fire for a Taka that's going aggressive. We kite out of it, and we're very happy to let him channel that because it's no issue for us whatsoever. And SK just played exactly to their win conditions, kept their range against the Taka. They blocked the Taka on multiple occasions. Even if he found an engage, they kited backwards from him. And the fact that they got control of that early game Jaws meant that there was no snowballing really for the Taka. Just as Suijay said, if Cyclone didn't get that early lead and they didn't run with it, there was very little opportunity for them to then, sort of actually beat SK as the game progressed.
Well, I mean, that's your breakdown. We'll see what the guys over at the analyst desk want to say about this one. Fantastic game. Game number 2 will come up very shortly. And take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, so as you were saying earlier on, The Taka, yeah, great pick into that composition, but it relies on execution. We weren't sure if that was going to be there from them. I think based on a few of those initiations and the lack of follow-up, maybe some issues in the execution.
Yeah, there are two big things. When Taka got online, he got level 6. You saw that Cyclone was able to turn it back around, and at a 7-minute mark, they had 3 kills, even go lead, 16k on both sides. Secondly, Baltimore's build is very interesting. It's a attack speed base with tension bow, bonesaw, which 20% pierce, but Kestrel's Glimmer Shots has a 130% basic attack ratio, so it's actually better to build crit and land those crits with that burst along with Taka's burst. And they didn't even bother to build armor against him, because when you build crit and Sword Blade and a lot of weapon power in Kestrel, you're going to force your enemy team to build armor, because they have to build defense against Taka and Kestrel. But since he built that way, they just built health and shield. So it's kind of unfortunate to see that build, and they didn't get online enough and really follow through. Like, Cyclone's engages just needed a lot of work and better decisiveness.
Yeah, and again, I mentioned it when we saw the Bonesaw come out. Like, there's no armor on this set. The only armor was on Lyra, and it was just a tier 1 or tier 2 at that. So the Bonesaw item pickup kind of questionable in the given circumstances, but again, I think it all goes back to the execution.
Speaking of execution, let's have a look at a replay now. You can see a fight here around 16.5 minutes into the game. SK starting to push up here.
And again, this is PT Lamb goes in, gets the Samuel caught out, gets the slow, but doesn't have the verse available. Is playing like he has the verse available, but it doesn't come out. And as was mentioned during the cast, the Bright Bulwark completely blocking Radha from getting involved was huge there. But that verse of Judgment was so key. There were so many times where PT Lamb was trying to make that connect. Even bought the Null Wave Gauntlet so that he could use Null Wave onto the Lyra, prevent the War Treads coming out, but just never was able to make one of those big verses connect.
Also, assassins should be sneaky. They shouldn't be frontline like Alpha, like a warrior Rona would jump in face forward. Taka needed to come in at angle so that he would basically have Samuel use his Drifting Dark in weird positions and basically put him out of position. Because every time they were Drifting Dark in front of the team, because that's where the Cyclone was. They're all bunched together, and they needed to separate and come in at different angles. And if Baltimore built a burst build with Kestrel, his arrows would have done much more damage. And with Frostburn and Gwen slow, Baltimore couldn't even get close enough to even auto-attacking and start even shredding armor with the Bonesaw stacks. So again, it's itemization and a lack of decisive engagement that makes sense for the comp that they were trying to play.
Also, I do think we got to talk about a few things which were really excellent from SK. And one of those for me is the Lyra's play. Right, like Lyra, you were talking about this, Bacon. It's a huge pick for these teams for a reason. It complements, what happens in SK's team fights really well. And I think what happens in SK's team fights is they go in and out, they body block for each other, they play around positioning-wise a lot, and Lyra offers so much there.
Yeah, and again, using the Ward Treads as opposed to buying a Crucible to avoid the Verse of Judgment multiple times, it was just really well played all around from SK. Again, the execution was just on point.
And Tyrese on Samuel. I mean, he's an amazing Samuel. That's like his go-to hero. All right, so look at the draft is rounding out. Cyclone does get their Lance, which is their comfort pick. SK decides to lock in that Kestrel, so I wonder if they're going to lane it with Weapon and then put Tyrese on Samuel, because Samuel is actually decent into Lance depending on the composition. It's really a skill matchup at that point. So let's see what SK decides to ban here. They may decide to ban potentially an Assassin if they want to run Samuel. Because Taka with Lance or even Koshka with Lance is actually very strong against Samuel if they want to run that Samuel again.
All right,
they're going to ban it.
Yeah, it's going to end up getting banned here. So Bacon, one strong pick off the board here for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the favorite picks, the comfort picks, being focused here by SK, taking away Lyra, Kestrel, and Samuel. That is the top 3 most played for Cyclone. So the Lance is up there, obviously, but not quite in that top 3. So we'll see what they decide to take away. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just another Rona ban from Cyclone, just to make sure that SK doesn't get it.
That being said, I mean, if Rona does get let through, how do the picks go? Maybe Adagio and then Rona for SK Gaming?
Could be. I'm not 100% sure if they would go for the Rona because they have the Kestrel already, and Kestrel Rona isn't something that they generally will run, but you never know.
Finn is a good pick here because Finn and it's a good counter versus Lance. Not early, but definitely in the mid to late game when he gets his level 8 power spike. and his Quibble becomes a stun. So he actually is really good against Lance because Lance cannot reposition him. So Finn is actually a very decisive and quick pick from SK Gaming. So that means they want to play double range usually with Finn. You don't play a melee with Finn. Like, it's going to counter any melee heroes that Cyclone picks. So Cyclone has to go with potentially range heroes, or maybe Black Feather could work as well since he's pretty mobile enough to dodge Finn.
What do you think SK is trying to get here? Are they trying to get a Gwen?
Yeah, I think Gwen makes a lot of sense because Gwen is going to be able to skedaddle out of the root. She's great with Kestrel, so I'm surprised Cyclone is not going to pick that Gwen up. Hopefully they do here because she's really, really strong with Kestrel.
Yeah, they very well could still grab that Gwen. They could also go for the Vox if they want it. Vox is still considered one of the top laners alongside that Gwen, so it's just going to come down to, I think, comfort at this point.
Baron and Pedo is actually not a bad comp because Pedo is going to basically counter any melee heroes or assassins that want to play against Baron. It's going to force SK to go double range here with Ringo. And Ringo is actually not bad against Baron. It's just, late game Baron's just a beast. But the CP Kestrel is going to put a lot of pressure onto them because of her range.
I'm mostly just surprised that it is Ringo and not Gwen from SK, but I feel like the Ringo has a better chance against the Baron, I guess.
Yeah, Ringo has a range of 6. That's why I'm assuming he has a Achilles heel slow that can get onto Baron and force him to use his B defensively and get away. Gwen has a range of 5.3, so she will not last against Baron once Baron gets to the late game.
Yeah, I think that's the question, right? Is how much SK is putting their eggs in the early game basket or not. I think this is a more moderate approach. Like, they're saying, yes, we're going to be stronger, maybe with this Ringo early on compared to your Baron, but later on, we're still going to do some amount, right? So how are they actually going to execute here with the Kestrel, Ringo, Finn? How do the team fights look if you want to kill that Baron at any point, like later than mid game?
Yeah, they're gonna push like they did last game. They're gonna get the first turret early because Finn with double range, like CP Kestrel and Ringo, they can pressure Baron really hard early because they outrange Baron until he gets level 12 and he maxes his ult and he has a range of 7.4. So they're going to try to get early turrets and then shut down the early game of Baron so he can't scale into the late game.
Not only that, but Kestrel is going to be very important. Getting those active camo traps down, trying to set up ambushes, that's going to be a big key for SK.
And on the other side with this Baron and Petal, these are heroes that have insane DPS. So later on in the game, Finn, I actually think he's not going to be as successful as a frontline, right? Like, he's just going to get melted.
He's mostly there's the utility, being able to apply the fortified health to his allies and just have stuns to throw around. That's the primary purpose of the Finn in this composition.
What Cyclone needs to do is win the early game, win jungle hard, because Lance and Pedo are pretty mobile. Finn is slow. He's going to stay in lane. He's not going to be able to rotate as fast as Lance and Pedo can. And they need to just live in the jungle of CP Kestrel and stop her from coming to lane to put that lane pressure and just kill her, take her jungle, and just shut her down. Like, they need to do that early game or they're going to lose.
Team fight-wise, you mentioned sort of burning the B on Baron with the Achilles shot. Is that something which could maybe set up for a forced accord? Like, because ultimately, like, Finn is about the forced accord in a lot of these fights. But, and you'd think, okay, that's a great way of catching Baron, who's so far away. The problem is with that overdrive on Baron's jump jets, it's so hard to actually do that.
Yeah, because when you force him to jump away, every auto attack he does actually decreases the jump jet cooldown by 15%. So if you make a Baron jump away, you can then get a pull because he won't have that jump up. If he's aggressively jumping into you, he's going to get that jump up right away.
All right, guys, who's going to win game number 2?
I think SK is going to be able to overcome Cyclone.
Yeah, I think SK is because based on Cyclone's early game plays, I think they're going to let SK get to the late game.
All right, let's head on to the Halcyon Fold yet again, ladies and gentlemen, with Jaws and Excoundrel.
Thank you very much, guys. And can Cyclone push this to a game number 3? If they win this one, they will. When they do that, they will obviously overtake SK in the ladder. But we'll have to wait and find out. And one pick I always love seeing, Waldemar picking up the Baron.
Yeah, it definitely gives them that late game out, especially against a team that doesn't really have any reliable engage, especially if a Crucible comes through, which you imagine it will. If that continues to, get a Crucible onto the pull from jetpacks, you really feel like there's very little way that SK can actually touch this Baron in the late game. So there's definitely that late game timer here for Cyclone, but a CP Kestrel is very good at shoving and pushing an advantage, especially getting turrets down early as well. Looks like Cyclone looking to be aggressive here, though, especially Radha. who maybe is looking to go and see if he can get away some of those back camps, although he'll find that unfortunately they have not yet spawned.
There's nothing there to be had, unfortunately. Jetpacks is going to make his way to the lane, just facing off against PT Lamb right now, literally face-checking each other. And he's going to hit the level 2 first, so he looks like he's going to back off. And Waldemar maybe having a bit of a struggle in the early game, and I can kind of see where Radhar's going to come into this. They need to make sure he gets that late game, like you said.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see Kavalafa actually going for some armor, light armor early on here. Doesn't want to get shoved, though, those long-range basic attacks coming up from Valdemar too readily. But he is going to be going down that weapon power Ringo, which can be very abusive in the laning phase. Looks like we've got a fight, though. Looks like there is a
Radhar, he's going to jump on Tyrus, but Tyrus is going to say thank you for jumping in my jungle. Going to pick himself up a kill. SK Gaming is going to take first blood. PT Lamb is going to have to back out pretty quickly, as he does have jetpacks chasing him. But wow, a bit of an... Well, Radhar just a little bit too aggressive. Did not really expect the damage from Tyrus.
Yeah, you often see petals get picked into Finns, because especially once they finish their Frostburn, it's very easy to just run at a Finn, and because he's such a slow hero, it's so easy to just then have the Munions slow him consistently, make him a very easy target for Baron to stack on with the breaking point if that's where he chooses to go, and obviously then you can stack up your Broken Myth very easily when you hit that Fighter Spike. So generally a lot of people tend to pick the Petal into Finn for that reason, because he's just such an easy target for the Munions to allow stacking to happen. But again, like Sweet said, the siege here from SK is really good. You can have Finn be that aggressive front line. You can soak up the damage. You can try and provide that shielding to that sieging members of the Kavalafa and Tyrus. And then you have the weapon power Ringo and the CP Kestrel. Those glimmer shots and the twirling silver allow them to do a lot of damage in a very short space of time if they get any opportunity to land those kind of basic attacks and glimmer shots onto the turrets. So this is SK, if they get that advantage, even if they pick up 1 or 2 kills, they have a real shot at just running through this lane and demolishing turrets.
Yeah, I think, well, Radhar's going to have to kind of pay a little bit more attention to the lane. He's been invading so aggressively over and over again, just trying to find any distinct advantage. Has got a couple of CS lead over Tyrus right now, but, I mean, we've seen what he can do in the lane to that turret, and like you said, if they do manage to push that one out first as well, Radhar's going to be very restrictive, or restricted even, where he can actually invade.
Well, I think he's looking for a 1v1 versus the Kestrel as well, because remember, a little bit like Sky, in the fact that the Munions block the forward barrage, the Munions also block the glimmer shots, so as long as you're not getting hit by that
doesn't block those glimmer shots.
Nope.
Wow.
Doesn't. Yeah, try blocking that, buddy. That was a great snipe by Tyrus. Now that it's maybe even going to get this first turret of the game, and all Radhar can do is take away the backs once more. But again, this is just money going on to Radhar, but it is global gold going into SK's pocket. Again, another 4-minute turret, exactly as Suijay said, looking for the early push. This is a very early siege composition, and it's going to put lots of pressure onto Baron now as well.
Yeah, that guy, he has to be able to scale up. Hasn't obviously finished his first item just yet, but Kavalafa picking up that Sorrow Blade now. So that's going to be a lot of damage in his back pocket, and Waldemar is going to have to play so passively now, and Radhar's going to have to influence the lane, at least for the moment, because if Waldemar gets pushed in any further, they're going to have some stellar wave control in order for them to actually kind of hold the wave around here, for him to actually scale up into the late game. PT Lamb, where do you think he should kind of prioritize right now? Should he be with Radhar or with Waldemar in the lane? Like, this
it's very difficult, actually, Jaws, the way that you bring that up, because it speaks to the very volumes of win conditions that Cyclone have, right? And how strong those particular win conditions are. That's a great route, though.
That is a great route and a great Githim wall alike. Kavalafa is going to get the fountain popped on him, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough as Baron picks up 1 kill. Jetpacks is all on his own in a 1v3 situation. Radhar almost falling to the quibble, but Waldemar is going to finish that one up with an ace. Cyclone may have just found themselves back in this game.
I was just about to touch on the fact that because Radhar has been taking so much of the jungle away and Tyrus has been stuck in lane sieging, Radhar's got a 3-level advantage on him. Radhar has had full reign of this jungle for the entire time. So if they could force a fight, you have this Petal that is so strong right now, and Tyrus now has got to somehow claw back some gold, somehow claw back some levels here, because right now Radhar's running away with it. That was an engage that really shouldn't have happened, but PT Lamb kind of caught Tyrus off guard. And that was a great start for Cyclone to try and find their way back in. I actually think when you ask the question of should he be with Voldemar, should he be with PT Lamb, given the level advantage now that Radhar has, Voldemar can probably sit and clear waves as this Baron. And you can go roaming with Radha. You can try and find picks, try and find engages, try and find kills in the jungle, continue to pressure Tyrus, continue to steal his backs, because you now have this massive advantage that you can push with the Petal being just so far ahead. And a Petal that is ahead could be so oppressive to deal with as well.
Yeah, I mean, has got that Frostburn, just picked up an infusion for himself as well, so can use that in the next fight where possible. Tyrus has the Shatter Glass, so he's doing a lot of upfront damage, but like you mentioned, those levels are just so big for Radha right now, just providing a lot of that upfront damage. In fact, 3 levels now as he just ticks over to level 8. This is pretty big, and that real early aggression, those early camp takeaways from Radha has just paid absolute dividends for them in their team fights.
Yeah, well, SK were playing that game of trying to shut down Baron, trying to siege lane, trying to take their advantages in that respect, and kind of leaving Petal to his own devices. But you've got to give massive credit to Radha. He completely exploited the fact that the jungle was completely free for him. You've also got to look at the fact that SK now, they can't shove lane as easily, because now Tyrus has got to be so conscious about taking his jungle camps that suddenly his rotations have become going back to the jungle, taking the camps, then heading to lane. And if the lane is set up for a siege, that's a great position. But if it's not, you have to then set the lane up for a siege. It makes SK's game plan so much slower. And you know what a slow game plan suits? It suits a Baron. This is a great situation for Cyclone. Look at this as well. You know, they're still trying to put the advantage. Oh, that's a stun for Wardemar.
Wardemar, whoa, jump jets away. Lance does miss the impale. Tyrus is going to have to pop those boots to try and get away. That was very close. Nice pick off. Iron Cannon is coming down though. 1 shot, 1 kill does hit PT Lamb. They're going to find jetpacks in this brush. He's going to give fortified help to everybody, and that's going to help them pick up a kill. Cavalifar on the back lines was able to pick that up with the twirling silver. Tyrus not yet finished though. Wardemar taking 2 glimmer shots. And he is going to jump jets away once more. Stealth coming in for Tyrus. This is so scary. Oh, that was so close. Wardemar just getting away.
Chose the wrong brush. Wardemar backed in such a risky location, but what it has now allowed is SK to get some levels back. Radha has only got 1 level over Tyrus right now, and they're going to get the gold mine in their favor as well, unless PT Land can find something. But look at this, Cavalifar doing some zoning work by himself. SK finding that momentum again. There was a slowing down of the game, like you said, that it kind of played into the favor of this Baron. Baron, who is now sitting at, well, just 1.5 items, still quite a way off his big item spikes of 3 items completed. And SK need to continue to mount this pressure. They've got the backs they can take. They can then group in lane and start to pressure the turret. They can look for fights. They kind of leveled things out now that Radha isn't that scary. Radha's kind of back to where he was previously now. But Cyclone looking to be aggressive as a trio right now. And they're trying to exploit the fact that they can go in and take these camps for pretty much free when they see the Finn and the Ringo in lane.
I mean, that turret up in the lane as well is around half HP for SK, so when they do end up sieging it, and if they do manage to out-rotate SK, that will go down in an absolute flash. A big pickup as well, PT Lamb did eventually buy in the item shop the Crucible, so it's going to be really massive coming into jetpacks, because that forced accord, if that manages to hit anybody from Cyclone, that's going to be pretty much team fight over. Cyclone trying to look for a little something here, just setting up a death bush. Jetpacks is going to walk in here. They might find someone. Impale from PT Lamb goes a little wide. Jetpacks taking a lot of damage, though. He's still in the front line, ends up going down. PT Lamb almost falling as well, but they're going to jump on Cavalifar. He falls to Baron. Tyrus gets a nice stun, but it's not going to be enough. Cyclone are just going to chase, and in fact, they're just going to go back to the lane. That lane is very pushed,
he gets the
though.
snipe.
Oh, 1 shot, 1 kill. I'm going to interrupt myself as Radar picks him up in the end, though, spotting the very stationary Kestrel. 1 shot, 1 kill comes out. Does nail Wardemar.
Very clever piece of sorry if anyone heard the giant crack in my microphone, by the way. I actually just hit my head on my own microphone.
Too
I have
excited.
no idea how that happened. That was a really clever setup by Cyclone. In other moments, we often call it the Fnatic Death Brush, but that is almost what they did in that situation. They set up a little bit of forward vision, and then SK knew something was wrong. They hadn't seen anybody from Cyclone on the map. They had to be aware of something going on. That's why you saw Finn check that scout trapper. As soon as that happened, that was a commit by PT Lamb. So much damage then went down onto the Finn. He couldn't escape because Petal is very good at sticking to a Finn. They managed to burst him out, and then obviously Petal being so aggressive because Cavalifar just got killed.
Oh, man. Wow, that damage coming out from PT Lamb and Radha, that was disgusting. Jetpacks, you have to back off, does use the boots. They're going to chase Tyrus, though, does have to use the boots as well. Jetpacks going fairly low, very slow, chunky Finn will end up falling. Tyrus is going to use the active camo to get away, not a problem, but Cyclone really picking up the pace now. 8 and 4 on the board, still at a gold deficit. and they will be able to just push forward in this lane if they can get wave priority.
Yeah, I'm going to get that sentry as well. It didn't look like PT Lam was a target for Tyra's, but Kavalifar has to be so careful. Radha is miles ahead in terms of his damage output. No shielding prioritized by anybody yet, despite the fact that Radha got so far ahead. Very close to getting a pick off there was Tyra's, but not the sense. But you don't expect a CP Kestrel to go defense, by the way, Jaws, because you generally tend to keep a big range, so much so that you should be avoiding most of the damage with your range. But Kavalifar has gone a little bit of armor from that light armor he picked up at the start, but no shielding. So if Radha can get aggressive positions, he can make aggressive trampolines happen. Both Kavalifar and Tyra's are sitting ducks for these exploding munions and the damage output that they're going to have regardless. But look at the build path for Kavalifar. This is a little bit interesting, and it lends to the fact that we're expecting a very burst-heavy composition from SK. They're looking to blow up a target before a Cyclone even have a chance to react, because this is a Tyrant's Monocle Tornado Trigger Sorrowblade build. This is immediate impact. This is within the first few basic attacks, you're looking to get all the damage that you need to be done. And the fact that they're double infused right now, you know that SK's game plan revolves around just destroying somebody. Haven't yet seen Jetpacks manage to make an aggressive hook happen, but with Crucible up, you wouldn't expect that they're going to have major impact right now.
It's going to be a fairly big cooldown for him to use. I mean, realistically, SK right now, they have got the turret advantage. That's the point, right? But the issue is the amount of times that we've seen Cyclo just pick one of them off, two of them off. It's absolutely insane, and the damage follow-up from them is absolutely massive. SK, they're still trying to push onto this turret, and you can see how much damage now that Kavalifar and Tyra's are doing. A couple of glimmer shots and a couple of autos from Kavalifar will just chunk that turret to about half HP. Cyclone, though, still just kind of holding back, waiting for that perfect engage.
SK need to maintain their range. They've got a double Shatterglass Kestrel. Double Shatterglass, really, Kestrel, one of the only CP carries you can make this work. Designed specifically to try and burst squishy targets, as SK try to do just that. What an insane piece of damage coming out there onto Voldemar and PT Lam. But it's designed specifically to burst double squishies, and that's what you've got here from Cyclone. Both Petal and Baron double squishies. And speaking of Baron, that's a Tension Bow Baron build.
Oh boy, that's not even in the early game either, because he got Sorrowblade first. Well, there's going to be a nice route onto for Kavalifar. He's going to be able to kite back though. Turret did end up falling. Cyclone maybe looking to chase them up here. I cannot see it, my friend. You're going to have to take over.
Oh my word, PT Lam actually picks up the kill. Now Jetpack's going down. There was so much damage done to Cyclone before, but Tyra's now the only member of SK left. He's setting up an active camo. PT Lam knows it's there. Will just walk over as he does get stunned and blown up in it, but it's not enough damage to deal with the Lance, and now Cyclone are going to take their first turret of the game. Even with Voldemar walking into an active camo, there was not enough damage from SK. Radha is just too monstrous. Radha is a beast right now, and Kavalifar got absolutely torn apart.
Oh man. Well, I would see. I'm just reconnecting briefly. You have to give me a couple of seconds. But so what's kind of Cyclone's gameplay now? Because they have game plan even because they have got two turrets fallen for them, and they're almost completely open in their base.
Yeah, but, you know, they're winning these fights, and now Voldemar is nearly at 4 items, despite the fact he's gone Tension Bow, which I think a lot of people have been considering Tension Bow to have a little bit more longevity in terms of game influence now, because it's got a slightly increased flat pierce, and if you can continuously proc the Tension Bow by having a low cooldown ability like the Porcupine Mortar, maybe it becomes worth it. So, you know, potentially, especially against the Finn with a high HP target or whatever, maybe. I still think I prefer the straight up critical strike here, Jaws. This has got no critical strike from Voldemar right now, but I guess in some way, you know, it exploits low armor values as well. You know, you're not really shredding through armor with it. You're just doing lots of damage to sort of little to no armor values. It means you might be able to burst Tyra's better, but I often just think critical strike's better in that situation. But Voldemar seems to be liking Tension Bow on his carries, despite the ones that scale into the late game. So we'll have to see how he makes it work.
Yeah, we will do. I'm still trying to connect. So
oh, that's fine. I'll carry on. We've got a big fight here.
Yeah,
Vorticore comes through. Kavalifar tried to go in there. The crits are coming through. There is the first fountain. Is it enough? Because PT Lam escapes with just an inch of life. But look at this. SK lose Finn. They still have healthy carries. But again, Cyclone able to waltz out with an inch of their life and somehow come out on top in these team fights. Are we still waiting for you, Jules?
Unfortunately, yes. I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
That's fine.
I'm
It's
sure.
probably just restart whatever device you're running with.
I'm on it. No worries, man.
I will keep the viewers entertained with some,
Oh, well, thank
some
you.
maybe rendition of Bark or I don't know. I'll
Your
just talk
voice is
about the
very
game.
soothing, so
I'll
you
probably
can just
talk about the game or something. I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe do that. Anyway, SK now. They're setting up around the Kraken area. They've got good vision here, but unfortunately, Cyclone just seems to have that superior teamfight presence, and PT Lamb seems to be able to waltz in, take these scout traps off the table. Jetpacks now has picked up a contraption, and I guess that's specifically because they need to get a lot of scout trap presence down. They want to try and combat the contraption that PT Lamb's brought out as well, so the best way to counter a contraption is a contraption, but we've got a big pull! That was a huge pull, and now PT Lamb is going to be the first to fall in the team fight. Kavalafar picks up the second with an excellent snipe from Tyras, and now SK somewhere win this team fight, and they're going to get the Kraken as well. That was an excellent pull from Jetpacks. It caught PT Lamb completely off guard. And now Radha is trying to be the hero in this situation, maybe trying to get some Munyon explosions to try and steal Kraken, but Kavalafar will ward him away with the Hellfire Brew, and now SK should be able to take this Kraken off the map. They should be able to push their advantage, and the Kraken will become unleashed. SK need to do that again, though. That shouldn't have happened with the Crucible. That should not have happened against a Finn when you have a Crucible, but Jetpacks just managed to time it so it caught PT Lamb off guard, and suddenly it was Suijay's like a god at this kind of thing. Suddenly it was exactly as he said. As soon as Voldemar has to be defensive with his jump, he becomes a sitting duck for the SK composition. Radha had to defensively use his trampoline. Suddenly all of the aggression from that Cyclone roster, in a roster that can put out a whole lot of aggression, didn't work out. And now, actually, it's Kavalafar's the one that's caught out as a great impale comes out from PT Lamb. The active camos are down and Jetpacks will be the target. It looks like it's Tyra's now trying to escape for his life. PT Lamb and the gang will just settle with 2. That was a really, really awkward positioning error from Kavalafar, who does not have a reflex block. He's building exactly the same as Baron. He's gone full damage. He's got another Turret's Monocle on top of his Tornado trigger. And again, he got caught out by the Impale. If you're not going to build a reflex block, you can't position yourself so that you're going to get caught out by that kind of thing. There's no Crucible for Jetpacks. There's no reflex blocks on any of your carries. If Lance gets close enough to an Impale and he lands an Impale on a target, that's probably a 1 team fight for Cyclone. It's very easy to follow up on that kind of engage. So if you're not going to run reflex blocks, you have to make sure you are absolutely on top of your positioning. Kavalafar there was a little bit too aggressive. They just probably didn't predict the fact that Radha was in a flanking position. They didn't quite have the vision control of the lower side of the Cyclone jungle. And unfortunately, Kavalafar got caught out by a great Impale from PT Lamb. And now Cyclone seem to have evened it up once more. Gold lead slightly in their advantage. This is another close game between these 2 titans of the European VGA. Pretty insane sort of series that we're coming to shape up here, because if Cyclone win this, then it becomes incredibly close again in this final game. Are you back, my boy?
I'm back.
Oh, there we go.
We back. We're in the game, and Clockwork actually picked up from Tyras. I literally got in, he picked up Clockwork. I was like, damn, nice build coming out from him. And I'm always kind of interested to see what kind of build path Kestrels do go. And you're right, these 2 titans are clashing right now, 3rd and 4th on the ladder. I just can't believe how close these games have been, honestly.
Yeah, and also you've got to look at the build that there's no Broken Myth for Tyras, so he's not expecting these fights to have to go to a point where he's stacking up a Broken Myth in any way, shape, or form. He's gone Clockwork, Double Shattered Glass, Piercing Shard, because he wants flat burst damage. Look at this, though. Radha's picked up a full metal... Oh, I need to stop saying full metal. A metal jacket. It's not the film. It's just a metal jacket. It's picked up the metal jacket here for Radha. That is completed, so he'll have a lot of defense against Kavalafar, who has got no armor shred, by the way. No tension bone, no bone saw. Looks like PT Lamb going in. He will land an Impale. Again, there is the target. Well, I forgot.
I'm back in the game. Let me do it. Wardemar's going to pick up 1 kill. At least Radar's going to find it. Wardemar's going to jump jets forward. Kavalafar. Oh, Tyra's in a lot of trouble. And now Jetpacks is in a fair bit as well. Cyclone just surrounding them. 1 shot, 1 kill. It's going to come out and actually find PT Lamb, but it's going to be cleaned up. Wardemar's going to pick up the ace. Cyclone finally finding their feet here. 16-7. They're just going to march it down this lane. I think they're going to take at least 1 turret.
They're going to take at least 1 turret here. Really, really good move. I'm sorry, Jules. I completely
That's
forgot
fine,
you were
man.
back almost. I was so used to just jumping in and doing it myself. I was like, oh yeah, you're back. You can do it for me. And I just messed up. Anyway, they're going to get at least one. They might get two here. The rest of SK should be able to then regenerate and recuperate and potentially try and contest this Kraken, which I think will be a key objective in the next few minutes. But again, you have to be looking at Kavalifar and Tyrus and saying your positioning. You have to be aware that War Treads into an Impale is a thing. PT Lamb played that exactly right, by the way. Knows that if he lands an Impale on Kavalifar, the team fight's over. Probably in almost sort of most situations. If he lands an Impale, it means it's a free Githian wall. It means that both Radhar and Voldemar get free basic attacks onto a key target. I think you just have to be a little bit more aware that is a massive weakness of the way that you are choosing to play these team fights. And Radhar, I've got to say, PT Lamb is playing it great. PT Lamb knows exactly how to play these team fights. He knows exactly where their win conditions for them lie. And he's very happy to just run at them and find those positions. That's another great pull.
Doesn't need to run at them when you get hooked in. One shot, one kill is going to come out. Radhar falls to a below half HP. Waldemar, though, trading up a lot of that damage. Jetpack's going really low, and an aggressive jump there from Waldemar. Is he going to be able to find one? I'm not sure, because Kavalifar's just eating him up in the backline. He ends up going down. Waldemar's going to jump jets forward. A massive crit will secure the kill, and Ace as well comes through. My goodness, Waldemar with the Ace triple kill for Cyclone. They may just tie this series up at one apiece. This Baron composition has worked out absolute wonders for them.
Yeah, and absolutely. They managed to take it to the later portion of the game. SK weren't able to run away with this big burst composition that they were trying to play. And again, it was a fight of Ringo got impaled, Ringo got Atlas Pauldron. Suddenly that is a dead carry. Not even in the sense that he's dead physically, he just has no damage output. That was just that's exactly what we expected to see following. They're not even going to be able to win. I think Voldemar went down to the turret.
Yeah, he died. Like, he straight up died to that second turret. They could have ended there, I think. I mean, they had so much damage on Waldemar, so actually, SK Gaming, they're still in this game.
They're going for the Kraken.
Why not? Waldemar's like 20 seconds away, mate. He is long gone. Radhar's back in the base. He's going to be able to get there. I think they're just going to be able to chew through this one as well. Look at Tyrus's damage.
Yeah, it's the damage from Kavalifar and Tyrus is really strong, but they have 10 seconds to be able to capitalize. It didn't look like Jetpacks was in any mood to come down for this straight away. He was up there in the lane waiting for this one out. They're going to have to go super quick if they want to make this happen. That Atlas Pauldrons and that Impale onto a no reflex block Kavalifar is basically ruining these team fights. Look at this. They are not taking this risk. I think that was a risk you potentially had to take. Jetpacks was not in position. Kavalifar and Tyrus wanted to go for it, but they weren't able to commit. And suddenly now, they've handed it on a plate to Cyclone. They've handed it straight over.
Well, PT Lamb is just standing in this brush waiting for someone to come in here. Kraken is going to actually just reset, just make sure that capture bar stays nice and high. Cyclone, they're going to have to back off here. It does look like SK Gaming are going to try and at least contest this one. I think they need to. Both teams very hesitant to
they're running
try
damage.
anything. I don't know, man. Cyclone, they might just have caught SK Gaming out here. Kavalifar using that Hellfire Brew, just find two. Uncannon comes through. That's going to be a nice force to core block. And Kavalifar still trying to do a lot of damage. Quibble onto two. Kavalifar, this could be his time. A nice quibble as well. Waldemar has found himself one, but he's also found himself Tyrus. He might just get taken out quickly.
Oh, he gets taken out!
He finally gets taken down. Radhar almost finishes Tyrus, but
Oh my God!
will almost finish him. Jetpacks is trying to chase him. There goes the Glimmer Shot. SK Gaming, they find two, and PT Lamb is going to get taken down eventually as well.
They're going to win! They're going to win the game, Jaws!
And they might just come through and win it.
I think they are! Waldemar dying to the turret has thrown the game for Cyclone. And now SK are going to capitalize and take it. After some excellent positioning from Kavalifar, we talked about exactly what he needed to do to win a team fight. He put so much distance between himself and Lance made the choice to go for Tyrus, where the Atlas Pauldrons weren't going to be as effective, if not effective at all. And then he ran to the back line and made himself a nuisance. Voldemar jumped in because he wanted to escape from Ringo. Tyrus blew him up. And then Ringo had the jump on both PT Lamb and Radhar, and they played that last fight exactly as needed to. Delivered the burst to the back line, made it very difficult for PT Lamb to know who to focus. PT Lamb felt Tyrus was the real threat, but realistically it was Kavalifar doing all that work, being threatening in the back line, and Atlas Pauldrons was not going to get used. But that was Cyclone's game. That was Cyclone's game, and some carelessness at the end handed it and a semi-final place on a silver platter to SK.
They were so confident as well in that last team fight, and my goodness, SK Gaming, they will take this series at a 2-0. What a devastating defeat coming through for Cyclone. We will jump straight over to the analyst desk, however, and they're going to break down this game a little bit further.
Holy guacamole, what a game. Such a turnaround. Actually, maybe not holy guacamole. I know you don't like avocado bacon. But, you know, man, that really, I mean, Excalibur couldn't have put it better. That was Cyclone's game. It was their game to lose. They did end up losing it, though. SK moved forward to day 2 all of a sudden.
Maybe holy guacamole is the right word to use, because that was really bad from Cyclone at the end. Like, I mean, it's going to sound harsh, but there's no way to, you know, beat around the bush. That was a massive mistake from Cyclone down the stretch of that game that cost them the game as a whole.
But this is something that Cyclone is kind of struggling with overall, I think, like making the right shot call in those critical moments. They have the capability quite frequently to run away with a game, but it's closing it out. You know, that's when things get a bit dicey.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, this, you know, SK fought very well. Cyclone fought both teams were playing very well up until, you know, one specific play that we'll touch on in a little bit. But this last fight wasn't the mistake from Cyclone. They tried to win the fight. It was really, really well played by SK, though.
All right, let's actually have a look at one of these replays here. This game had some intense moments, Suijay.
Yeah, we had an example where Cyclone was able to make a few plays and come back here. This is a fight where, you know, Lamb gets a nice root on Kestrel, but they're focusing the Finn instead of jumping onto the Kestrel. And then Kestrel is able to basically position herself in a way that kills the Baron. And that's such a close trade, too, right there. That was insane.
PT Lamb actually rolled instead of using Githian Wall on the Kestrel at the beginning of that fight.
There
it was like a very obvious misstep.
There was multiple things in that fight. A really clutch Fountain. Also the positioning of Cavalifar. But here's that. This is what cost them the game.
Oh,
like,
man.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, there's no situation where when you have all 3 of your members alive, a Baron should be tanking the turret. Like, that just shouldn't be happening in the first place. But that play right there is what that's what cost them the game. They should have won
Maybe that'll be Humanist's fight of the week. Turret versus Baron.
Yeah, and Cyclone before that mishap, they had 2 aces in a row, and they engaged with the Lance. And that very last team fight, they threw a second time when he got a nice root on Kestrel, and both of them didn't jump onto the Kestrel, but was focusing Finn for whatever reason.
All right, let's have a look at the bracket, guys. You can see already we have our first team in the semifinals. It's going to be SK Gaming. Cyclone do not pick up any points yet, so SK now have top dog spot in the standings as well. They're in a really good spot this week. I mean, do you think SK, based on that performance, could they maybe go all the way again, take another finals home?
I mean, there's definitely some things they'll have to shore up because they should not have won that game. They shouldn't have been in a position to take that last team fight. That last team fight shouldn't have happened. But so if they can shore up a couple of mistakes, maybe there were a couple of fights that definitely went very sour due to misplays from SK. If they shore that up, then who knows?
All right, guys, let's do a giveaway real quick. If you want to win some epic keys, head on over to the Twitch chat and enter the team who won our last game in lowercase, all one word. Next up, we have G2 Esports versus Rising Lotus. Make sure you don't go anywhere and have a look at this recap from Humanist of our fight of the week.
Hey guys, and welcome to the Fight of the Week. In this video, we're going to break down a big team fight between Team Secret and Fnatic that happened during the finals of Week 1 of Split 2. This team fight takes place in the lane, as both teams are rotating up from around the Kraken pit. Notice that while it's Team Secret that engages the fight, it's Fnatic that wins. So we'll go ahead and watch this in real time and then break it down.
Oh, no, you're gonna miss it!
Oh, body block! off net a little bit late though, activating that reflex there. I'm the Doom's gonna get taken down very quickly.
Leon!
But Leon, he's trading. Tetno standing his ground. Tetno, he stays alive. Just Man, last man standing here for Team Secret. Triple kill. As if you don't take Tetno out early, this guy will take out your whole team.
So what exactly happened here? Nettoilette walks into Fromhill's heart, using reflex block just slightly too late. Also notice that Just Man is just a little too far behind, meaning that Secret can't chain all of their crowd controlling abilities together. Palmatoro heals Nettoilette, splashing Gift of Fire on I'm the Doom and Leon. He then quickly buffs Tetno JJ. Many things happen in the next few moments. Leon blocks the Atlas Pauldron from Nettoilette, allowing him to have high attack speed through the fight. The problem is that I'm the Doom had already used his boots and Dead Man's Rush, and can no longer get on top of Tetno JJ, so he's forced to use his Atlas Pauldron on Palmatoro. Because of this, Palma winds up for the Versa Judgment, while Tetno JJ focuses down I'm the Doom. Because he blocked the Atlas, Leon threw the weight for it and started to engage, but due to the Versa Judgment from Palmatoro, he was forced to reposition himself. Just Man crucibled the verse, and then Githian walled Ringo, finding the stun. Unfortunately, because Leon repositioned himself earlier, he wasn't able to get on target. By the time Leon could get on target, Nettoilette was no longer silenced and could use Fountain, and Tetno JJ was no longer stunned. Through all of this, Leon still almost gets a kill onto Tetno JJ, getting Fountained at the last second from Just Man. Luckily for Tetno, Palmatoro's Gift of Fire had just come off cooldown, and with that heal, it pushed Fnatic over the top. Now with all the damage threats down, all Fnatic had to do was take down Just Man, which would be a triple kill for Tetno JJ, the ace for Fnatic, and swing the game massively in their favor. Now let's watch this back in real time.
Oh no, you're gonna miss it!
Oh, body blocks off net a little bit late though, activating that reflex there. I'm the Doom's gonna get taken down very quickly.
Leon!
But Leon, he's trading. Tetno standing his ground. Tetno, he stays alive. Just Man, last man standing here for Team Secret. Triple kill. As if you don't take Tetno out early, this guy will take out your whole team. Granted, that was...
This has been your fight of the week. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Action Jackson here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. I've got a quick PSA for you guys at home. We are going to be a bit delayed heading into the next series. Rising Lotus, unfortunately, is unable to field one of their starting players. Their scheduled match start time is actually 10:30, so they're not yet behind schedule, and therefore we're not going to do anything to them. But they do need time to get their substitute player in position to play. Therefore, we are going to have to cut to a break before we actually have the opportunity to show you that series. It's unfortunate for Rising Lotus. Obviously, this is a very important series for them. They've not yet qualified for the Unified Championship, but nonetheless, you know, sometimes you got to use your subs.
That's why they're there.
That's why they're there. And also, these are good players. You know, the subs, we've seen some teams use their subs very extensively. So who knows what's going to happen. It's going to be an interesting matchup, maybe now more than ever. Although I'm hearing that I've been trolled, and that they might be ready. I believe they are still using their sub, though. Maybe someone can... Okay, that's correct. All right. So, I mean, we might as well do the whole matchup thing, right? I guess...
I mean, this is a game against G2 as well. I mean, G2 is not a team that you want to have your sub come in. So hopefully this is a superstar sub that's going to help Rising Lotus take at least a win or something.
All right, guys. G2 Esports versus Rising Lotus. I promise I'm not kidding. It is time for our second matchup of the day. Rising Lotus are not yet qualified for the championship. G2 are. They have locked in that spot. So for them, the impetus to do well here is different, right? They need to lock down those buys. Let's have a look at G2's roster. You can see here Keanu, Nakoa, Hundor, Dark Potato, Dingo, and Redix. This is a star-studded roster, and they've had great success recently.
They absolutely have. Obviously, you know, Hundor has really impressed a lot of us, I think, with Dark Potato and Keanu being able to enable that hyper carry style that they've used multiple times, but also having the flexibility to move away from that and play more traditional compositions as well.
All right, and they're going to be up against Rising Lotus. Let's have a look at their roster now. You can see here Hell's Devil, Lore, Agony, Flobby, and Rom Gemsword. I don't yet know which of the two subs is playing. I think we're going to find out in a second. All right, it's going to be Hell's Devil, Agony, and Rom Gemsword.
Yeah, so last week they had to sub in Hell's Devil for Lore, and Hell's Devil is their captain, and he did lane all 3 games. They did get one window with Baron, so hopefully Hell's Devil is going to be able to pull out his laning magic this series.
Rising Lotus definitely in a tough spot here, but heading into the draft, what are the things we got to look for? You know, maybe the best way of looking at this, I think, is probably like, what should they do against G2? Because we don't really know the depths of the hero pools for the different members of Rising Lotus, especially the subs, but we do know what the deal is with G2, right?
We do have some information from last week, though. They did win with Baron, Rising Lotus did, and Hundor struggles on mages. Like, he played Scarf, they lost that match. He played the CP Sky, they lost that match. So Rising Lotus, if you're listening, put Hundor on that mage, and hopefully you guys can win some matches if you take that Baron away.
And my question, though, is, like, is taking Baron away really the smartest play? Because Hundor knows exactly like what Baron can do when he's strong. He is the Baron master. So if you pick up the Baron for yourself, Hundor theoretically knows how to play into it to beat it.
I mean, we've said that about different players at different times. It's not always the case. Just because you know how to play a hero doesn't necessarily mean you know how to play against that hero.
I guess all the games that you were playing that hero, you intrinsically could not have been playing against that hero. So actually, you wouldn't have actually had very
Plus,
much
if you're
practice against
if you're really good on it and you're just beating everyone with it, you don't know what counters it because you haven't been countered.
I would say take the Baron, ban Koshka and Taka, get rid of the assassin and then play Baron.
All right, let's head into the draft. We've got G2 Esports versus Rising Lotus. G2, very strong opponent here for Rising Lotus, who do have to use a sub. Could be a bit of a dicey situation for them. Let's see what happens. G2 ban away the Alpha.
That is such an interesting ban. Alpha has never been prioritized in ban in first or second phases of the draft. So I wonder why. Maybe it's because they know the lineup of Rising Lotus and they know maybe someone has a very good Alpha.
They're going alphabetically.
That's another way to put it. So
oh no, we skipped to F. Never mind.
typical Fortress ban. Glaive is actually a good pick because CP Glaive does work well if Rising Lotus decides to put themselves on that Baron because he's so mobile. He can be played similar to like an assassin. So that's a nice pickup by G2 here. But Lyra and Adagio are open.
Well, they're going to go for that Glaive first pick from G2 Esports. Fairly interesting one. It's not a hero that they have generally put a lot of emphasis on in the past. I mean, they have played it a few times to mixed success, but there's going to be that Lyra you were mentioning.
Yeah, Lyra, very strong pickup here. Rising Lotus at least have locked themselves in one of the real meta picks on this update, so hopefully they have that core strength that they can build on later in the draft.
With Vox getting banned away, let's see, are they going to go for that Samuel that we see paired with Lyra so frequently? Is it going to get banned away by G2?
That is
Yeah,
a
I
good
think
question.
a Kestrel or Samuel ban makes sense from G2 here. I don't think they'll ban a weapon power laner. Yep, Samuel is going to come out. Rising Lotus, I would take Kestrel here if I were them because Kestrel is very good with Lyra and she's also good against Lyra.
I would
So
take
hopefully they can play Kestrel. Petal is also good because of the Glaive pick.
And the Vox ban.
And the Vox ban, yep, that makes sense. So Petal could work as well. So that's a great call from Tasty Bacon here. And surprisingly, they go with the Black Feather.
Wow, that's an interesting pickup. It's certainly something that can skirmish with that Glaive, but picking it this early, does that open yourself up to any pain here?
Not necessarily, because you're not showing if it's going to be a lane or a jungle Black Feather, so you can't really necessarily counter pick it if you're on the side of G2. There's also not too many things that just outright counter Black Feather to begin with. They could go for the Kestrel. As Suijay was saying, it is still a very strong pick. It does do relatively well against the Black Feather, but there's definitely multiple options for G2. Is this going to be a lane or a jungle Glaive? We need that answered as well. And, well, we're not going to get that answered because it's a Lance pick.
Yeah, Lance is good into Black Feather because he counters most melee heroes for the most part. They can now go for a range hero, potentially Gwen. Vox is banned, so Gwen is probably a decent pick here, or Kestrel, because Kestrel with enough damage can blow a Black Feather up if he decides to front line for the enemy team and dive into them. So let's see what they decide to do here, but Kestrel looks like the best pick, I would say.
G2, they do have a few options here. They're going to go for the Celeste, actually. Now, you mentioned Hundor, maybe not your favorite mage player currently in the Vainglory.
Yeah, this is a really big risk by them. Black Feather counters Celeste. He's so mobile. He can get on her. They do have two people that can pew for her, however. So this will be a skill matchup at this point. But Celeste is a very interesting pick because she's so squishy. And Black Feather is pretty much an assassin warrior type of hero that wants to dive onto her and shiver her.
All right, so the final answer from Rising Lotus. Where are they going to go with this one? Again, I would kind of expect Black Feather to be pushed into the jungle now with the Celeste pick coming through. As while I normally do like Black Feather or other melee heroes in the lane against range, it's against the weapon power range generally. Against the crystal power like the Celeste, it doesn't fare as favorably. So I'm curious to see where they're going to go with this.
I think they're going to go Petal, because Petal is good against Glaive and Lance, and she's mobile enough to jump and dance around the Helios, and Black Feather's mobile on top of that. So as long as Black Feather and Petal jump onto Celeste, and Petal ult, which slows Celeste as she's dead. Okay, so they're gonna go with Sky here. This is really risky because Lance Glaive literally counters Sky pretty hard, and with Lance and Glaive like putting Sky out of position and Celeste core collapsing to stun her, that could be a very risky combo for a squishy person like Sky.
Does the Lyra maybe patch over this weakness a little bit, though? Obviously, it does give you a lot of zone control, some tools to reposition the Sky without her having to like burn her Surrey Strike. Those are things that could maybe set you up for success regardless of matchup deficiency, right?
And it could. It's also a bit of a skill matchup. You know, if Sky is able to react quick enough to what the Lance or the Glaive are trying to do and can dodge out those abilities, then the Sky automatically, and that's for a few seconds, becomes a dominant force once again. So I think we've been seeing a big resurgence in Sky at playing as the Crystal Power path. I assume that's what we're going to get here as well from Rising Lotus, and I really like Crystal Sky.
So how does this composition actually win fights? And I sort of speculate it has a lot to do with the Lyra, but you're the expert here, Sweet J. Talk to me about the mechanics of it.
Black Feather goes in, Lance and Glaive wastes their abilities, and he just ults through it because it protects him from debuffs, so he'll just like ult through it and not get CC'd. Sky needs to go on the back line. She should not focus Glaive or Lance. Should go get a target lock on Celeste, Surrey Strike all the way to the back line, and then Frostburn and hit her from the back. And Lyra just needs to heal Black Feather and keep him alive. And then basically use the Bulwark to disable Lance and Glaive from being able to jump onto Sky and reposition her.
So are we expecting, and this is another interesting G2 quirk, are we expecting maybe Dark Potato to be picking up this Lance?
We very well could see it. That's the thing I like about G2 and the way that they've played thus far this season is you don't know who's going to be playing what when it comes to like when they do get a Glaive Lance like this. They can flex both of those heroes into either position, and so it just makes it very difficult to draft against them and even to prepare against them until you're actually in the loading screen and can see who's got what.
I mean, we saw Rising Lotus using a lot of that bonus time. Obviously, when Hundor picks up a mage last pick, I would be kind of confused also, given the amount of things that were available for him to go for there. So we are having a bit of a delay heading into this next game. Guys, Rom Gem Sword just needs a little bit more time to get totally prepped. So we got to think about some more things to break down here.
Yeah, so G2's comp. I like G2's comp too.
Oh,
Glaive.
hold on a second. I just got some really big news. Rising Lotus has actually forfeited.
Oh.
Officially, yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, okay. So I guess they're afraid of that Celeste, you know?
G2. Easy
Holy-
points for them this week. Rising Lotus, that is devastating. Because
That's-
depending on what happens with our next
Right.
series, you know, we could see those other two teams in the bottom three start to rise up and maybe really challenge them for that championship
Absolutely.
spot.
They only have 6-point lead over Fluffy Chickens. Fluffy Chickens could theoretically, if they win out this week, surpass Rising Lotus in the standings.
Wow.
Because of this. So this is huge.
It really is. Guys, we're going to get the next series set up as soon as we can, but for now, we're going to be passing to a break. We'll see you shortly.
Hey guys, and welcome to the weekly review. In this video, we're going to have a look at week 1 of Split 2 for the European Vainglory 8. Day 1 started off with Cyclone vs Fnatic. Both top squads in the overall point standings, this series was bound to shake up the leaderboard. Cyclone brought in new roster member Bastion in place of PT Lamb. Game 1, Fnatic took advantage of a near-perfect draft with clean execution. Game 2 was evenly matched, but it came down to a push defense from Cyclone that would win them the game. This also highlights the trend of Lyra's struggling into Kestrels.
He's gonna get chased down, but he's able to find a kill. A triple for Waldemar.
Game 3 was solidly in Fnatic's favor, as Net brought out the Flicker, utilizing stealth to surprise Cyclone at game-deciding moments and helping them claim the series.
Will be too late, too little. Looks like it may be the latter of this option, as that's gonna be Radhard taken. Bastion.
Our second series of the day was Team Secret vs Rising Lotus. Team Secret came into week 1 ready to prove themselves utilizing new roster addition I'm the Doom. while Rising Lotus was coming off of their fresh win in the challenge battles against Lemon and Lime.
Annihilation coming out of Team Secret as they're looking.
Game 1 was all secrets, but Game 2, Rising Lotus came back strong with Hell's Devil on Baron, abusing his mobility in the late game.
Looking for Justman, he will get taken down, but Leon, he's currently battling Agony, and that's going to be Frobby coming.
With the series tied up 1-1, Secret brought out the weapon Taka paired with Adagio again. Baron and Sky's mobility meant nothing as the Taka was able to stick to targets and find the kills.
Him in, but Leon just bursts him on down and he's looking for a kill onto Flobby.
Our third series of the day was Fluffy Chickens vs SK Gaming. This was Fluffy Chicken's first showing in the Vainglory 8, and SK were happy to welcome them.
He's getting bursted down and taken on out by Cavalifer. A double for Cavalifer, looking for his triple onto Aeon.
In Game 2, SK brought out the Lane Lance Jungle Scarf, which roasted Chickens in the late game.
Too much, and here comes the Dragon Breath. It's Tyra's, it's all Tyra.
Due to scheduling, we had Mouse and G2 Esports play off stream. G2 took the series with a clean 2-0. Day 2 started off with SK vs Team Secret in a telling matchup. Game 1, Secret abused superior positioning to achieve victory.
Guys, you underestimated Leon. You can never underestimate Leon. What are you thinking right here? SK will be going down. This is going to be Team Secret taking the win.
Game 2 was neck and neck, but with the draft advantage of CP Sky into Rona, Secret took decisive late game fights to secure Game 2 and their spot in the finals.
On this day, rest in peace, dear Cavalifer.
Our second semifinals of the day was G2 Esports vs Fnatic. This is one of the greatest matchups in Europe at the moment. Game 1 didn't disappoint, coming down to a crack and steal by Techno JJ.
Techno's looking for blood. This is Hundor dropping low. Yummy Cat and Frenzy blocked off. Commodore is going low though. The Scarf getting fight the
Game 2 was about as even a match as they come. Ultimately, Keanu on Lance was able to take advantage of team fighting in corridors to swing the game into G2's favor.
Potato lets it loose. Wham! Just takes him down right there.
Game 3, Fnatic had superior target focus, enabling them to outpace G2 and take the series.
But Sky doing pretty good work. Does have some broken misstacks. Hundor, another series strike. The forward barrage. He's doing work. He almost got one.
Our finals was Fnatic vs Team Secret, definitely the two highest performing teams in week 1 of Split 2. Game 1, we saw Secret go to the CP Adagio with Weapon Taka combo for the third time. Fnatic was ready, however, and dismantled Secret's engagements. Game 2, Fnatic took the Taka and paired it with a Vox. Unfortunately for Fnatic, I'm the Doom landed about 90% of his From Hell's Hearts to completely shut down Techno JJ's Vox and tie the series up 1-1.
And this is absolutely going...
Game 3 was cut and dry as Fnatic's Net Toilette played a beautiful flicker, finding perfect engagements. It was easy for his double range team of Ringo and Adagio to follow up with the damage.
Tell me, what is the secret? The secret is not strong enough here.
Taking the series 2-1 over Secret, Fnatic claimed first place in week 1 of Split 2. Showcasing the success of their recent boot camp and hard work, Fnatic find themselves in 5th place overall. Right behind the leaders, where we have G2 Esports with 23 points, Team Secret with 23 as well, SK Gaming with 21 points, Cyclone with 20, Fnatic with 19, Rising Lotus with 9, Fluffy Chickens with 3, and Mouse Sports with 0 points. This has been your weekly review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
It's a fire in love. It's a fire in love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory 8. My name is Action Jackson. I'm here with Tasty Bacon and SweeJ. We are moving on to our third series of the day that was originally meant to be off-stream. We're going to be showing Fluffy Chickens versus Team Secret. In case you missed it, the reason we're hopping into this is because Rising Lotus actually forfeited their series, giving G2 the default win. Rough position for them to be in, but let's talk about this matchup now. Team Secret up first on your screens. We've got Just Man, Tricky, I'm the Doom, Mowgli, and Leon.
And with I'm the Doom coming into this roster after the first split, being now the starting jungler, they're going to give Tricky this opportunity to start and see what they can do with this. It's pretty promising lineup.
I'm hearing that Leon also is starting this week again over Tricky. So Tricky still, they're working out who they want to run with, I guess. Let's have a look at Fluffy Chickens, their opponents. We've got Ryu, Ren, Ponchik, Aeon, Slaints, and Entrance to Hades.
This is a team that plays really well, especially on Ponchik with his awesome Celeste. So love to see what they're going to do. They tend to ban Kestrel and love playing Lance or Flicker.
And by the way, guys, Illo Hook, or however you want to read what was written there, that's Ponchik. Just so you know. I know a lot of people get confused by that one. So let's talk about this matchup a little bit. Draft-wise, Fluffy Chickens, Bacon, you looked at these guys when they were in the Challenger Series quite a lot. What do we want to watch out for from Fluffy Chickens?
It's really, Ponchik is one of the main facets of this team. He's able to just carry so incredibly well, has phenomenal positioning, but as a whole, they work just really well in getting him to these positions where he can be this standout carry.
All right, and from Team Secret side, are there any picks that really stand out to you, SweeJ? Like, what does Team Secret do very well?
Yeah, they do really well when Leon is able to farm and really get to his late game power spike and just carry really hard, as we've seen him on Adagio. They're also very flexible with the draft. They can play Taka, they can play Samuel, they can play Kestro. A lot of supports work in their composition, so Team Secret really has the upper hand, I think, against Fluffy Chickens when it comes to draft.
All right, well, the draft is kicking off here. Fluffy Chickens starting on the A side up against Team Secret. Adagio immediately taken away from Leon.
I like this because they did their homework because they Team Secret played a lot of Adagio last week, and Fluffy Chickens has tended to always ban Kestro for whatever reason. So let's see if that's going to come out in the second phase of the ban here. Team Secret probably banned Fortress, I'm assuming. You know, I haven't seen Fluffy Chickens play Fortress. They actually play Flicker over Fortress. They prefer Lance Flicker compositions usually. Actually, they decided to ban the Vox. Interesting ban.
Very interesting, as it's going to diminish the pool of carries available. Obviously, Team Secret with Leon being in there today, they're going to be comfortable with pretty much any laner that they pick up. So maybe just trying to hit Fluffy Chickens in, cut down what Ponchik's going to be able to run. It's going to be an Arden first pick. That is not something we see come out of this pick position much, if at all.
Yeah, and Arden is actually can be countered by Lyra because when Lyra has that bulwark up, his abilities are disabled. So Team Secret, as projected, they will take away that Kestro because Fluffy Chicken normally bans it away. Now they can flex the Kestro as CP or weapon. They're going to ban the Alpha. Alpha seems to be getting some attention this week. For the first time, I've seen her getting banned in the first or second phase here.
Yeah, we actually saw Alpha getting a lot of attention in Challengers this previous week as well. So it's maybe just it's something that teams have started to pick up on, that there's some strength that they don't want to deal with.
Maybe she's just hacked the draft. She wants more attention.
She's upset. She just got hot fixed like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah.
So is now just getting her vengeance by just jumping into the draft whenever possible.
All right, Fluffy Chickens, it's now time for their ban. 40 seconds roughly on bonus time that they're going into here. Really having to think about what they want to take away
I would
from Team
ban
Secret.
Lance or Lyra. Okay, they're going to ban Lance as projected. Team Secret will probably take the Lyra here. They can also opt for Finn, honestly, because Finn is not bad into Arden as well. But Lyra would probably be the best option. Oh, they're going to take Finn! Perfect. I guess things are working out on my predictions here in the second phase.
You finally synced up with Europe.
I know.
You're
I finally
there.
got the sync, the telepathy with Europe here. I think with Arden, they're going to pick a melee. They want someone that can go in and dive on the Kestro, so Arden can vanguard on top of the melee hero. So like Idris would work, Blackfeather, Rona. There's a lot of melee heroes that would work. Koshka.
So you want them to pick melee into Finn? Because you mentioned before you don't like that.
Yeah, but they have Arden, so it makes sense if they can get onto the carry in the back line and pass the Finn, and then Arden can basically vanguard and help. So they are going to put Ponchik on Celeste because he did really well with it last week.
Yeah, this is a pick that Ponchik's played a lot, even through Challengers, was picking this up ever so often. It's a really strong pick for them.
Glaive, I think, is probably going to come out here potentially, or a Taka will be pretty cool to see, but I think Glaive or Blackfeather will probably be the best options here for them.
They do have a few different directions they could go. Fluffy Chicken's using all of their bonus time to make sure they have the best possible composition into Team Secret. Of course, Team Secret, a very scary opponent. You want to be prepared as possible.
Ooh, Idris, like I said, double barrier. This is actually a really strong combo. Arden Idris is very, very strong. G2 actually played that like 3-4 weeks ago, and they won very hard against their team. So Team Secret here will need to pick something that counters their composition. So Kestro, they probably need to go CP with her because weapon will get countered extremely hard by Celeste. So they're going to go with the CP Kestro and hopefully a weapon Glaive.
Yeah, Idris is a pick that hasn't been seen much at all in Vainglory 8. I mean, so it's a little bit of an unknown factor still in terms of how it gets played at the top level. Obviously, it's a very strong pick. It has been seeing success in the solo queues across the globe, really. But excited to see it here in Vainglory 8 again.
I am as well. Idris is a very cool hero to watch. There's a lot of plays that you can make happen.
Very high skill cap.
Yeah, he's very mechanically demanding of players who decide to utilize him. I do think this is something that makes sense from the Challenger Series, though, right? Like, in the Challenger Series, teams aren't constrained in the same way that they are in the Vainglory 8. Like, they don't constantly fight in that same microcosm of meta. And so they really experiment a lot. And that, normally, when we see a Challenger team rise up, at least for a little while, they are playing a little bit differently. And I think that's what we're seeing here. It's only the second week of Fluffy Chickens being in the Vainglory 8. they're already starting to do things that are a bit different. Now, I want some predictions from you guys. Is this Idris composition that you mentioned G2's played this as a strong composition. Is it one that can actually work for Fluffy Chickens on top of Team Secret?
I think it's a very strong composition. I just think Team Secret is too strong of a team when going up against Fluffy Chickens, so I'm still going to give the edge to Team Secret.
I love Fluffy Chicken's draft. If they can execute this combination really well and get Celeste to the late game, and Idris is a really strong late game as well, and Arden is solid, they can win this against Team Secret.
All right, let's find out who's going to take this one. We're going to be throwing it back onto the Halcyon Forward with Jaws and Excoundrel.
Thank you very much, guys. And we are into this game. Fluffy Chickens versus Team Secret. Team Secret right now, #1 seed on the ladder. It's going to be an interesting game. Fluffy Chickens are going to have to bring it their all. And already, Leon actually starting a fight. Aeon in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have to back off. I'm the Doom. Is getting a lot of damage down to the front line with those Glimmer shots. Fluffy Chickens are going to have to back off for the moment. Ponchik is going to be able to at least trade a little bit of that damage, return it to Team Secret, but for now, Team Secret definitely have the upper hand advantage.
They've got a very strong level 1 composition to have Team Secret, with having an afterburn on Leon, obviously fantastic, and then you have Ponchik has got his Glimmer shot too. Leon actually gets that. They're going to go in.
They are really going to go in. Yeah, Ponchik in a lot of trouble here. I'm the Doom. Just Glimmer shots raining through 2 members of Fluffy Chickens. Ryu Red might be the first casualty of this fight. Leon just cannot get that last auto attack in. Does have to back off. So Fluffy Chickens just narrowly escaping.
Looks like I'm the Doom taking the CP Kestrel to the jungle, by the way. And Leon is going to play a lane glaive. Going to be a lane weapon power glaive, and the CP Kestrel for I'm the Doom is now very low on energy, and now it's Eon just going in, trying to steal away as much as he can. It doesn't manage to get it. I'm the Doom will snipe that one away. We'll get some regeneration. He's got his back camps as well. Not going well for Fluffy Chickens at the start. Not lost anything in terms of first blood or anything major in terms of objectives, but it definitely looks like Team Secret are here to send a message as soon as this game starts. You're welcome to the Vainglory 8. We are your opposition. We're not here to mess around.
Well, they are. They're not here to mess around. That's why they're #1 seed right now. Fluffy Chickens with 3 points on the board, obviously coming up from the Challenger Series. And they had a fantastic time there as well, mind you. Just such a strong, dominant team. And I want to see what they can bring to the VG8 right now, because Team Secret is, realistically, their toughest opponent.
Yeah, one of the toughest, definitely. I actually think Team Secret might now be behind G2. If G2 got the default win against the Rising Lotus, points might now be in favor of G2.
Yeah, G2 25 points right now, having that 2 win from the default win, and then Team Secret joint second with SK Gaming at this current time.
Yeah, so Team Secret have the chance to go up and tie with G2 again if they win this. It looks like, and the Doom, aggressive movements here, but has to be careful.
Yeah, does use the boots to get away. He's going to return a little bit of that damage onto Aeon, and already we're seeing a lot of power and a lot of pick potential from this Idris. Looks like they're going to fight over this Elder Trient here, but Leon with the late roam down. We'll see if he can actually influence the fight. A lot of damage from I'm the Doom once more. Finn with the polite company. Leon's going to come in, and Ponchik's in a lot of trouble, easily being able to pick up the kill. I'm the Doom is going to secure first blood. First blood to Team Secret will put them in a very, very healthy gold lead.
It's a really awkward composition to pick Celeste in, by the way. I think a lot of people would have looked at what happened here and said, all right, okay, that's going to be a weapon power Kestrel in the lane. We're going to see a CP glaive from the jungle. But I actually like the way that Team Secret have adapted this. CP Kestrel is fantastic into Celeste. Celeste cannot answer the movement in active camo of the CP Kestrel, and the range kind of, at least in the early levels, especially before level 9, really threatens that range of the Heliogenesis from the Celeste as well. So this is a very clever way to alter your composition to be very strong against Celeste. Weapon Power Glaive, going to put a lot of pressure on Celeste earlier than a CP Glaive would, and obviously still has that effect of having an Afterburn, which is incredibly high impact at repositioning the Celeste. So this is a very, very good composition to run into a hyper carry like Celeste, and Team Secret seem to have that particular answer all sewn up. The only one, I guess, wild card is the Idris, which we don't see too much of. That can actually do pretty well into the Kestrel, because it can stick onto the Kestrel. You know, you can stick on, prevent her from getting into active camo. You can use your ultimate to try and dodge the Glimmer shots, and obviously that does a lot of damage in its own right too. So that's one of the wild cards that I think Fluffy Chickens have coming into this particular matchup and these drafts.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if he is able to make an impact, because at the moment, I am the Doom, making a big statement up in this lane, just pushing this turret in, and Ponchik taking so much damage. This man has arrived as well, and it's just not the not the quickest, at least, roamers up to this top lane. Ponchik does get jumped on once more. Leon in a little bit of trouble, does have to use his boots to get away. Just Man under the turret as well, taking a couple turret hits, but I'm the Doom just chipping away ever so slowly. And it's about half HP at this current time. Team Secret already laying on the pressure.
You saw exactly why Celeste is pretty bad into those into CP Kestrel, because she couldn't answer the glimmer shots. You can't actually turn and cast Heliogenesis because it is a static animation that puts you in perfect prime position for to get hit by a glimmer shot, full frontal, all that damage raining in on a very squishy target as well. Celeste does not have huge amounts of base HP values. Actually, Leon, be a little bit careful. But again, you saw exactly why CP Kestrel is so good into the likes of the Celeste. The only thing that really brings back some questions is how effective Aeon can be on this Idris. Can he threaten the CP Kestrel enough so that she never gets the positional advantage on the Kestrel, on the Celeste, or is he kind of going to struggle to get past the glaive? Is he going to struggle to get past the Finn? That's the questions that we have. That's a snipe and a win.
Oh my goodness, I'm the Doom out of nowhere. Does pick up the kill onto Donut. Second kill of the game. Ponchik is not having the game that he'd like, maybe, at the start. 5 minutes in, 2 deaths already.
Yeah, Ponchik, he's got a very good Celeste, by the way. It's something that we have seen over the course of Ponchik's career in both the Challenger and even when he played at the top flight of VG8 as well. But again, it's just a really tough situation to play into. Leon is not messing around.
Afterburn, Ryu Ren does get punted back towards the turret. They end up finding a kill, though. Celeste is finally going to get revenge. Leon ends up going down. I'm the Doom, though, setting up the active camo trap. It's going to get a lot of damage through, and Just Man just in the front line, just tanking all of these. I'm the Doom might be able to pick up at least 1 kill here. Boots away from 2 members of Fluffy Chickens. Just Man still just tanking so much of that damage, and I'm the Doom easily. It's so easy for him to just stay around the back line. And in fact, speaking of back line, he's going to find Ponchik there. It might just be able to get the kill. 2 glimmer shots does find him. Does get caught up though as Aeon does travel forward. Not sure he's going to be able to find this because Justman's going to be here. Quibble on. He's so close to going down. Leon is going to reposition him, pick up the kill as well. Fluffy Chicken's just overstaying here. 1 shot, 1 kill. Will go a little bit wide, but it's not going to matter because Leon's going to find himself a double kill.
Oh my word, I'm the Doom with the fancy feet somehow escapes the clutches of Aeon, and that might send a little message. It might tell you the beginning of a story that could unfold throughout this game. The Idris might find it difficult, even being as sticky as he is as this weapon power build, to put enough pressure on I'm the Doom to be able to be as effective tool at dealing with him. Leon came at the right time, obviously, there, but it was the time that I'm the Doom bought. Again, he found that position on the Celeste, blew her up in a couple of those glimmer shots, and then was able to escape from Aeon as well. You have to sort of point your head and say, is Aeon going to be an effective assassin against this this weapon power Idris, or rather this CP Kestrel? Is Aeon going to be good enough to lock down I'm the Doom over and over again? He's going to try and go for it here. The active camo has been procced.
Ooh, it has indeed. There comes the stun. There comes the damage, and Aeon is going to get taken down. Last glimmer shot will finally finish him off. Beautiful active camo trap placement. I'm the Doom. He's just on fire right now.
Did Aeon not see I'm the Doom going to stealth right before he entered that brush? That's what I was wondering. I thought maybe he would have had an indication that that was a trap that had been set up. But Idris is a very squishy target as well, by the way. Idris, very low HP values. Most Idris players will tell you if they can't. But that's a big hook.
Oh, that's a big hook, and that's a big afterburn. Leon's going to follow that one up with a kill. Just Man, he's on fire right now as well. Team Secret just kind of rushing Fluffy Chickens at this current time. They really need to find themselves back in this game, and this Celeste pick has just not worked out for them in the slightest.
Both Idris and Celeste require a bit of time to get rolling, in the correct scenario. And both CP, Kestrel, and Glaive can come online very, very quickly. Team Secret took the momentum advantage that their composition provided, and they're saying, we're not going to let you get to the point where you become effective. That's a broken myth first on Ponchik. No point really, I think, having the Frostburn like you see a lot of Celeste sometimes go, because you're not going to Frostburn and slow Leon that effectively, because if he's gonna afterburn, it's going to be because he's going to land up right on top of you. So the broken myth, I guess, is his best way of saying, if I stack, maybe I can get a burst off very quickly. There was maybe cause to say Shatterglass so that you could use your ultimate and try and burst the Kestrel, but I think that would have been very risky. Requires excellent ultimate placement. I wouldn't be surprised to see a double Shatterglass coming out from either Doom, by the way, because again, it's something that you build into a double squishy, and even though that's a weapon power Idris, this is a double squishy composition. Idris is very low HP values. You know, he has to rush weapon power to get towards that divergent path that makes him a key target in terms of having very little defense early on. That's where Iron Doom can look to exploit. They are investing in a bit of shielding, though. You can see Eon picked up some tier 1 Jaws.
Yeah, they do at least want to resist a little bit of that damage. I'm the Doom is going to pick up a second Shatterglass, rightfully said it, Scoundrel, and that's going to be right. You read going down. The Gauntlet animation came through, but it wasn't enough. So I'm the Doom is going to be able to just tear through Fluffy Chickens right now. He's almost going to take away that Treant. That's a nice force to call, but it is going to get blocked by Ponchik. They are going to find Aeon here. Will he be able to get over that wall? I'm not sure he will. Does use the divergent path. Aeon in a lot of trouble. He's just going to get caught up, and I don't think he's going to be long for this, long for the fold at all. One shot, one kill, going a little bit wide there. Just man, they're toying with him at this time.
What though? Look at Aeon though. He's able to dodge and dive away from those glimmer shots. So very, very tricky to lock a CP or weapon power Idris down, but regardless, they are just zoning him away while the rest of Team Secret run rabid or run rampant on these turrets. I know, run rabid, that's not a real phrase. Run rampant on these turrets, and they also get that Leon Bodyguard.
Boy.
Leon Bodyguard, holy moly, the afterburn to block the Celeste ultimate. That was a play, my friends. I don't know if it was actually going to kill I'm the Doom, but it looked gosh darn fancy.
Hold my beer, I got you, buddy. He does manage to block half the Solar Storm. Yeah, it did look pretty fancy. I think he's been looking pretty fancy this whole game, I think. I mean, the afterburns he's been getting off are just absolutely fantastic, and I'm the Doom with just the consistent damage follow-up as well.
Do we need to even question that, though? It's Leon.
That's true.
Leon has been said to be one of the best Vainglory players, let alone laners, outside of Eastern Asia. You know, you look at the likes of Druid, but Leon is one of the best Western players I think Vainglory has. It's just finding him a team that he functions well on, and I've got to say he's looked very good on this Team Secret lineup. Here they go again. They are going to start to push into the Fluffy Chicken space already.
This is so scary. Look at the positioning from I'm the Doom. Has set up that active camo trap. Ryu Ren is just playing with fire right now. Leon is going to find one. Will the Gauntlet come down in time? I'm not sure it will, because he just ends up falling. Just Man finally picks up a kill. I'm the Doom almost going down, though. Has to back off. Forced to cord onto Ponchik. Will just completely misposition him. And now he's in the midst of Team Secret. They are going to make it. They are going to be able to pick up that kill. Team Secrets are just going to find that. They are going to back off. That Kraken is up in 3 minutes, and there's not much Aeon can do.
This Kraken's up in 3 minutes, guys. They've broken the base, but they've got to wait 3 minutes till the Kraken comes online. That just shows you how dominant Team Secret have been. And the Doom, he is setting up a big scout trap. I guess either for Eon. They're going to walk straight over it, but he's backed off already.
Ooh, one shot, one kill. Doesn't happen. Goes a little bit wide.
Yeah, both Glimmer Shot and one shot, one kill will proc an active camo trap. So I guess he was looking for the long range snipe onto a big hit from the one shot, one kill into an active camo proc as well. Was worth a go. That was obviously very close to both Ponchik and Eon walking straight over it, but just didn't quite have the timing and the lineup there correct. But look at the item spikes, and we've already got another fight. Well, look at the item spikes when this comes down. Leon's got a poison shiv for a bit of sustain, prevents any sustain coming out from Eve of Harvest as well for Illa hooks, and makes it, or at least halves it anyway, so it makes it very difficult to get regular sustain from that Eve of Harvest. And he has the Alcyon charges for the cooldown reduction too.
Oh man, uh-oh, I'm the Doom. Oh, maybe showed himself a little too soon. He's going to find himself 3. There comes the Gauntlet. They finally pick him up. Aeon's going to secure himself a kill, but Leon is going to come during the fight as well. Not going to get stunned up by the Gauntlet. Almost takes out Aeon. Ponchik actually gets forced to corded. And I do think that Team Secret are going to have to back off here in a 2v3 situation, but Fluffy Chickens are going to look to chase this one. There's a lot of damage coming out from the Celeste, but Leon wants a little bit of this. It's going to be a massive quibble. 1 to 3.
Oh,
he
Leon!
takes that 1, he takes that 2. It's not going to matter at all, because they're just going to chase them down. Fluffy Chickens, their damage dealers are gone. 1 shot, 1 kill comes out. Not going to quietly find him, but Leon's going to secure that one. Triple kill and the ace.
That was disgusting. That was just a weapon power glaive with that cleave wrecking these squishies in the back line. Like we said, he's already picked up the Sorrow Blade Poison Shift. Quite a bit of damage coming out at this point in time. All set up maybe from I'm the Doom. Oh, Leon did just talk about how eloquently he set that fight up. He did just fail an afterburn over the wall. You do have to keep an eye. I'm the Doom's maybe Lily being a little bit too lackluster. I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for?
Oh, aggressive. I mean, not as cautious.
Yeah, that's something to describe not being so cautious. He's really just sort of, I guess, throwing caution to the wind with how he's playing with these traps. But now he's got the backup of his team, it works a little bit better. It looks straight over. That's a perfect opportunity, but he missed it.
No, he finds one though. Ponchik in a lot of trouble. And the Doom actually is going to go down to Aeon. It's a 2v3 situation and make that a 2v2 because Leon finds one. Aeon's still backing off here. Forced to court. It is going to get blocked by the Crucible. Team Secret still not being able to end this one. And I'm the Doom just yet again in the base gets caught out.
Yeah, I think what I need to see is when I'm the Doom pulls the trigger with the Glimmer Shot, that is an instantaneous call for Leon to find an afterburn. It was too disjointed the way they're trying to set it up. I understand what I'm the Doom is doing here. He's looking to set up a double scout trap. He's looking to blow one member of Fluffy Chickens up instantaneously, and then they can potentially, close out and win the game. The problem is that if he doesn't hit that and doesn't get the double scout trap, or doesn't blow up a singular target straight away, then Leon needs to be able to pull the trigger straight away. He needs to be able to pull the trigger once I'm the Doom has revealed himself. Not quite getting that level of consistency between the engage from I'm the Doom and the backup from his team. So maybe if we see that come together, it'll be a complete whitewash of a team fight. But right now they're just giving Fluffy Chickens more time. They're just giving Fluffy Chickens more time to hit late game Celeste, who is, one item away from having, or at least half an item away from having 3 items, and giving more time for Eon to build up defenses. And that's kind of not what you want. You do want to capitalize on that early advantage that you had. They are going to take Cracker potentially, though, Jaws.
Yeah, they are. Ray Ranger was trying to do a little something to stop it, but it wasn't going to happen. I'm the Doom. His active camo off to the side here. Fluffy Chicken's just making a very, very forced retreat here. In fact, actually, they're staying just a little bit. I'm the Doom. Is going to find Ponchik. Sets up the active camo trap. This is going to be trouble for Ponchik. He's found him, and the recall comes off from Aeon as well. So Ponchik is completely trapped here up against the completely invisible I'm the Doom. Oh dear, this is so sad to watch. Oh my god, the damage. Literally one-shot Simic Scoundrel. Fluffy Chickens, they're going to have to take out the Kraken. I'm not sure how long they're going to survive. I think Team Secret are just going to take it this time.
Yeah, they should be able to finish this one off. They've only got one turret left available. Aeon, with that chakra, might be able to do some defensive work on these minion waves. Gonna get pulled in. Late Crucible, this should be another fight.
It should be. I'm the Doom really low. Gorla goes down, doesn't find anybody really. Leon's going to dart over it using the afterburn. One shot, one kill is going to get avoided, but that Kraken is still melting those turrets. There goes one. The other one got destroyed earlier, and there goes the Vein Crystal. Game number 1 will be in Team Secret's pocket.
Yeah, they were super dominant from the get-go. They switched things up. They made it a CP Kestrel from the jungle, weapon-powered glaive in lane. Puts lots of pressure on the Celeste early on. Celeste cannot and will not deal with the CP Kestrel that's played effectively. And Eon needed time to get to the point where he was going to be a major threat to the Kestrel. You saw the damage coming out eventually was very high. And actually, I'm the Doom was getting taken out from time to time. But Team The Secret didn't give the time for the Fluffy Chicken's composition to come online. You need to get to late game with your Celeste in most cases. And the fact that Team Secret re-altered their composition, they had the flexibility of running glaive or Kestrel in lane and jungle, depending on what they were going up against. It was super flexible. They played it the correct way. Ponchik was a null, 1 and 10 as you can see, and I think Team Secret just ran away with that.
Yeah, they really did, and what a tough opponent they're up against right now. I mean, Fluffy Chickens, they're really going to have to pull something out of the bag in game number 2, but we'll jump straight over to the analyst desk now, and they're going to break that game down a little bit more.
Thank you very much, guys. What is there to break down here? That was just a total implosion of Fluffy Chickens.
I mean, you almost wonder if it's just, is Team Secret just that good? How much of it is an underperformance from Fluffy Chickens? How much of it is just Team Secret performing at the level that we know that they can perform at?
I mean, if we look at this replay real quick, this was kind of a moment of spectacle in that game where Leon just makes it happen. This is what you mean, right? Like, you shouldn't be able to do this.
Yeah, you can't bunch up against a glaive too, because he does AoE basic attack damage with his cleave and his ultimate. And he has lifesteal. He has a poison shiv on top of his stacks. And Leon just decimated them with the amount of weapon power that he had. And he was a higher level than them as well. So the fact that they just bunched up together on top of Leon was a really bad decision to do against Glaive.
Heading into game number 2, the Idris didn't work, but it almost, I feel like it could have. Like, there was some really high damage coming out of him, at least in the early game. What I think didn't work more than that was the Celeste. Like, I feel like that was a bit of a problem for them throughout a lot of that game. It's not quick enough, given how Team Secret wants to push very quickly and be very aggressive. So would you maybe look to change that, or would you change everything from what Fluffy Chickens is doing?
It's tough to say because again, it looked like they were just outmatched. Like just on an individual player skill level, it looked like Team Secret was just a stronger team, period. And so it's really tough to try and say, what do we change in the draft to make ourselves have a chance to win if it's not necessarily the draft that is the difference between these teams.
Yeah, Fluffy Chicken just needs to play more confident. They need to engage with the Ardent Gauntlet. They needed to engage with Idris and get his barrier up his last 3.5 seconds. And then once the barrier's gone, Ardent can give him another 4-second barrier. He can get on the backline easily by just Aing in, ulting, jumping onto Kestrel, getting a Vanguard on top of Kestrel, killing her, and then taking care of the Glaive while Celeste tries to kite Glaive. They need to play to their win conditions, and they're just playing scared or they're constantly on defense, which is not going to work against Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret are a very good team at just breaking those defenses. Leon is kind of a siege breaker in his play style. He'll make a play out of nowhere, which you just wouldn't expect to happen at all.
And just to mention, with Leon being in there today, it was actually Tricky reached out to us through Twitter to say that his internet at home is actually just completely broken, and so that's why he's not able to be playing here today. But again, if you have Leon as your backup, not the worst situation to be in as a team.
All right, Team Secret versus Fluffy Chickens. This is game number 2. We're starting the draft. Team Secret ban away that Vox.
Vox taken off the board once again, so Team Secret putting a bit of emphasis there, not wanting to allow Ponchik to have that hero.
Yeah, and I think Fluffy Chicken should ban the Kestrel here. I think that's probably the smartest option for them since it's something that they always consistently banned before. They decided to ban Fortress instead. So let's see what Team Secret is. Team Secret going to first pick this Kestrel here? Yep, they will. Fluffy Chickens, man. Change your draft sometimes. So Fluffy Chickens now needs to play a good hard counter into this potential CP Kestrel here. Lyra is probably not the best option. You probably want Arden with an Assassin or something. Would be really strong. So they decided to ban the way to Finn because Kestrel and Finn are very strong together.
Yeah, it's a duo that you don't really want to have to deal with, as was evidenced in the previous game. But with Alpha, once again, going to get targeted by Team Secret. So,
yeah, I think Fluffy Chickens here needs to play an Assassin or potentially even Flicker with Lyra carry, but I don't know if that's something that they want to try out. They are going to go with the Ringo. Gwen might be a better option, though, because Gwen can reveal the Kestrel for 2 seconds. But Ringo does have that range over Gwen.
And Ponchik has played Ringo quite extensively as well. Tends to have some really good positioning, really good stutter stepping mechanics there as well. So we'll see if that can be enough for them with this Lance coming through for Secret. And not knowing if that's going to go to Just Man or if it will be for I'm the Doom in the jungle. And the Glaive coming through. So now we really don't know. Again, these can be flexed so many different ways. We just saw Glaive in lane. We could see Glaive as a captain or as the jungler.
Where's this Grumpjaw going? I would assume that he is going to be in the jungle.
CP
Grumpjaw
Yeah.
jungle, yeah.
So we haven't seen a ton of CP. We've seen a lot of captain.
We haven't
and
seen
we've
any
some
CP
weapon.
Grumpjaw yet.
Yeah. I've been meaning to try out CP Grumpjaw, but every time I get him in a game, I'm just like, yeah, I could go weapon though. And then I do.
You just got to talk to Dowsy about it.
Is it good?
I'm kind of sad that Dowsy isn't actually casting this game because Dowsy was the one that introduced me to the CP Grumpjaw, and it's pretty monstrous. If it can get rolling, the damage output is insane.
So how does it work? Is it all about the upfront damage from your dash, or?
For the most part, you build it very similarly to how we've seen the utility junglers get built in the throughout this whole season. The Storm Crown with an Aftershock, and it's just this massive burst of damage that somehow also manages to be sustained damage because he actually has some pretty decent crystal power ratios on his abilities.
Yeah, his base is really high. The key to CP Grumpjaw, they build Storm Crown, Aftershock, but a lot of people don't build defense, any crystal defense. So a level 5 Grumpy does 800 damage with no CP. 800 damage if you have 5 living armor stacks on you. So, and he can eat twice in a fight. It'll be like a 20-second cooldown with an Infusion, Aftershock, Storm
And at
Crown.
that point of the game, most people have like maybe 1,000 health.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane. Maybe this is what Fluffy Chickens need. Guys, predictions for game number 2?
I still think Team Secret just looks too strong.
Just the way how Team Secret is playing, yeah, I think Team Secret going to take it away.
All right, well, we're heading on to the Halcyon Fold. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on this Grump Job pick. Let's find out how it does with Jaws and Scoundrel.
Thanks, guys, and yeah, what a kind of curveball that they've sent us down. Fluffy Chicken's picking up this Grumpjaw. Team Secret keeping with their couple of old picks here. There's already a fight at level 1. They're going to jump on I'm the Doom. He's very low, and Aeon actually picking up first blood already. Justman does miss the Impale, and Ponchik is completely left alone in this back line. Leon might just go down here as well. Another kill comes through, and that will be Ryu Ren picking up one. Ponchik very low. Justman needs one more attack to kill Ponchik. Ends up falling himself. Double kill for Ryu Ren. Fluffy Chicken's already off to a very nice start.
That is a monstrous start, not only for the Grumpjaw being a monster himself, but also for Fluffy Chickens. Super aggressive. They had the composition to deal with the CP Kestrel. CP Kestrel generally suffers against one type of composition, and that is essentially generally dive compositions. Grumpjaw is incredibly good at forcing a dive because of his ultimate and the fact of his A is just a lot of impact damage too. I think that was potentially misplayed by Team Secret. Leon looked like he wanted to set up getting Ringo into position for the Glimmer Shots, but the Glimmer Shots were never going to get past the Grumpjaw because he was blocking all of them. He was right in front of Celeste. Actually, it might have been better for Team Secret to then peel the Grumpjaw away, play from range with the Glimmer Shots, and maybe have taken a better level 1 fight there. But that's a great start for Fluffy Chickens. Exactly what they needed after that last game.
Most definitely, and with that, Aeon obviously picking up that first kill, that first blood, mind you, as well. So that's a lot of gold in his back pocket to actually use. I want to see where he goes with this one and if they can stretch out this early game advantage, because even though we've seen Team Secret fall behind a couple of times, and it's only been a couple of Scoundrel, they always seem to come back.
It's still Team Secret, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
The guys talked about the guys on the desk talked about Team Secret. You know, looking generally. When you approach team, this is just a caliber of team that should beat Fluffy Chickens. I don't want to sort of phrase it in too many different ways, but this is a caliber of team that should win. You talk about teams who have functioned on a team level, the players individually, you know, these some of the players that first hit 3k elo. Functionally, as a team, they should win. They're actually going to go aggressive onto Aeon here.
Well, they found Aeon. Donut is going to be here as well. He's doing a fair bit of damage. Aeon's not falling, actually. I'm the Doom. He's going to get the snipe with the Glimmer Shot. And now Fluffy Chicken's on the retreat. Nice little rotation there. Very, very quick on the feet. And Aeon, Leon even, will be able to assist in that kill. And with that, I'm the Doom. We saw what happened when he got snowballing last time. He's picked himself off the kill.
Absolutely. It's given him a bit of an advantage. You can start to push into the jungle here from Fluffy Chickens. Does actually pick up that forward healing camp, even though Fluffy Chickens did try and rally around with the vision to try and snipe it away. Good thing for CP Casual as well, if you continually spam those Glimmer Shots, you're going to be able to continuously chunk those living armor, keep the damage up and keep those living armor stacks going down on the Grumpjaw. You want to try and do that as much as possible. The damage reduction from living armor is pretty ridiculous, so you need to do your best to try and maintain those on a low level, so you're actually getting as much damage onto Grumpjaw as possible. He's going to go down the Storm Crown build path, which means he's likely going to go to the Aftershock afterwards as well, which means if he does land his A onto Celeste, she is donezo. So you need to have a lot of good positioning from I'm the Doom here, making sure he's maintaining good distance away from Aeon. And eventually, we might get to the point where he's able to evade the ultimate from Grumpjaw consistently because he's stuck in active camo 24/7, and that's where Vision's going to come in a key point for Ryu Ren.
I mean, Ryu Ren, is there an argument there he actually picks up Contraption fairly early just to get a lot of that vision down? Because I'm the Doom, he was a nightmare to deal with last game.
Well, you don't necessarily need the Crucible as long as Ponchik and maybe, as long as Ponchik hits the reflex, you would imagine. So
that was close.
You don't necessarily need the Crucible. So yeah, I think the Contraption could be definitely an easy pickup for Ryu Ren's second item.
It makes a lot of sense. Has obviously got the fountain and Sigil to kind of heal himself up. Almost got taken out by him, the Doom, mind you. Aeon is going to wander towards the lane now. But the problem is, I'm the Doom, pretty much almost permanently invisible. He's almost at that point in the game where he can just be an absolute menace. Now it's time for Fluffy Chickens to kind of go for the engagement here. And I want to see how Aeon actually uses his ultimate coming into this one, because it's going to be very easy to say, I'm going to try and get I'm the Doom. But in that permanent invisibility, it's going to be very, very tough.
Not permanent invisible just yet. You need the double Shatterglass thing to start making that happen. But also, there's several tactics to using Grumpjaw's ultimate. Sometimes it's just as effective to take the captain out of the fight so that they can't use any of their items. And then you basically have free reign of just dealing the damage necessary to deal with both the carries. So there's plenty of different options using Grumpjaw's ultimate. Realistically, Jaws, when you force a 2 versus 3, it's going to be good regardless of who you take out. You give yourself an instant man advantage by using Grumpjaw ultimate. And that's where Justman's probably going to have to think about Crucible, because he needs to block, if he can, that Grumpjaw ultimate, which can be very difficult to block in its own right.
Yeah, the animation for that is fairly hard to see, so Justman will have to be hot on his fingers if he does pick up the Crucible next item, which I'm sure he will. Aeon has reached that level 6 point now as well. Right, Random maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Leon actually just gets completely denied by the Bright Bulwark. I'm the Doom doing a fair bit of damage, but Aeon has found someone. Nom 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 nom. Will be able to just spit out. There he goes. Leon finally finding a kill though, actually delivered to Ryuren. So actually, that's going to be a trade. Team Secret are going to be able to pick up a kill off the back of that one.
They essentially wanted Ririn to be there to stop a potential afterburn escape using the Bright Bulwark, but Leon just said, okay, you're low, I'm going to kill you, that's absolutely fine. It was the best situation I think Leon could have achieved from that. But again, you know, you don't necessarily need to focus the Kestrel with this ultimate. Taking anybody out forces a 2 versus 3 advantage, which is always good, and especially if you see Ririn go for War Treads, you know, fairly early on here, you could see potentially Ririn go for War Treads, and then you use the Grumpjaw ultimate and you War Treads out of there. Suddenly you've extracted and isolated a single enemy target, and then you burst them. So, I don't know how quickly Team Secret are going to be able to respond to that. So that's, you know, there's several different ways that you can approach this game, I think, for Fluffy Chickens. I don't know which is necessarily best. If I were Fluffy Chickens, I'd probably go for the contraption regardless, maybe not rush the War Treads and say, actually, Vision's super important against CP Kestrel. But again, they have those options on the table.
I mean, that would be kind of entertaining to watch, let's not lie. Grumpjaw eating someone, War Treadsing out, and they are halfway across the map from their team, and then just soloing them down. I'm not sure Team Secret will be too happy about that, but it would be entertaining to watch. One shot, one kill does hit Ryuren. They're in a little bit of trouble now. Bright Bulwark is going to get used once more, but in fact, Afterburn's going to be saved as Ryuren almost goes down instantly, ends up falling. Aeon is going to find someone to eat, but Justman, I think he's going to be all right. Finds the Githy and multi-Aeon. I'm the Doom trading up a lot of damage here. Fountain is going to have to get popped, and Team Secret now on the retreat. That Crystal Sentry doing a fair bit of work to their front line. Will end up taking it out, however.
The quicker they take that sentry off the board, the more freedom they're going to have to follow up on the Grumpjaw. One of those areas, those hotbeds for Grumpjaw to deliver a team member to, will be Crystal Sentry and Turret. Actually, it looks like Elohook, not Elohook, Ponchik, nearly got taken out there by I'm the Doom on this CP Kestrel, but was able to just escape with a minuscule amount of life. Eon's now got that ultimate up available again.
Oh boy, oh, it gets Githy all the way, but it wasn't actually enough. Afterburn's still available, is going to actually punt it away. Donut, as he ends up falling there yet again. Leon trading up another kill. Justman is onto the sidelines here, not too much damage. Aeon needs to find a little bit there. There goes the sigil. Ryuren actually is going to pick up that kill. Justman is going to use his boots to just run away from the Grumpjaw. 2 kills going over to the side of Fluffy Chickens, though, and that's going to be, again, another kill trade, and they are in the gold lead, however, so, I mean, it's anyone's game at this point.
Look, when you're playing against the Grumpjaw, the quicker that you can remove sort of danger spots like turrets and crystal sentries from the map, the easier time that you'll have dealing with him outside of his own base. The quicker Team Secret can siege that tier 1 turret and take it, the quicker they can get that crystal sentry removed from the map, the less hotbeds of ultimates that Aeon can find. So he will be less likely to be able to get you delivered under a turret, less likely to deliver you to the crystal sentry, and it makes it slightly less effective to use that kind of runaway tactic with that Grumpjaw ultimate. So that could be a thing to keep your eye on here. Team Secret needs to take away some of these really tough spots on the map.
Crucible did actually get used to block the Hellfire Brew there. One shot, one kill did come out. Aeon dashing forward. He does get a lot of damage onto Leon. There, he's going to have to back off quite sharp. That Crucible is going to be quite key there, because it's on a 30-second cooldown, so they can obviously just play this fight out. But if Aeon gets any kind of a flank, he's going to find himself in a nice, tasty position coming into these fights.
It is contraption second for Riuren, by the way. Looks like he's going aggressive.
Passageway, yeah, they're actually going to find I'm the Doom. He's in a lot of trouble now. They're going to spit him out next to the turret. Ends up getting killed instantly. Justman as well on the wrong side of the fight. Does end up going down to the Grumpjaw. Double kill for Aeon. And with Leon not really being able to do anything in that fight. Beautiful passageway from Ryuren to get the Bright Bulwark down.
Oh my, I didn't even think about that. That saves that A. You don't even need to use it to gap close. You just deliver Grumpjaw through the portal directly to the target that you want to eat. eat him, and then AOA use that hangry. It's not hangry. I never remember the name of these terribly named.
Terribly named skill.
They're not terrible. I remember doing my video on Grumpjaw a while ago, and I said I hate the words like hangry for some reason. It just, like physically makes me cringe inside. Even though I understand the concept of it being quite fun, but maybe I'm just not a fun person. I don't think I'm a fun person.
You don't think I think you're a fun person, man. Maybe just getting a bit too old for this, though, eh?
I might be too old for the word hangry, Jaws.
Maybe so. Regardless, if you're too old. But it's a perfect Grumpjaw delivery system, right? That's what's quite funny about it, because he just pops through the passageway, and it's a bit of a see you later. Unless they want to do a swap sides kind of thing, and I'm the Doom goes in towards Fluffy Chickens, it's going to be a bad spot for them. Speaking of a bad spot, right, Ren does find another bright bulwark. Such an oppressive tool coming into Team Secret's composition.
And again, all these scout traps make it so that even if you deliver Kestrel, there'll always be a way to spot her in the active camo. Oh, they're basically Ponchik forcing the Crucible use on the Hellfire Brew. And that's great, because then there's no protection, because I'm the Doom's not going to pick up his own reflex block more than likely, and that means Eon gets a free ultimate on him. This is great tactical play here by Fluffy Chickens. Look to have got Team Secret's number in this particular game, and specifically, they look to have the number of I'm the Doom's CP Kestrel.
I mean, yeah, it was an absolute menace to them in the first game, and they decided, you know what, let's go all in on this Kestrel pick, make sure we can take her out ASAP, and then just win the team fight from there, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, I'm the Doom has had 3 times the deaths he's had in last game. I mean, no, Leon, sorry, he's had 3 times the death they've had in last game. I mean, that's quite incredible in itself. Leon might be a little bit caught out here. Does see Afterburn towards the Crystal Sentry, but Just Man is coming around from the side. Does land a root. I'm the Doom's going to get the one-shot, one kill. Or Ren's going to take the brunt of all of that. Just Man going fairly low, but Aeon is going to find one. Leon's going to get completely devoured. We'll see what happens next as Leon does mean out to pick up 1 kill when he finds another one there. I'm the Doom trading up a fair bit of that one, returning to sender, and Aeon is going to have to back out of this one. Team Secret, yet again, even though Aeon used the ultimate there, they do manage to at least secure a couple of kills off it, and in fact, this might be another one as he does go really low, does manage to dash away in time. Crystal Sentry just for the backup.
Crystal Sentry's there, they're not going to take it, but they might be working towards this tier 1 turret. They do have the Kestrel. Look at all these scout traps that they have to clear out, though. This is how difficult it is for a CP Kestrel. Nowhere you go is safe. Everywhere is a scout trap. This might be very difficult, and that's why they're playing this at the absolute maximum range. They do get that first turret. It opens up the map now. Suddenly, it's a little bit easier to follow up Grumpjaw with his ultimate. You saw there, pardon me, video. You saw there in that situation, Grumpjaw ulted, obviously got Leon out of the way, but it was very easy for Team Secret to follow up because the areas that they followed up to weren't danger areas, so they just basically were able to go straight in. That's a nice combo. That is a great combo.
So they're going fairly low. He's going to have to back off. That was very, very disgusting. The one-shot, one kill does an absolute ton of damage with that double Shatterglass, man.
Yeah, exactly. Again, double Shatterglass coming out. Not so effective, I would say, this time round, because you're not going into a double squishy. Plus, look at the Aegis finished already for Ponchik. Aegis for Eon. Atlas Pauldron's there for Ren to deal with Leon, who's got a lot of attack speed now as well. Fluffy Chicken's defensive itemization game is on point.
Oh man, they might have found someone. Passageway actually is going to get followed through. Ren is going to be able to get out of the one alive, so no more delivery system. That's going to be on cooldown for another 45 seconds. Ponchik taking a fair bit of damage as well. It's going to be Team Secret's fight now, as a lot of that engaged potential is actually nullified with those cooldowns going down.
Yeah, not sure how I feel about not using the Atlas Pauldrons there for rear end, but it does now give them the option at this point in time. Here comes the Hellfire Brew. Now, I'm going to block it with the Crucible again.
Yeah, I mean, there's no follow-up, that's the thing, but I'm not sure they're going to need it. Leon does find Ponchik. I'm the Dude just taking so much damage, doesn't even need to eat him, as Aeon does manage to kill him in the end. But it's a 1-for-1 trade right now. Aeon's going to have to run away. Leon just doing so much work on this glaive once more. Guy's an absolute monster on this pick, and just, man.
18 stacks of breaking point 2, Jaws. That was just like Leon left to his own devices, just monstrously destroying Ponchik. And then, despite the Atlas Pauldrons on Eon, despite the Atlas Pauldrons on Ren, which I'm not even sure got used, I couldn't see, he had 18 stacks of breaking point. So then was just wrecking this armor value as well. The DPS, when you have that many stacks of breaking point, especially with a Sword Blade and the Poison Shiv, very, very high.
Absolutely. It's insane, because the amount of pressure that Fluffy Chickens are putting on I'm the Doom, he does get eaten. it doesn't really matter because Leon is going to be there with the upfront damage as well. He is just completely ignored in some instances of this of these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the beauty of what Team Secret are doing, I guess, in these situations. That yes, I'm the Doom is a threat, and yes, he has to be focused in some ways, but the best part, oh goodness me.
Oh my goodness, that was disgusting. Bright Bulwark is going to get used. One shot, one kill though. He's going to find it and secure that one. Donut in a lot of trouble here underneath his turret. Aeon is going to be here as well for the defense, but he's just going to eat Just Man. He gets completely denied though as he just gets trapped against that wall. 3 members on top of him, and that'll be another kill, another 2 kills in fact coming through for Team Secret. I think they're just going to look towards the Kraken at this point in the game.
Got a triple Atlas pauldron though, Jaws, so I guess you could take a silver lining. Died, loses the turret, and might even lose the Kraken here as well. Team Secret found their footing back into this game. Leon's at a point where he is hitting like a monster. And obviously I'm the Doom. He's the one that's getting focused a lot of the time, but that just leaves Leon with this breaking point. And I think that's the key item for me in this particular matchup here. The breaking point is the key item because it means the longer that you focus I'm the Doom, the more threatening Leon becomes. If you focus Leon to begin with, then I'm the Doom is threatening from the backline because of those glimmer shots and how much damage he can output. So that was the key item for me to make it less of a take a member out of the team fight and we win, and more of a who do we focus first so that they don't actually get the damage down while we're focusing them.
I mean, one thing to take away from this series is how much of a fight Fluffy Chickens are putting up in this game. And their ability to draft as well has just been absolutely fantastic. Right, Bulwark is going to get used. Aeon's actually going to try and find I'm the Doom. Dashes forward, doesn't manage to find anything whatsoever. Leon's going to be here with the upfront damage, and I'm the Doom's going to come in as well with those glimmer shots absolutely hitting like a ton of bricks. They're not doing a fair bit of work to Just Man there, although all that armor will help him out. Right, you ran in a lot of trouble. Has to take the passageway away, but no, Donut is completely caught, ends up falling. Aeon does manage to devour I'm the Doom, but they're just going to destroy the turret in the meantime, and he's going to be in the midst of 3 of them once more. That turret almost taking out I'm the Doom as well. That Kraken just doing a whole lot of work.
That was a very well played team fight from Team Secret, and you can see if the initial engage from Grumpjaw doesn't go through, you see how much of an issue Grumpjaw has at getting the team fight then to work in his favor. If you can get past that initial A engage from the Grumpjaw, and then and then he doesn't get the ultimate off either, that's the perfect situation. And the Doom's going to try and step out and gets killed here, but is Kraken going to be able to finish the game with Just Man? That's the question.
I think he is. One more attack will do it. Kraken hits the crystal finally. They do end up taking the series 2-0. Fluffy Chickens with such an incredible composition put up such an immense fight against our seed 1 or like top seeded team right now. Team Secret, I mean, they played their composition well, and Leon's an absolute beast on the glaive, but Fluffy Chicken's really starting to make a name for themselves.
Absolutely. The one issue with Grumpjaw is you need to hit your A to get that burst damage off, and especially a CP Grumpjaw, if you don't hit it, then you're kind of stuck tanking damage. And you saw Leon would stack. He would stack his breaking point on Eon because he was basically stuck in no man's land. Once you use the A and it fails, and you don't get an ultimate off immediately, then unfortunately, you know that you just become like a sitting duck. A little bit like Lance when he misses an impale, it just becomes free stacks for whoever's like hitting him. That was the case for Leon and Aeon there. And essentially they were just, once that breaking point came through, it was a lot easier for Team Secret to say, well, if they focus on the Doom, Leon could just stack up his breaking point and then using Afterburn, just find a target and blow them up, especially like Ponchik, and then eventually have the stacks to deal with Eon, who was never going to compete with a fully stacked glaive with Poison Shiv as well. So I think once that item came through for Team Secret, they had the game sewn up in a bag.
That'll be it for our second best of 3 today. Fluffy Chickens, they want to make sure they are known in the VGA, and I think the analysts need to break this game down even further because that really could have gone either way. Take it away, boys.
I tell you, we definitely saw some of the power of that Crystal Grumpjaw. There were some moments in the early game where we were just sitting here like, what happened? But it didn't translate that well moving forwards, especially in that Lance, like that last fight, for example. Grumpjaw couldn't get on target. It was just not possible because of the amount of crowd control coming out.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Fluffy Chickens. I mean, they had a golden opportunity handed to them due to the earlier forfeit, but Team Secret, that's such a tough opponent. It's a really difficult matchup for them, and unable to capitalize.
One other thing I think we got to touch on is a few of the failed Bright Bulwarks into the Lance and the Glaive, right? That was a critical thing to keep happening. And you can see here, early on, Team Secret wins their first fight because that one doesn't land on time. We have another one right after this we're going to show you too.
Yeah, the Bright Boar is really critical because it disables a lot of movement abilities, especially when Glaive dives in. That's when you want a Bright Boar. It'll snare them and slow them, and Grumpjaw can eat Glaive. A lot of times, Leon is landing a very critical afterburns that really changes the team fight around. And as soon as Glaive comes in, Grumpjaw needs to eat him, and then they need to dive the Kestrel. They did a lot of they did it really well in the early game. They would eat and then run away. But we just know that Glaive Lance is such a strong combo, especially with the late game and Leon with Breaking Point. He got like 15 plus stacks in a lot of fights. So you can see in this replay here how strong the Glaive Lance combo is. Like, first of all, Lyra's out of position. You don't want to be out of position with the CP Kestrel like this. So she wastes the Brightborg again, gets killed by Kestrel. And you can see here Grumpjaw comes in and look at what Glaive Lance does. Like, they just shut him down. He gets knocked into the wall, and then Glaive and Lance just basically eat him alive. So, and this happens again with the Kraken push. Glaive and Lance push Ringo into the wall, or Grumpjaw actually. He gets locked down, and Glaive just gets stacks after stacks, and like the caster said, Leon just starts cleaning up.
Yeah, and that was the worst possible time for that play to happen because Kraken had just spawned.
Yep.
It was going to mean, defeat pretty much for them. So Team Secret take that series 2-0. Let's have a look at the brackets. You can start to see our semis build up. Of course, if you missed it, Rising Lotus forfeited their series against G2 Esports, meaning that we know our first semifinals already. It's going to be G2 versus Team Secret. We're going to be showing our next match to work out who plays SK Gaming Day 2. It's going to be a very important match, too.
Yeah, big opportunities for Rising Lotus. This has opened the door for them now, even though they're sitting for Mouse Sports. Sorry, even though I was expecting to have Rising Lotus games, okay, but no, because now Rising Lotus and Fluffy Chicken's getting 0 points on the week. If Mouse Sports can finally get themselves on the board, if they make a good run of it this week and next week, they could still find themselves in the Unified Championship.
All right, guys, we're going to do a giveaway real quick. Go ahead into the Twitch chat and enter the name of the team who won our last series in lowercase, all one word. When we're back, we have our next series, the final one for Europe. It is going to be Fnatic versus Mousesports. Don't go anywhere.
Now that I've been long gone, have you missed me at all?
Hey guys, and welcome to the Fight of the Week. In this video, we're going to break down a big team fight between Team Secret and Fnatic that happened during the finals of Week 1 of Split 2. This team fight takes place in the lane, as both teams are rotating up from around the Kraken pit. Notice that while it's Team Secret that engages the fight, it's Fnatic that wins. So we'll go ahead and watch this in real time and then break it down.
Oh, no, you're gonna miss it.
Oh, body blocked off net. A little bit late though, activating that reflex there. I'm the Doom's gonna get taken down very quickly.
Leon!
But Leon, he's trading. Tetno standing his ground. Tetno, he stays alive. Just man, last man standing here for Team Secret. Triple kill. As if you don't take Tetno out early, this guy will take out your whole team.
So what exactly happened here? Nettolet walks into Fromhill's heart, using reflex block just slightly too late. Also notice the Just Man is just a little too far behind, meaning that Secret can't chain all of their crowd controlling abilities together. Palmatoro heals Nettolet, splashing Gift of Fire on I'm the Doom and Leon. He then quickly buffs Techno JJ. Many things happen in the next few moments. Leon blocks the Atlas Pauldron from Nettolet, allowing him to have high attack speed through the fight. The problem is that I'm the Doom had already used his boots and Dead Man's Rush, and can no longer get on top of Techno JJ, so he's forced to use his Atlas Pauldron on Palmatoro. Because of this, Palma winds up for the Versa Judgment, while Techno JJ focuses down I'm the Doom. Because he blocked the Atlas, Leon threw the weight for it and started to engage, but due to the Versa Judgment from Palmatoro, he was forced to reposition himself. Just Man crucibled the verse, and then Githyan walled Ringo, finding the stun. Unfortunately, because Leon repositioned himself earlier, he wasn't able to get on target. By the time Leon could get on target, Nettolet was no longer silenced and could use Fountain, and Techno JJ was no longer stunned. Through all of this, Leon still almost gets a kill onto Techno JJ, getting Fountained at the last second from Just Man. Luckily for Techno, Palmatoro's Gift of Fire had just come off cooldown, and with that heal, it pushed Fnatic over the top. Now with all the damage threats down, all Fnatic had to do was take down Just Man, which would be a triple kill for Techno JJ, the ace for Fnatic, and swing the game massively in their favor. Now let's watch this back in real time.
Problems. Oh, no, you're gonna miss it.
Oh, body blocked off net. A little bit late though, activating that reflex there. I'm the Doom's gonna get taken down very quickly.
Leon!
But Leon, he's trading. Techno standing his ground. Techno, he stays alive. Just Man, last man standing here for Team Secret. Triple kill. As if you don't take Techno out early, this guy will take out your whole team. Granted, that was...
This has been your fight of the week. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Gentlemen, my name's Action Jackson here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We've got game number 3 kind of coming up for you guys. It's going to be Fnatic versus Mouse Sports. Now, Fnatic, obviously they have, at this point, done a great job for themselves. They're qualified for the Unified Championship. Mouse Sports, on the other hand, not quite there. It's the same story in a lot of these first-round matches this week for Europe. It's a team that's qualified versus a team that hasn't. The team that qualified needs those points for the bye. The team that hasn't just needs to make it to the championship still. Let's have a look at the roster for Fnatic. First things first, we got Nettolet, Techno JJ, Palmatoro, and Carol.
And for the side of Fnatic, even more important now because all the other teams that have already qualified for the Unified Championship, all victorious today. So if Fnatic wants to keep pace, they're already just a little bit behind the top of the pack. If they want to keep pace, they need to win this game.
Yeah, they really do. Mouse Sports, on the other hand, they need to win this game just to go. Emmer King, Great Kali, Scorpibro, Acitor, and Fateless.
Yeah, they gotta pull out something strong here. Even though they got like Gwen, Koshka, and Lance against G2 last week, they still didn't execute that comp properly and lost in the early game completely. So it'll be interesting to see what Mousesport's going to do against Fnatic because Fnatic looks really prime right now.
Yeah, they've been boot camping, actually, to prep for the Unified Championships. Obviously, Fnatic is hosting the event as it is in their home city of London. So these guys are already, like, ready to go. They have been really making big strides. I'm excited to see what they can make happen this week. This is a good, first test of them. See if that boot camp has continued to make an impact for them.
Yeah, definitely made an impact last week, going all the way and getting themselves the victory, but let's see if it carries over. And you need to make sure you don't overlook a team like Mousesports. Despite the fact they have 0 wins thus far this season, they are still a team that can come up and surprise you, especially if you get complacent or if you start looking past them and start thinking about your matchup for tomorrow, assuming you win. That's when teams most often make the biggest mistakes.
All right, so heading into the draft, guys, what are some special considerations we might need to give towards this game? Fnatic last week, one thing which really stood out to me, that Flicker double-ranged comp. Very, very strong stuff, not something we've seen a ton of. What would you like to see them pick up?
You also have to keep an eye on the Samuel for Fnatic. It's been a big pick, and they can always go back to their roots and play more of those bruisers that Palmatoro has made a name for himself on, like the Krull and such like that.
All right, well, we're ready for the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic versus Mousesports. Fortress going to be that first ban taken off the table.
All right, so Fortress going away, and it's been, again, kind of banned very frequently these last couple of weeks in Europe especially.
Yeah, EU tends to prioritize that Fortress ban. Mousesports bans Adagio, which is smart because Fnatic plays Adagio with Flicker and Ringo, that double-range Flicker composition that works so well for Fnatic. Of course, Fnatic is going to take Lyra because they're going to opt for that Lyra, Gwen, Samuel composition, maybe even Petal Blackfeather at some of the comps that they have played with Lyra. Mousesports will hopefully opt for Lance here. I would love to see Lance into a Lyra. Lance does pretty well as long as your team has a synergy and the follow-up. So they might go for Gwen or Lance here, depending on what they want to opt for. Let's see what Mouseport decides to take, because they have known to play Gwen, Koshka, Lance, very strong early game compositions. So they will opt for the Lance here. I suspect that they'll ban something that they don't want to play against for Gwen. So potentially, I wouldn't ban Koshka because they can play Lance Koshka. It's pretty strong. If they don't want to see Fnatic play Ringo or Taka, they could ban those picks away from Fnatic, or even Kestrel. If Mouseport doesn't play Kestrel, they can take Kestrel away because Kestrel is strong with Lyra. So they decided to go with the Vox, actually.
Yep, Vox has been getting banned a couple times here. And so that's, I think, the most interesting ban that we've been seeing thus far this week is Vox getting taken off the board, whereas the Gwen has been left open. And has actually gone through the draft without getting picked a couple of times, too.
Is this a special consideration for Fnatic, though? I mean, we've talked before how much they play Vox.
It could be, but we've seen other teams banning it away, too. It's not just against Fnatic that we're seeing this.
I think they're afraid of that double lifesteal, Poison Shiv, Serpent, Breaking Point build, which works, but there's counters to it. So I think that's maybe why they banned Vox. Vox is very good at proccing Poison Shiv with his dash and his auto attack speed. So they're opting to ban the Finn here, which is interesting because are they afraid of Weapon Lance with the Finn? So that's a very interesting ban from Fnatic. It doesn't really make any sense to me at the moment because Mouseport has never played double support. But I think Mouseport will most likely take the Gwen here and then flex their last counter pick. So they'll probably take a Ringo, Gwen, a weapon power carry in the lane would be a good pick here.
And it's kind of tough to predict necessarily what Mousesports is going to do because we have obviously the numbers of what they've drafted in the past, but obviously that hasn't worked for them yet, and so you almost want to see them make sure to mix it up. And they are a team that has tried to mix it up. They've actually played a pretty varied amount of heroes, but still looking for that one winning combination.
Yeah, I would love for him to pick Glaive. Glaive Lance is very strong together. That's an OP combo that you do not want to give any team because if you can execute Glaive and Lance with their combos, it's going to be really strong. So they do offer Blackfeather. Fnatic does play Blackfeather Flyer, so this might be a counter pick that they want to avoid giving Fnatic. A Blackfeather with, say, a Samuel, which is what they've played and been very successful with. Because Techno JJ's Blackfeather is pretty good.
That it is, but it's going to be the Lyra Samuel. So this was their bread and butter last week when they won the entire week. And they're getting it pretty uncontested here in week number 2 of this split.
What do they like to put this with for their third and last pick here?
They've actually picked up a couple different things. They've used, I believe, the Gwen with it. They've really kind of mixed it up as far as what that third pick is. It's all about just getting that core.
Yeah, probably go with Gwen or Kestrel here. Kestrel would probably be the best option because you're denying a CP Kestrel to counter the Lance on with that pick. So Kestrel would make the most sense, even though Gwen's a solid pick as well. So they're going to opt for the Gwen here, actually. And then Mousesports can actually pick a CP Kestrel. They need to because they need something to counter that Samuel Gwen composition. Taka, well, can work as long as they play with the level 6 Power Spike and they're really aggressive with Blackfeather. But they're going to go with Sky, and we've seen this before. Sky is a skill matchup between Samuel, and with the heals that Samuel gets and his own sustain with Lyra, he could outtrade the Sky.
Yeah, and with it being a skill matchup, though, with the way Palmatoro's been playing the Samuel, I don't know if you necessarily want to get into a skill matchup against him on that. So This could be really risky for Mouse Sports, but high risk, high reward.
I mean, that's something Mouse Sports is kind of known for anyway, right? Like, back in the day, historically, they're the team that goes for those base races. They have seen some roster change-ups since, but that core identity does remain. Do you think that they have some avenue into taking this game home? Like, you said high risk, high reward. How do they actually get that payoff? What do they need to do in-game to make it happen?
Like Sweej said, a lot of it's going to revolve around the Sky being able to make the plays on the Samuel and outplay Palmatoro on Samuel.
But how do they set up that Sky to be in the position to do that? Like, is it about maybe the captain spending time in the jungle? Is it about the captain being up in the lane and, like, letting Sky farm up?
Yeah, Blackfeather going in, getting a Shiver, getting a Root, and then Sky just then focusing the same person Blackfeather's focusing. And then Blackfeather can finish that person off and execute. So they need to combo their abilities here. And they have a chance.
All right, let's get some quick predictions from you guys.
Poison Chips is going to be incredibly important for Mouse Sports, but I still think Fnatic will be able to take us.
Yeah, based on Fnatic playing last week, I think Fnatic will take it based on their synergy.
All right, let's head on to the Halcyon Fold, ladies and gentlemen, for our final series of Europe today. We have Jaws and Scoundrel.
Thank you very much, guys. Can Mouse Sports finally take a win? Can they clinch a win from Fnatic in this best of 3? We'll have to wait and find out, as we do have already Fnatic looking to go for a small invade. And great Kali on this Sky Scoundrel, something I really enjoy seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Great Kali, fantastic Sky player we've seen over the years, but this is the aggressive start I expected from the Fnatic lineup. You have a Lyra and a Samuel, great range advantage, and that Gwen to follow up too. This is a super move for these guys. It should be Scorpio going down first.
Oh man, Scorpio caught between a rock and a hard place, or I should say a bunch of crystals in a hard place. Palmatoro will probably secure that one. Techno JJ just stealing that away with the buckshot. It does look like Great Kali got harassed underneath his net toilette, doing a good job of that one. And already, first blood going to Fnatic.
Yeah, and they did get their backs lost over to Emma King, though, so Emma King will be able to pick up a couple extra items, get some more, I guess, movement speed. He picks up the boots, he picks up a bit of vision as well, the scout trap and some flares, but damage has been done now for Mouse. This is a great start for Techno JJ and Net Toilette. Great Kali is now going to have to try and sustain off this Iron Guard contract, but unfortunately it's going to take a little while to get up to decent levels of HP. It's lucky that Emma King is so far ahead, because he's going to provide this level of protection for Great Kali to have to be able to bounce back off the back of a very early bruising from Fnatic.
Again, taking a fair bit harassed there as well again. I mean, this Gwen pick in the early game just so oppressive. And in fact, Scorpio getting chased out by Palmatoro and Drifting Dark almost ending his life. Good impale though from Emma King, actually into the Githium wall here as well. Actually, Mouseboards maybe looking up for a kill here. Emma King finally goes down. And that will be Scorpio picking up that kill as well. So trading 1 for 1 there. But yet again, I mean, having those kills onto someone like Palmatoro, you know he's going to do great things with them.
Absolutely, he's picked up triple crystal bit as well. So he's got a little bit of extra bang for his buck. Picks up some armor to make sure he can deal with that sort of early trades from the Blackfeather. I've got to keep an eye on Net Toilette's Bright Bulwark. Bright Bulwark will shut down Suri Strike. Should, I think, shut down Rose Offensive, and obviously will shut down Impales as well. So I think there's a lot of good stuff here for Fnatic to be able to control the team fights, control the skirmishes. Now, also trying to use that early advantage they got on their roam on the Lance to be able to just bully this lane, give Great Kali a bit of an easier time here, allow him to sustain off that Iron Guide contract. But Techno JJ with that buckshot, Net Toilette obviously with that Principal Arcanum just being so aggressive.
Yeah, he's got triple crystal bit as well, so he's doing a fair bit of damage. Great Kali already under a lot of pressure. Didn't actually get the opportunity to back. Had to catch that first wave. And McKing getting a triple Githium wall on Fnatic just to make sure they're no way near Great Kali and just giving a little bit of breathing room to him. Scorpio has joined him up in the lane, which finally gives him that chance to go back. He's going to pick up a little bit of crystal power, and that should surely help his wave clear.
We've actually seen this, by the way, from a lot of teams. They run these very heavy siege compositions designed to put pressure onto turrets super early on, limit the presence of the enemy laner, and get an early boon from taking that global gold that comes with the turret. And this is something that we saw SK do earlier, and now it looks like Fnatic are trying to emulate a similar style of composition. Basically try to get the ball rolling, try to get the gold in their back pocket without actually having to fight too much, and then just run away with the game that way.
Yeah, I mean, they need to be able to get this Sky online first in order to actually do any meaningful damage, because we've seen what Gwens can do in the early stages with a tension bow. It's absolutely horrible to play against. And what do you think about this really early light armor here for Techno?
Well, I think both of them basically saying, I believe this is going to be, oh, actually, it's going to be CP Skylane, but obviously the biggest threat to them is likely going to be the Blackfeather. That'll be the executing blows. And he bought that in lane, I guess, because he was expecting to potentially play against Blackfeather. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to defend against the poke from the on point, but yeah, I don't know. I guess that's just to provide an extra element of defense here. I don't think he's necessarily needed it a huge amount because he's not been threatened or pressured massively by Great Khali on this Sky, but I guess it was supposed to be defense against the Blackfeather, which I assumed that they thought was going to be in lane. So I guess I assumed they felt that Blackfeather was going to go into lane.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, Scorpio is in the lane now. It's going to rotate from the jungle. But Fnatic, you know, taking it low and slow. They've done this a fair few times in the VG8 thus far, just making sure they get those early leads and just pushing forward with these advantages, just kind of snowballing them. And you can see now, Mouse, they are actually just underneath their own turret. And the problem is, I can see right now, Excadrill, that turret is very, very weak. And it's only 5 minutes into the game. If Fnatic take this one, it can be very, very devastating for the vision control and just the pressure that Mouse can actually... You know, they probably won't be able to deal with that kind of thing.
Well, when you take that first turret, you open up a lot of opportunities to get aggressive in your enemy jungle. You open up an extra entrance to the enemy jungle, like you see here. It's now easy for Fnatic to head towards that entrance that is just shy of the mustache brush, and now they have an extra way to move in and out of the enemy jungle. It just opens up the map to be a lot more flexible when you take a turret off the board. And so it means that they can now look to be moving vision up. They can look to be aggressive on the sentry. They can look to try and catch people around that healing trio, which is not going to be as safe for the Mouse Sports lineup now. So again, taking that first turret off the board with a heavy siege composition opens up a lot of opportunities to continue to find fights and pressure in the enemy jungle. And when you've got a Gwen building the tension bow build, and obviously a Samuel who does incredibly well in the early game as well, you want to be looking for fights as much as possible. You want to be essentially pressuring the enemy team as much as physically possible as well. Now Sports, if they get to the late game, they might have the trump card with that Sky and the Blackfeather. It's just about getting there, I think, for Mouse Sports in the most part.
Yeah, getting there is going to be a little bit tough when Scorpio takes that much damage. Nice impale into the Githian wall from Emma King. Has proved quite the mean Lance player over the last few weeks. I want to see if he can set up any big plays, because if he can lock anybody down, it's going to be very easy for Scorpio and Great Khali to actually get a lot of damage down. Speaking about a lot of damage, though, that's Sigil doing so much work. Oblivion does come out. Palmatoro is going to use that one a bit more defensively, and Fnatic already just pushing on Mousesport. Great Khali is just getting shoved back time and time again. Impale does land into a double Githian wall. Palmatoro taking a little bit, but it's going to be completely denied. Tenno JJ says, not today, my friend. Buckshot was him to the face.
MVP of Mouse right there was actually Scout Trap. I did so much damage across the rest of the Fnatic lineup. They are sieging again onto the next turret here. Don't know if they'll have enough to take the turret, but they're definitely going to put pressure onto Mouse Sports. But with Great Khali respawning and Fountain down for Fnatic, that will end their move. Netwilek gets baited by his own team as the healing camp almost rooted him up, but that'll be Fnatic again taking the exit here. Defenses need to come out, you'd say, for Scorpio Bro. He's got his Serpent's Mouth. Now he's going to have to get, I guess, at least tier 2 armor and tier 2 shielding because of the amount of damage coming from Palmatoro and Tenno JJ, but that will limit his offensive capability for the next few minutes.
Yeah, it will indeed. And you can see like the mobility from Blackfeather just being able to get onto the back line is just kind of negated completely from this Lyra pickup. The Bright Bulwark is just stopping both the Lance, stops Great Khali, even though he doesn't want to get up close and personal, but it's stopping Scorpio Bro's advances quite heftily. And you can see there the damage on Emma King. He might, in fact, just go down there. Fountain is actually just going to save his life, so he will be able to back away from that one. But that Bright Bulwark really just putting a stop to Mousesport's advances.
Well, that's the point. That's what it's supposed to do in this situation. It limits the mobility of a highly mobile team. Mousesports are going to get picked off now again.
Yeah, won't stop that at all. Fnatic finding another kill. Great Khali and Scorpio Bro in a little bit of trouble here. Fnatic don't actually have the minions to back them up on their advances on towards this turret. They are finally going to arrive. We'll see if they want to stay around here. Tenno JJ has got the Aces High available to him. Does send it a little bit wide, corralling Scorpio Bro maybe. He's going to get taken out from the buckshot. Oblivion is going to come through. He's going to sleep up them as well. Impale from the Lance is going to also land, but it's not going to find anybody really. And a double kill does come through for the Gwen. Emma King just left completely routed there. Has to back off in the end.
Again, pressure mounting from that early turret siege gave Fnatic complete control. They could have massive movements in the lane. Actually, Palmatoro now getting wailed upon by the Crystal Sentry. We'll have to use that Sigil to try and back out as Emma King, I suppose, himself is looking for a potential kill here. Pops the boots, the bright bullet comes out. He's looking for that impale here.
Go for the impale. Does combat roll. Impales does only land onto Net Toilette. Tenno JJ actually MVP to the scout traps. We knew it. It's a 4v3. That fourth person being the scout traps from Mouse.
Okay, so we've talked about, as we say, Tenno JJ has to be careful here.
Hang on a minute. He's in a lot of trouble. He does get rooted. Scorpio is going to dash in. That Phantom just restoring a lot of HP. He's going to be able to kite back. Tenno JJ just returning a lot of that damage. And two-man Githy and Wolf from Ember King will make sure their team is nice and safe. But Fnatic, yep, going down to their scout traps there. Definitely not something they wanted.
EU has unlocked the coveted 6 versus 6 mode. We thought that it didn't exist. But the introduction of the turret and the Treant as EU players, we're now going to have to introduce the scout trap. This is the coveted 6 versus 6 mode, and Fnatic have actually unlocked it.
I want to see AJ do the spotlight for the scout traps. That'd be kind of funny.
Scout traps. You can place them, but also players will walk over them and get themselves killed.
Shortest spotlight
That's the worst
ever.
AJ accent. I don't even know how to do AJ's accent.
An AJ accent, yeah, it's pretty
AJ's
bad.
got like a half English, half American accent.
He does. He is originally British, but...
Is he? I thought he's originally American, but he lived in England.
Oh.
Or lived in Scotland, or I don't know.
I'm sorry,
AJ's
AJ.
everywhere. AJ is a man of many nationalities.
Oh. Well, the scout traps, that's the question, because they are just littering the map now. Mouse just need to buy 2 contraptions and start giving this map chickenpox at this point, because they are doing a lot of work to the backline of Fnatic, but they're still going to have the advantage in terms of waves here. With the 2 turrets down now, Scoundrel, it's going to be very, very easy for Fnatic to get a fair bit of vision down in Mouse Sports jungle.
Yeah, that's what they need to do. They need to start combating how many scout traps Emma King has been flooding the map with. Because obviously they want to get as much pressure on the Mouse side jungle as physically possible, because now they've got that choke point turret to take down. A lot of what they can do is now just essentially choke Mouse Sports out of their own jungle, get rid of as many camps, stop them from farming, limit that gold income, and get yourself to a point where it's very easy for you to then take that choke point turret fight, even if you have to force a dive. This is what you see Gangstars do a lot. When they take 2 turrets, they'll often end up just completely squeezing the enemy jungle and stopping the enemy from getting into it before, they even have a chance to get back into the game. This is what I think Fnatic need to do here. Stop them farming their back camps, make it very difficult for Mouse Sports to actually move out of their own base. Take that Crystal Sentry down every time it comes up. And then essentially get yourself into such a commanding position. It doesn't actually matter what you do. You're just so far ahead that you end up winning every fight regardless.
Yeah, just basically make sure that the only farm that Mouse Sports can get is the lane minions actually reaching their base. I mean, literally set up shop. They could set up a little tent, little campfire, roast some marshmallows, and they can just make sure Emma King and the gang can't find anything. But Emma King has been found in their own jungle. They are going to send out the aces high. Does go a little wide. Doesn't mean they're going to stop their advances. It's another kill going over to Palmer Toro. So much chase coming out from Fnatic. It's very, very hard for anyone to really disengage. Oh, hang on a minute. Whoa, passageway into Bright Bulwark. Great Kali's in a lot of trouble. Ends up falling, and Scorpio is going to have to run away. Passageway is going to get taken back through from Techno JJ. Scorpio with that Rose defensive is going to be able to remain at least a little bit mobile, but if you're going to get caught out like that, it's going to be very, very hard to come back in this game.
Absolutely, Fnatic. What they've been doing really nicely is there's a small cooldown between the Frostburn slows. So Frostburn slows, and I think it can only happen every 2.5 seconds or something like that. Anyway, there's a very small cooldown between the slow ending and the time before you can apply another slow. And what I'm liking from Fnatic is they're staggering their Frostburn and their Buckshot slows to make sure that they're keeping on top of their target over and over again. It made it very difficult for Lance to escape there as they staggered their Buckshot slows, they staggered their Frostburn slows. And it's a good way of actually chasing down a target from Fnatic. And they did manage to isolate a single target, and then once they knew that the fountain was gone, knew that defense was gone for Mouse Sports, they could just portal in, take out the Sky, use the Bright Bulwark, and basically blow her up.
Exactly what they're maybe looking to do now. Net Twilight in that prime position for the passageway. The turret is fairly healthy though, so they're going to be a little bit careful. Emma King landing a one-man impale. Is getting chunked out though. That damage coming through from Techno JJ is absolutely unstoppable at this point. The breaking point stacking up fairly nicely on her front. 13 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Fnatic already knocking on the base doors of Mouse Sports. They're going to want to try and make something happen now. Emma King does miss the impale. Card comes out, does end up hitting Scorpio Bro. Fnatic want to chase this one in. Fountain is going to get popped from Mouse to just keep them alive. That will mean that turret is going to go down.
They have the gold mine to take. Another sentry will be respawning. They can clear that off the map, and then they'll have complete control of even Mouse's side of the map as well. This is going to be a tough one for Mouse Sports to find their way back into. They're almost 8,000 gold down, or just over 8,000 gold down. And when this gold miner goes over to Fnatic, they're going to be even further awry. Again, you want to get to the late game here. You've got 3 items on your Sky. That is a bonus, but again, Sky has no defense. If Fnatic can find positioning where they can deliver the Tension Bow, Gwen, deliver Palmotoro into a good position, you can burst that Sky out pretty quickly, Jaws.
There you can. We've seen that a couple of times already. Crystal Sentry is going to get taken down fairly easily by Fnatic. Going to pop that one off the face of the fold. He's going to get eliminated as well. So now, like you said, Gangstars do this so often. They are going to be able to just take complete control of this side of the map. Now, Fnatic is just going to be I think the slow chokehold of Mouse Sports' base. I mean, Kraken is coming up in 10 seconds as well. So Mouse Sports, I mean, are they going to look towards the second game at this point? Because is there anything they can do to come back to this one?
I mean, yeah, there's always something you can do to come back when you've got a Sky and a Blackfeather, but Blackfeather has invested so much in defense, he hasn't even got his breaking point yet, so he's very limited to his offensive capabilities. Emma King has been spending a ridiculous amount of gold on scout traps. You're trying to set up a potential rush here.
Well, they found somebody, but they found Scorpibro. Scorpibro just getting out alive. That Rose offensive saving his life. Yet again, Net Toilette coming through. Bright Bulwark as soon as they see somebody. And it's just so hard for them to escape.
And Atlas Pauldrons aren't as effective against this Tension Bow Gwen as they are against quite a lot of other attack speed based carries, even though you see the breaking point on her. The Tension Bow is built specifically for her heroic perks, so you get that big, hard hitting, single basic attack when you've used an ability. So it's not as effective to have Atlas Pauldrons against this type of carry because they're always going to get that burst damage off regardless. And you can see there, Scorpibro took so much damage.
Mouse, hang on a minute, because Mouse Sports want to try something here, but then attempts are just going to be completely in vain. Techno JJ just destroys Emma King. Like you said, the Atlas Pauldron not really doing all too much when it only requires one auto attack to take half your HP bar. Kraken is going to get unleashed, and that will be on the side of Fnatic. And the buff comes through as well. So Fnatic, I mean, they're going to look to end the game here because Mouse, they need to just be able to waylay this Kraken. Because if they can't, it's going to be the end of the game.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to take this Kraken down. Obviously, Kraken will be a major source of annoyance for them, but Mouse Sports can't even fight Fnatic under their own turret, let alone with a Kraken on side of Fnatic. So I think this could be lights out unless it's just some sort of miraculously played fight by Mouse Sports in which they managed to lock down Techno JJ before he actually even gets a single basic attack off. But I think it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, that it is. Emma King, though, still trying to make something happen. Dives into the Bright Bulwark. He's going to be a lot of trouble. Actually, just goes down. Techno JJ securing one. Scorpibro dodges the aces high. Will be able to get out alive. Goes back to his own base. But Great Khali taking a lot of damage from Techno. That Kraken still wailing on the turrets. Here comes the offensive, though. Scorpibro ends up getting deleted, though. And that will mean Fnatic are going to see how to take this first game in this best of 3. Turrets destroyed. Vayne Crystal next. Great Khali, not much you can do there, buddy. Fnatic taking this one by storm.
Absolutely. And in that last fight, that was a crucible block of Atlas Pauldrons. So that was just allowing Techno JJ to go wild with their breaking point stacks. I think he had over 10 at that point. Blocked the Atlas Pauldrons. Taxlow didn't land, and Techno JJ able to take out Scorpibro and obviously do a lot of work onto Great Khali as well. Very, very dominant game for Fnatic. They set out at level 1 exactly as they mean to go on. They had a good level 1 composition they wanted to punish Great Khali on this Sky and put a lot of pressure onto a fairly weak early game from Mouse. And they did so. They sieged, just like we saw SK do earlier, these Gwen-type compositions with a double ranged. They look to siege the turret in the first 5 minutes, and they look to just basically snowball off the global gold, gain map control, and just make it so difficult for Mouse Sports to react to the sieges. And do all of the work before the engages even happen. They got a lot of work done with buckshots and basic attacks and malice and verdicts from Palmotoro before the fights even started to take place, Jaws.
I mean, the slow, methodical game from Fnatic worked out so well for them, but we'll see if Mouse Sports can come back with anything in game number 2. But just before that, we're going to jump over to AJ and the boys as they break that game down a little bit more.
Thank you very much, guys. What an insane victory from Fnatic. I mean, they just had total domination the entire time. It felt like Mouse Sports didn't have any opportunities to make a play.
It really didn't. It was a complete and total domination. They starved them out, didn't give them opportunities to get gold, let alone make the plays.
No cheese for you, Mouse Sports.
Essentially.
Yeah, Mouse Sports, they played a little mousy, so to speak. I mean, they had a lot of engagements where they could have won or killed somebody, but they would always just back off. And against a Lyra comp, if you have Lance, you need to dive, CC somebody, and kill them, right? Get a Sky out, etc. But they would try to poke a Lyra comp and let the team heal up and just get outpoked and lose a turret after turret. So I felt like they didn't understand how to be decisive, and they played really indecisive.
It got to a point as well where things just fell apart and they couldn't get back into the game. Like, they were that far behind. Sky was getting, like, two-shot. She was literally dying before she could do anything.
Yeah, they weren't able to get defense. They weren't able to get offense. It just ended up in a situation where they were just completely outclassed by Fnatic.
All right, let's look forward to the next game. Like, what needs to change for Mouse Sports? Was it a significant drafting problem? Was it purely being too mousy, as Suijay put it, and like not being decisive enough? What is the, like, if you had to pick one thing, you had to say, you're the coach, right? You're like, here's the one thing I want you to improve for next game. What is it?
No fear, just fight. I'm American. I'm going to land every single one of my impales, and whoever I impale, you guys need to kill.
For me, it's don't give Fnatic what is clearly their most comfortable composition right now.
So one of you saying draft, one of you saying execution. Is interesting. All right, maybe they can improve on both. Let's see. Mouse Sports, they're on A side this time. They're getting rid of that Lyra, which I think is a good start for your point there, Bacon. Adagio taken off the board by Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a combination of both things. Like, you have to execute as well, but it starts in the draft. If you give the team that just won the week in Europe literally the strongest comp that they can play right now, the one that they have been playing as much as possible, you're just asking for trouble.
They're probably going to pick up the Lance here, but I would like to see them on Glaive or something. Lance hasn't been the strongest hero on Emmer King. He tends to overextend a lot on Lance, so I would not prefer to see him on Lance. So I would love to see Finn or potentially Glaive so they can make plays. So they are going to opt for the Lance. Emmer King, get those impales, man. You can do it. So Fnatic is probably going to go with... They're going to definitely pick Samuel into this composition, and they're going to pick something that supports Samuel. So potentially... I see a Finn coming out, or they can do the double range with Flicker, but Lance is actually pretty decent against Flicker. So they're going to go Finn here, and they're going to secure Samuel with that Finn composition. They're probably going to ban, okay, Fortress makes sense, and they're probably going to go for a Mouse Sports. Hopefully we'll ban Samuel here, because that's what Fnatic's going to pick.
Yeah, and most likely. I mean, it's not guaranteed, because they don't have the Lyra, so maybe they move away from the Samuel, but you never know. I mean, Mouse Sports... I think you said they've played a lot of this Lance. This is actually their 6th time picking up the Lance. Obviously, everyone knows the win rate for them in particular. So it's kind of surprising me that they keep going back to this well when the well has never had anything in it to begin with.
Stats guy burn.
All right, that's a nice Samuel ban here. They probably gonna pick Vox. Yeah, Vox or Gwen would be the best option for Fnatic since Vox is so mobile around a Lance.
Yeah, Vox, a very strong pick. Bacon was mentioning it earlier. Like, we've seen a lot of teams banning it away. Given how popular Gwen is, that felt a little bit weird. But when it's Fnatic and they've picked it so frequently, it does kind of feel like maybe something you've got to consider. That being said, at least in recent weeks, Bacon, I assume this is correct, like Lyra and Samuel got to be top performers for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Lyra, up until recently, had not been performing for them, actually. They even with last week included, they're only sitting on about a 30% win rate with the Lyra pick.
Wow.
So and it's their most played hero. They've picked it, I believe, now 14 times. And to have that low of a win rate with how much success they saw with it last week, it's really surprising. But then grabbing this Vox has been a much better performer for them. Same thing with if they get other captains, they've had just a lot more success with.
You know, it's super interesting to me that change happened so radically around the time of that boot camp for the Lyra. Let's talk about Mouse Sports, though. They picked up the Celeste and Arden for their next 2 picks, so probably a jungle Lance. They're doing a G2 here. The Celeste has not had a lot of success recently, but it has been making its way back in. Is this something where early adopters are just being punished, and it actually is quite strong right now? Or is it maybe like people are trying to make something work that just isn't there yet?
Yeah, it's very strong because a Weapon Lance is actually really good with Celeste. As long as they land, they need to combo their abilities, a root with the stun, etc., and get Celeste to that mid to late game power spike. I think Fnatic here will probably play something that's mobile, potentially like a Taka or even CP Kesher to outrange the Celeste. But however, CP Castro loses to Celeste late game if they're on the same level and item parity wise. So I think Fnatic may go with something more mobile, potentially a Taka, or they can go even with a CP Kestrel. So let's see what they decide to pick here. Or even Scarf if they want, the jungle Scarf. I don't think they'll opt for that. Oh, they're going to go for Alpha.
We saw this banned a lot. Okay,
Yes.
so talking about what's going on here, is it something that's been performing behind closed doors in scrims that we just got to be aware of now?
Yeah, CP Alpha is very strong. She does a lot of burst damage. She has inherently in her core charges a broken myth kit because it amplifies her damage every time she's able to get 3 stacks. And then when she lands an A, those 3 stacks amplify her damage with her prime directive. However, she's a frontline. She's a warrior. Lance and Arden are really good at keeping her off the Celeste. So I don't think Alpha was the best choice, but I think Fnatic will figure out how to execute the composition.
Yeah, the Alpha, like I said, I'm not entirely sure where it came from. Like, it hasn't really seen a whole lot of play, and when it has seen play, it's been kind of mixed success. So I'm just kind of surprised. I haven't heard any team saying, "Oh yeah, we're working on Alpha." Like, Alpha's been performing super well for us in scrims. Like, none of that has really come out. But apparently, teams are putting priority on it. We've seen it banned, like you mentioned, a couple times, and now it's getting picked up.
And I hope Mouse Players knows this. When Alpha does her prime directive, Lance can actually Githian wall her away and push her back. You have to wait for the laser sight to actually hit Lance, and that's when you beat. You have to time it perfectly, and then it'll actually knock the Alpha back, and she'll even land the prime directive. So hopefully they can execute that cool little trick that Lance can do against Alpha.
Honestly, I mean, if they can, that could be huge, because we were just saying, like, they have a strong kit into that Alpha. All right, guys, quick predictions for the next game.
I still think Fnatic just have a stronger team.
Yeah, I still think Fnatic's going to take it away due to synergy.
All right, let's see if Mouse Sports can prove our analysts wrong. We're heading on to the Halcyon Fold for what could be our last matchup of Europe today. Let's pass it on over to Josnick Scoundrel.
Thank you very much, guys. And it well could be. I mean, the analyst said it perfectly there. Fnatic with the synergy last game. We'll see if they can make it work with this kind of composition. Because this is the first time we're seeing Alpha as of yet.
Yeah, Alpha's been up and down in terms of priority. She definitely was in a very, very strong spot where a lot of teams were actually banning her. I actually spent a good deal of time banning her in sort of low Vainglorious solo queue. I really couldn't deal with her very well in sort of the solo queue aspect. So let's see whether Palmatore can make her work on this particular update. She's not quite as strong. I think she was hot fixed, so she had some small changes, but she's still an incredibly strong hero right now. And obviously could be very, very good at sticking to the likes of the Celeste. Is this Emma King? Has Emma King taken the double back camps? Did he sort of wander in on this Arden and take the double back camps there? That could have
That's exactly what he did. Yeah. Wow. No cares in the world. Just wandered to the back and took those away.
Absolutely. And Great Khali still in lane here, trying to protect Scorpion Bro. Obviously, a weapon power. Lance going to be very, very good. Emma King actually having to pop early.
Emma King using the boots to get away. The bounces. Palmatoro chasing this one up. Scorpio in a lot of trouble. Nettoilette is going to finish the kill off. Can he get the kill on Emma King? I'm not sure he can. Gets the... Oh, man. That was a bit of a savage recall. Palmatoro, though, finds him in the end. Emma King falls. Palmatoro with another kill, but Nettoilette picking up first blood.
Wow, that was super aggressive from... I'd say the positioning from Mouse Sports was very aggressive and it was able to, for Fnatic to punish them. Looks like Palmatoro is actually going to steal a double back camp away here, so remain camp neutral when it comes to things stolen and things lost between the two. I think this might actually be Lance lane, by the way, so it might actually be Great Khali in the lane and they're going to send Scorpio Bro to the jungle, which is very interesting. Makes a lot of sense given that Great Khali did end up going a Book of Eulogies first, which is generally only a lane item. Scorpio Bro coming in here, trying to get a read on Techno JJ.
He's too slippery on that Vox. It's going to be able to Sonic zoom away. And that's going to be the problem, I think. I mean, Scorpio Bro does need people to kind of stand still, be not very mobile. But Tenno JJ is the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, obviously, and he held on to his Sonic Zoom to dodge out of that core collapse as well. So, obviously, didn't want to bother trying to get out the Heliogenesis. Knew that the only thing that was going to lock him down was that stun from the Celeste and held on to it very patiently. Here comes Palmatoro.
Nice prime directive. He's going to be able to just chase Emma King now. Those core jars is doing a fair bit of damage. Emma King doesn't really have anybody to dash to whatsoever. Trying to dash to Scorpio Bro. Another prime directive or another core charge will do it. He doesn't manage to sidestep it. Ends up getting taken down once more. Now, with that, Palmatoro will have 2 kills in his back pocket, and that's going to be really devastating for Scorpio Bro here as he's just contesting consistently now in this jungle.
Yeah, Palmatoro waited, and then went in with that core charge to pick off that forward healing camp. Looks to put pressure on Celeste from the jungle. Great Kali here doing his best to shove that lane out as it looks like Techno JJ has head back to base. Techno JJ working towards a breaking point first. So we've seen many iterations of Vox builds over the course of this update. Some people have gone Sorrow Blade first, some people have gone Serpent's Mask first. Looks like Techno JJ is going for Old Faithful breaking point first. Can stack up very easily on the Lance and the Arden, you would have to say. And then he'll be able to jump in and deal the burst damage to the Celeste when he's stacked up. So this seems like a good composition to build the breaking point into.
Speaking of damage to Celeste, Scorpy Bro is going to find himself a Palmatora. Just get Prime Directived. Prime Directived. That's how you say it, right? When someone gets Prime Directed. Directed, yeah, something like that. Palmatora doesn't end up finding him, but he does end up taking away the big Treant. So that's going to be the Elder Treant, I should say. So that's going to be a nice little advantage for him. Scorpio Bro's going to have a little bit of a rough time. You've seen Celeste today, and it's not done so hot, but that was in the lane.
Yeah, and Jungle Celeste is generally shoved there because you think that she's going to have a pretty tough set of opposition in lane. But the problem is against Palmatoro, not much protection, not much to save you from a roaming alpha in the jungle. And you feel like Celeste's probably going to have a bad time when it comes to one-on-one duels if Palmatoro can find them. So I don't think either location was particularly great for the Celeste, although I've always thought Celeste would do slightly better into box than I have thought her do in the jungle. And obviously, you kind of want to get a lot of gold on Celeste. You kind of want to be able to shove her towards the late game items because there is two things to consider when you're considering when to put a hero in lane or in jungle. Generally, you'd put a hero in. I'll talk about it after this.
Hang on a second, yeah, because Mousesports are going a little bit aggressive there. Palmatoro with the Prime Directive, and Emma King is going to be able to sidestep it. That was so close, man. I was waiting for Emma King. If he stayed in that bush and Palmatoro just Prime Directive straight over, he'd have easily got a kill. But Palmatoro is level 6 now. Does have the ultimate available to him. That Termination Protocol is going to hit like an absolute truck with this Crystal Power build.
Yeah, a lot of people are already investing into shielding, though. Scorpio Bro and Emma King included, obviously Emma King going towards the fountain. So there will be a slight reduction for those guys, and Scorpio Bro probably being the main target here for Palmatoro. They're looking for another flank play, but everyone has backed from Mouse Sports. They pick up the fountain, pick up the Sorrow Blade. Good back timing. I was talking about the decision-making process about sending a hero to lane and jungle, and I've always thought of it this way. If a hero does well with levels, so they get more powerful, and most heroes get more powerful the more levels you have, obviously. But if they do particularly well with levels, generally I would always send them to the jungle, because obviously you're going to get more experience in the jungle, you're going to get more levels more readily. Things like Koshka, things like Taka, they always do quite well with levels, so it's good to send them to the jungle. If a hero does well with gold, kind of better to have them in the lane. If they rely on item spikes more than they rely on level spikes, like Celeste, like Vox, generally tend to do better in the lanes. That's the way I've always approached it. That's why I've always felt that, yes, you can run Celeste in the jungle, but I've often felt it's just way inferior to running Celeste in the lane.
I mean, she's got a Frostburn available to her now, so she's going to be doing a little bit of damage. Solar Storm available to her as well. It's just the issue here that if she does get jumped on, and you mentioned it earlier, and rightfully so, there's just very little mobility from her, although she does have a lot of protection from, obviously, the Lance and from the Arden as well. Now, Twilight taking a little bit of damage here, just kind of face-checking Mouse, but Palmatoro is here as well. Level 7, so the 2 level 6s and level 5, so he's going to be doing a lot of work. Core Collapse actually missing as he does get Githia Mauled into the wall. There's going to be a wait for it as well coming out from Techno JJ just to stop the advances from Mouse.
Yeah, he didn't quite miss. It's more, though, that Great Kali actually knocked him out of it.
Yeah.
Got the stun from the Githyan wall either way, but obviously they could have maybe comboed that to get a double stun a little bit better. Looks like there might be fountains still available for Net Toilette, so if they can find a lot of poke damage here, this could be an opportunity for Palmatoro to look for a big Prime Directive and try and pick someone off. Looks like Fnatic are trying to pull the trigger.
I think they are, but I don't know. Techno JJ is going to have to back off here. Great Kali's coming through. Big Solar Storm from Scorpio Bro's not going to be able to help the rest of his team. As one already falls, Great Kali is going to bite the dust, which means Fnatic are in a 2v3 situation right now. Ataro's looking mighty tasty, but so Scorpio Bro, Scorpion for dinner, I think. Palmatoro, is he going to be able to follow up? I don't think so. Emma King, not level 6 yet either, so no Gauntlet available to him, so just cannot provide the assistance his team needs.
Palmatoro missed his Prime Directive on a static target. Looks like Fountain is up and available for Emma King. It looks like Mouse might want to try and recoup, try and fight, but obviously Fnatic are quite aware of Mouse Sports potentially being a threat with the Fountain when theirs is down. Looks like they're gonna
Tenno
reach up.
JJ's been found though. Gauntlet comes down as well. Tenno JJ instantly falls to Scorpio Bro. That's a lot of damage. Palmatoro is going to pop the boost to be able to get away, but that's going to be a really nice pick off there from Mouse. Just isolating Tenno and being able to just pick him off.
Yeah, Tenno has actually been getting hit by Impales quite frequently this game. Hasn't been using Sonic Zoom to dodge them maybe as much as he should have been. Looks like Mouse Sports are now...
Oh, Scorpio Bro in a lot of trouble. Yeah, Palmatoro comes in with a core charge, just insta-kills him. Is going to follow it up, and Emma King is taking a fair bit of damage, but Palmatoro, he knows his limits, and he just decides to back up.
Yeah, that's something that, by the way, when Palmatoro was on Team Secret, one of the things that I would always praise Team Secret for was that they were very good at knowing their limits. They would always, the old Team Secret would always go for a counter jungle, but then they'd know when to back out. They wouldn't stay too long. They'd very rarely die to the enemies respawning. And that's something that Palmatoro seems to have carried on here in terms of his team fighting and dueling ability. He's always very good at knowing exactly when he's not gonna get a kill. So you know, he's always knows in that situation that even though he's got his ultimate, there was a potential for him to chase down with more core charges and another Prime Directive. He knew that it was very likely that he was ever going to land enough damage to get a kill on both the Arden and the Lance. So it's just something that you kind of see that game sense transition on a player from the two different teams, and obviously he's kept that with him from his Team Secret days coming over to the Fnatic roster.
I mean, yeah, extremely important knowing your limits just to make sure you can get in and get out alive after making a pick. Fnatic are just pushing this wave now, and Mouse under a lot of pressure at this point. Gauntlet is not available for Emma King, and that turret just pretty much goes down for free. Fnatic are just going to be able to kite around now. Netwella does hit the Quibble, doesn't find anybody, but Tenno JJ doing a lot of work, and Palmatoro, in fact, finds himself in the middle of three members from Mouse Sports. Does he want to follow this one up? I'm not sure, because Scorpio Bro has got a fair bit of damage, and those close-range Heliogenesis, they really do pack a punch.
Well, yeah, obviously, if you get double Heliogenesis, that's fantastic. He's actually
hang on a minute.
Tenno
Core
JJ
collapse. Tenno JJ in a lot of trouble, but Palmatoro, it doesn't really matter because he's isolating two members. Doesn't like Garrett Callie wants to find a little bit of something. He does find Tenno JJ, takes him out in the end. Netwella in a lot of trouble, but Palmatoro is here as well. Termination Protocol still available. Netwella is still not going down. Garrett Callie finally picks up the kill. Palmatoro still in a 1v3 situation, but he's very, very healthy because he has got that infinite reboot available soon.
No.
Goes down into it, so he's just going to get taken out here. This is really good for Mouse Sports. I say that, I so to speak, way too soon. Termination Protocol comes through, but he's just getting stunned up through CC, takes one with him, but ends up getting taken down. Scorpio Bro finally finding the kill.
Oh, he didn't quite manage to proc it because the burst that came through for that Impale was just too great. Very close there for Palmatoro to potentially find a very strong 1v3, but again, I think that's just a bit of an overstep. Tenno JJ again hit by an Impale, got hit by a core collapse, taking out the fight very early. Fnatic maybe overstepped, and just as I talked about Fnatic and Palmatoro maybe knowing their limits, didn't quite know their limits in that situation. Caster's Curse, I suppose.
Yeah, Caster's Curse is a real thing, unfortunately. But that fight took so long because Palmatoro just refused to go down. And that's the longevity of being, well, the longevity of Palmatoro being able to stay alive is just absolutely insane. He can just survive for so long. And if he gets the Termination Protocol offer as well, even if one member's alive, I mean, Mouse pretty much have to kill him twice over. Like, that's just the reality of it. And Fnatic are doing a fantastic job of controlling the map as well. And I want to see Scorpio Bro just kind of pop off now because he's got that Eve of Harvest. He's got a lot of damage in his build, but I mean, they can't seem to find these fights. But I say that. Palmatoro, he's going to go in. He's going to find one fight at least. Palmatoro just backing off. Now, that's a massive force to core. Three people dragged in. One goes down. Scorpio Bro falls. Palmatoro still following up. He's going to find Emma King for the double kill. Can he find the triple? Great. Callie is running away. Netwella is going to just flank him off here. They're going to be able to cut him off and probably just cut him down where he stands. Crucible being popped for no apparent reason. That's going to be an ace. Fnatic comes through. Pretty big. 9-4 right now with a hefty gold lead. I say hefty. It's about 2,000. And they're going to go for the gold miner as well.
They're going to be able to capitalize very easily here. It's a good fight for Fnatic. Basically, we're able to blow up Scorpio Bro after pulling him back in. He doesn't have a reflex block, by the way, so kind of relying on that Crucible to stop that forced accord coming through, and unfortunately didn't quite manage to go through there. Big Quibble hitting as well. That was a huge team fight for Fnatic. And they'll be able to now push on further, pushing that gold lead up to about 4,000 at this point in time as well. Very nearly 4,000, more like 3,000 actually, if I can actually count properly. So 3,000 gold, but Palmatoro hitting double item spike. He's got the Broken Myth and the Aftershock. Pretty big for him in that sense, because now he's being able to stack up both the Broken Myth and stack up his core overload or core charge stacks as well, so that's going to be huge for him doing damage to Scorpio Bro on the back line.
Yeah, he's just doing an absolute work now. He's got Broken Myth on his side, so he's just stacking up core charges and stacking up the Broken Myth, just doing an absolute boatload of damage. Fnatic always looking for these fights now. As soon as you see any member of Mouse stepping into their jungle, they always seem to try and go for something, just try and hit a quibble. Techno JJ is very mobile as well, just being able to stay out the way of Great Khali and Emma King. Does it look like another route is going to land onto Techno JJ? That him all does miss. Palmatora is going to come through with the the Prime Directive, in fact. Gauntlet does come down, does stun up Net Toilette. Palmatora is going to block that one and walk straight through it. Does use the Aegis. It's going to be another Force Core blocked as well. Mouse Sports very hot in their fingers, and Techno JJ is going to have to back off as well. Blinking health bars from Fnatic does mean they're going to have to retreat.
Actually, Scorpio Bro now very close to hitting his third item, that Broken Myth being finished. Got very little defense, but you can see there the wave clear was very strong from him. Obviously, now that he's got the overdriven heliogenesis that happens at level 8, able to basically take that range advantage in a lot of senses over the Fnatic roster. Getting towards that late game quite nicely for him as well here. But if you can get Alpha to her, she's really not invested in much defense. So it's all about if you can land a Prime Directive and get the Alpha on top of the Celeste. If that happens, it's very difficult for Scorpio Bro. Now level 12, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Scorpio Bro very, very far ahead. That sense. Only levels, though. That's the thing. It's only levels, not too much gold on her side in terms of the lead. It's about 3,000 right now, stretching into 4,000. I mean, Palmatora hasn't really got any meaningful termination protocols off, but just his longevity in these fights is just absolutely insane. Net Toilette finds another quibble. Prime Directive in. Palmatora has found one. He is going to jump straight onto Great Khali. They're going to use the boots to get away. Wait for it's going to silence them all up. But Mouse Sports, they are going to be able to back off to their Crystal Sentry. It's going to help them out as well.
Fighting's going quite well here for Mouse Sports. You know, it feels like a Scorpio Bro is almost untouched now, and it's very difficult for Fnatic to actually find a position to find that sort of winning flank play onto the Celeste, especially now that Emma King seems to be able to consistently block those Finn hooks. What I'd like to see is maybe Finn work towards some cooldown reduction, get those hooks off cooldown more often. That's a very aggressive
hang on
move.
a minute. Yeah, very aggressive from Techno JJ. Gets core collapsed instantly. Scorpio Bro's going to chase him up. He's going to be able to secure the kill. Net Toilette's going low as well. Palmatora deciding he's going to just get the hell out of there as he backs off the fight, and that Kraken actually might go over to Mouse here.
He's definitely going to go over to Mouse. I have no idea what Techno JJ thought he was doing there. Hadn't stacked up. Took the front line of a fight, got blown up by multiple stuns, and now they've handed over this Kraken to Mouse Sports. This is a massive give over to them. I mean, this is exactly what they needed to find their way back into this game, and Celeste probably very close to finishing up her Broken Myth as well. She's got 600 gold almost in the bank, so another 600 or so, and she'll have that Broken Myth. And once that third item comes down for Celeste, very little you can do to stop her unless you're able to rush her at the back line, and that seems to be what Fnatic is having the problem with right now.
I mean, Palmatora is finding these entrances into Mouse Sports' back line, but the problem is there's so much defense in terms of abilities coming out from Mouse Sports. They've got Githian more, they've got the Gauntlet. It's just extremely hard to make anything stick. That turret is taking an absolute whale of damage. Kraken's going to be there as well. Scorpio Bro from range, just with the Heliogenesis, is going to secure that one. But the thing is, our Fnatic going to be able to contest this one. Oh dear, that was a big cooldown. Crucible is going to get used by accident, it seems, from Emma King.
Yeah, that should be an opportunity for Fnatic, although Kraken will buy them some time, because obviously Kraken is something that you don't often want to ignore too heavily, but as soon as, there we go, very close,
man.
but just out of range there. Net Toilette was looking for that pick off onto Scorpio Bro now that the Crucible was down. That should be a rush-in though, Palmatora going in.
Yeah, Palmatora looking for something here, just core charges onto Scorpio Bro, but he's kiting back very, very well, but Palmatora has found him in the back line. Can pop Termination Protocol whenever he finds that Solar Storm, doing a lot of work to Techno JJ, who's now surrounded in this Gauntlet. They're going to be able to find one. That's going to be the main damage dealer down for Mouse Sports. Fnatic are just running through them now, but Great Khali is going to be able to find Techno JJ. Not sure he's going to be able to stand up to Palmatora, though, who does find the double kill in the end. Fnatic, they're still finding these fights, and they're still winning them.
Yeah, now they found that their opportunity now is, if they don't hit the forced accord, they pop War Treads and they just run at the Celeste, including Vox. Tries to just essentially ignore the Lance. Now remember, if Lance does not hit an Impale or a Githian Wool, you can basically just ignore him as a carry. He really needs to land those two big abilities to have a massive impact. The basic attacks are so slow and clunky that they're not going to do a huge amount of damage over the course of a team fight if they're the only damage output that you have. So they rush straight to the back line onto this Celeste, who doesn't have a reflex block. Palmatora and Techno JJ just putting the damage directly onto the only target that matters. Fnatic seem to have found that remedy to the team fights that were going so badly for them just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it just seems like Fnatic are literally corralling Scorpio into a position where it's extremely hard for him to actually dodge Palmatoro. And just as soon as Palmatoro gets on him, he's pretty much dead. That Aftershock is doing too much work with the Broken Myth as well. I mean, Fnatic, they're picking up infusions now. I mean, infusions even across the board. Mouse Sports obviously got those in their back pockets as well. The Kraken is going to spawn in a few minutes, and Fnatic, they have got the turret lead, but only by one here. So I want to see Mousesports trying to find something. Palmatoro has found great Kali, but he's going to be able to back off, not an issue.
Fnatic now pushing down the lane. Got obviously the Kraken respawning fairly soon. They seem to have found that remedy, like we said. Just need to, I think Mousesports need to adjust how they are playing these fights. Maybe move into a more defensive move in terms of, you know, Githian walling to protect Scorpio more than looking to be aggressive onto Techno JJ. This composition was built, I think, specifically massive
my
Force
goodness, Force the Cord onto 3 members. Gauntlet goes down for Emma King in defense, but that's not going to matter because Scorpio just gets deleted. Emma King is going to try and rush away. Palmatoro hasn't finished with him just yet, though. Techno JJ chasing after him. Emma King very, very low. Palmatoro still dashes forward, picks up the kill. Mousesports in quite of a rout at the moment as they do end up finding a turret. Also, Fnatic, what a fantastic play from Net Toilette. Triple Force Accord. Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to predict that kind of thing, and I think the wall was actually obscuring the initial part of the animation. That's what's so good about Thin. If you can do it over a wall, it is much harder to crucible that kind of forced accord than it is to see one on block it straight up in lane. It's actually quite easy to block a Thin forced accord if you can see the animation happening. If you can't see the animation happening, way more of a reaction, way more reactive play, and much more difficult to pull off. And with Scorpio Brave not having his own reflex block, which looks like it's getting remedied now as he's working towards it, it's so easy if you actually land it and it doesn't get crucibled, you basically win the fight outright without even having to do the hard work.
I mean, forced accord into a triple quibble as well is not something you want to mess with. Fnatic now just pushing it down this lane. Kraken is on the board, so they can take it if they need to. But the thing is, Mousesports, they have to be able to defend their base. It's completely cracked wide open. They've only got 2 turrets between them. And losing the game now. It'll be a 2-0 to Fnatic if they can push this one through. Mousesports, they still haven't won a game in the VG8 thus far, so we'll see if they can actually do something here. Forced Accord gets sent out, but does get blocked this time.
Looks like Fnatic, that is the Echo.
Oh, wait! Oh, wait, an Echo comes through. I didn't even notice that one. Techno JJ is going to get jumped on, though, but it doesn't really matter too much because Palmatoro is going to be there to just give it back some of that damage. They're going to look for another Impale, but Techno JJ, none the wiser, does sidestep it. It's a lot of damage down onto Great Kali. Now Gauntlet comes through as well. Techno JJ stuck in the middle of all of it. We'll be able to just return some of that damage to the sender. Yet again, Netwella is actually going to fall there. He stepped a little bit too far forwards. Actually, Scorpio is going to be able to find that one, so Fnatic actually now have to back off.
Palmatoro had Aegis available and was in the back line essentially doing nothing. I think he was so reluctant to maybe commit to that fight, but both Netwella and Techno JJ had already committed. I think at that point for Palmatoro, you probably say, I just have to go for this and back my team up. But they end up losing one member here. They might have handed over an opportunity for the Kraken to Mousesports once again, but Netwella will be respawning. He'll have that Echo up again within the seconds. He'll be able to have that up and available when they go to choose to contest Kraken. If they can contest Kraken. They've got another 10 seconds before they can even think about it. So, like the Echo though, they're realizing they need to add to their win conditions. Their win conditions happen to be Hook Celeste. So you block one with the Crucible, then you Echo and try and go for it again. It adds to that element of win condition that you have for a team fight, and I really like that from Fnatic. They've really thought about their options here, and they've tried to assess them in various ways, and this is just another remedy to one of the problems that they're facing.
Yeah, I was just honestly quite surprised to see 2 Force Accords. I was like, hang on a minute. I completely looked over the Echo, but what a pick up from Net Toilette. Really making it work right now. They want to be able to stop Mousesports doing this Kraken, and that's exactly what they've been able to do. They're just so scared of actually starting it up because Palmatoro is just so devastating in close quarters that they do need to kind of group up on this Kraken and be able to start it, and Prime Directive into a couple of core charges will just destroy their front line. 2 Force Accords actually missed there. The Echo was popped by Net Toilette and Mousesports. I think this is their time to try and go in. Palmatoro is in the back line though. Scorpio hiding back very, very well. Wait for it's going to be used also. Techno JJ using that cooldown. Big Solar Storm comes out, but it's going to hit 2 very tanky members of Fnatic. So in fact now, Mousesports actually on the retreat.
Yeah, and actually Fnatic as well. Netwillet is super low on HP. I think he's going to have to let that life spring kick in, start regenerating some HP for him. Looks like that is going to be a stun, and actually that is going to be Palmatoro picking up the healing camp here. But again, that range of Celeste right now is very difficult to overcome. The extra reflex block means that the echoed Forced Accord will not be having the impact that they want it to. But it just takes one person to screw up, just takes one person to miss their reflex block or miss their crucible, and actually then you make use of that echo. So it adds a little bit more, I guess a little bit more pressure. There we go.
Oh, another Forced Accord comes in. The Quibblet is blocked though, but Palmatora is just going to completely allow him access to the back line. Scorpio growing fairly low yet again. Tenno JJ just sitting on top of him. Same with Netwillet. It's a double Quibble, double triple man stun. And this could be Fnatic's time. They might just end the game right here as Emma King's going really low. Palmatora is going to chase him up. He's going to finally finish the kill up with a core charge. Tenno JJ still chasing Great Khali down the lane, but I think this is going to be it. Scoundrel Fnatic, they're probably just going to take this one to a 2-0. Mouse Sports still not finding their win they so desperately needed.
Fnatic don't want to go. They don't have the minion wave just yet, so they're going to try and take the safer, more reliable option of getting the Kraken to do the sieging for them. But Mousesports should be back up and ready to defend this once Fnatic actually take this away. So this is maybe not so sure set as this is a Fnatic game just yet, but it's definitely looking likely that they should be able to finish this one up. It looks like Lance may be coming in for a miracle steal, but Fnatic realized that, dragged the Kraken over to Mouse side of the field. Ward Lance away, and they do unleash the Kraken. Going to refresh those infusions, ready to roll, ready to push on for the final turrets and take the game away and the series 2-0.
There's only 2 turrets in between them and winning right now. 2 turrets and a big old crystal. So we'll see if, we'll see if Mousesports can defend. You can see now Scorpio just trying to set up a couple of those Heliogenesis to get maximum damage out. But that Kraken is going to do an absolute mean bit of work. Netwillet does have Echo available to him. A couple of Forced Accords will result in Mouse's death. The Forced Accord 1 comes out, does get blocked. He's going to pop the Echo though, so that'll be up very, very shortly. He's going to use it again, only dragging Emma King, but Palmatoro says that's the time to go. And Kraken still knocking on the base doors. Palmatoro goes in once more. Gauntlet comes down. Not going to stun up anybody, but everybody is trapped inside there. Crucible's going to get popped just to make sure no one does end up getting stunned. Tenno JJ actually just walking back into it. He doesn't really mind too much. Prime Directive straight onto Great Khali. First turret's going to get destroyed. Emma King in a little bit of trouble here in the front lines. Fnatic are just knocking on the doors now. Mouse Sports, they need to do something. Can they even just finish off Netwillet? That's 1 kill, but they're going to jump straight onto the Vein Crystal. Termination Protocol activated as well. Fnatic are just going to take this one to a straight 2-0.
Wow. Really, really close game between these two teams. That was a much closer affair than I think a lot of us were expecting between Mouse and Fnatic. Mouse, the team that has yet to win a game in the VG8. Fnatic, obviously one of the powerhouses right now, making it to those live unified championships. Got to give a credit to Scout Mouse. They really played a composition that seemed to work. Celeste got the items that she needed. They bought enough time for her to hit the late game, but even then Fnatic found ways around getting to Celeste, be it rush her down with the War Treads, be it echo and get a double pull, be it just get a pull in the first place. They found the remedies needed to take out that Celeste, and it granted them the win.
Man, that was a super cool build as well from Netwillet. I don't know what other word to describe it. Getting the Echo it was just something to admire, really. I think maybe a lot of Finns are going to maybe start looking towards that because it worked out for them so well. But to break that game down even further, we will jump over to the analyst desk and they can just take you through the whole series.
Well, the whole series was definitely an interesting storyline. Started off with Fnatic looking as strong as we expected. We kind of moved into game 2, and Mousesports actually did step up quite a lot. You know, they had opportunities. That being said, I think Fnatic ultimately, they played very well. Let's have a look at a replay straight off the bat here. You see an amazing Forced Accord initiation out of net.
Yeah, and this is one of the few times where it didn't get blocked down the stretch. Look at that. Just pulls them all in. A big, then, Prime Directive for a ton of damage. Just easily picking off Scorpio Bro on that Celeste. But, you know, down the stretch, I got to give credit to Mousesports. They blocked a lot of those Forced Accords, and you had double Forced Accords coming out thanks to that Echo, but they were still able to, you know, Crucible the first one, and then more often than not, the individuals were able to reflex block the second one.
Yeah, and Fnatic did a good job when he got that pull. Alpha would do a prime directive, so they were comboing their abilities clearly together. And I felt like Mousesports needed to hyper feed the Celeste. I don't know why she was jungle. Get her level 8 and just give her all the literally get her to late game as soon as possible. And they should have fed the Celeste instead of the Lance there in that game.
Yeah. All right, well, we know all of the results from Europe today, so let's have a look at the brackets. Our semifinals tomorrow will be SK Gaming versus Fnatic one more time. Then we got G2 Gaming versus Team Secret yet again. These are matchups we've seen a few times at this point. All of the teams who have yet to qualify for the championships lost without getting a point today.
Yeah, nothing changes at the bottom of the standings except for the fact that it is now even easier for Rising Lotus to secure that spot next week, assuming they're able to field a roster.
That forfeit really took me by surprise. That's the first time we've ever had one in the Vainglory 8. But, you know, sometimes things happen. If it happens again, that's a real issue for Rising Lotus. It's going to be tough for them to make it back. But, you know, talking about the standings a little bit here, obviously we know these top 5 teams in Europe at this point. We know who's going to be going to the championship. Rising Lotus is the one with the best chance, probably, from the bottom 3. But based on Mousesports' performance today, I mean, depending on their schedule next week, maybe they could go a bit further.
Yeah, I mean, if they can perform the way they did in Game 2, and they still need to step up a little bit beyond that because the other teams are still very strong, and that did not look like the strongest play from Fnatic, while Palmatoro was playing phenomenally with that alpha. I think it was 12-1. Techno JJ on the Vox had a really tough time actually getting involved in a lot of those team fights, but it's still, again, you know, Mousesports is actually eliminated from contention for that final spot.
Oh, yeah, because they can only get 8 points,
They can only get
right?
8 points. But it is essentially up to Fluffy Chickens now. They have to get 6 points next week, which is doable, but it means they have to make the finals.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an absolutely massive thing. Guys, in case you don't know what we're talking about with all these points, the teams are trying to make it to the Unified Championship, and there's only one spot left for Europe. The Unified Championship this time around is going to be held in London between May 19th and 21st at the O2. Fnatic will be hosting the event, and if you haven't yet gotten tickets, head on over to VaingloryEsports.com. We have a discount code running this weekend only. That code is BACON in all caps, which he's very happy about. So anyway, guys, we're going to be going to a quick break. When we're back, we've got North America. We're starting a bit earlier than it says on the schedule currently. We're starting at 1:30 because of that earlier dropout from Rising Lotus, and our first game will be C9 versus Immortals, so make sure you don't miss it.
Looking for a flank play. This is potentially more than they can ask for right now.
BT Lamier is going forward here versus Jotman's up about 5 seconds, so he can't use that ace as line. He got more. He's in.
Hey guys, and welcome to the weekly review. In this video, we're going to look at week 1 of Split 2 for the North American Vainglory 8. Our first series of the day was Team Solo Mid vs Rogue, a matchup that always seems to start out close but swing in TSM's favor. Game 1, Vonsi's Koshka ran circles around Rogue.
Ford pulls him back, Hammy trying to make some damage happen. I don't think they need like 2 Hammies at this point to make it happen. Prove me wrong, Hammy, he's rooted.
Game 2, Best Chuck was on Gwyn again, countering out Evol's Flicker while Vonsi was erasing heroes with his CP Sky. TSM would take the series 2-0.
Vonsi jumps back in with that Surrey Strike. Vonsi's low. Evil maybe can get him. No, that's going to be enough.
Our second series of the day was Immortals vs Gangstars, an interesting matchup as Immortals are starting to show signs of life heading into Split 2. Game 1 was dominated by Gangstars, with Iraqi Zero on Adagio and Xenotech on Blackfeather.
Ult the target and just get out of here. Xenotech finds the kill onto a low on. It's going to be Veins falling very shortly here. Yeah, can't get out of that one.
Game 2 was Zeo Unleashed as he carried his team to victory with an aggressive Gwyn, out-rotating Gangstars and finding engagements. Immortals tied up the series 1-1.
Very good job, Zeo, finding the damage on his target. The Fountain's going to come out, keeping them alive. Termination protocol.
Game 3, Immortals never came online. As Rekt built his Stormcrown Lyra, Gangstars pushed down turrets and took control of the map.
And they find a kill? No! This is just...
Our third series of the day was 101, now Tempo Storm, versus Tribe Gaming. Game 1 was evenly matched, but tilted slightly in favor of Tempo Storm, as Hyde's Glaive found engage after engage.
This is amazing. E36 going to be stunned up as well. The cooldown on Afterburn's just insane. Get Afterburned again, kid. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, E36.
Game 2, Status got Petal, and this time Hyde could engage, but Tribe could disengage very cleanly, and then re-engage with Fortress, ultimately allowing them to tie up the series.
Still part of this
Oh,
fight.
the damage!
Woo! Kraken is...
Game 3 came down to a decisive moment in which Tribe made a gutsy call to steal Kraken, giving Tempo Storm an opportunity to slam the door shut and claim the series.
The pawn going down most likely. Where are you, Status? Status on the backside with Hyde chasing him down. Pawn can't get out. Pawn's down. Status, you're in a...
Our fourth series of the day was Cloud9 vs Hammers, a finals-worthy matchup that didn't disappoint. Game 1 left a pile of bodies with Starting's Kestrel standing on top.
Unbelievable. 2 versus 3. What a mistake was made. T-Tigers on the front line, though. It looks like pretty good damage, but oh, Starting's there. He got a glimmer. He's there. Starting got one out. He's there. Starting all over. Making the absolute plays. My man.
Game 2 was very even, but Cloud9 took the edge with Joseph on his signature Taka, Old School's Gwyn, and Gabe with the alternating current Captain Adagio.
Finding the fight.
Game 3, Cloud9 had the lead 16 minutes in, until Gabe Izzle went in for the engage, using his Atlas Pauldron too soon and funneling his team into a choke point where Hammers could abuse their composition.
Down. Hammers, are they doing it? Old School taking a lot of damage as well. Tigers is there. Starting all over is there.
At the end of the day, Team Solo Mid, Tempo Storm, Gangstars, and Hammers remained. Our first matchup of day 2 was Tempo Storm versus Team Solo Mid. It was an impressive performance as Tempo Storm put up a serious fight against the #1 team in their first week of Vainglory 8.
Way. That's going to be the one shot into Hyde's booty, and it looks like Vonsi wants to follow things up with a kill going on to Hyde. Nowhere to run, nowhere.
Game 2, Vonsi showed us the power of Weapon Grumcha, annihilating the squishy Vox and Sky drafted by Tempo Storm, giving TSM the series and sending them to the finals.
Well, a double kill for Best Chuck and A as Hyde goes down.
Our second semifinals of the day was Gangstars vs Hammers. Hammers found the edge in game 1, putting starting all over on Baron and T-Tigers on Koshka.
Frenzy is starting dives onto Araki Zoro, and he takes down Xenotech as well. An ace at 10 minutes here for Hammers. They're looking.
Game 2, Gangstars gave T-Tigers Koshka again, regretting their decision as he proved why he is one of the best Koshkas in the world.
A double for starting, looking for his triple. Looked so easy for the young Wonder Kid. Obviously drank his G Fuel today.
With the 2-0 win, Hammers moved on to the finals to face up against Team Solo Mid. Definitely the two highest performing teams in Week 1 of Split 2. Game 1, TSM punished positioning errors out of Hammers.
As that's Flash X engaging, nowhere for you to go. Another triple.
Game 2, Hammers put starting on his top pick Ringo. Coupled with Tiger's CP Kestrel and Chicken's Lance Play, they shut down engagements from Bonsi's Koshka.
Starting looking for the ace onto Flash X as he pushes forward. The Kraken's still there, and a triple kill.
Game 3 was a skill-based matchup in the jungle between the CP Sky of Von C and the Samuel of T-Tigers. Ultimately, T-Tigers got the better of this matchup, pushing the game into Hammers' favor, giving them the win and first place in Week 1 of Split 2.
Only Von C left, and this is the minion wave pushing in. One shot, one kill, finds the ace.
At the end of the day, Team Solo Mid remained in first place of the overall point standings with 34. Hammers cruised into supposedly second place with 25 points, followed by Cloud9 with 21, Gangstars with 19, Immortals with 6, Rogue with 4, Tempo Storm with 4, and Tribe Gaming with 1. I'd also like to congratulate the top 4 teams for clinching a guaranteed spot at the Live Championship in London. This has been your weekly review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hey guys, and welcome to the weekly review. In this video, we're going to look at week 1 of Split 2 for the North American Vainglory 8. Our first series of the day was Team Solo Mid vs Rogue, a matchup that always seems to start out close but swing in TSM's favor. Game 1, Vonsi's Koshka ran circles around Rogue.
Ford pulls him back, Hammy trying to make some damage happen. I don't think they need like 2 Hammies at this point to make it happen. Prove me wrong, Hammy, he's rooted.
Game 2, Best Chuck was on Gwyn again, countering out Evol's Flicker while Vonsi was erasing heroes with his CP Sky. TSM would take the series 2-0.
Vonsi jumps back into that Surrey Strike. Vonsi's low. Evol maybe can get him. No, that's going to be enough.
Our second series of the day was Immortals vs Gangstars, an interesting matchup as Immortals are starting to show signs of life heading into Split 2. Game 1 was dominated by Gangstars, with Iraqi Zero on Dajio and Xenotech on Blackfeather.
Ult the target and just get out of here. Xenotech finds the kill onto a low on. It's going to be Veins falling very shortly here. Yeah, can't get out of that one.
Game 2 was Zeo unleashed as he carried his team to victory with an aggressive Gwyn, out-rotating Gangstars and finding engagements. Immortals tied up the series 1-1.
Very good job, Zeo finding the damage on his target. The Fountain's going to come out, keeping them alive. Termination protocol.
Game 3, Immortals never came online. As Rekt built his Stormcrown Lyra, Gangstars pushed down turrets and took control of the map.
And they find a kill? No! This is just...
Our third series of the day was 101, now Tempo Storm, versus Tribe Gaming. Game 1 was evenly matched, but tilted slightly in favor of Tempo Storm, as Hyde's Glaive found engage after engage.
This is amazing. E36 going to be stunned up as well. The cooldown on Afterburn is just insane. Get Afterburned again, kid. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, E36.
Game 2, Status got Petal, and this time Hyde could engage, but Tribe could disengage very cleanly, and then re-engage with Fortress, ultimately allowing them to tie up the series.
Still part of this
Oh,
fight.
the damage!
Woo! Kraken is...
Game 3 came down to a decisive moment in which Tribe made a gutsy call to steal Kraken, giving Tempo Storm an opportunity to slam the door shut and claim the series.
The pawn going down most likely. Where are you, Status? Status on the backside with Hyde chasing him down. Pawn can't get out. Pawn's down. Status.
Our fourth series of the day was Cloud9 vs Hammers, a finals-worthy matchup that didn't disappoint. Game 1 left a pile of bodies with Starting's Kestrel standing on top.
Unbelievable. 2 versus 3. What a mistake was made. T-Tigers on the front line, though. Looks like pretty good damage, but oh, Starting's there. He got a glimmer. He's starting got one out. He's starting all over. Making the absolute plays. My man.
Game 2 was very even, but Cloud9 took the edge with Joseph on his signature Taka, Old School's Gwen, and Gabe with the alternating current Captain Adagio.
Finding the fight.
Game 3, Cloud9 had the lead 16 minutes in, until Gabe Izzle went in for the engage, using his Atlas Pauldron too soon and funneling his team into a choke point where Hammers could abuse their composition.
Down. Hammers. Are they doing it? Old School taking a lot of damage as well. Tigers is there. Starting all over is there.
At the end of the day, Team Solo Mid, Tempo Storm, Gangstars, and Hammers remained. Our first matchup of day 2 was Tempo Storm versus Team Solo Mid. It was an impressive performance as Tempo Storm put up a serious fight against the #1 team in their first week of Vainglory 8.
Way. That's going to be the one shot into Hyde's booty, and it looks like Von C wants to follow things up with a kill going on to Hyde. Nowhere to run, nowhere.
Game 2, Vonsi showed us the power of Weapon Grumchaw, annihilating the squishy Vox and Sky drafted by Tempo Storm, giving TSM the series and sending them to the finals.
So a double kill for Best Chuck and A as Hyde goes down.
Our second semifinals of the day was Gangstars vs Hammers. Hammers found the edge in Game 1, putting Starting all over on Baron and T-Tigers on Koshka.
Frenzy is starting, dives onto Araki Zoro, and he takes down Xenotech as well. An ace at 10 minutes here for Hammers. They're looking...
Game 2, Gangstars gave T-Tigers Koshka again, regretting their decision as he proved why he is one of the best Koshkas in the world.
A double for Starting, looking for his triple. Looked so easy for the young Wonder Kid. Obviously drank his G Fuel today.
With the 2-0 win, Hammers moved on to the finals to face up against Team Solo Mid. Definitely the 2 highest performing teams in Week 1 of Split 2. Game 1, TSM punished positioning errors out of Hammers.
As that's Flash X engaging, nowhere for you to go, another triple.
Game 2, Hammers put Starting on his top pick Ringo. Coupled with Tiger's CP Kestrel and Chicken's Lance Play, they shut down engagements from Bonzi's Koshka.
Starting looking for the ace onto Flash X as he pushes forward, the Kraken's still there, and a triple kill.
Game 3 was a skill-based matchup in the jungle between the CP Sky of Von C and the Samuel of T-Tigers. Ultimately, T-Tigers got the better of this matchup, pushing the game into Hammers' favor, giving them the win and first place in Week 1 of Split 2.
Only Von C left, and this is the minion wave pushing in. One shot, one kill, finds the ace.
At the end of the day, Team Solo Mid remained in first place of the overall point standings with 34. Hammers cruised into supposedly second place with 25 points, followed by Cloud9 with 21, Gangstars with 19, Immortals with 6, Rogue with 4, Tempo Storm with 4, and Tribe Gaming with 1. I'd also like to congratulate the top 4 teams for clinching a guaranteed spot at the Live Championship in London. This has been your weekly review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
that I've been long gone. Have you missed me at all? The road home shatters and I feel the pressure of direction taking over me. If I'm moving through space in an endless night, it's you to set me free. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away. If only it were true. I believe that the waits
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the North American Vainglory 8. My name's Action Jackson, here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We're here for week number 2 of Split 2 of the spring season, and a lot of teams have already qualified, but a few still need to punch their tickets to the Unified Live Championship. This time it's going to be happening in London between May 19th and 21st at the O2, with Fnatic being our host team. If you want to get some tickets, if you can make it across the pond and go on over to Europe, head on over to vaingloryesports.com or to our Eventbrite page and use the code BACON in all caps for your chance to actually get a discount on the tickets. That's going to be lasting this weekend only. Next weekend we'll have another code. Who knows what type of food it will be? We'll have to find out.
Well, it's going to be tough to make it any more delicious.
Perhaps. Let's have a look at the standings so far. We can talk about the teams who have qualified and who haven't. North America, we have Team Solo Mid, Hammers, Cloud9, and Gangstars with their tickets locked in. They are going to the championship. Immortals, Rogue, Tempo Storm, and Tribe all still in contention for that other 2 spots.
Yeah, I mean, a lot is on the line here in this week and next week to get those final 2 spots. It's open for any one of those bottom 4 teams. Any of them could get there depending on how they perform.
Not to mention, if you're in the top 2, you do get a bye in the first round of the championship. So all of our top teams are still looking to get as many points as possible. Let's have a look at the schedule for today, talk about the matches. We have Cloud9 versus Immortals up first. Then Tribe plays Rogue. Following that, we have Hammers versus Tempo Storm. And finishing it off, we have Team Solo Mid versus Gangstars. Sweet J, aside from the Immortals matchup that I know you're looking forward to, talk to me about some of these other matchups that you're looking forward to.
Yeah, I think Tribe and Rogue would be a critical one because based on who wins that matchup, it's going to pull them out of the bottom 4 and potentially set them up for a play in the semifinals to get more points and hopefully be that 6th or 15th.
Yeah, it's very important stuff. Let's actually have a look at the brackets. You can see who will meet in the semifinals potentially here. We have Cloud9, Immortals, Team Solo Mid, and Gangstars. What a bracket that is for them. Group of death for sure. Then on the other side, we got Tribe Gaming, Rogue, Hammers, and Tempo Storm. Hammers obviously big favorites in that group, Bacon.
Yeah, absolutely. They're the top team of that group, but the bottom 3 teams all being in the same group just means this first day is all the more important to try and get into those semifinals, get some more points going against those other teams in the bottom.
Yeah, and our first game is going to be from that bottom group. I actually said Hammers clear favorites, but actually I somehow blanked the fact that Cloud9 is in there too. So definitely still a very strong group overall. Let's have a look at our first matchup. It's Cloud9 versus Immortals. Now, Sweet J, obviously on the desk with us, is the coach of Immortals. I know he's been working hard to whip them into shape for this matchup. But it's definitely, I mean, on paper, I'm sure even you would agree, like with the performance Cloud9 has been putting up recently, they look really, really good. You know, it's going to be a hard task for the Immortals lineup to make this one happen, but let's have a look at their lineup. We have Vanes, Dienzio, Aloha, Sui Generis, and God of Sins.
Yeah, this is a lineup that definitely has been together for a long time. They just got to bring that magic back, that synergy that they had when they won Spring Championship. I think once they unlock that today, they can definitely take 2 games, if not 1 game off Cloud9.
All right, and Cloud9, also a very talented lineup. We've got Gabe Vissel, Old School, I Love Joseph, and Azure and I.
Yeah, this is a team that we criticized early on for being almost too patient in a lot of their games, but they've really kind of ramped up that aggressiveness a little bit, have done really, really good at choking out opponents and just making it so that they don't have a chance in a lot of their games when they win.
All right, so thinking about the draft for this next game, Cloud9 is definitely a team that plays the meta really, really well. They know all those heroes in and out. They've got strong players on all of those characters. On the side of Immortals, I know you guys do like to try things out a little bit sometimes. Could we see anything interesting here from you guys, Sujay?
Yeah, there's a few things they've been definitely practicing and working on. I think for Immortals, it's about getting a good composition that Zio and Aloha are really comfortable on. It's something that they've practiced and played a lot. So I think that's probably how they're going to draft. I think Cloud9 is looking for some good counter picks. They're going to prioritize Gwen and probably Glaive for Joseph, since Joseph likes to play those junglers like Glaive, Taka, etc. Haven't seen him really play a lot of Kesher. He likes Samuel as well, and maybe even a Crow, but I don't think that'll come out today. So let's see what Cloud9 decides to do here.
All right, well, they're going to ban away the Glaive, and so not wanting to deal with that hero at all. One of the things I've always found kind of interesting about Immortals is you guys have, it's most teams have one or two heroes that are just like above and beyond their most played. But for Immortals, it's actually fairly even, in terms of who they've played the most. It's not like, Cloud9, who has their top 2 most played, have 11 games each, and then the next highest is like 6 games. With Immortals, it's like 5 games, 5 games, 4 games, 4 games, 3 games, 3. Like, it's very steady, like the drop off there. It's not a hard like focus on one or two heroes, which I think is actually beneficial to a team to not have just one or two picks that they play all the time.
Now, this Gwen first pick is interesting. We've seen a lot of Gwen recently, obviously very strong on this update, but actually locking it in immediately and knowing that your opponent has a chance to maybe pick something longer range in the lane or what have you, that seems like quite a bold move from Cloud9.
Yeah, they want to prioritize the Gwen with Tension Bow because she offers such early game power, and I think they're comfortable playing the Gwen. Old School has been playing lots of Gwen in lane, so I think that's why they want to prioritize that Gwen.
By the way, I have heard that C9 is trying out a new analyst for their draft this week. So they're actually going to be maybe picking a little bit differently than they usually do. Could throw a spanner in the works here for Immortals.
Well, with the Lyra pickup as their first pick, that's not really any wrench being thrown in the works at all. Samuel coming out from Cloud9 is that is a little bit of a surprise for this team. They haven't played too much Samuel over the course of the season. In fact, I mean, it's a pick that it's obviously very strong in the meta right now. They've only played it once previously. It was a win for them, but you mentioned at the top of the draft, they're a team that plays very strong into the current meta, and this is an example of it.
All right, Immortals, they're going to be locking in the Adagio Black Feather, so they have double sustain with the Black Feather. That seems pretty potent to me. Sweetjay, I know you've been talking about double sustain a decent amount recently.
Yeah, with Gwen Tension Bow, she is not going to build Poison Shift, so there's probably no one on their team that's going to get a Poison Shift to counter the double heal. So it'd be interesting to see if they're going to pick Finn here or potentially Fortress to counter the bleed. Or, I mean, the heal, because Fortress offers that mortal wound. So let's see what Cloud9 decides here, because they did give double heal with Black Feather. This competition at Gangstars ran really well last week, but didn't execute to the full extent, so hopefully Immortals can pull it off for this game.
And I really like the Black Feather pick as well, because Black Feather can go for that Poison Shiv, very likely will go for the Poison Shiv, which works really well into the Samuel, but it's going to be Arden, so nothing coming out from Cloud9 to offer mortal wounds against double heal.
Unless maybe, I mean, it is possible that, like, the Arden gets a Poison Shiv. It's cheap, Why not? Sometimes you just need that item. But in all seriousness, I mean, this does seem like a big draft strength on the side of Immortals. Whether it's a draft win, though, that's the question I want to pose to you guys. Because it seems on paper, yeah, there isn't an easy way to counter that heal. But do they have other tools, like their utility or, their ability to push?
I think Immortals definitely won the draft in terms of just pure compositional strength. Looking at the side of Cloud9, I don't particularly like the draft. Obviously, Gwen and Samuel can work together fairly well, but throwing Arden into the mix seems very strange to me, because typically with Samuel, you're going to want to be moving a lot through the fights, whereas Arden, the gauntlet comes down, and you want to stay stationary. So I'm very curious to see how Cloud9 is going to pull this off.
All right, guys, give me your predictions.
Immortals, they got the draft.
I actually think Immortals do have the much better draft here, and I think they can take it.
All right, well, that's certainly going to be an exciting matchup if they can make it work. This will be the first time we've seen double heal work in a while, I think. Let's hand it on over to our shoutcasters. We've got Forecourt, Jester, and Dowsey.
Everyone, and welcome to North America. It is, of course, this matchup between Cloud9 and Immortals, and we are seeing this fabled double sustain composition with Black Feather coming in here, Forecourt.
Yeah, and this is a tried and true combination. You got the double heals, you got some good range with that Adagio up in the lane. He's going to be a harassing tool. And then as soon as level 6 comes online, Aloha, he's just going to be very mobile. He's going to be kind of a ping pong ball in a lot of these fights. With double sustain to go with him, you bump up that Black Feather damage thanks to Dienzio. And, well, in theory, you're going to have yourselves a good time.
In theory, 100%. Now, this is something that, I guess, before my time, I guess that's kind of how we label Vainglory timeline now, Forecourt.
It
was before your time, Dowsey. Back in my day.
Yep. I mean, like, I know I'm an old fossil whenever I have to go start a sentence like that.
Absolutely. But, you know, double sustain was really popular. It was really common that we would see it coming through. But that was before Poison Shiv was introduced as an item. Now, Poison Shiv is something that shuts down double sustain very, very greatly if you haven't been able to draft potentially a Fortress or a Tucker that would involve mortal wounds, because you can just have it every third auto attack. Gwen, possibly not a premier user of it, however, it doesn't mean that she can't build it, and I've certainly seen Gwen's build Poison Ship if necessary. I guess it all comes down to if Old School is comfortable going a 4 damage item route.
I can't exactly say that I've seen a Gwen in some of the Challenger, the VG8, pick it up anytime recent memory. But at the same time, like, Vox has definitely adapted to it very nicely. But at the same time, you can still get around it. If you just kill your opponents, you don't have to really worry if they can sustain through it. And there's a lot of talk about, this tension bow Gwen these days.
I have to see if Old School goes for it. Kind of will tell us if Cloud9 are looking to execute more towards the early game than towards the late game. If they purchase that tension bow. Old School, will be looking to try and farm up as much as possible. Pretty renowned for just actually last hitting rather than trading in lane, not really putting too much pressure on his opponents and relying on his roamer / jungler to come up and do that pressure game. But we are going to see Immortals recall back to base here, which should mean that Cloud9 follows suit. This is where we get to find out. Is Old School going to go towards Sorrowblade? The item purchases certainly suggest he will.
Okay, so Sorrowblade, yeah, maybe we are going to be looking for a little bit more of that late game, see what Old School can bring to the table, and give a little bit more time for I Love Joseph to come online, right? This Samuel, yeah, level 2, you have a pretty good power spike, but up against a comp like this with that double sustain, the longer the fight goes on, the longer that you don't get a kill, the better the chances, the better the trades that Immortals will get from that. So for now, all kind of just nice and easy. Cloud9 really focusing on that farm. It really is Immortals just kind of pushing past this halfway mark again and again. Like, you got the Libra there, you got the Adagio right there, just seeing if they can disrupt this farm from Old School as much as they can.
Well, they are going to make a bit of a sandwich here, an immortal sandwich, and Dienzio's the topping. He's going to go down for first blood. Baines shortly to follow a double kill, going straight over to Old School's hands, and Aloha will be able to port back safely. But wow, what a move there from Cloud9. Immortals felt very comfortable making the rotations for that jungle shop, just got caught out.
There's a difference between a little bit more between confidence and arrogance, and making that rotation in that bush when you're that far forward and you don't know where Joseph is. That felt a little less confidence, maybe a little bit more overconfidence on that one, Mr. Dowsey. But I mean, that was a great catch by Cloud9.
Yeah, I would just have to throw credit over to Cloud9 because they're the ones who made the move to sandwich. They've obviously read Immortals playbook and said, you know what, 350, they're going to head down for the jungle shop. And that's exactly what happened. Now Vane's going to be giving up his life to keep Dienzio alive. But wow, these movements from Cloud9. They've got that Sorrowblade onto Gwen so early. And that's just going to be huge amounts of damage coming out of every auto attack that she pops out. Not only her passive. This turret has got nowhere to go. It's going to survive a little bit longer as they push lane up. But oh wow, Aloha gets the shielding, pops the boots, will just about escape. Cloud9 just coming out full force here. They should be able to grab this turret at 5 minutes.
Yeah, pretty easy peasy for them right there. And again, like the hive mind mentality, the execution squad that these guys are roaming right now, they have done some really good work on these catches. Like 0-2 from Vanes on that one. Dienzio did drop as well. Aloha didn't quite hit the dirt, but at the same time, you saw the pressure that they were able to generate from that, and they take a tower, turret this early on, and well, it's cool. 2,500 gold, no problem. 5 minutes, it's a pretty good lead. Joseph doing some pretty good work here with that Frostburn as well. There's a lot of soft CC that these guys are bringing to the table. A lot of slows, a lot of stop-ups here. Not exactly stuns. Like, once Old School gets his ace, then we will have that stun. Once we have a gauntlet, right, we have another possibility there. But you know, a lot of slows stacking up for these guys, and it's just keeping Immortals in that killable range.
So I'm really interested to see if we do end up building a Poison Shiv here for Old School. I guess one of the good things about getting a very early lead here is that it's very hard to sustain through the damage because you don't have much coming out yourself. You keep this Adagio down, keep this Black Feather down, and actually you don't really need to worry about the double sustain composition. Right now, Cloud9, though, they're looking to punish super hard for the early lead that they've got.
Old School and Joseph are sieging, but like, every little bit of trade that Vanes and Dienzio can get puts them in a better and better spot since they can heal, and Cloud9 really only has the fountain to rely on. But we're also just like looking for the break point where Aloha can jump in from the side, but we're not quite finding it. Well, Vayne's flanks maybe.
Yeah, Oblivion goes out though, he's going to put Vaynes to sleep. Old School in trouble as he tries to get away. Heal comes out, but he's going to get burnt alive. That's going to be Immortals turning things down. You mentioned it there, and it's coming out into fruition. Immortals get a little bit of damage down, and a double kill is what they get as a reward.
Gabe Bizzle not level 6, that's a pretty big deal right there. I mean, a Gauntlet would have been a great stop up into that, right? There's a lot of rush forward mentality, a lot of rush forward aggression from Immortals, but no Gauntlet means that all Gabe Bizzle had was really just the Vanguard. He had his fountain, and he was out. We don't have reflect boxes this early, right? Vaynes, he fell asleep, but at the same time, there was no Crucible to stop a lot of this. Ooh, that's going to be a heck of a pickup.
Yeah, wow, they're just going to find Vaynes caught out. Tries to get away, but can't escape this. Gwen, gangster Gwen, going to come collect her debts, and now, in fact, looking to collect some more in the lane as Old School becomes Gold School with the amount of CS that he has currently got stacked up with a 10 CS lead, and look, he's just going to freeze this lane so far up. He's going to start whittling away because you don't want too many of the CS hitting the turret, but this is perfect from Cloud9. If they hold this freeze for just a little bit, then the choke on gold that's going Immortals' way becomes even more so.
So after that fight, Immortals has got a pretty decent gold infusion from that. Aloha's able to finish into that Serpent's Mask, and perhaps there's going to be a Shiver Steal actually to come out from him next, just looking to fight some of this crowd control with some of his own. Vaynes is going to be looking immediately for that Crucible. Like we went from 0 reflex blocks to the space of just a few moments to now 3 and counting. But Dienzil looking for more damage at this point. Old School has actually picked up his reflex, same there with Joseph, and that's an Atlas done here for Gabe, so we're likely to see a Crucible out of him next.
Yeah, Infusion for Joseph comes out, and the breaking point picked up. Cloud9 feeling like they got some huge power spikes, and they're looking to try and abuse them. Can they steal the healing? They can, so that's even less fight potential for Immortals, as that's Old School sustaining for the next little bit. And Immortals, I think they're playing this fairly cleverly in the sense that they're not looking for all-in team fights here. Forecourt, they're trying their best to hit some item spikes. We see Aloha going towards that Shimmer Steel, as you said. I'll be interested to see if he picks up a breaking point before it, or he just goes Shimmer Steel, hoping that Immortals can kind of sustain him. But he pops his Infusion. They're looking to try and push Cloud9 back. They don't want to really go for the fight, though, if they can help it.
Well, look at that turret. That turret has just been receiving quite the beating. And if that second turret goes down, that's for 10 minutes that you only really have your choke still as the safety net, this retreat point. And Immortals, yeah, not going for the team fights, definitely working out a little bit better for them because they are behind in the gold. They should know this at this point as well. There's still a very big Cloud9 momentum pushing kind of mentality right now. Like the beat of the Cloud9 drum is still very much dictating this game. But once we do hit some of these more spikes, and Dienzio just hit second item, perhaps the defense will hold true, but they gotta take a beating for now.
Yeah, here comes Engage. They're looking, Vaynes looking to go in. Gonna start sustaining. Great stun onto Aloha, but he's diving forward, and the verse gets dodged away. Cloud9 looking to turn it on his head, but Old School, actually a double kill, okay, never mind. I thought he was going down, but the burst potential from Gwen comes up huge. Cloud9 pick up the ace, only losing Old School in the process.
Aloha just unfortunately not able to find his marks in this one, and Gold School was, what, 2.5 item? Looks like perhaps that is going to be a Shiv after all. He's going to be looking to build out, and it's probably not a Serpent's Mask to go with this here, Dowsley. So Old School absolutely coming out big with a lot of the damage built up at the end. Yeah, he did go down, took 2 with him though. We cleaned up ace, no problem, and well, Cloud9 pick up a turret for their trouble here as well. Goldly went from 3 to 4, just a little bit over 4K overall. Gold Miner's still sitting there nice and full, but 10 minutes in, like you also saw the work that Infusions have done for the team here at Cloud9. So it's probably going to be a pretty constant stream of Infusion buys from here on out.
Yeah, Old School is pretty close to being able to purchase this Poison Shiv. It's something that they really want before the next team fight comes out. It just cuts down the healing potential, especially if you put it onto Aloha, who's going to be like the Mortal Wounds onto Aloha, who's kind of be consistently diving forward. Now has the Shimmer Steel in his inventory to try and slow down Old School, and should be fairly successful in doing so. But if you can reduce the amount of healing, not only through the Serpent's Mask that he has, but also what Lyra and Adagio is throwing his way, blow him up before you really can do much, then that's the Black Feather gone out of the fight, and it just leaves Dienzio to try and clean up. So this is This is what we've seen shut down double sustain in 2.0 plus so consistently for core. We saw it last week, Gangstars versus Tempo Storm. It was a bit surprising, you know, Tempo Storm come in and they managed to grab third spot in their premier week, or their debut week of the VG8. And it was this double sustain composition they beat in game 3 as well that brought them across the line.
All right, Dienzio, he's really making sure that they can break the mold on this whole poison shiv, breaking down this double sustain. He's gotten into that infusion. He has his 2 items ready to go. Aloha just bought an infusion there himself, and we can see Joseph, and it's Gold School as well, picks up the shiv.
Yeah, they're going to dive forward. There's the Oblivion going down. The Gauntlet locks them all up. Oh, they managed to escape, but Dienzio can't. He's going to go down as Joseph chases for more. Wow, they're just actually leaving Dienzio in the dust. They don't care as they've taken down Veins, looking for Aloha as well. Aloha lands the on point. Does he have a dash to get away? No, he does not. But can he escape is the question. The on point certainly say yes, he can. Perhaps a bit of an error. What's Dienzio doing? Gabe Vizzles just about survives the one-on-one fight between Dienzio and Gabe Vizzle. A bit awkward, really, Cloud9 there. Perhaps they should have gone for Dienzio and just secured the second easy kill rather than looking for everything.
Well, hindsight's 20/20, but the big thing is that Veins is always the one like getting the arcane passage in, right? He's trying to bring Aloha and Dienzio right to the base of the fight, which is what you really want to be doing. Like, that's great for Aloha because now he doesn't have to use a Rose Offensive to close gap. He doesn't have to hit boots or anything, right? But Dienzio going into that there as well, it's like Cloud9 is reading this very well. There's always that gauntlet ready to go, always got that Oblivion coming out, and that's really stopping up a lot of the aggression from Immortals. It's kind of stopping them short. I was expecting Gabe Vizzle to look for a little bit more of a Crucible. Instead, he went into the Ward Treads. And if you look on this side of Immortals, we have no Atlas. No, not even like really the beginnings of an Atlas. Veins just finally got a tier 2. So they go Ward Treads, and that's keeping Cloud9 more mobile. They don't have to worry about the Atlas, and Old School is just cleaning house again and again.
Yeah, I think that's the thing I wanted to mention next is that Veins hasn't completed his Atlas. It is certainly going to be his next item purchase.
But why isn't it on
item.
Aloha? Why is it Shiver Steel and not Atlas second item for Blackfeather?
Shiver Steel on Blackfeather makes a lot more sense just because the idea is Veins portals on top of Old School and Atlases immediately. In that previous fight, Aloha actually didn't follow up on the portal, neither did Dienzio. So Immortals didn't follow the portal, and if they had, perhaps we would have had a different team fight. But the Shiver Steel then allows Dienzio and Aloha to chase down Old School. A very mobile carry on this Gwen, skedaddles out of it, and stick to her, make sure she dies quickly. So I think the item purchase right now is fine. We are going to see another fight as you can see them trying to get on top of Old School, but he's currently laying down the damage. Breaking point stacking up and Aloha going to fall. Gauntlet hits both! It's a double! And looking, but he won't get that triple. Old School will steal it away. Once more, Cloud9 so far ahead. Immortals trying their best to make moves, but once more, no Atlas purchased up for court, so it's essentially the same power as they had in the previous fight.
Well, it's not even that just by itself. That is a big contributing problem right now because Old School, again, free reign, nothing slowing him down, and there's very little actual crowd control to stop up Old School. So if you can't Atlas him, you can't stun him out, well, as you can tell, he's just kind of dancing around and taking names for breakfast here. When the Kraken and Sentry are going to be both coming up here at the same time, well, Sentry going down. So, yeah, Veins very slow, or perhaps Aloha, again, very slow. I'm still maintaining that a second Atlas with Veins picking up the Crucible would have been a heck of a lot better, especially since we got put behind the 8-ball a little bit early on here from Immortals. But at the same time, that Crucible is the only real thing keeping like Aloha from getting stunned up a lot as well. Yes, he has that Rose Offensive, but he's also using them real early in the fight, and perhaps he's not getting that recharge because, again, we got Gauntlet, we got Ace, we got that Oblivion, right? One Crucible here is not going to stop up all of that. So Aloha, he goes in, and unless we get that Crucible, unless he has the good timing on his Rose Offensive, he's getting stopped up a lot, and he's always, like, almost the first one to go down in some of these last fights.
Immortals are going to spot this out. They're going to look for a steal here. Cloud9, very clever. Disengage the Kraken to make sure it doesn't go any lower, and now just looking for an all-in fight or waiting for abilities to come up, or for Immortals to do the work for them so that they don't have to use abilities. Such a I was wondering if Cloud9 would... Oh, we'll have to talk about it later. Vanes dives in. Old School gets separated. He's trying to escape. Uses the portal to get out. I Love Joseph stuck in the fight. The Gauntlet is going to create a bit of space. They follow the portal. They may be in trouble. And look at Dienzio drop before he can use the verse. Vanes caught out, but they're going to chase down Aloha. It's Old School being the one to try and find that kill as Joseph takes down Vanes. There it is, the kill onto Aloha, and Vanes will fall in just a second as well. This time Cloud9, they split perfectly in the sense that they're able to get to their individual targets and take them down. And once more, another fight initiated without breaking point for Aloha, without Atlas for Vanes, without Atlas for Aloha. You know, Immortals are behind, and let's give them some breathing room in the sense of our criticism forecourt just because of that. But they are still fighting without Atlas. I feel like Vanes needed to prioritize that. Instead, he went for a Dragonheart.
Well, he went into a Crucible by the end of it all. But I don't know. I mean, item choices aside, Cloud9 definitely playing very well for themselves here. Again, Old School, he's just able to skedaddle. He's splitting very well. Joseph actually very measured on his Oblivion that time, did not kind of insta-pop it and used it very defensively. That actually forced off Aloha into a very odd angle, and basically like that was what left Dienzio by himself. Vane split south, Aloha splits north. Dienzio's like, I'm just going to use Verse, and whoops, all right, the rest of the team is gone. So it's very split kind of play from Cloud9. Worked out very well for them there with a Kraken coming through. This could be it.
Yep, definitely looking to finish the game here, and now I have to see what kind of defense Immortals can put up. Still haven't finished any of those items previously mentioned. And the first turret's going to fall down. Vanes does go in. Aloha looking to get onto Old School, but he's just managed to get out. Ace's High lands onto Dienzio. Aloha just not getting the healing he needs, and Dienzio's getting dropped as we speak. Vane's going to be the target. Good night, Vanes. He goes down, and one part of the double sustain is now dead. Second turret goes down. Cloud9 with the Oblivion will put Aloha to sleep, and Dienzio once more popped without a verse. The double kill comes through, and the ace. What a styling first game from Cloud9.
So, like, again, no reflex on Aloha, no Atlas there for Vanes to the end of the game. Look at Gabe Vizzle. Gabe Vizzle has himself not only that Atlas, but he also has himself the Shiver Steel. I feel like he's just being way more effective than either Aloha or Vanes at this point. Plus, you know, the Gauntlet's working out very well. Again, Aloha just really doesn't have any tools to stop up some of the counters from Cloud9. So he's a Black Feather that can't stay into the back. Yeah, sure, he got nice and early into that Shiver Steel, but ultimately, like, he's dropping dead way before you're really seeing good uses of it. And double sustain, I'm not even too sure that was really a Poison Shiv win from Cloud9. I think it was just a comp and team execute win from Cloud9 this round.
Yeah, you know, once more we see double sustain shut down by a singular perch, a Poison Shiv, and actually without the Poison Shiv, Cloud9 were doing a fine job early against it, as they were able to out-rotate Immortals and create such a gold deficit to begin with. However, I do think that, you know, if Immortals were able to perhaps get some gold into their bellies, perhaps get those key items that we mentioned, then the fights could have gone a different way, but, you know, in the new era of Vainglory, the dousey day of Vainglory here forecourt, it just feels like double sustain may have been put to bed. I'm yet to see it be hugely successful here in the BG8. Perhaps we'll see it come out soon. I definitely would love to see a team execute it in a great way. But wow, first game goes Cloud9's way. Very, very confident play from them. And I'm interested to see how Immortals bounce back from this.
All right. Yeah, I mean, definitely strong performance out of Cloud9 there. Immortals had like one fight early on where I was like, oh, okay. Right, here we go.
Yep.
But after that point, it kind of fell apart. What was the reason here? Like, was it rotations? Because I felt like a lot of the time, the kills that were happening weren't proper fights. They were like, someone is in the wrong place.
Early on, it was a lot of rotations. Vanes got caught multiple times in the early game, and by the time Immortals felt like they could fight, they were so far behind that they really couldn't, and so they end up engaging really bad situations because they were so far behind.
Yeah, let's have a look at a replay from a little bit later on into the game. You can see here the fight around Kraken beginning to develop.
And again, this is Immortals going in. They were looking for this fight, but you look at the items, and they are just vastly behind their opponents.
I remember Sweej, I was sitting here and you were like, don't portal in, don't portal in, don't.
Yeah, that's the third portal engage that didn't work out for them, so they need to change things up. I would prefer for them to engage head on, and when Samuel uses Drifting Dark, use the portal to then displace your team in the direction that's away from the Drifting Dark, and then engage the team. So I felt like after portal engage didn't work 2 times in a row, they needed to change the strategy and adapt. And on top of that, they're at a level disadvantage. So you don't even want to engage a team that's ahead of you in terms of levels, items, etc. And they didn't have Atlas, so I prefer that they would wait and be more patient, get the Atlas first, and then they have a fighting chance. But without Atlas, there's no way they could have won that fight.
There's also the execution in the fights that did happen was sorely lacking from Immortals. There was multiple stuns connecting constantly onto usually Zeo was the target that they were aiming for. And you had a Crucible and a Reflex block. There shouldn't be so many stuns hitting in succession from the side of Cloud9, but they made it work. They were able to land them at you. You have to land the stuns for them to, even not be reflex blocked. But it worked out for Cloud9. They were able to kind of roll over.
All right, we're into the draft for game number 2. Cloud9 versus Immortals. Cloud9 are now on the A side, banning away the Glaive. Immortals taking Gwen away after how strong it was last game. I think it's a fairly solid choice.
Yeah, definitely was something that they were not able to deal with. And on the side of Immortals, so making sure that Cloud9 can't get it again with the first pick. We'll see if Cloud9 goes for one of those healers themselves or if they leave both of them open once more.
All right, Sweej, what do you think Cloud9 is thinking about for so long here? I mean, on A side, normally you've planned this. Lance going to be the option.
Yeah, they want to prioritize probably a good support and see what Immortals picks here. So I think with Lance being picked and Glaive being banned, there's a lot of options with Lance, like they can play Koshka, etc. So I think Immortals will probably pick, a carry for Zeo. Kestra's a good pick because you can flex her. So let's see what they decide to ban here.
Maybe the Koshka, you said they could pair that with the Lance. You don't necessarily want to pick it into a Lance. We saw the last week of Split 1. Could be a solid choice here.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense. It's going to be a question of if they actually go for it or not, or if they decide to maybe take away the Samuel. Could be an option if they don't want to play it, but they're going to ban away the Taka. So this says to me that they want the Samuel.
That does seem very likely, but if Cloud9 ban it here, what do you go for? That's the real question. Obviously you can flex that Kestrel, like Sweetie was saying.
Yeah, you can flex the Kestrel CP, so Cloud9 most likely ban Samuel here, I'm predicting, or a support that they don't want to face. Maybe potentially Finn, because Finn is good into Lance. There's a lot of options that they can pick here.
Alright, so again, dipping into that bonus time, Cloud9, they're going to ban away the Lyra. So they're going to let the Samuel through. I was contemplating if they would go for the Lyra ban because, obviously if you leave open Lyra and Samuel, you can almost assure that that's what Immortals is going to try to pick up. So they take away just one half of it and say, you can have the Samuel. Do they have something in their mind to counter it, though, is the question, because both Glaive and Taka have been banned, and those have been proven to be the 2 strongest counters thus far.
Yeah, what makes them so strong as counters, it's like the gap close, right? It's the ability to get around a lot of those things that Samuel's trying to do. So I think there are still options. There are still things that do a similar job that Cloud9 could pick.
Yeah, Blackfeather could work into the Samuel. That kind of is like the midway point between the Glaive and Taka, because Glaive is so good in Samuel because of the Afterburn, whereas Taka is so good because of the X-Retsu. So Blackfeather kind of has that, pseudo happy medium, but they're going to grab the Adagio, and then there's the Blackfeather coming out.
All right, seems like a solid choice here from Cloud9. They've got a decent front line. They've got to buff up the Blackfeather composition. It's very bread and butter, very simple. But Immortals, now they need to pick a captain that really fits into what they have and does well against what Cloud9's picked. What would you go for here?
Finn or Arden is pretty good here because Finn is good against the Blackfeather diving, and Arden can get Samuel out of a tough situation if Blackfeather dives in. So they're gonna go with the Arden here. Also, Arden Gauntlet with Samuel Sleep is pretty good.
That is a nice combination. Makes it very difficult to run away. So this is gonna be a weapon Kestrel in the lane, we have to assume.
Yeah, I'm going to be wondering who's going to be in the lane on the side of Cloud9. I want to say it's going to be the Adagio, but we've seen Cloud9 multiple times not put the Adagio onto Old School, and they could run the Blackfeather in the lane with the Lance in the jungle and the Captain Adagio. So
Would
I'm
that be a
curious to
Crystal
see.
Blackfeather in the lane?
It could be. It's a very strong pick. I don't know if it would necessarily be into a Samuel, but we'll have to just wait and see where they decide to go.
All right, it's going to be Old School on the Adagio.
Awesome.
You're pretty happy to hear that, I would
Very
assume.
happy to
It's
hear
been, It's
that.
been a while since they've actually gone ahead and picked that up, right?
It's been a long time since Old School has gotten to play the Adagio, because usually when Cloud9 does get it, they put it onto Gabe Vizzle instead. But again, Old School, he's been proven in the past to be arguably the best Adagio that we have ever seen.
All right, let's get some predictions for game number 2 here.
Both comps are execution heavy, but of course I'm going to root for Motos. So
I think Old School's Adagio is going to just blow this one out of the water.
All right, let's find out as we head on to the Halcyon Fold. We've got Forecourt Jester and Dowsey.
Very interesting. We got a bit of a reversal here, except this time not double sustain, just single sustain in the Adagio. And the Black Feather going to be supported with a bit of a Lance. I think I'm a huge fan of single sustain compositions Forecourt because I haven't had my opinion messed up yet by pre-worlds gameplay, but it's just poison shift, dude. It's a really strong item.
Well, it worked out very well last round. Cloud9 took the win in a pretty convincing fashion as well. I mean, they got a few nice early kills, led them into some momentum, had a bit of a reversal with the Immortals picking up an ace once, but everything else was pretty fine from them. So we'll have to see how this round will go. I Love Joseph is going to be the one on the feather this time. Aloha to get his Samuel, and we were talking about this a little bit. Just it felt like there was a lot of targeting out of Aloha last round, but now with the junglers swapped back around, we'll have to see if they're a little bit more comfy on this round.
Right, Aloha, he loves Samuel. Samuel, a very peculiar hero. If you just look at statistics of Samuel, you'd go, oh, this guy's terrible, why would anyone play him? But we've seen Tyra's pilot Samuel to some crazy successes over in EU. It's a really player-orientated pick that if you're really good with Samuel, then he's possibly one of the strongest heroes in the game right now, especially in that jungle position. Now, Aloha doesn't have as much success on it. It's kind of a bit 50-50, depending on the opponent more than anything, I feel, but definitely more comfortable, and that's a huge point. If you're playing comfortable heroes, then you can kind of go into the game and think about some other things rather than just, piloting your hero.
Well, 0 for 2 for Glaive for Aloha, getting banned back to back. So again, in a game number 2, especially with you're down 1-0 against, we'll have to see if this makes a big difference for Aloha.
There's a engage coming on, Cloud9 winning this fight, but Joseph's taking a lot of damage, and Old School, in fact, also going to take damage from these Glimmer shots. Weapon power Kestrel in the lane for Dienzio as he stealths forward looking for the last execute onto Gold School. Can he find it? No, he cannot. That's going to be Old School just about escaping. Cloud9, a lot of emphasis put on taking away that Elder Treant, but they are going to give a medic camp over to Old School at the backs here, so that means that Old School doesn't have to recall, and actually this might just counter the push that Immortals were hoping for.
Well, it was Gabe Vizzle to get the engage, just like what we saw right there. He got an impale on top of Aloha. That's kind of what started things off. But Immortals are able to come down. They're able to regroup very nicely and push back. And this early on, right, you're going to have to deal with Glimmer shots. You're going to have to deal with the Malice and Verdict. And even maybe a Drifting Dark on top of that one. That's a lot of ranged poke, a lot of spam that gets thrown out by Immortals, and I'm just not really sure that Cloud9 are really going to be able to counter that here, so they might want to try to pick their poison a little bit more selectively here early on.
Another fight over this Elder Treant. This time it goes over to Immortals. It's going to be in Aloha's hands, and that means he can throw out these Malice and Verdicts at will. Drifting Dark as well as he's recharging his energy batteries. Old School in trouble. He cannot escape the harass, and we're trying to get Gabe Vizzle in position to knock this Samuel out. That's going to be Old School forced once more very low as they push up the lane here. Immortals trying very hard to find themselves early damage onto this turret.
Yeah, throws himself a heal, has a potion there ready as well.
Oh wow, Cloud9 won this fight. They've split Immortals up. This is going to be Veins falling, and now they're chasing down Aloha. Wow. Didn't expect it to go like this, but it does. First blood to Cloud9, second blood to Cloud9 as Immortals get split up. And wow, Cloud9, I have to admit, their macro play, their coordination, their shot calling, it's just so on point.
The split was really what did it right there. And, Gabe Vizzle came in, he had that MPO, he shoved away up against Dienzio, who was burning from old school as well, remember. So he kind of made his exit, like, all right, well, I'm done with this. And then it was all of a sudden, it's like, all right, 2v3 time. Joseph comes in from the side, and able to pick off 2 kills. That's definitely a much better choice of a fight from Cloud9. They just can't barrel into some of these. They can't be in these big open areas, fighting over these ancient treants. Not that they're going to anymore, but getting that finally that selective fight, getting that split. Cloud9 definitely able to patch up a lot of their early game with that kill, and that's going to put them just slightly ahead of here in gold.
Certainly will. And something that we haven't really mentioned much is the standings here for Court. Cloud9 currently sitting 3rd in the standings. Now, for those who are interested in the Unified Live Championships in May, you may have heard that 6 teams from each region get to go. Not only that, really importantly, the top 2 teams from each region get a day off. They do not have to play on day 1, they get to buy straight into day 2, and it actually allows them to scout their opponents right in the open, in the the wilderness that is Live Championship, and work out what they're trying to play. So this is really important. Cloud9 currently sitting in 3rd, looking to try and get into 4th over Hammers as another fight breaks out, as Vanes is just going to get taken right down. He is still alive, but he's burning. If for sure Oblivion goes out, just splits up Cloud9. Dienzio in trouble, and he gets popped by Gabe Vizzle's Impale. Aloha tries to lay down some damage onto Old School. Mats and Verdicts flying out. The Crystal Sentry so pushed up. Old School may die. No, he's just about able to get away from it. And Immortals once more caught out, split up, and taken down.
Immortals not playing nearly as cohesive as Cloud9
Wow.
is.
What Old School I Love Joseph were going to execute for this. Gabe Vizzle, not quite able. Oh, whoa.
He got it.
That was the longest Malice and Verdict I've ever seen. Went right through the wall. You can't dodge those. You throw it through that rocky terrain, you can't see it until it exits, and that's some sneaky play there from Aloha.
Yeah, caught the Adagio a little bit more off guard right there. But, I mean, heck, a day off, an extra day to go see Big Ben, and struggling to figure out anything else that you can go see in London. But
wow.
I know, I'm just blanking on that. But it's been a year since I was there. Buckingham Palace, there you go. Yeah, that would be great. That would be good. A nice relaxing day.
Or you could spend it, watching the Live Championships and working out who your opponents are, what kind of
you could.
positions they're playing. You could do that,
Or you can go get some fish and chips.
Fish and chips, why not? Cloud9, they're currently sitting in 3rd. They're 4 points behind Hammers. Hammers today go up against Tempo Storm, I believe. So that's an exciting series later on. But if they can make it into that top 2, then that bye they get in round 1, so important. And you can see that they're really trying to take down Immortals who are struggling. They're not struggling, they're in 5th place, but struggling to gain points. And they've got, the likes of Rogue, Tempo Storm, perhaps even Tribe catching up to them.
Well, nobody wants to be in the challenge zone, that's for sure. So, yeah, we'll have to see by the end of the split. It's going to be very exciting, but we got some pretty good engage here from Vanes.
Yeah, that's going to be a gauntlet going down, but Old School dodges away from the Oblivion. Looking for the fight here as Joseph dives onto Aloha. He's in trouble and taken on down. It's just working out this time as this Black Feather gets himself even more. A double kill comes forward for I Love Joseph. And he's going to take away. Nope, that does get stolen by Dienzio at the last second. But wow, let's talk about items here. We've got Joseph with just the Serpent's Mask. And the early game damage that Cloud9 are putting out with it, with the buffs ups from Old School, is just immense.
Yeah, Old School buffing out Joseph is really adding a lot to the pressure here. Level 7 infusion there from Joseph. You can see the level 5 from Dienzio, but he just hit level 6 a little bit ago. Again, level 7 infusion going to be doing just a bit more work. At the same time, Gabe Vizzle, straight after Fountain into that Atlas. It's a big deal on top of Dienzio there as well. It can really go a long way to limit out that damage. Vanes was the one to engage, but it didn't really seem like either Aloha or Dienzio was able to follow up, because there was one stun, I think it was on Old School, but he was able to self-sustain from it. We had that Fountain, then the Atlas came out, and Joseph just started really obliterating right through everybody there.
So this is a bit of a discussion we had off air, and I wanted to just bring up a certain point of the discussion forecourt, and it's this Atlas versus Crucible point. Now this is the exact same like ultimate combination, Vayne's with his Gauntlet, Aloha with the Oblivion that Cloud9 ran in the previous game. And you know, I talked to some players and they kind of feel like Crucible could be a bit of a crutch for teams that can't dodge abilities or don't build reflex boxes of their own. You kindly see Cloud9 prioritizing that Atlas for Dienzio just to try and shut down the damage rather than a Crucible to get his team out of it. Olaf Joseph seems very comfortable dodging away from abilities. Old School positioned very well at the back of the fight to get away from the Oblivion. And if Cloud9 are able to fight in areas where they can dodge these big abilities, then they're going to be getting so much more out of an Atlas rather than a Crucible. They charge forward. This is one of those areas that you may not want to fight in. So close up, it means the Oblivion and the Gauntlet War so much easier to hit. But Dienzio very low on energy and didn't look like Immortals really wanted any part of that fight.
Well, there's also another difference, right? Like, I Love Joseph not going into a Shiver Steel early on, right? He went from the Serpent's Mask, he has some armor coming up for himself, but a reflex block goes a long way on a Black Feather. Yes, you have that Rose Offensive. Yes, you do have some charges of block, but having that on-demand reflex block whenever you need it, especially up against something like a Gauntlet and an Oblivion to come out there from Aloha as well, that's a lot of power, and that will keep you just in fighting form.
Yeah, certainly. Now, Cloud9 looking to go forward. We do see some infusions coming out of the Immortals as they recognize that they're going to have to fight over this siege of the turret. Dienzio, though, rooted up. Giffian War stuns him, and here comes Joseph for the execute. Nails it. Gauntlet Walls go down and will trap Cloud9 under this turret as Gabe Fizzle very happy to tank it all up. I Love Joseph, though, going to get the heal. The Verse of Judgment goes out from Old School to push Immortals back, and the turret will be taken on down.
Gabe came down.
Oh, they dive forward! Wow, Cloud9 looking for more. They were looking for just Fate. Can't get onto Aloha, but they will certainly take another kill for themselves.
Where's the one shot? Dienzio, one shot. Not even going to look for it? Okay, finally, there it goes. But Grace is on top of Old School. And at the same time, yeah, Vayne's just maybe not expecting the turnaround from there. But Gabe Fizzle did go down low, tanking out the turret for his team. He had the armor. He had himself a lot of that damage reduction that Lances do afford themselves. Then, of course, he hit the Fountain, and he hit the boots at the same time. Then he retreated. The Fountain went onto the teammates. They took down the turret, and the turret's last shot just was not on cooldown fast enough to take down Gabe Fizzle. So very good awareness, very good sense of how much he could tank from there, and they get out of that, you know, pretty clean. 2 kills, they pick up the turret, they've pushed Immortals all the way back now to that choke here at the 11-minute mark. And that very first kill on top of Dienzio, right? He was staying around in the lane. He did not have a lot of his team there to help him out. And bringing him down, he had 1,500 gold in the bank, Dowsy. Like, he's very happy to go spend it now, but you know, there is something to be said about just cutting your losses, going home, get that, you know, get those items, spend your cash, and, you know, look for a defense from there.
Well, we're going to see Broken Myth and Breaking Point for Cloud9. They've got themselves the stacking damage items now, as they're looking to try and finish off these fights with a bit of extra damage. Broken Myth complete for Aloha as well. Frostburn into Broken Myth. Pretty standard, I believe, for most Samuels, especially as they're trying to avoid being aggressed on top of this composition that Cloud9 have. I wonder if Old School will be able to escape. Nope, Gauntlet Wall goes down, but Old School's just going to walk forward. They take down the Crystal Sentry, but a lot of damage is coming forward. Double Impale, 3-man Giffian Wall! Gabe, you monster! But a good Oblivion puts Joseph to sleep. Old School as well, and they can't quite follow up the fight just yet. Vaynes may lose his life in the process. Impale does connect, and Vaynes will be popped, but Joseph goes, no, he gets away just at the last second. The heal comes forward. Old School, though, has to be careful. 9 Broken Myth stacks on this Samuel, as the one shot doesn't quite find a mark.
No.
Cloud9 just about retreat. That was some immense play there from Cloud9, but even more so, a great Oblivion really helped cut the losses there for Immortals.
Old School got hit by the Gauntlet. He then moved back, got hit by the Gauntlet again, got slept by the Oblivion. Doesn't matter. Cloud9 still able to make big plays thanks to Gabe Fizzle. He had himself that great impale, a triple Githian into the wall. It really bought a lot of time. You saw Joseph just kind of blitzing in there as well. Lots of damage to be added up. Old School, I'd say, was less of a factor that fight, but Gabe Fizzle really just kind of throwing the advantages accrued from Immortals out the window by buying so much time with those impales, with the Githians, and then at the very end there, even blocking out that one-shot, one-kill. I don't think it would have hit either of them, but he threw down the shield anyways, and what a bro. Like, Gabe Vizzle just doing real fantastic work, just stopping up a lot of the aggression from Immortals.
And now we're going to see a Crucible come forward for Gabe Bizzle, which means that those Gauntlet Wars, those pesky Oblivions, perhaps this time won't be as much of an issue for Cloud9 if Gabe can just, you know, put his team on his big beefy back there of the Lancers. Just going forward, carry them forward. We'll have to see. We do have old school with the Journey Boots. This is pretty standard now on Adagio. Sometimes you get them even straight after the alternating current so you can chase further into the fight, consistently have the movement speed. Cloud9, they're really sending a message to Immortals, you know, we'll take your team composition, you can have ours, and we'll beat you on it.
Okay, well, not quite sure it's the exact same comps, but at the same time, like, Dienzio, with this weapon, he has 2 items, he's looking for more of the crit, just doesn't seem to really be able to connect it where he needs to. I mean, oh man!
3 man! There is an active camera, they have to be careful, but they get away, Gauntlet Walls go down, but it doesn't matter! Aloha dead, Dienzio burning alive, but will just about escape. Not the same for Veins as he gets impaled once more, but he does get onto the fountain, the staircase just at the end to get some healing. That was amazing from Gabe Bizzle once more. This lands play from him is just spectacular. Cloud9 gonna find themselves a choke turret as a response.
He's single-handedly shutting down the damage sources here from all of Immortals. Like, 3-man impale, 3-man gifting wall. You saw how quickly they scattered from there. What kind of return damage is there? Like, Immortals just running for the hills again and again and again, and it's all in the back of Gabe. Gabe is just really running the show at this point. You know, yes, he finally does have that Crucible, but it wasn't even an issue. Like, all game, again, he's playing this interference role. He's just stopping up and mucking about and keeping Immortals from looking for these kills. And 1 kill to 9, and you're looking at 8,000 gold with perhaps a Kraken coming down. They've already cracked your choke turret. Well, this is definitely a very strong case for a 2-0 so far.
Yeah, they're looking for a fight Immortals. It's all or nothing. Oblivion does put Joseph to sleep. Woo! Kraken, though, goes the way of Cloud9, not stolen. And Dienzio's trying to get out. He does blow up Joseph. He will find the kill. This is a fight that Immortals may be able to win. Old School trying to lay down the hurt. He's trying to lay down the damage, but that's going to be the healing camp going away. No, Dienzio falls. Aloha popped. What is this damage from Old School looking for? A 3rd kill and an ace for Cloud9. They get the Kraken. They get everything. That was the best chance Immortals had of turning this game around, and I don't know why, I don't know how, but Cloud9 won the fight.
Gabe Vizzle and that Crystal Infusion, man. Longer stun durations, longer roots, a lot of protection roll on top of that Old School, and just keeping him going. He had himself the self-heals on top of it, and just able to really reap the whirlwind on that one. So Kraken to come through. Turrets basically made a paper at this point, Dowsy. This will be Cloud9 taking a 2-0.
2-0 over Immortals, and they do so fairly cleanly as well. But not only that, they put the pressure, the aggression, their mouth where their money is. You know, Cloud9, I've always praised their macro ability, their rotational ability. The one thing that I wanted to see more out of them was some more aggression, some more fierce and fiery eyes, and I feel like this game I got my wish from Cloud9. A 2-0 over Immortals. They will be going to day 2. A very crucial week as well, Forecourt, as far as points and standings are concerned.
Ooh, well, by the end of it all, Immortals, a lot of clump up play from them, a lot of just kind of hugging this Arden, keeping Veins very close at hand, but Gabe is able to punish that. Just fight after fight after fight. There was never really an engage from Immortals that went their way. They were very rarely ever able to get off an advantageous engage themselves, and that really did put them on the back foot. Like, Dienzio going into the weapon, Kestrel was a little bit more of a saving grace for him, because if that aggression does not work and he has a black feather on his face, you know, the weapon allowed him to get off, well, that 2nd kill at the end, because he was able to get off the active camo. But past self-preservation, there was really nothing else that Immortals was able to combo down, and they bunched up, and Gabe took a lot of positioning errors into their favor. And I just gotta say, Cloud9, just very stellar play.
Incredible play from them. Very nice stuff to see. Wow. Well, let's throw it back to the desk, because I'm lost for words right at the end. I wanted to know what those guys made of that final game.
Well, I know one thing I made out of that. It's Lance in jungle. Risky to try and fight there. There was a fight where it looked like Immortals had an opportunity. 2-man impale, 3-man stun. like another two-man impale, another one-man stun with the Githian wall. It's just constantly like bam, bam, bam. That's something you got to be really careful about when you let your opponents draft that lance.
Yeah, Gabe carried really hard that game. I mean, he got a lot of double roots, triple stuns, double stuns. I mean, he just set up the play so well with Lance, and it really put Immortals at a really disadvantage in terms of those engagements.
Yeah, it was that was exactly what I was going to say. Just Gabe Vizzle absolutely played out of his mind this game. The Lance play was so good. The multi-man, oftentimes three-man Githian walls were just unbelievable.
They really were. Let's actually have a look at that last fight. You can see here the engagement around the Kraken from C9.
And again, this was a really great start to the fight from Immortals. They got that big Oblivion down, lots of damage, but just unable to finish off the kills. And then Gabe Vizzle on the bottom side there, just keeping Aloha and Veins completely out of this fight for the most part. And it just allowed them to get this damage off that they needed.
Yeah, very strong stuff there from Cloud9. Obviously, they were favorites on paper coming into this game. They performed as expected. Immortals, unfortunately, not able to pick up a point. Does mean that, you know, with the fact that 3 of the teams down there in the bottom 4 are in one bracket, there's a good likelihood that Immortals are usurped from the position that they are in. Let's have a look at the brackets now. You can see Cloud9 has moved forward to the semifinals. They're going to be fighting the winner of Team Solomid and Gangstars. But like I was saying, down there in Group B, we have Tribe Gaming, Rogue, and Tempo Storm, all close to Immortals in points. And up next, we're going to have Tribe versus Rogue, I believe. So that's actually going to be an important game that you guys need to keep your eyes on because it really could impact who's going to the championship. We still don't know all the teams. There's 2, I think, spots left.
2 spots open in North America.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, if you want to enter the giveaway we're doing, head on over to the Twitch chat, type the name of the team who won our last series in lowercase, all one word, for your chance to win. Next up, as I said, Tribe Gaming versus Rogue. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Vainglory 8. My name is Action Jackson, here with Tasty Bacon and SweeJ as usual. We have another game coming up for you guys. It's going to be Tribe Gaming, newly acquired team from the Challenge Battles against Rogue. These two teams are both solidly in those bottom 4 spots. One of them guaranteed to get at least 2 points this week, because someone has to win this game, unless they both forfeit. But, you know, these are all points they desperately need. Let's actually have a look at the Tribe roster to kick things off. We have E36, Status, Pawn the Original, and Marteau.
Formerly Liberation X. Everyone who has been following Vainglory since the beginning knows this roster, knows what these guys are capable of, knows their history. They're looking to get themselves back on top once again.
Absolutely, and they're going to be playing up against Rogue, who are looking to stop them from doing that. We got Evol, Hammy, Sibs, and Adrem.
I've been really impressed with them lately. They've been constantly improved week to week. And I think last week they actually did a little boot camp. But they weren't physically together, but they did a boot camp because Sibs was on spring break. So they're going to look coming really strong today, I feel.
Yeah, and that's a key thing. You know, you got to remember people like Sibs, they're young kids, they're still in school in a lot of cases. Having opportunities to really nail down some practice. You saw what it did for Fnatic over in Europe. Maybe that's something that's really going to make an impact here for Rogue. Now, let's talk about pick and ban a little bit. These teams have got some interesting quirks to them. Especially, I want to talk about Rogue. This is a hero I believe, Bacon, you were mentioning to me before. They've picked like a crazy diverse range of heroes across all of their players.
Well, mostly across their jungle and their carry is where the massive diversity has come from. They have played over 16 heroes combined between the two of them, which is just a truly obnoxious amount of different heroes to be played. Especially because they didn't have that many games played in the first split. But it's that deep hero pool makes it really difficult to draft against them because you don't have like, oh, we could just ban this hero against them because that's clearly their most played hero, so they like it a lot. Like, that's not the case with Rogue.
Yeah, and that certainly makes preparation a little bit difficult, but so does being, you know, against a team who came up from the Challenger Series, who've only had 1 week of Vainglory 8 play. You don't necessarily have the same level of quality, etc., of footage on that team. Now, Tribe Gaming, they're on A side this time around as we head into the draft. What are they going to ban against Rogue?
Most likely, probably going to ban Adagio, take it away, because Rogue is very strong with Adagio, or potentially Glaive. But I see Lance, Adagio, or Glaive being the priority bans here from Tribe Gaming. I don't know if they'll ban Lyra, because Evo has a pretty good Lyra as well. But I think out of those 3, I would say Tribe is going to ban one of those away.
Well, they're certainly taking their time on this first ban. I always get a little bit skeptical when we have the bonus time being dipped into. I was wrong the last couple. Maybe I'll be wrong again. But you just never know.
Hopefully they are logged in, or else we have to reset this draft here, because Tribe isn't known. Pawn is pretty decisive. He's not going to take 50 seconds to decide. Oh, there's Adagio ban.
Wow.
Comes out. It took him that long to decide. I already called it for him, you know?
They're like, Pawn, did you do your draft homework? No. Adagio.
So Pedo is a ban here. That's an interesting ban because I feel like Pedo is not really a priority ban for a lot of teams. So Lyra is a good pick because E36 is very comfortable on that Lyra. I think Rogue has a lot of options. They are very good with Flicker composition. So Glaive Flicker is a potential combination they can play here. They'll probably potentially ban Koshka here. Or Vox. Okay, they were going to ban Vox because Pawn actually plays a really good Vox. But Pawn plays every single Empire really well, like Gwen, etc.
Yeah, it's like, again, both of these teams very difficult to draft against just because you don't necessarily know what they're going to be favoring in any given game at any given moment. So, Glaive, first pick for Rogue. I like that pick. It allows them to have that a little bit of playmaking ability. It takes it away from Status.
If Tribe did their homework, they probably ban Flicker here because Rogue has played Flicker a lot in the past weekends. Or Rona. Rona has always been a strong composition they use. And they also can play support Glaive, so that Glaive can be support. But let's see, they are out of draft time here.
Yeah, something may well have gone wrong on their end. We'll have to find out from our admins once they fix whatever the issue is. They should be penalized, probably a ban in their next match or something along those lines, if it was just them running the time down. but we'll have an idea of what happened a little bit later on. Talking about what we have seen from the draft so far, because we have it up on our other screen. So the Adagio, the Petal, the Vox have been banned. We got Tribe picking up a Lyra and a Glaive for Rogue. Now, Glaive, I think on Rogue is a really solid pickup. I do think that out of the jungle they can make a lot of plays, but this Lyra, it's so unilaterally good. You know, it works in so many different ways that you really can't tell what Tribe's plan is yet.
Yeah, there's so many different heroes that work with the Lyra. It's not like, you know, there's nothing given away really from them going for that Lyra. We are going to be getting right back into this draft, so I assume it's just going to be no bonus time remaining for Tribe as they finish this off.
Yeah, and expected. Glaive Lance is such a strong combination, so it's a great, very good initial draft by Rogue there. I knew they would pick the Lance if Tribe didn't ban it. They're probably pick Samuel and then probably play one power like Ringo or Baron. I'm not sure. Yeah, Ringo's going to come out here. And then Rogue is probably going to CP that Glaive, and they're going to do a weapon carry. But they don't have a lot of options left because Vox is banned. So they probably could potentially go with a Black Feather, or they can do a Baron potentially. Those are a few weapon power carries left that they can pick. Or Kestrel. Kestrel is actually pretty decent too, so they probably will pick Kestrel here. I think Hammy plays Kestrel. Or they may even surprise us and do Celeste, because Hammy has a very solid Celeste. He's been known to play Celeste when he feels like it's the right fit for a certain composition. And Celeste will offer that triple stun combo with Lance, Glaive, and Celeste. So either Celeste or one of the few weapon power carries they have left here. So Kestrel or Celeste, I think, would be the options.
Well, Rogue's certainly taking their time to ponder those options as they skip about 30 seconds into their bonus time here.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of thought into this one, making sure that they get the pick that they want, the pick that they feel will be able to deal with the Samuel and Lyra. I would really like to see it be a Crystal pick and have that Glaive go weapon power, just because I feel like you really want that extra damage against the Samuel. You can go into the Poison Shiv if you need to as well. The advantage of going for a Crystal Glaive is that you have the Afterburn on a much shorter cooldown.
Yep, and the Celeste comes out, as I predicted. So that's a good pick. I think Rogue has a solid combination they're really comfortable with. Humble is my middle name.
So, in any case, though, this is Bacon, you were also wanting this, even if you didn't directly predict, you know, this pick, you wanted that Weapon Glaive with the Crystal Laner. Very likely to be that, unless it could be Lane Glaive, still weapon, probably with a Crystal.
It could be. I doubt it. It just, I don't know. That doesn't really seem like what they would want to do with this particular composition. But you know, stranger things have happened.
They have. That's true. All right, so what's the win condition here for this Glaive Celeste comp especially? I'm kind of curious because Glaive, you talk about him in the early game, you talk about his pick potential. Celeste is more about team fighting in the late game, right?
So the cool thing about this is they actually have two sort of win conditions. One is to just have Glaive use the Afterburn on Samuel whenever he does the Drifting Darks to knock him out of it, prevent him from being able to get that big power. The other is to just put all of your eggs into focusing on Ringo and just take him out immediately when these fights start. And both of those options could work very well for them.
All right, and Sweej on the other side here with this Samuel comp, how are they going to play it?
They got to do what they poke with Samuel, build the stacks up, and then do an aggressive B. So don't hard engage with Samuel. Samuel needs to poke, and then hard engage.
All right, guys, quick predictions heading into game number 1 here.
I think this one's going to be incredibly close, probably the closest series we're going to have today, but I'm going to go with Rogue.
I like Rogue's composition better. It has triple CC, so I think Rogue might take this one.
All right, let's get on to the fold with Dalsey and Forecourt Jester.
You know what I want for my birthday, Forecourt?
Tell me.
I just want Sweej, like, in my ear, drafting for me, you know. You know what, VG8, we just get rid of AJ, we get rid of Tasty Bacon. I love your faces and all, but I just want Sweej during the draft, and I just want his inner monologue in my ear telling me exactly, you know, ooh, they're going to pick a Ringo, ooh, they're going to pick a Samuel, ooh, Celeste! And it comes through every time. It makes me so amazed of Sweej's drafting ability.
You might hit VG Gold that day.
I might. Who knows? Will it be an NA? Will it be an EU? We are going to see a game coming forward from Sibs, and E36 is struggling to escape, but he might just be able to as Status comes forward and puts the pressure down. Evil going very low, trying to get away. He is just about able to, but now Sibs in trouble. What is this turnaround as Tribe looking for a return kill? They can't find the kill, and that's going to be Rogue not getting a kill, Tribe not getting a kill. No one gets a kill.
Yeah, you're not Oprah Winfrey today, Dowsy. Nobody gets anything out of anything. But
Everybody gets it. Oh.
yeah, at the same time, Status is still pushing and still looking for this invade.
Does want to try and put the pressure on, but he has to be careful here. He's going to get sandwiched. He just goes for Sibs, and he finds the first blood. No afterburn will save you from an auto attack that's already been channeled. Status going to be very happy with that first blood. Looking to steal everything away. Evo's going to come in, and he's just going to take away one of the camps. Try and just take away one of the doubles. He may even be able to take away this. Yes, he does. The root comes through. The bright bulwark, it stops you from entering, but you can still lay down the impale. And that is going to be... well, a semi-successful run. Oh no, Sim steals that away as well! Rogue's ability to secure the cams are unbelievable, but First Blood still goes the way of Tribe.
Yeah, so first blood, but we didn't get any of that jungle farm here from Tribe by the end of it all. So yeah, kind of balanced out. You see that the gold really not that different between the two of them. And you asked what was the turnaround on that. I mean, Status, he did his rotation, came up to lane, had a fantastic angle in because there was already so much invested in trying to kill off E36 there in the lane. So he basically just had like a buffet of last hits that he could do with the Verdict and Malice, and that's how he eventually picked up the kill on top of Sibs there as well. So 1-0, and you can see again that level 2, right? Status with this Samuel, the level 2 can really be absolutely devastating, especially if your opponents are still, in that level 1 range. It's just such a massive advantage, and he pressed it. We don't get to see a lot of that. Typically it's like level 4, 5, 6 that we'll finally see a Samuel in play, but that level 2 really did show what you can do early on.
Certainly, Samuel's so strong throughout almost all levels of the game. I think the mid area of the game is potentially where he can be slightly weak as he tries to get from maybe the first damage item to the second. But level 1, level 2, especially that level 2, the Drifting Dart comes online and you can lay down so much damage. We're going to see Rogue stack up in the lane. They do have triple CC like mentioned, and an Impale will land. There's an Afterburn. Can they land the core collapse? Yes, they can! Oh wow, the damage is coming all out from Rogue, but now Hammy, he's getting turned on. Pon the original wants the kill. He is such a talented Ringo, and he will be able to find the kill as well. One of Chuck's ones to watch, and Sibs, he's going to go down as well. A double for Pon the original, and Tribe just a 3-0 star for them. They're looking so good.
A little bit of a love tap at the end there from Pon. I wasn't entirely sure he was going to turn around and look for that kill on top of the glaive, but he does. They get the double. Status will actually get something of an invade. There we go. All 3 going his way. Does dodge out this Crystal Sentry and picks up this Treant to boot here as well. Now you're going to see a little bit more of a difference in the goal because we were able to follow up the kills with the aggression, and Status able to pick up that jungle there as well. Puts him pretty far ahead. 21-15 there up against Sibs, but big thing to note, because we have a Crystal laner here from Hammy on top of this, Sibs is not going to be going into a utility glaive. He's not going to be looking for the Storm Crown into an Aftershock. No, this is full damage being brought here by Sibs. It's going to be weapon, and it's probably going to be that Sorrow Blade here sometime in the next few moments.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It would be very unusual, I think, if we were to see a double CP composition. It's not out of the order. It's not out of question. You can do it. But it makes sense that you put Sibs on a weapon power hero and make him a huge threat. Now, the difference, we see so much utility glaive in the jungle, and you call him utility because the CP output actually isn't that high. But when he's on weapon power, yes, the afterburns don't come up very often, but the amount of damage he can lay down onto a target if he connects is a lot of damage. And so you'll always have to be cautious when your status or you're upon the original, because if you do get afterburned, well, you can bet that a Impale, a Giffian Wall, a Core Collapse will lock you down, and you should be losing your life in that process.
Yeah, in theory, the triple CC will bring down somebody, but good sets of reflex, perhaps a Crucible out there as well. We had a bit of a conversation about it being a crutch, but I mean, hey, it could work out well here.
Ooh, huge damage. There we go. Status knocked back. Oblivion does go forward and puts 2 to sleep. And Hammy, he's forced back during this time as Pon just focuses on him. The only one who could have done damage in there, and he was not allowed to. I'm really liking this team coordination from Tribe. A super strong team coming up from the Challenger series, and they're looking like they are ready to take a win off Rogue. This turret certainly looks like it will go down as Evil just about escapes.
Yeah, it's Status really pushing right under that turret, looking for the kill on top of Evil. That was a little bit more of a flashy play. Doesn't actually reward him with anything, but because of the success early on, you can see he's finished up first item there. It is going to be that Frostburn, so a little bit more of a slow every time he hits, keeps people in that kill range there. Very nice and easy. And Pawn, like a lot of these pressures so far coming out of Evil has been trying to control Status. If you can find E36, fine, but not a lot has been put on top of Pawn, and he is really just kind of turned around, putting a lot of damage into Hammy, trying to contain that damage that Celeste is known to throw out. And as she gets more dangerous, like Hammy at this point is with that Frostburn. As soon as he hits level 8, for example, like the minefields are going to be real, so Pawn trying to delay that as much as he can.
Hammy throws out the core collapse, but doesn't find anyone. That gives Tribe all of the window of opportunity they need to walk in, take that turret. A Hellfire Brew blocked out by Hammy, but will take a little bit of damage, and so much sustain available to Tribe. You know, Drifting Dark for Status, they have E36 as well on this Lyra to provide consistent healing. And Rogue, they're really struggling to get in here. It's a huge gold lead in favor of Tribe, and actually Sibs almost loses his life. He just about escapes, but that's less than 100 HP on Sips.
Okay, so he has the cash finally. 7 minutes finally into that Sora Blade. He's going to be more of a threat now on the board, but he is glass at this point. If they can't go in and find a kill with this triple lockdown, well, you're in trouble, just like Evil here.
Yeah, tries to steal away the gold miner, but he cannot, and that will be Tribe taking their cake and eating it too. The weirdest expression in the English language, I think, is that one, you know, have your cake and eat it too. You can't do either. What's the point of having cake if you can't eat
Antoinette.
it, right? Yeah. Just
Yeah.
blame someone like that. Why not?
He's the only cake figure I can think of outside of like a pastry mascot.
Love the meat cake.
Yeah. Yeah. So, well, unfortunately, Rogue not really eating a lot of cake here, kind of maybe eating some humble pie, maybe. As an Evil 8 team, they are not really holding up to Tribe very well this early on. Now, it's not over yet. You know, it's 5,000 gold difference, definitely comebackable. Hammy is continuing on with his pain train. He's going to be looking for second item sometime soon, but he also has a reflex block here as well. Wants to make sure that he does not get caught. And so that begs the question, where's Evil going to go? Is it actually going to be a Crucible after this? Will we see something like the Treads? Or perhaps even that Atlas? Because I don't see any armor on this Lance as of yet. A little bit of armor added up here for Sibs. So who's going to get that Atlas? Because Pawn is such a threat right now.
Yeah, certainly is. On this Ringo, we haven't seen much Ringo, actually. But Pawn the original, bringing it in and doing a lot of work with it. He's got that breaking point. He's building even more attack speed. Will we see a poison shiv? Will we see a tornado trigger? I'm very interested to see what it is. Perhaps even a bone saw could come out from Pawn here with that blazing salvo. Nope, looks like it will be a tornado trigger. So attack speed crit, and Pawn just looking to stutter step to victory.
Yeah, Pawn also perhaps looking for that reflex after this next damage item. But Evil has gone into Crucible. So we got a reflex there on top of Hammy, Evil now with that Crucible on top of things, and he's going to find a root, but is that a kill?
No, it won't be. Brightboa goes down, means Sibs can't engage. They take down the Crystal Sentry, and now they look to turn. Hellfire Brew flying out. It's going to land onto Sibs. He can't escape that. We'll be able to afterburn away, but that is a crucial damage ability down the next 14 seconds. Now Rogue have to just kind of fall back into their jungle and wait to see what happens. Good Impale though, triple. Can they land the core collapse? Giffian Wall's there, but they don't quite hit it. So Solar Storm comes out, Status in trouble, trying to sustain the damage fountain, and Sibs finally gets his afterburn, knocks Status in, and that's going to be him falling down. A good portal away, but E36 is still in trouble. Next afterburn, 12 seconds, so no time soon. But it is going to be Rogue pushing forward, you know. I saw some great tweets. I guess you mentioned that humble pie point just earlier. Rogue, after their challenge battles earlier in this month, they said, man, that's a scary position. We never want to go into a challenge battle ever again because of how good these Challenger Series teams in the last challenge battles were. And currently we're seeing this Tribe, a new team to the VG8, you know, maybe some familiar names in the Liberation X gang, but they are certainly bringing it to Rogue.
All right, so talking about Rogue and that engage, Evol really making it happen on that one. Triple Impale into the triple Githian, set up the Wombo, wasn't quite kill potential. They are down several thousand gold. We are missing, just a little bit more damage to compared to their opponents at any rate. But Hammy is 2 items now, and Sibs is going to be looking for that Atlas here soon enough. But even with the best engage they could get, it was only the singular kill on top of status. And part of that is that, again, like Sibs is not going to be cranking out those afterburns nearly as quickly, right? So if that one wombo combo really doesn't net a kill, the only other tool we got there is Sibs and that afterburn, and it's going to have a hefty cooldown. They made it work. They got themselves a kill. They rebuffed and got some positioning here. So that was good on Rogue, but they really need to make sure that if they are going to get like really good impales, really good setups for this core collapse, they got to get a kill within that time frame.
Yeah, no, certainly do. There's so much CC ability, but they need to be hitting it, and we do see reflex boxes and crucibles, so 2 ways to dodge out of CC. 3 lots, so 4 lots theoretically, I guess, of CC available to Rogue to use. They're going to have to time it, thread the needle, perhaps, as this game it's snowballing in the way of Tribe, but still very risky for them to get all-in team fights. They're showing a lot of respect to Rogue's composition, and I commend them for that. They just need to make sure that they don't allow Rogue to come back into the game in the process.
Yeah, the worst thing you could do after getting, what is it, 7,000? It's about 7,000 gold now between these teams. The worst thing you could do is slip up and let that go right through your fingers, right? Because you're going to be bringing yourself right back up to par, and then all of a sudden, perhaps you're just not nearly as comfortable, you're not nearly as far ahead, and you start slipping yourself. And that's how people go on tilt. And that's absolutely the worst thing you can do, especially in some of these games in the next few weeks, because we are really gunning for a position here on the leaderboards.
Yeah, so Tribe currently sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. They acquired the spot of Echo Fox. They had 0 points, so they acquired
one
0
now,
points.
right?
They have 1 point, you're right, after a 2-1 loss to Tempo Storm last week, the other Challenger Series team that made it to the VG8. Now
Lost
playing
play
against
tough,
Rogue.
man.
Yeah, man, just coming in, doing a lot of work, isn't he? Tempo Storm are sitting on 4 points. That's equal to Rogue. And if Tribe were able to take this series, then if they take it 2-0, they get onto 3 points. If they take it 2-1, then they're on 3, and Rogue would go up to 5. But a chance on day 2 to get points as well. And almost a chance for a rematch as well, as Tempo Storm would be their opponents if Tempo Storm win their series today. So there's a lot of things happening here in North America. I always am very excited about the storylines happening in North America. But for Tribe, they're not out of the running yet. They could make a gauntlet run towards the live championships. All they need to do is get more points than Rogue or Tempo Storm if Tempo Storm overtake that 6th spot.
That's going to be tough, but we'll have to see if they can pull out something like a Cinderella story from challenger to champion. That'd be very interesting to see if we could accomplish that again this year here into the VG8. But for now, again, a lot of biding time, a lot of farming going down, a lot of aggression has kind of negated, and this has given us time for things like the decent gold payout that just happened, a little bit more gold acquisition. We're still sitting about 8,000 or so, but I mean, Tribe is going to be looking for their 4th offensive item here on Pawn. The original, he has that Aegis. Status is sitting on 2.5, looking for his 3rd here soon enough, and Infusions have been bought out for everybody here from Tribe. Sibs is sitting on 1 there as well. Evol has the cash. Hammy unfortunately doesn't, but if this lane wave does push in, we should be able to pick it up pretty free and clear. And that's going to be, again, very important because Kraken is now out, and now team fights become even more important.
Yeah, certainly. And what Tribe have done in this kind of scaling up part of the game that they're playing, respecting the ability for Rogue to still fight despite not having quite the damage items, is that they push their builds further ahead. Status is almost at the point where he's going to be having the Broken Myth in his inventory. Pon, the original, is almost at the point where he has a Monocle to complete a 4 damage item build. Very risky against the amount of lockdown that Rogue have, and they're actually attempting a Kraken here, and Rogue are fully aware of it. They have the Solar Storm to snipe away, and Tribe are going to give it up. They realize they didn't take it quick enough, but they can obviously heal back up with the Lyra, who was tanking it away. The tankiest member as well. Lyra is such an odd hero in the fact that she become a tankiest member, and she just looks so fragile sometimes, but perhaps that's my own stereotypes coming forward. It is going to be Rogue. looking to get away from an engage or maybe turn it around as they knock Status up against the wall. Hammy with the core collapse won't hit anyone. The Solar Storm hits Pon and Status, but not much damage comes forward. There is a minefield they have to get through, and oh god, Tree and OP locks Hammy down, and that's going to be a kill going Pon the original's way. Sibs trying to get away as Status charges forward with his Malice and Verdicts, and that will find the kill. It just leaves Evo left alone in a 1 versus 3, and he will look to combat roll, barrel roll, whatever it takes to make these invasive maneuvers work, but he goes down to Pon in the end. That's the ace, and that's exactly what Tribe are looking for. They're going to take this Kraken and look to make a real big dent in the base of Rogue in the process.
So we had level advantage, we had item advantage, and really, like, Tribe found a really good position advantage as they advanced into that one. I mean, they threw down the Drifting Dark, they charged forward. Lyra did not really use the portal until late on into it, but a lot of this was just respect to Hammy. Hammy and this Celeste, you saw the damage he was pumping out. Yeah, he's behind, but he's still hitting 400 damage heliogenesis, right? The Solar Storm got split, which was a really good move there from Tribes. They knew that it was going to be coming out, and then they were able to navigate that minefield and get Hammy down into the dirt, which gives them a Kraken, and now are going to be pushing forward after that ace here as well. So, again, like, a lot of respect there, a lot of just bide your time, but Tribe, you might just expect that they were going to take that team fight, and they did in really good form. But the big thing is, if they can bring down Hammy early, then pretty much it's cleanup from there. If they can't bring him down fast enough, he's just so hard to counter.
Oh, he's in trouble as he gets what the crit damage from Pon. He's completed his 4th item. The monocle's there, and Hammy just got deleted, slowed down, couldn't escape, and there just wasn't enough time to react. Evo didn't even pull the fountain out. They didn't expect it. And that's going to be the Kraken taking the first turret as they try and take down Pon, but he's just taking out Sibs in the process. Look at his stutter stepping. Can he get through this? He's going to come out. Yes, he does. Gets the kill, and now Evo runs away as Status is taking the game. Hammy's back up. Pon needs to escape. Hammy here, but it looks like the Kraken and this Samuel will do the trick. That's going to be Tribe Gaming taking the first match of this series here for Court over Rogue.
It doesn't really feel like E36 was a big counter to this, but there was a lot of work that he put in order to make a lot of this happen. We had the portals to get on top of the Celeste, right? Even sometimes just a fake portal to go through, just bait out the core collapse. The Wombo combo from Rogue, never really working. There's a lot of scatter maneuvers there from Tribe splitting up, making sure that the heliogenesis wasn't able to take too many of them down at the same time. And the Solar Storms just never sniped out a kill there either. So upon the original, with that Ringo, he always targeted out Hammy in these team fights. The weapon damage just became too much to deal with, and she didn't really have any armor by the end of it, right? A lot of this was the Aegis, and that's what we kind of see on some of these more crystal carries. So Ringo, fantastic time for him. Sibs and Evo just kind of fell into a lot of Lyra traps right there. She had, that War Treads, we had the portals, the Bulwark there did a lot of work as well, keeping Evo and Sibs just kind of guessing when that would come out, and overall just the triple range worked out pretty fantastic from Tribe.
Yeah, they play their composition well, and they take that first match as well. It's not all over, though. We do have at least 2 games left in this series, so let's throw it back to the desk to break down that first game.
Very strong performance from Tribe to kick this series off. Definitely a bit of a struggle there from Rogue. They didn't have too many opportunities to really make that game work. What could they have done differently? What did Tribe do so well?
Tribe was just choosing the right time to engage. They went in so intelligently. Every single time they looked for a fight, and they made it very obvious when they were looking for fights, but they just chose their timing so wisely that it just worked out.
As usual from last week, Tribe is so strong at the early game. Pawn and Status, along with E36 rotations, really helped secure the early game and got them ahead. And they were then able to use that to really snowball and get ahead and not let Celeste get online until later.
All right, let's have a look at a replay from a little bit later on. This one is actually near the Kraken. You can see here E36 wanting to go into Pawn.
And again, they already used the Samuel and the Ringo ultimate, so they made it very obvious they were looking for a fight. But they're just able to kite around so well. That Solar Storm not connecting cleanly, but then this big Treant root. It's so rare that we see that actually play a huge factor in a team fight, but when it does, it is devastating. Completely makes Celeste stuck right on the front line. She just gets melted, and it's an easy cleanup from there for Tribe Gaming.
It's almost as if they had a lance of their own. Great route.
Yeah, and also Rogue didn't combo, and they didn't play aggressive. And when Samuel was being towards you, they can engage on him, root him in position, let the Drifting Dart pass him, and then basically CC him with Celeste. And they kept playing more scared, and every time Status would be aggressive with Samuel, they wouldn't engage. And that's what made them play on the back foot a lot of times.
So moving into draft number 2 here, how do they get a composition where they don't have to be on the back foot all the time? How does Rogue find something that works better?
I mean, they had a composition where they shouldn't have been on the back foot all the time. They should have been the ones being much more aggressive. Like Suijay just said, when Samuel tries to Drifting Dark towards you, you all in on him, and now he can't stay in that Drifting Dark. When Samuel's not in Drifting Dark, he is significantly less powerful.
All right, draft number 2 getting kicked off here. Rogue versus Tribe. Rogue is now on the A side. They are 1 game down in the series. Banning Adagio off the board first here. Let's see what Tribe does.
Yeah, banning Adagio is interesting because Rogue is very good with the Adagio composition, so banning it away from themselves is a very interesting strategy here. I think Tribe is most likely going to ban Glaive or Lyra. Yeah, so Lyra's going to come out to ban because Evo is known to be good on Lyra. Rogue here will probably prioritize the Glaive because they can flex it again like they did the last draft. And then Tribe is probably going to prioritize Gwen potentially here along with Lance. Or Arden for E36, since E36 is not as comfortable on Lance as other supports are.
Well, we'll see. It is going to be the Lance, so they do decide to just not allow the Lance Glaive combo to go through. And again, it's just such a big playmaker for, even if you're not the most comfortable on it, you can still make plays with a Lance.
Also, what you're saying when you pick up that Lance and the Glaive is, you want to skirmish? We can skirmish too.
Yeah.
You're not just going to walk all over us in these early game jungle initiations. We've got like a captain who can do something there. Now, Finn being banned away, that's an interesting one from Tribe.
That's because Finn is a direct counter to Lance. Not early, but especially in the mid to late game. Finn does very well against Lance, so it makes sense that they're going to take it away and not let Rogue play Finn. And I think that Tribe is probably going to set themselves up for a Gwen here, but Rogue's going to ban it away, which is smart on Rogue's part. So Pawn will probably either go for Samuel here, or Tribe will probably go for Samuel here, Kestro, or a weapon power carry. But I think Samuel and Kestro will be the priority picks for them here. Koshka is also open, so Status can run that Koshka if they feel confident in executing the Koshka Lance composition, which is so strong early, especially when your enemy team does not have a healer on their side.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense, but they're going to go for the Vox. Now, again, Vox is one that we've seen actually banned away a few times today. So it's obviously still a very strong pick. Tribe wants it. It was banned from them last game. You mentioned Pawn the Original has a very strong Vox, so now we'll get to see if it will be enough to get them a second victory.
Rogue's probably going to take Samuel here. Samuel with Kestro potentially. It's a pretty strong combination with support Glaive. Or they can go Flicker with Kestro and Glaive. There's a lot of options, but Flicker is a little risky into a Lance. They can also opt for Arden if they want to run the Arden Glaive combo, but it is going to be a slightly little weak earlier versus a Lance composition. So Rogue has a lot of options, but I feel like they're probably going to prioritize Samuel here as a pick, and then round it out with a weapon Glaive or a weapon laner.
And we talked about earlier in the season, during the first split, Sibs is one of the better Samuels, or it was at the time, before everyone was playing Samuel. So we'll have to see if that still holds true as they do lock it in.
And Baron to complement, so lots of long-range damage coming out from Rogue.
Yeah, and they also have a decent early. Samuel is actually really strong early. Sorry, Samuel Lyra is such a popular combo because they're both sustain heroes and it's really strong early. So Tribe here needs to probably pick an assassin to get onto Samuel and Baron. So Koshka or Taka would work the best here.
All right, well, it's going to be the Taka. So we haven't seen a huge amount of Baron, especially in North America. It's been very much like a G2 thing over in Europe, and I think maybe Iraqi Zora played it once in North America. It's certainly not as popular, right?
Yeah, it has a very low win rate across the board as well. Even with the success that Hundor has had on it, it's still a sub 30% win rate for this hero.
And that's kind of what I wanted to talk about, right? Like, it hasn't had a huge amount of success, but Rogue's picking it up here. Can we think of any reasons why it made so much sense to them in this draft?
Yeah, they like playing double range comp, looks like. Like, Celeste has far range, Baron is on, but it takes so long for them to get online. So they want to play the poke game and win the poke game, and they need to then push turrets. And then when Taka gets level 6, they need to play very cautious.
This Captain Glaive can really help with that Taka, though, right? Like, you can just afterburn onto your teammate, and you've guaranteed no matter. I mean, it might be in the weird direction, but you can knock the taco away pretty easily.
But at the same time, if you have to time it properly, because if you do it right as Taka starts a kite in, you're not going to get any success out of it. There's also the issue of, Taka can just jump right back in.
All right, guys, predictions for game number 2.
I think Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, based on how well Tribe is playing and status on Taka is really good, so Tribe.
All right, guys, let's head on to the Halcyon Fold one more time. We've got Dalcy and Forecourt Jester to bring you the action.
Big fan of this Tucker pick coming out of status here. Forecourt, we were talking about it just a second ago, and I'm like, oh wow, Tucker into Salmon. You're like, oh wow, Tucker into Baron. It's like 2 eggs, 1 stone. 2 eggs, 1 stone. No, 2 birds, 1 stone.
So close.
But, so close, yet so far away.
That's all right, Dallas. It's just a lot of excitement in the air because Tribe coming in, newcomers to the VG8, but some old school names. Not to get actually considered with the old school themselves, but like status E36, Pond the Original. If you've been watching it all over the last 6 to 8 months, these will be names that you get very, very familiar with.
Right, this is Liberation X, recently acquired by Tribe, and Liberation X, they used to be at this premier level. They were the first North American Live champions, but now looking to maybe make it to the Unified Championship as well. This is some engage onto Hammy. He's in trouble, but Evo manages to get the afterburn off. Will status fall? Yes, he will. So the return kill does come forward, a 1-for-1, but with that first blood gold, it goes in favor of Tribe.
And trying to press in from here as well. E36 does get another impale on top of Evil, but I do think we've already spent more than enough time under that turret. So just trying to push it in. Looks like denied 1, denied 2, maybe. Baron takes his time coming back to that lane. Nothing from Sibs, though. He's just more than content to stay out there, get that farm up. Probably the best thing he can do for his team for now to make sure that they don't fall too far behind. But already a few hundred gold for their trouble there from Tribe. As Status has resumed his trek through the jungle there as well.
Yeah, no, he will be doing so. This is a fantastic start for Tribe, and they're going to have to keep this pressure game up. The one issue with Captain Glaive I have is that, yes, CP Glaive or Utility Glaive is a great idea, and, it makes a lot of sense, but when he's in the Captain role, actually, he doesn't get anywhere near as much cooldown reduction as a jungler would, unless he puts a low priority into it, maybe picks up a Storm Crown, maybe gets himself a contraption second item, so he has cooldown. Otherwise, the afterburn ability and, I guess, readiness will just not quite be there for Evo.
Well, I'll have to see if they survive.
He's in trouble as well. Yeah, that is him going down. A single auto attack flies across the map on the Original will find it. And yeah, this is exactly what we said. Tribe, they need to continuously put down the pressure into the lane.
Yeah, now Glaive is not exactly a very defensive captain, not like Finn, for example, Lyra, Adagio, right? A lot of these bring a lot. Is Hammy taking a lot? Oh, you're not going to win that one, man. But at the same time here, Dowsy, like, if you are the aggressor, if you continually put them as the guys getting jumped, there's only so much you can do, right? One afterburn. Later on, we're going to get that fountain, perhaps an Atlas on top of that. But really, all he has in the tank for the peel is that one afterburn. So the earlier, the better here from Tribe. Like, getting these impales, following it up there with damage there from Pawn, has really been working some nice early aggression. And that's putting Rogue just kind of down further and further this gold, as we went from a few hundred to 2,000 in that short time frame.
Yeah, certainly. It's continuous aggression, and actually I like this move coming out of Tribe. They send Pom the Original to the jungle because the lane is pushed so far up. It means that he's getting that ambient gold and experience from those jungle creeps, and then he just heads back up to lane. E36 catches the lane, keeps them steady, and he comes back up and gets everything as well. He's got 2,100 gold in his pocket, ready to go make a purchase when Tribe feel they need to, and they're constantly bringing status up to lane. Hammy, a little bit off. I've seen him miss CS on this Baron. I've seen him throw those Porcupine Mortars the wrong way. Not entirely sure what's going through Hammy's mind right now, but an engage onto E36, perhaps not really the main target.
Yeah.
Pond goes down, purchases himself a heavy steel, turns it straight into a Serpent's Mask. So he's going down this sustained Vox route.
Yeah, and well, it could be the double sustain by the end of it with a Shiv, and that's even going to just kind of cripple Evil just a bit farther in terms of usefulness on top of it. But we'll keep an eye on him as well. There is another factor being played out here, and the fact that the pressure in the lane, like they always focus down Hammy. If they can't focus down Hammy, then it's Evo. But if one is not in the lane, then the other is not really farming either. Hammy's at 31 of these last hits. We just hit the 5-minute mark. You can see Pawn flying forward at 53 and counting. That is a big chunk of why this gold difference is so massive.
Yeah, it is. Lots of things to put towards it. Hammy being choked out of CS and he's missing them. Not the greatest of moves, but we are going to see Status dive in. That afterburn was already used, so there's no way to knock Status backwards, but Sibs does come up to lane, and Hammy's taking... Status has taken a bit of poke from that turret more than anything, so will be forced to fall back. On the original, another 1,000 gold. Going to be heading down to the shop, purchasing up some more. Which will he be buying today? He's just going to wait it out. We're waiting. Nothing. Okay. No, it is a coin coming forward. So, crit strike. That's interesting. Does that mean a tornado? I haven't seen this from a box.
It kind of does make you think about it, but it could just be crit for now to set up. If it's going from a Serpent's Mask into like a breaking point, maybe a monocle after that, could still actually just be a tornado trigger, or perhaps, you know, Pawn is just kind of buying whatever he needs to right now. But Status into this this jungle here, able to clean up, no problem. The 3-man rotate. Sibs is going to get at least a little poke with the mouse and verdict, but he had to use the Drifting Dark for it there as well. And Rogue very happy just to get a breath of fresh air in the lane. Again, it's consistently pushing forward. Hammy's trying to play catch up, but Pawn just, you know, he hits an infusion at 6 minutes now as well. If they find a catch with an impale and Status is around, you're going to see him just trying to lay in for a kill.
Yeah, certainly. Crystal Infusion comes out from Status as well, so Tribe are going to be looking to make some moves in the next couple of minutes, seconds even. And now the wave pushing in. This is going to be a turret siege, I think. Set up and look for an impale from E36 onto Hammy, the prime target, if they can land it onto this Baron. Otherwise, it will just be the turret taking a bit of damage.
He's nestled real close.
Sibs is pulled up. You know, Rogue recognized the danger that is Tribe right now, and Tribe actually just about escaped the lane.
Rogue have no flares. They have no flares.
They're baiting the gold miner, I think, and Evol's going to walk straight into the trap. Is able to get out, but here comes the silence. Sibs getting bursted down. Status, though, not able to find the execute. Fountain comes forward. Sibs getting a little bit of health back, and Tribe are trying very hard to make an execute onto a kill here. They just quite haven't found it. Another minion candy, though. They're going to look to siege this turret, push it down as Pawn takes a bit of damage from Evo. Evo moves forward. Here comes the Ion Cannon onto the wave to clear it, and they're going to dive forward Rogue and just push Tribe right off their turret.
And it still took a pretty big beating at that point. If we don't get a kill with these infusions, well, you know, I'm going to say that the job was still done. We are containing Rogue. You're stealing out the jungle little by little, taking away that trait whenever you can, and the pressure is still mounting.
Yeah, they're just going straight into the turret, and nothing Rogue can do about it this time. It was only a matter of time, I guess, before Tribe managed to get the execute. And with the Storm Crown on Status, those neutral objectives, the turrets, they just take even more damage.
So again, like, maybe not a kill there from these infusions. If you can't really get anything out of that 500 gold investment, typically you don't really think that it's well worth it. But they pick up a turret. They, again, just continuously get ahead more and more in gold, more and more in these last hits. The items are coming through. And, you know, with that turret going down, that's a 300 gold back kind of deal. So again, I'm still more considering that these were successful buys. They're able to just contain the Rogue, and 5,000, yeah, 4,000 and a half gold at this point has been their reward. And Status, you know, from that crown, he's now into that aftershock. We're still looking to see what Pawn wants to buy, but you know, the fold is his oyster. He has 3k gold more or less. It is going to be that tornado trigger.
That's really interesting. I don't think we've kind of seen this adaptation of the
we
sustain
haven't.
build yet. Critical strike, it makes a lot of sense. It means that the bang for each auto attack that comes out of Tribe will hurt a lot, and it's going to force armor early out of Hammy and Sibs if they want to survive it. But they have no armor right now, so actually at this moment in time for Tribe, they're really saying, right, early game, we need to be hitting the mark. We need to be taking down this Baron and Samuel so that we can get the victory before perhaps the 20-minute mark.
And Evol's getting pretty starved out here as that Captain Glaive. You can see he's gone into Flare Gun, but now a Tier 2 armor to come through. So he is going to be looking for that Atlas, but the Flare Gun as well, I mean, the amount of flares that he's going to be throwing out will hopefully bring back that cost of it, but I wouldn't expect to see it going into a contraption until like third, fourth item, if we can get that far. Again, Rogue just not doing so well here, and there's the Atlas to come through for Evil.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be crucial to try and slow down the attack speed that Pon the Original has. He's going more critical strike now, and I really like it.
Look for a monocle, probably.
It makes a lot of sense based on the fact that it's almost a ticking time bomb, this Baron, consistently looking to try and get towards the late game. Of course, Hammy has made his life harder considering he's so far behind on CS, but if Tribe are able to force the issue with this Fox early and this Tucker early and into the mid game, then they should, in theory, have a lot of damage in teamfights to output.
Now, Sibs, when it comes to the last hits compared to at least status, is staying fairly up there, but there is the difference of the kills, the assists, as well as a lot of ambient gold to be handed over, as well as the turret on top of things. So Sibs doing well by pretty much all standards, but Rogue is having a heck of a time finding an angle.
You say that, but Sibsy just impaled and he's gonna get taken down. Hammy dives forward, huge damage, but can he get the kill? No, he cannot. A second for Pon the Original as he sustains with that Serpent's Mask and the healing from E36. The Sentry loses their life in the process. Evol gets the recall to base, but this turret is just gonna be siege with no minion wave, and look at it falling. With the Storm Crown, with the crit, they take it so easily. And at 11.5 minutes, it's a almost 8,000 gold lead here for Tribe.
8,000 is getting into a very dangerous territory of that no comeback zone. It's not impossible, it's just making it far less likely, Dowsy, as time goes on. But Tribe, they're not making big flashy plays, right? They're being very consistent with their farm. They're consistently pushing up, rotating down, staying as 3, and looking for these hits. And that last fight, like Evo over the wall, I'm not entirely too sure if he was after just the Trant or if that was actually the engage, but he goes over the wall. The Baron didn't really look like he followed too swiftly, but Sibs was all the way off to the left, and the decision-making from Tribe within a second is just like, well, okay, Samuel's the weakest link at this point, so they clean up him, they turn around, they find Hammy as well since he joined the fight at that point, and Evil made that swift exit. He's like, okay, well, this is over. So, yeah, Tribe, they're taking very consistent plays. They're definitely getting a lot of gains out of it, but they're also not invading super deep. They're not pushing up right up against the choke, and this is very reminiscent of Game 1.
It doesn't feel like they're really being punished for it, though, because you look at the disparity in items between Pon the Original and Hammy. Hammy has only got a Sorrow Blade. He's looking for a breaking point, but he's already got himself an Aegis. He's gone straight down that defense line to try and combat status. Pon the Original, he has 3 damage items and an Aegis himself. So that's such a huge disparity between Pon and Hammy. And if Tribe look for any fights, they're almost guaranteed to win them because of Hammy's lack of damage. They're going to take away this Crystal Sentry. The Ion Cannon does connect, but it doesn't do too much work.
Connect on E36.
Yeah, connected onto the lance, right? So it's not a big deal.
No, not at all. Like, his status was able to just sidestep it almost. It's like one of those pigeons on the road. Just sidestep, don't get hit by a bus.
Oh, silence lands onto Sibs. Oblivion goes out. Evil knocks him into the sleep. Wow. Nice play, but will it be enough for Rogue to turn things around? Pon the Original's looking for the damage. He's not got a breaking point, though, so these extended fights do, or I say do, they don't necessarily go in anyone's favor, but eventually, when Hammy does complete his own breaking point, it will go in favor of Rogue. And actually, this is a bit aggressive as Tribe trying to take away everything. They find Evil, and that is going to be status looking to just escape. They can't even take E36 down, so the brave, aggressive play is rewarded here by Tribe.
I was actually looking to see status melt that one. Hammy came over the wall, had that double tap ready to go, and yeah, even though Hammy is nowhere near where he wants to be for damage, he still packs a punch. But nope, instead it's Evil to go down, and yeah, good luck finding farm in your jungle these days.
Status, just goes in and it's like, oh, you found me the doubles at the back. Gotcha, pal. Cheers for the help. I'll take those with a swift
Storm Crown, man. It's going to be going into a broken myth here soon.
Yeah, no, and he needs it. He needs to try and keep up the damage. I am fearful for Tribe. I'm not going to lie. They've got a huge gold lead. It's 10,000. Okay, 9,000. But Hammy is still alive. He's still
And
in
he's
this
still
game.
doing damage. Yeah.
He's still doing damage. And actually, armor is there for Evo. He's landing the Atlases with his afterburns onto Pon the Original, and that cuts down the amount of damage that Pon the Original can output a ton because he hasn't opted in for a breaking point. We do have breaking point for Hammy now, and he has a fusion in the back pocket as well. And one misstep from Tribe, and actually they bring back this game, but oh no, Hammy knocked against the wall, and that is just going to be their main damage gone. They're going to look to try and chase down Evo. He's not really got many places to run, but he is able to get across the wall, now stuck between the rest of everyone. The minion Candy onto the Crystal Sentry, tries to provide him a bit of help, but he can't escape. And if you blow up Hammy that quickly, then actually your troubles are put to rest.
Hammy did not, I'm pretty sure did not use that Aegis, because you can see that it's already back off cooldown, and unless he absolutely vaporized, then yeah, and I'm pretty sure he didn't even get to use that infusion on top of things either. And it was funny, you're saying like if there's one misstep from Tribe, but they just step forward right on top of Hammy on the ground there, and right over him to get a second kill, the Kraken on top of things, and it was just a great catch. That's all it was. Like, Tribe just saw their opportunity, E36 pounds forward, and Hammy either did not believe it was going to connect or didn't think that the danger zone was real. But Status comes in with the burst. Pon the Original's right there as well, and bing bang boom. There you go. 7-1. Kraken coming down. It's just the choke point turret sitting there on top of things, Dowsy. And as I said, that 10,000 gold range is something of a no comeback zone, and Tribe are not making big flashy plays. They're not doing big risky things. They are definitely holding on to this lead with an iron fist.
They are. They certainly are. And if this Kraken has anything to say about it, then this could just be game end series for Tribe. The first choke point turret falls. Tribe going to disengage. Are they going to push for the Kraken? Does look like what they want to. Impale doesn't connect, and actually Evo dives forward onto Status. That's going to be Sibs in trouble as he uses his boots to escape. Hammy stacking up his breaking point, and that's going to be Pon knocked again, stunned once the wall, but Sibs goes down. Hammy up to 10 stacks. He's going to be hurting if he stays alive, and he does, but that's going to be Pon the Original finding a return kill. It's only Evo left alive, and that should be it. Done and dusted. Tribe with a 2-0 over Rogue, overtake them, and now Tribe in a position to actually make it to the live championships.
Congratulations to them, coming into the VG8. They took a 0 points gain, made 1, now they're up to 3. We'll have to see how much farther they can push it out this weekend there as well. Just another point to the Tribe play of continuing to just, farm up very steadily. Yeah, they didn't really push up against Rogue too much, but at the same time, it's just very steady play.
Very steady play, and I need to make a correction. I said they overtake. They don't overtake yet. Now Tribe on 3 points to Rogue's 4 points, but a chance to overtake as they head over into day 2.
All right,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, no, it's
I just want to clarify because it's really important. We're in this second last week.
I forgive you. It's all good, man. I'm sure that you had the best of intentions for it there as well. But I mean, overall, yeah, game series 3. Let's bring it on.
Let's bring it on. Great stuff from Tribe. They take that series 2-0, and it's over to you guys. The newcomers into the VG8, perhaps old comers, however you want to pull it. They're looking to try and make it to the live championships.
They are indeed, and today was a good start towards that goal after they were unable to actually move forward to day 2 in their first week of Vainglory 8 play. So I'm sure Tribe's feeling good about that, feeling good about the acquisition, starting to really make a dent in the point scoreboard. Rogue, on the other hand, that was a really rough series for them. I mean, it wasn't particularly close. They've really got to be careful, moving forwards.
Yeah, I think they were on tilt or something because Hammy's CS was really bad. The 4-minute mark, he was behind almost over 20 CS to Pon. And you can't get behind in CS as Baron. You need to get to your late game power spike, get your 3 items before Taka can really start doing some damage. And that's exactly what happened to them. They got shut down by the engages, by the decisive calls of Tribe. And the game was just a slow accumulation of a snowball just getting bigger and bigger.
Also, how about the fact that now both of the new challenger teams in North America have a series victory over a previous Evil 8 team? So that's pretty impressive to say the least for these two teams. But again, the momentum that it can get them getting them now right on the heels of that final 6th place spot to go to the Unified Championship. This is a pretty big deal for Tribe, and if they can keep the momentum going tomorrow, who knows where they might end up.
Yeah, I really have been impressed by the challenger teams entering the Vainglory 8. They've been doing very, very well so far. Let's have a look at the brackets. You can see what is going on right now. Tribe will be facing the winner of Hammers and Tempo Storm, and Cloud9 will be facing the winner of Team Solo Mid and Gangstars. Both of the next 2 series should be very, very good. But before we cut to a break, let's do another giveaway. If you want to win some epic keys, go ahead into the Twitch chat, type the name of the team who won our last game in lowercase, all one word. We're going to be cutting to a break. When we're back, we've got Tempo Storm versus Hammers. First off, let's have a look at the fight of the week, though.
Guys, and welcome to the Fight of the Week. In this video, we're going to break down a big team fight between Team Secret and Fnatic that happened during the finals of Week 1 of Split 2. This team fight takes place in the lane, as both teams are rotating up from around the Kraken pit. Notice that while it's Team Secret that engages the fight, it's Fnatic that wins. So we'll go ahead and watch this in real time and then break it down.
Oh, no, you're gonna miss it.
Oh, body blocked off net a little bit late though, activating that reflex there. I'm the Doom's gonna get taken down very quickly.
Leon!
But Leon, he's trading. Tetno standing his ground. Tetno, he stays alive. Just Man, last man standing here for Team Secret. Triple kill. As if you don't take Tetno out early, this guy will take out your whole team.
So what exactly happened here? Netolette walks into Fromhell's heart, using reflex block just slightly too late. Also notice that Just Man is just a little too far behind, meaning that Secret can't chain all of their crowd controlling abilities together. Palmatoro heals Netolette, splashing Gift of Fire on I'm the Doom and Leon. He then quickly buffs Tetno JJ. Many things happen in the next few moments. Leon blocks the Atlas Pauldron from Netolette, allowing him to have high attack speed through the fight. The problem is that I'm the Doom had already used his boots and Dead Man's Rush, and can no longer get on top of Tetno JJ, so he's forced to use his Atlas Pauldron on Palmatoro. Because of this, Palma winds up for the Versa Judgment, while Tetno JJ focuses down I'm the Doom. Because he blocked the Atlas, Leon threw the weight for it and started to engage, but due to the Versa Judgment from Palmatoro, he was forced to reposition himself. Just Man crucibled the verse, and then Gifty and walled Ringo, finding the stun. Unfortunately, because Leon repositioned himself earlier, he wasn't able to get on target. By the time Leon could get on target, Netolette was no longer silenced and could use Fountain, and Tetno JJ was no longer stunned. Through all of this, Leon still almost gets a kill onto Tetno JJ, getting Fountained at the last second from Just Man. Luckily for Tetno, Palmatoro's Gift of Fire had just come off cooldown, and with that heal, it pushed Fnatic over the top. Now with all the damage threats down, all Fnatic had to do was take down Just Man, which would be a triple kill for Tetno JJ, the ace for Fnatic, and swing the game massively in their favor. Now let's watch this back in real time.
Oh, no, you're gonna miss it.
Oh, body blocked off net a little bit late though, activating that reflex there. I'm the Doom's gonna get taken down very quickly.
Leon!
But Leon, he's trading. Tetno standing his ground. Tetno, he stays alive. Just Man, last man standing here for Team Secret. Triple kill. As if you don't take Tetno out early, this guy will take out your whole team. Granted, that was...
This has been your Fight of the Week. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Vainglory 8. My name's Action Jackson here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We've got another great series coming up for you guys. It's Tempo Storm versus Hammers. Now, Tempo Storm had quite a deep run in the tournament last week for their first. They managed to make it to 3rd place. Decent performance there. Hammers, they've really been turning it up a notch too, though. They've been placing very deep a number of times. Extremely strong team. They've already qualified for the championship. It's the same story we were talking about all the time in Europe earlier on today, right? Like Hammers, they just want to lock in those top 2 spots. Tempo Storm, they want to punch their ticket to the championship. Let's have a look at the Hammers roster first, though. We've got Chicken starting all over, T-Tigers, and Max Green.
Yeah, this is a team that has performed so well, and they seem to be at the peak right now, on the rise, definitely. And they are poised to take the points and potentially unseat TSM if they do really well this weekend and next weekend.
Yeah, that'd be very impressive stuff, especially considering at the beginning of Split 1, Hammers, no one was really sure if they were going to turn up. This has been a great season for them so far. Hopefully for them, they can keep it going. Let's have a look at their opponents, Tempo Storm. We've got Lost Boy Toff, Selena, Hyde, and Polly. This team came up from the Challenger Series and just went to work week 1.
Yeah, absolutely. The strongest showing of any of the Challenger Series teams that made it through the challenge battles into the Vainglory 8 in either region, and looking to now build on that momentum and try and get themselves a few more points, get into one of those final 2 spots for the Unified Championship.
Now, given the performance of Tempo Storm last week, I think an argument could certainly be made that we're about to see quite a close series, potentially. It really depends on what Hammers turns up, because sometimes they look a little shaky, sometimes they look untouchable like they did in their semifinal series last week. So it's really hard to tell what you're going to get week to week.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but of late it has been more and more consistently that untouchable Hammers that seems to show up. So they've definitely got the momentum on their side. They won against Tempo Storm last week, and so we'll see if they can do it again.
All right, Tempo Storm, they're on A's side, banning away that Lance as we head into game number 1 here. Hammers, what are they going to go for?
It makes sense to ban Lance because Chicken's Lance is so good. So Hammers here will probably either ban Lyra or just take away Koshka or Gwen like they have previously, but they might counter ban against Hyde and ban Kestrel, Glaive, Samuel, those key heroes that he loves to play. So I think they might be looking to ban those key junglers and taking away those junglers from him. They're actually going to ban the Vox. Okay, that's interesting because Selena is really good in Vox, but Selena can play a lot of the weapon heroes. So the Vox ban is very interesting for me.
All right, well, Hammers, I mean, this is definitely a team that has really been putting in the prep. You know, I believe we talked about their coach last week and how he's really made an impact from what we can tell on the desk. I'm sure he helps them prep for these drafts, too. There's got to be a reason they went for that Vox. Tempo Storm, they're looking at taking the Glaive for their first pick. This is a very important pick for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it's a pick that a lot of teams like to use to utilize its strengths, but it's also a great pick for Tempo Storm to take it away from Hammers and make sure that T-Tigers doesn't get his hands on that hero.
Speaking of T-Tigers, I know, Sweet J, you like his Kestrel a decent amount. It's been picked up here. It could still go to the lane, but if it is T-Tigers, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, great. T-Tigers has the best Kestrel in the world. His Kestrel is so good, and they banned Gwen here, which is very smart, because Gwen is a good counter into Kestrel because of her Buckshot Bonanza reviews a hero for 2 seconds and slows him for 2 seconds. That is a very smart ban by Hammers here. I think Tempo Storm will probably ban Koshka or Samuel. If they feel confident to play against Koshka, they'll probably ban the Samuel here. So let's see what Tempo is going to decide to ban against Hammers, because Hammers on Koshka or Samuel is really strong because of Tigers. It's really hard to counter ban against Tigers. It's really what you want to face at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Hammers, they have a high win rate on pretty much every hero that they've played, but Kestrel in particular, they've got 10 games played on her and an 80% win rate. So only 2 losses with Kestrel for them. And again, it doesn't matter if they put it on T-Tigers or on starting all over.
Yeah, so Adagio's open, Lyra's open, so they might opt for those heroes here. Yep, Lyra's going to be picked by Hammers. Tempo Storm has now a lot of options they can pick. They'll probably run CP Glaive, and I would think they would either run Flicker or potentially Grumpjaw or Arden. There's a lot of options that they can pick at this point, but I think Arden is not that good into Lyra, so they probably offer Flicker or Grumpjaw here with a really nice weapon carry on Selena, like a Ringo, for example.
I really like the Flicker into Kestrel matchup. It's fun to watch, because when they're both invisible, if Flicker can find the Kestrel, big impact, because Kestrel doesn't really have mobility.
Yes.
But if you can't find the Kestrel, you could end up getting blown up, because you don't really have that much mobility.
Yep.
It's hide and seek.
It really is. So Ringo going to be the pick for Tempo Storm. You know, again, another pick that is not only a strong pick for them, but also a pick against Hammers, or a takeaway from Hammers, I should say. And so Ringo Glaive, this was what Hammers used to dominate in the first split of the season, and see if they can now have success for it with Tempo Storm running that. And the final pick is going to be most likely for Lost Boy Toff, unless they do go with that Captain Glaive. But I would not be surprised at all if we end up seeing something like...
They can do Fortress, for example.
I was going to say
Finn.
Arden or Finn.
So Finn actually surprised me a little bit into that Lyra. I don't know what you were thinking here, Sweet J.
Yeah, well, Finn, once I think Toffel might get tier 3 boots, he can rush in there and stun Kestrel, give both Glaive and Ringo that barrier, but Glaive can punt into a Finn and he can then quibble the Kestrel, for example, or any other hero for that matter. And it's smart by Hammers, they're going to pick the Petal because it counters the Glaive. And it's very mobile. She can jump away from quibbles and stuff like that. So this is a really good composition from Hammers. They are going to win the early game here.
Yeah, and again, T-Tigers on Petal, starting all over on the Kestrel. This is a recipe for success they have used multiple times in the past, and assuming they play the way that they can, they should be able to use it for another success here.
So you say the way that they can play, right? But how should they play? What is the win condition for this team?
It's really just getting a ton of damage out. This composition is all about damage, just being able to focus down whichever target they choose. They don't necessarily have to focus the Ringo or have to focus the Glaive. It's just whoever they have the opportunity to get onto. As long as they all work together and work as a team to focus down one target, they should be able to take them out.
Talking about working as a team, what sort of timeline should we be looking at for the rotations here? Because one thing I've been noticing more and more over the course of today is just how impactful the differences in rotations can be between some of these teams. Suijay, when are we looking to see those?
Well, Watch Tigers, he is probably the best jungler in terms of rotations. He likes to rotate aggressively, deny jungle, and play really aggressive. Since Petal and Lyra is extremely strong early, so he's going to abuse that for sure against Glaive.
All right, guys. Who do you think actually has the edge going into this matchup? Obviously, I mean, you mentioned the previous matchup between these two teams, Bacon. But after their third place performance, do you think Tempo Storm has gained enough insight to come into this week and put up good showing?
I think they can definitely put up a good showing, but I think Hammers do have the edge here, and I think Hammers should be able to take this one.
Hammer's going to push the early game so hard, so good luck, Temple Storm.
I know how you feel about T-Tigers on that Kestrel. It was almost a foregone conclusion asking you about that one. But guys, we're on to the Halcyon Fold. We're going to be throwing it over yet again to Dalcian Forecourt Jester with the call.
This is a super exciting series here for Colt. Both these names, Tempo Storm and Hammers, were the highlights of last week. Tempo Storm, newcomers to the VG8, made it all the way to 3rd position in their premier week of the VG8. Whilst Hammers, they had to go up against Cloud9, Gangstars, and TSM, and they managed to knock down all 3 to take the finals of last week as well.
Now, it was a very exciting week 1. We'll have to see who can make it here into day 2 in week 2 here. But T-Tigers, unfortunately, not going to be on that Kestrel, but Petal has certainly seen, I think, more play in these last 2 splits than I've seen her in the entirety of like the Evil 8 last year.
It kind of works well with what Hammers want to do. They like to push the early game. Tempo, though, are stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're going to try and go through starting all over. They have Lost Boy Toph coming down for support, but he might be a little bit too late as Hyde is going very low. Ooh, Quibble might be enough to keep Hyde alive. He does get the afterburn across the wall, and Selena's going to start just running away. Lost Boy Toph, well, he's on Finn. He's big and he's slow, and he will go down. First blood goes over to Chicken. Selena is taking a huge beating in the process as well.
Not who you want to pick up the first kill, but kill secured at any rate. That deep, it was going to be a miracle if Talk could get back under his turret safe and sound, because that's even just going to get worse as time goes on. Like T-Tiger's first item, he's already doing these invades, but if he can explosively just speed up the process to get a Frostburn between 4 and 5 minutes, then those kind of plays will just, again, become much harder for Top to deal with.
Now, I'm gonna make a... Oh, we'll talk about it in a sec. Hyde dives forward for an afterburn, but doesn't quite find Chicken there, who seemed to be the primary target. I'm not a fan, I have to admit, of starting all over's Kestrel play. You know, if I see Kestrel pick Hammers, I want it to be going over to T-Tigers. I understand why in this draft you have to play Kestrel, but you don't actually have to play it. They picked it first rotation after banning Vox. They could have picked Gwen. They could have picked Ringo up if they wanted to, but decided not to. I don't know. Like Hammers, they put a lot of priority on Kestrel as just a pick. They first pick it and then they let the draft evolve around it because they can place it in so many different places. But I haven't been thoroughly impressed yet by starting all over's Kestrel in the lane. So I'm hoping in this game perhaps we kind of see why Hammers put a lot of priority onto it.
Well, I mean, if you do pick it first, it can definitely be a very flexible pick, just like this glaive, right? You first pick a glaive, you first pick a lance, you first pick an adagio, right? Those are all very flexible first picks, and you can work your draft around them. So starting over might not have quite that master's stroke that T Tigers has with that Kestrel, but I mean, this guy is a god laner just by all rights by himself. Might not have 2 VG gold accounts like old school does, but starting over, it's a very young, very talented mechanical player. So yeah, I'm a little sad to hear that it's just not as impressive for you, but I'm not going to count him out yet.
Doesn't have the Dowsey seal of approval for
No.
not just yet, but
Maybe
perhaps this is the game to change it around. We do see another attempt at a gank, but it is thwarted once more. Hyde just not quite able to land down the afterburn in the right place, and now a bit of siege coming out from Hammers.
Yeah, and well, triple range, sort of. I mean, T Tigers, he still counts as range, but not quite like that big high sieging kind of hero like a Samuel would be, for example, or a Ringo. Not that I'm saying that these would have been great picks, but the triple range aspect does mean that, especially with a Finn on the side here of tempo, you are probably going to be on a little bit more of the back foot momentum-wise. Like Lost Boy Toph with this Finn, he can't realistically go deep diving into jungles. If he pushes too far up in lane, he is susceptible to take a lot of damage on the retreat. So tempo very likely just going to have to weather the early storm, and we'll have to see how far Hammers can actually push their early game advantage.
Yeah, they've got about 1,000 gold lead, as you mentioned, just built up purely from an early kill and some CES advantages starting to hit the fold. We do see Hyde diving in. He's going to knock starting into trouble, and Selena going to be able to find the kill with the 12 Silver. So finally Hyde makes it work. 3rd time's a charm on that afterburn.
Yeah, but starting over, virtually by himself, pushing up into the territory of tempo, and that was just a very opportunistic kill from these guys.
They're going to look for more as T Tigers perhaps into trouble. Afterburn knocks him away, does get the healing from the tree end, and Sorrow Blade going to be completed. We do have that Frostburn as well on top of T Tigers. Selena also going to finish a Sorrow Blade onto that Ringo. So both these teams have the items necessary if they want to look for a fight. Perhaps not Hyde, though, who hasn't quite finished his Storm Crown, but is got the goal to finish it now if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's not the biggest of deals if you're early on, you don't have it, but the cooldown reduction can go a long way. For these early kills, all you need is 1 afterburn, but kind of let Selena do the rest of the work from there. As Hyde does ramp up a little bit, it's still going to be a more of an advantage here for Hammers, but if they continually push in like this, they got to really respect the fact that afterburns are going to come out. Lost Boy's going to hit 6 soon too.
Yeah, there's the damage coming out, and look at Hyde just getting blown up. Goes in for the afterburn to try and save Lost Boy Toph, but once you do, you're committed in the middle of a fight, and there was not much he could do, and Tempo weren't coming to the rescue, so that is going to be another kill going Hammer's way as they start this siege up. Polite Company to give a bit of breathing room to Selena as he tries to clear the way, but this turret will go down at 6 minutes. Hammer's early game just so strong, and they're going to take the turret, even looked for Lost Boy Toph, but uses the boots at last second to get out of there.
It's not the end of the world. It's not over yet, but Hammers are really starting to press advantage, and that's what they need to do, because by the time they hit to that mid-game, they really want to be far enough ahead that Selena and Hyde combo is just going to be negated a lot just by pure strength at that point. But Hyde going in right there felt a little bit like Selena really wasn't prepared, because Hyde went in from basically like the rock area into the bush, and then at the same time, Selena was almost the exact opposite side of the lane right there. So there wasn't really a lot of capitalization, as you saw. Hyde didn't live, might live this one though.
Yeah, it's Selena looking to lay down the Hellfire Brew on top of T Tigers. No blocks, so he will take the full force of that. But here comes starting, and T Tigers pushing up as well as he's going to get healing from Chicken. Hyde dives in, knocks, starting to the side, but Chicken immediately jumps on top to provide body blocking, skill shot blocking as well. Not that there's really any skill shots, perhaps. That's not as big of a case in this game, but this Kestrel glaive is probably the biggest thorn in her foot. If Hyde is able to knock starting into an awkward position, and Tempo are able to execute off top of it, then they've got a good chance of winning a team fight.
Hammer's still holding a lot of power with 2,500 gold up here as well. You can see the afterburns from Hyde just, connecting. They might not be going the way that he wants them to be projected, but it doesn't really feel like there's a ton of follow-up at this point, right? The comp maybe not online where they need to be, or perhaps they're just not picking fights where they need to be. Using terrain to their advantage. So far, just kind of punting people around, hasn't really gotten a lot done. Chicken and this Lyra, a lot of sustain from that, healing them up. We do have the fortified health here for Lost Boy Top, but that's definitely not a substitute to Lyra and Hat Sigil.
And the longer the fights go on, perhaps the more chances that Hammers have, because Lost Boy Toff provides free stacking for a breaking point, which Starting All Over already has built up for a broken myth that we may see T-Tigers itemize into. Yep, infusions come out, minion candy as well. Hammers looking ready for a push of the lane, and maybe looking for a fight as well.
All right, Lost Boy is 6. Do have that anchor, and if we are going to be pushing up with these candies, for example, as well, then we're going to be looking for a fight up in lane. Gold Miner started up, though, and Hammer's going to be at least bringing that off to the side, but we just don't have the positioning here from Tempo. They're not going to be able to do much past Toph getting off an anchor.
Well, the anchor does come out, and he gets the Plight Company, but it will be Hammers taking that Gold Miner home as Lost Boy Toff takes so much damage in the process. He's going to have to use that fountain to save himself. But he holds on to it, does not bother. Now Hyde going to be in trouble. Has Afterburn, will use it. Selena is going to get rooted. Oh god, not like this. Another kill for Hammers. And that's going to be them looking to take away this Crystal Sentry as well.
Toph tried. He threw out the anchor. You had the first accord. Okay. That's at least a
bouncing on your
sunshine.
Trampoline. Whoops, today's T-Tigers. That was a mistake.
Ray of sunshine right there for Tempo Storm. But, Hyde did not help out with that either. Like, Lost Boy Toff threw out the forced accord, and he had to by all rights, because you got to make that attempt for the steal. But it looked like Hyde just didn't even really care. Like, I don't even think he got an auto attack on top of that gold miner. Then by the end of it, Lost Boy goes down without using Fountain either. Definitely some strangeness abound here for Tempo.
Yeah, if Tempo were only to lose Lost Boy Toff there, then holding on to Fountain makes sense. Because the gold gained into the pockets of Hammers isn't really a huge thing. It's not going to mean too much. But Hyde going down, Selena going down as well. Channeling the Hellfire Brew whilst the Treant roots you. Definitely questionable. We're going to see another engagement though. Lost Boy Top throws out the Quibble. He's taking huge damage. There it is. Chicken knocked into the fight, but the Founder comes out and he gets the speed as well. He's out. He's gone, and Selena going to fall to Starting All Over. Hyde now the last man standing as the one shot does cannot connect. I thought for sure it would. That is going to be him falling very, very low. Does escape. Crystal Sentry's just back from work. Back for another day of dying to the hands of Hammers. And it looks like this turret's going to fall as well.
And looks like we've already used out the candy. I was hoping to see it right here, because fantastic push to capitalize on the aggression. And Hammer's just really maintaining control, like absolutely 100%, even with what I thought was going to be a fantastic quibble right there from Lost Boy. Like, he got himself into that bush, he found them all, they were right there. The anchor didn't come out nearly quick enough. We didn't have that 3-man stun to go through either, because Lost Boy Top doesn't have it. And everything just kind of turned around from there. Like, level 8's where you want Toph to be, but we're still level 7, 11 minutes into the game.
Hard times for Tempo. The gold stacking up against them, as this is the Hammers that looked so strong last week here. You know, criticism always thrown towards Hammers in the sense that they're inconsistent. We never know which roster we're going to see. Starting All Over's lane may be terrible. There's been many things said about Hammers, but in the last 3 weeks, they've been stepping up to the mark consistently for Colt. They want that top spot in NA. They want that bye into day 2 of the Unified Live Championships, and they're making a brilliant case for them, especially last week taking down the top 3 in North America.
All right, so Chicken123, I met this guy back autumn 2015, and then from my eyes, he kind of like disappeared for a while. I mean, there's school, these are young guys, right? He was perhaps on some challenger teams, but then all of a sudden, he's picked up in the Hammer squad. Might not have had the best of starts, but now basically reigning on top here with the team. Quite the story over the last year and a half for this guy, but really good to see him finding some success here. T-Tigers as well kind of got bounced around a lot through challengers, some of the different Evil 8 teams back last year as well, but everything's coming together. Hammers is just really putting on some good shows these last few games, these last few weeks, and if they can get to that #1 spot for London, then that's really showing just how mature these guys have gotten with each other.
Especially considering how young they all are as well. That maturity level really coming up trumps. They're going to look to take away this last Crystal Sentry. This time Tempo want to fight over it.
Got a candy.
It's going to be the candy on top of it. Active camera does blow it up though, and it will fall. Can Lostboytov find an anchor into the middle of the fight? He's taking so much damage. There we go. Hyde lands the afterburn. Lostboytov throws the fountain out, but the anchor will be blocked. Now Hammer's diving forward, trying to find it. Starting all over though, gets caught by an afterburn. Can he escape? It looks like he will, and he blows up Hyde on the return. Lostboytov sniped by Chicken, and it is going to be just Selena left alive, running away as he's gun 12s around. He may look to try and blow up Chicken in a last hurrah. No, he's going to get taken, slowed. Chicken will fall, but Tigers, no, he doesn't even fall.
Maybe not.
Tigers finds the kill. Wow, Chicken holding it all to the last second. That's another ace coming forward. That's going to be the turret going down as well.
11 minutes in, Lostboytov didn't have level 8. Hyde had just finally finished off 2 items, doesn't even have Atlas. It's all up to Lostboytov to try to land that on top of starting. But I feel like just the work between Chicken and Tigers has really sealed up a lot of the engage available here from Lostboy. Not only does Chicken have that Crucible, and I don't think we've actually seen an Anchor really do much this matchup yet, but Hyde's just trying to bounce around a lot of the times. Tigers has been all over that. Like, we have not really been able to stick to the back line of either the Petal or the Kestrel from this Glaive, and that's really just kind of leaves him wandering around the fight more often than not because he can't get in range of finding a target to hit.
Yeah, no, it just feels like Tempo are trying to find the perfect team fight, and in the process of doing so, they get ripped apart by Hammers. The damage coming out. Man, I thought Selena was going to get his recall cancelled, but no, just about gets back to base. At this 50-minute mark, it does mean that the Kraken is about to come back online.
Here she comes.
And yeah, here she comes. It's going to be Hammers making their moves. They steal away jungle creeps, they steal away golden come, and now Tempo Storm are forced out of their comfort zone if they want to try and contest.
Now, Selena at 156 last hits. You might say 15 minutes, 156, pretty good, right? But starting all over just says, oh, I could do better than that. Let's go for 200 last hits, the 15-minute mark. Again, just a little bit more of a sign of where the gold is sitting, because 10,000 between them, a lot of it is sitting on top of Tigers.
Oh, Hyde's going to dive in onto Chicken. There is the pull in, but Selena, he's in so much trouble trying to get out. And actually, Starting takes a huge chunk of damage in the process. That's going to be Hyde knocking Starting against the wall, and they find the kill. Lostboytov goes very low and will lose his life once more. Now Hyde looking for Chicken, looking for Tigers as Selena tries to blow him up, but can he get the kill? No! What a huge reflex block right at the last second to give him so much shielding. And that's going to be Hammers once more taking an ace.
Of course, I tried to throw a compliment over to Starting all over, and, well, he gets blown up for it. So, all right, I guess that's going to be it for my complimentary career. But, again, Tigers made good work right there. Chicken, as well, really doing a lot of defensive right there. They lost out Starting pretty early in that fight, but just so far ahead with the gold at this point. It's another turret to the name on top of things. They're going to maintain that 10k, even Lostboy to get hit by the one-shot at the end. But we're basically all online. Like, we've hit the 40,000 gold mark. Hammers, yeah, they suffered a kill, but they got themselves even more kills, even farther ahead. There's now going to be a Kraken available to them here as well. But starting at 4 items, we're at 2.5 with full, well, almost full defenses here with Tigers. 1,500 more gold for him to spend. And Chicken's, you know, he's 4 defensives. He's still putting down traps. He's still throwing out flares. And this is not a contraption. These are all manually placed and bought. Like, the gold has been real good to Hammers this game.
Certainly has. You know, Hammers, they saw that Kraken booty and they wanted a piece of it. They're going to unleash it onto the Halcyon Fold, and with just one Vein Crystal turret standing in between Hammers and that Vein Crystal to take down, now this Kraken is the last the last sentence in the eulogy as they look to try and take down Tempo. That's going to be Hyde going very low as Starting gets knocked into the middle of the fight. He goes Invis. He's looking for Selena. The portal, it's throwing us all a bit, but he takes him down. 550 on that crit. Insane. And Hyde, the last man standing, boots T-Tigers away, but Starting says, I'll take the kill. That's going to be the ace, and the Kraken, she's going to lead the charge. Hammers looking to take game 1.
I'm sorry that you didn't think Weapon Crestral was going to be a big thing, but starting over, smashes creep score, smashes kills, gets himself the 4 items, full build, doesn't need an Aegis. Now, there's no damage coming out from these guys, right? That Hyde, unfortunately, is just not able to stick to anybody into the back.
Wow.
Selena is taking 500 damage hits. He has no armor, and just, like, Hammers took control early, didn't give it up.
The charms coming out from Hammers, a bit of BM as they take down the Vein Crystal. And you're right, Starting all over definitely has upped his Kestrel game from the previous weeks that I've witnessed it. And color me impressed, Forecourt Jester. That was a great performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing really much to criticize out of the Hammers. The bigger thing is, I know that Tempo Storm, they really like Finn. Lost Boy Finn is something of legends at this point in the game, but up against that, like picking up that Kestrel first, perhaps making it think that T-Tigers was going to be doing that and then trying to draft around that, I think it's just an absolutely great flexible pick for these guys.
Definitely is. That is it. That is game 1 of this series, going over to Hammers Tempo Storm, the newcomers looking to fight their way back into this series. Perhaps we'll have to find out as we head over back to the desk.
Alrighty, game number 1, as they said, going the way of Hammers pretty convincingly. Hammers are really looking stronger and stronger every week. We keep on saying that. Tempo Storm, though, I actually think they looked a little bit weaker than last time around. I think we got to talk about maybe where some of those gaps in their performance came from.
I think the main thing we have to talk about is Lost Boy Toph this game did not look comfortable at all. And I'm not sure why. It's a hero that he has plenty of experience on, and we normally see him perform very well on this Finn, but there's missed activations, late usage of abilities. It was just very bizarre because we've come to expect such a high caliber of play from him.
Also, they needed to flare when they were fighting against Kestrel, and then Starting was able to take the aggro off himself when he active camel a lot of times in a lot of critical fights.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. Let's actually look at one of those critical fights now. It was around the time that Kraken spawned. You can see Hammers in hot pursuit.
Yeah, this is a fight where they had a chance here to, they got a nice pull, but however, they pull Kestrel and she comes out of vision range and is not taken out immediately. And then Tigers actually makes an awesome play here and turns it around for them. This is why Tigers is such a god here. You can see here, he times a reflex block just perfectly to get that ace there for them. And that was a critical fight that Tempo Storm needed to win. I mean, if Finn landed a quibble, those fights, he actually used the fountain that time. They had a good pull on the Kestrel, but they needed to then all dive on her at that moment. And she was able to get out, and then they wasted a lot of abilities to secure that kill. If they deleted her immediately, landed that quibble on her, stunned her out, and then take care of Tigers, then the fight would have gone differently.
Yeah, I mean, I really think a big thing for me here, though, to note, even though we're talking about maybe like Tempo Storm looking a little weaker than last week, is actually the fact that Hammers, I didn't see weaknesses in what they were doing. You know, like there weren't easy gaps for Tempo Storm to exploit. And when that happens, you got to be playing your comp just right, you know?
Yeah, it's, if you don't play just right, regardless of what's going on in the game, if you don't play your comp just right against these top teams, at any point, they're going to take advantage of it. They're going to spot those mistakes and absolutely exploit them. That is exactly what Hammers did.
All right, we're into the draft for game number 2. Hammers against Tempo Storm. Hammers ban away the Finn. Definitely giving Toph some respect there, but Tempo Storm, they take the lance off the table.
Yeah, Hammers going to first pick the Glaive, as is such a good pick because they can flex it on Chicken, or T-Tires can play a CP Glaive if needed. Most likely they're going to play a support Glaive though. Tempo Storm, I think, is probably going to secure Gwen potentially, or Kestrel. And there's also Lyra open, so they might take Lyra and then opt for either one of the weapon carriers, such as Kestrel or Gwen here.
Yeah, I would not be surprised, but they're going to actually take away the Kestrel from Hammers, not allowing that pick to go through. Again, it's another flex pick for them that they've had great success with. So now when it comes to the bans, I mean, there's a lot open that they could ban away. I wouldn't mind seeing them just ban away the Petal, just because obviously T-Tigers has been so strong with it.
I think they'll probably ban Koshka because Tiger is so strong in Koshka, and a Glaive Koshka combo is really strong. They're gonna most likely CP the Kestrel here because Kestrel is so strong. Hyde is such a good Kestrel, so they're gonna put him put him on CP Kestrel. Hammers will most likely ban potentially Gwen if they don't want to deal with the Gwen CP Kestrel combo there with the slow and then the barrage of arrows coming down on them. Or they might ban a support away. They may not want that CP Kestrel with, say, a Grump Jaw or other potential plays where he can eat the person and drop them into a trap, for example. They're going to decide to ban Vox here. So Vox has been a big priority, actually, this whole day, and from EU and NA in terms of banning.
Yeah, we've seen it banned a few times. We've seen it picked a few times as well. But for the side of Tempo Storm with their next pick, you have to assume the Kestrel's going to be a Crystal Kestrel on Hyde because he has just such an amazing track record with it.
Yep, that is a very good point. Tempo Storm now looking to maybe lock in their second pick, starting to use some of their bonus time, in fact. Obviously, whatever you lock in here, that's your last chance to deny something away from your opponents, as Hammers gets 2 picks coming up next. So Tempo Storm using this opportunity to really think about what they want to take off the table. Lyra going to be the lock-in.
Yeah, Lyra is, again, a good pick. We were contemplating if this would actually even be their first pick, so not terribly surprised to see it come through. Now, Hammers, again, world is their oyster at this point. They can pick whatever they want because they have that flexible first pick. Glaive, although they haven't played it there, it can be played in any of the 3 positions, including the lane.
They're going to take Samuel and Gwen here most likely. Gwen is good against the CP Kestrel, and then Tigers and Samuel can outplay a CP Kestrel depending on how aggressive he plays here. So most likely they're probably going to pick a Samuel for T-Tigers in this case.
Hammers does have some bonus time to work with if they want to think it over and make 100% sure they have the ability to do that. It's actually going to be an Adagio.
Okay, so he's on a weaponed glaive, so Tigers will be on a weapon glaive instead. That is an interesting combination.
Not necessarily. It could still be the Crystal Glaive with Adagio.
Oh,
as
right,
the
sorry.
captain.
It's gonna be a weapon Gwen with a CP glaive. So it's gonna be CP glaive with Adagio for sure.
Do you like putting the glaive in that position against the Lyra and the Kestrel?
Yeah, as long as you get good afterburns on the Kesher, that's the key there. Review her, slow her, afterburn her, and then delete her.
All right, Ringo, the pick for Tempo Storm to round it out. And Glaive into Ringo up in the lane, that is just asking for trouble. And we've talked about it so many times. With the Lyra, it's not quite as devastating, but it's still going to have to be very, very careful play from Selena early on.
Yeah, and that's, I think, going to be key, right? It also relies on having assistance from that Lyra, having vision put down early. That, potentially, because you have your captain up in the lane, spending a lot of time with your Ringo, opens up your jungle to be invaded. So you've really got to be heads up the entire of the early game if you're against that Glaive.
Yeah, you really do. And T-Tigers on the Crystal Glaive, it's something that we, in the first week or two, we were critical of because he wasn't really making plays with it, but then started to really step it up and actually use it as the playmaking hero that it's meant to be. So as long as he's going to be looking for those picks early on, I think Hammer should be able to take it.
All right, guys. You think Hammer's going to take it?
It's a close one, but I really like Hyde on Kestrel. He's an amazing Kestrel.
And actually, so that's interesting. So you always talk about the war of the jungle. Do you think Hyde's Kestrel is maybe better than T-Tiger's Glaive?
Yes.
Wow, okay. All right, well, we'll see who can come out ahead. Make sure you're keeping your eyes on that jungle matchup. We're on to the Halcyon Fold. Let's hand it on over to Dalcy and Forecourt Jester.
Shots fired on the desk. Let's get this one underway. T-Tigers versus Hyde. You know what? Selena, Lost Boy Toff, and starting all over Chicken, you can go home. This is all we want to see is T-Tigers versus Hyde here in the jungle. It is going to be a bit of a fight over this level 1 as Hyde throws out the Glimmer Shots. T-Tigers boosts forward. They're going to try and steal away this healing cap. Oh no, Afterburn knocks Hyde into it. T-Tigers has heard the call out, but Hyde got to get that first blood. Or maybe it's Lost Boy Top, but it doesn't matter. We're going to give it to Hyde. He wins the jungle war, gets the first kill, but Hammers say, you know what, we're going to take all of it. We're going to take it all down. The first kill goes over to starting, leaves Selena left to his own devices, and that's going to be a 2-1 going in favor of Hammers.
a little bit more of a mosh pit by the end of it there. Just so close and clustered, and everybody just trying to make sure they can get that kill. But it is still eventually the better trade off to Hammers, and they were the ones invading here as well. So I'm not entirely convinced who actually took that train at the end there, Dowsy. But still, pressure on. Hammers winning 1-0. Now they've taken 2 kills early on. This has got to be a really strong mindset from Tempo to make sure they don't go on tilt from this.
Oh, they are actually getting a lot for themselves here, Tempo. They make the move straight up to the middle of the map. They take that Elder Treant for the extra gold and experience. Hyde, though, is going to get aggressed on top of, and it looks like that Treant's going to get knocked away by T-Tigers. Can he land a Glimmer Shot? No, it won't be able to steal it away. And actually now the backs are under fire. Tempo, they put so much importance onto the middle of the map that they almost give up the back of the map. Thankfully, though, nothing for Hammers to steal. Well, you know, there wasn't, there is now, but Hyde's already gone back. In the middle of the map, though, up in the lane, it's like a direction with Dowsy. Starting all over is going to take a lot of harass. Hyde will land some Glimmer Shots just to try and put it out, but a good buckshot, nicely timed, means that starting all over spots it out before it's too late. And
Look where Chicken is. Yeah.
Chicken is he still stealing them away? He actually stole them all.
He stole them all. Yeah, during all that, they were able to pick up even more of an advantage. So by the time Hyde does get back down there, it's, unfortunately, there's not going to be much for him to pick up. And again, a little bit more of aggression, a little bit more of a reward from Hammers this early on. They're able to start making these plays, and that's, again, just you got to be strong at this point in the game. So here comes Tigers into lane. It's got starting over up there. Starting over Gwen's. That got your seal of approval?
Oh, yeah, it's 100%. You know, it's just past results. Like, after seeing Starting's Kestrel versus T-Tigers Kestrel, it's kind of like, I would put it on T-Tigers every time. But definitely the ability to make things work for Starting all over. Like, as you mentioned, the guy's a beast, is super talented in the lane, only 13 years of old, but his understanding of the lane, his understanding of the game is more so than I could hope to reach.
And look at Chicken again, is just aggressively scouting. Won't really find much for it this time, but just it's almost like Hammers already owns the jungle at this point. And that's quite the feat here at 3 minutes in. Chicken just repeatedly getting in, getting steals, getting in again for free. There's almost no vision. There's no warning system. There's no collapse. Like, he just kind of just skipping around the fold here. La-di-da.
Normally when you see that at 3-4 minutes that your captain has 5 CS, you're kind of like, oh god, why? But actually in this case, it's great for Hammers. It means that Chicken has done a great job of stealing away jungle camps. It means that he's going to be first, or he's going to have a lot of ability to get that fountain early. In fact, he doesn't get the fountain before Lost Boy top because he's putting so much vision down against this CP Kestrel. You can see the flares being purchased up, lots of importance on it, but it's very interesting, and I wonder if this fountain that Lost Boy Top already has in his inventory will mean much if a fight does end up breaking out.
Okay, so Tension Bow ready to go. Tigers has himself a banner. Not entirely sure if he's going to go into the Crown first, or if he's going to start setting up for Aftershock, then Crown. But starting hits hard. Like, if we have an Afterburn, if we get into Chicken, like, he throws down that fire, slow them all up, starting is just going to start really tearing into people. And again, like, that's just going more towards the repeated tempo here from Hammers. They take these early game fights, they take these early game initiatives, they get what they need done, and then they just never let go of the advantage.
Yeah, you're going to see that Storm Crown count out now for T-Tigers, and it's going to be vision as well prioritized from the jungle as they just want to catch out this Kestrel. Hyde manages to go stealth just as the Afterburn lands, and now looking to try and turn the damage back towards Hammers. The heal comes out from Chicken, is going to be trying to heal everyone up back to full, but Hyde's still in the lane, still looking to lay down the hurt, and an active camo holding T-Tigers at bay means he can't come into the lane with an Afterburn at risk of being blown up himself.
Okay, so Selena, Lost Boy going down. Lost Boy has himself that fountain. It's actually Selena to pick up that Sora Blade ready to go here. So it's really just Hyde that we're kind of missing a big power spike on. We did go into the Crown first here from T-Tigers, so farm is the priority here. This could actually, like, if Chicken is just going to continually get into the back here, of Tempo Storm, if Tigers can even just go with him for a little bit, one camp, right, you can drastically accelerate that steal.
This is a much slower game here for
It is,
both these
yeah.
teams have slowed things down. Hammers, though, they're looking to try and get on in and try and get a move, but they're worried about Hyde's CP Kestrel. You know, they want to pay great respect to it because he's known as one of the best in North America.
Well, I mean, the journey that they took to get up here, don't
What?
see why not. Yeah,
How did
that was
that
a
one
threading
shot
of the
hit
needle.
starting?
That was a threading of the needle if you ever saw one.
What? I don't know how that hit, but somehow it hit onto starting all over. And this is what I'm saying, man. He just finds these shots. I don't know where they come from. It's almost like he bends the one shot, man.
Just reminded of a terrible movie with Angelina Jolie back in the day about bending shots like that. But at the same time, like, hey, if it works, it works. There was no capitalization, unfortunately, because I'm not entirely too sure everyone expected starting to get hit by it. But Hyde has himself that crystal now.
Does have himself that crystal. Shatterglass is there. Oh, T-Tigers almost gets blown up in the active camera, but Hyde couldn't quite find a glimmer shot to connect. Selena pushing up aggressively in the bush. It does give Tempo all the information they need to know that Hammers are out in the middle of the map, out and about. That's on tour, but there's still no fights coming out. Tempo, they're trying to scale on up this Ringo, and if Hyde doesn't feel like he's ready to fight, then they won't be looking for anything.
Okay, so 2-1, almost 8 minutes in. Gold, actually not as different as you might think. We've had some pretty successful steals, but at the same time, it's pretty even.
A lot of damage onto Lost Boy top there, and Hammers, where is T-Tigers? Okay, he's coming. He's coming. They're looking to start up the siege. One shot, though, will land onto Chicken, and they're going to try and pop a bit more damage onto him. But Selena, he's out of energy, means that his damage output isn't as high because the 12-inch silver won't be available. Oh, Ace's high lands onto Lost Boy. Here comes T-Tigers, knocks Hyde out of position. That's going to be finding the kill. T-Tigers will survive as well. And Lost Boy is in trouble. Wow! The aggression on starting, pops the boots and the skedaddle, and just gets right on in there. That's Selena knocked out, and the kill goes their way. T-Tigers loses his life, but it is an ace going the way of Hammers, and they're going to look to try and find a turret as a result.
Yeah, with the minion wave coming in, no problem. But starting over, like, rinse, repeat. Once you get that tension bow ready to go, he hit those boots, and Lost Boy did not really respect the fact that we have some pretty significant burst to come out of that one. So you hit the boots, he had the range, no problem. Picks up the double thanks to T-Tigers, and definitely a worth kill. Absolutely, yeah. They gave back a little bit of gold, but they were able to pick up turret. They were able to get a lot of momentum from that, and kind of broke the bank a bit here as well. 2,000 gold between these teams, and that was just with the tension. Now we got a Sora Blade to move forward here.
Yeah, Sora Blade, indeed. This Gwen's going to start hurting. Look at Selena. Up in the lane, he's already got himself armor. So much importance on trying to shut down Starting's burst that can come out of the tension bow. And actually, they're going to look to try and find T-Tigers here. Not quite able to do so, though. He does get the afterburn out. Chicken is aggressing on the other side. We do have some infusions coming through. Oh god, Selena, he's just getting chunked down. The fountain comes out. Hyde, though, stuck up. Ooh. There's the aces. Hyde, Selena locked down, and Hyde struggling to get away. He gets bursted. Lost Boy Toff as well. A double for starting all over. And Hammers, they're just so far ahead right now. It doesn't look like it as far as gold is concerned, but the way they're playing and their ability to teamfight is just unparalleled.
Yeah, they've really just kind of built very synergistic of each other here as well, right? Like, Chicken has himself that fountain into the Crucible, right? Early denial on one-shots, early denial on Hellfire Brews, early denial on, well, yeah, anything that you really want at this point,
They can run into an active camo without fear.
Yeah, they really could, if that's what they wanted to do. I think they'd rather not, but at the same time, they have that safety net, right? T-Tigers, early game, it's a CP, quote, utility, right? You just get a lot of afterburns, and starting over, just maximize damage.
Oh no, Lost Boy Top knocked out of position. Burst comes out from Chicken, and that's going to stop Tempo from saving their support. Hyde gets knocked out of the one shot, and another kill for starting. Selena, the last man alive, and there's nothing he can do. Bursted, blown up, whatever you want to use to describe this gameplay. Tension, bow, aftershock, Hammers, they have it all.
Yeah, and they really played for the early game. They made it happen. They have those infusions to go, again, very complimentary, and they push forward again and again and again. All of a sudden, we went from 0 to 2, down to 7,000 gold, 11 minutes in. Starting Over's items have started to blow up, and it really is a sign of, well, maybe not fear, but respect at any rate when you see your opponent's lane carry having to go into tier 2 armor this early into the game. Like, sometimes we only see the reflex. We very rarely see a ton of armor opposite, especially this early on. Maybe after your 4th item, maybe after your 3rd item, but like Selena just could not survive, still is not surviving, and it's just such a power difference right now between the two teams.
Certainly is. You don't often see much defense coming out of SCP Kestrel, and we're certainly not seeing it now, but Hyde, he's struggling for it, as is Selena. The Founder comes out, starting all over, takes lots of damage, but he just gets a heal back. Lost Boy Top goes down. Hyde tries to get the one-shot off, but he will lose his life as 3rd ace in 2 minutes here for Hammers, as they're pushing onto the base. Hammers and their early game is just on fire.
Now 12 minutes, they'll split these turrets, no problem. That is very likely that dows in. You play for the early, and when it works out great.
Certainly does. That's going to be Hammers taking it very clean. 2-0 here over Tempo Storm. They came off a win of last week. They want to make it a second as they head over to Game 2. And unfortunately for Tempo Storm, their chances to get points have just suddenly dwindled. That is huge for the standings, but I'll let Tasty Bacon talk about it a little bit more later on.
Yeah, well, all right. Goodbye, Hammers. It was, or goodbye, Tempo, I should say. I mean, we're saying goodbye to Hammers today as well, but we'll see them again tomorrow. Last Boy Toph and crew back to the drawing board. We'll see what we can do next week.
Yeah, 100%. Like, really impressive stuff from Hammers, and it kind of makes you question how you win against them. Let me just do a bit of... Okay, so Hammers will be playing against Tribe tomorrow. And that's going to be a very difficult match, I think, for Tribe Gaming to pull off. We'll have to see. Obviously, tomorrow is another day, but hey, our next series is a cracker of a series as well. We got Tier 7 versus Gangstars to round off NA, so let's throw it back to the desk to break down our 3rd series of tonight.
Alrighty, let's break it down like Dalsy was asking us. I feel like, again, Hammers just on another level every single week. T-Tigers, especially for me, I said I wanted to watch that jungle matchup. He was so dominant. Just boom, after burn on one person, they die. After burn on the next person, they die. After burn on the next person, they die.
This is what makes Tigers the best jungler right now. He planted vision, mines as glaive. He also always carried flares. So as you can see him diving. When he's diving, he's flaring. Chicken also has a flare. So Kestrel just had no chance to camo away and hide. Hyde couldn't hide, basically. And Tiger just outplayed him so well because of his vision game. I mean, that allowed him to boots in, afterburn. So many times Tigers had such godly afterburns and really set up the team fights.
I want to look at an example of that team fight that happened fairly late into this game, although this game was very quick. You can see exactly what I was talking about. Tigers, bam, there's one. He's going to find another one shortly after. Basically, as soon as it comes off cooldown.
And Toph overextends here. He doesn't have Fountain up, and they're face checking. They're clearly behind, and when you're behind, you want to play extra cautious, not face check jungle shop. And that's where I think Toph made a mistake. And when you're behind like that, the enemy team is going to be, if they're not in lane, they're going to be in the jungle shop, or they're going to be in jungle. They're going to be somewhere. And you can't face check a bush or get that close. And they just singled him out and killed him. And he didn't have a Fountain to save himself. And that was a big mistake by Toph there.
All right, let's have a look at the brackets now. We only have one more team to work out where they're going to be going into the semifinals tomorrow. So far, Cloud9, Tribe Gaming, and Hammers locked in. Team Solo Mid or Gangstars will be our 4th semifinalist. We'll have to see who locks it up after this next series.
Hammers doing their part to make sure that those bottom 2 spots for the Unified Championship stays as close as possible. I mean, it is 3 points separating 5th place from 8th place right now.
It's pretty obscene. And I tell you what, Tribe's got to be signed a breath of relief after Tempo Storm lost without getting a point this week, because they're not going to get any more. And obviously Tempo Storm made a 3rd place run last week. So that's a really big deal in comparison between those 2 different challenger upcoming teams. Let's do a giveaway real quick, though. If you want to win an epic key, head on over to the Twitch chat, enter the name of the team who won in lowercase, all one word. Coming up, we have our last game of the day. It's going to be Gangstars against Team Solo Mid. We're going to be throwing to the recap real quick in case you missed anything from last week, and then when we're back, we're going to have that last game.
Hey guys, and welcome to the weekly review. In this video, we're going to look at week 1 of Split 2 for the North American Vainglory 8. Our first series of the day was Team Solo Mid vs Rogue, a matchup that always seems to start out close but swing in TSM's favor. Game 1, Vonsi's Koshka ran circles around Rogue.
Ford pulls him back, Hammy trying to make some damage happen. I don't think they need like 2 Hammies at this point to make it happen. Prove me wrong, Hammy, he's rooted.
Game 2, Best Chuck was on Gwyn again, countering out Evol's Flicker while Vonsi was erasing heroes with his CP Sky. TSM would take the series 2-0.
Vonsi jumps back in with that Surrey Strike. Vonsi's low. Evil maybe can get him. No, that's going to be enough.
Our second series of the day was Immortals vs Gangstars, an interesting matchup as Immortals are starting to show signs of life heading into Split 2. Game 1 was dominated by Gangstars, with Iraqi Zero on Adagio and Xenotech on Blackfeather.
Ult the target and just get out of here. Xenotech finds the kill onto a low on. It's going to be Veins falling very shortly here. Yeah, can't get out of that one.
Game 2 was Zeo Unleashed as he carried his team to victory with an aggressive Gwyn, out-rotating Gangstars and finding engagements. Immortals tied up the series 1-1.
Very good job, Zeo, finding the damage on his target. The Fountain's going to come out, keeping them alive. Termination protocol.
Game 3, Immortals never came online. As Rekt built his Stormcrown Lyra, Gangstars pushed down turrets and took control of the map.
Can they find a kill? No! This is just...
Our third series of the day was 101, now Tempo Storm, versus Tribe Gaming. Game 1 was evenly matched, but tilted slightly in favor of Tempo Storm, as Hyde's Glaive found engage after engage.
This is amazing. E36 going to be stunned up as well. The cooldown on Afterburn is just insane. Get Afterburned again, kid. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, E36.
Game 2, Status got Petal, and this time Hyde could engage, but Tribe could disengage very cleanly, and then re-engage with Fortress, ultimately allowing them to tie up the series.
Still part of this
the
fight.
damage!
Woo! Kraken is...
Game 3 came down to a decisive moment in which Tribe made a gutsy call to steal Kraken, giving Tempo Storm an opportunity to slam the door shut and claim the series.
The pawn going down most likely. Where are you, Status? Status on the backside with Hyde chasing him down. Pawn can't get out. Pawn's down. Status, you're...
Our fourth series of the day was Cloud9 vs Hammers, a finals-worthy matchup that didn't disappoint. Game 1 left a pile of bodies with Starting's Kestrel standing on top.
Unbelievable. 2 vs 3. What a mistake was made. T-Tigers on the front line, though. It looks like pretty good damage, but oh, Starting's there. He got a glimmer. He's starting out 1L. He's starting all over. Making the absolute plays. My man.
Game 2 was very even, but Cloud9 took the edge with Joseph on his signature Taka, Old School's Gwyn, and Gabe with the alternating current Captain Adagio.
Finding the fight.
Game 3, Cloud9 had the lead 16 minutes in, until Gabe Izzle went in for the engage, using his Atlas Pauldron too soon and funneling his team into a choke point where Hammers could abuse their composition.
Down. Hammers, are they doing it? Old School taking a lot of damage as well. Tigers is there. Starting all over is there.
At the end of the day, Team Solo Mid, Tempo Storm, Gangstars, and Hammers remained. Our first matchup of day 2 was Tempo Storm vs Team Solo Mid. It was an impressive performance as Tempo Storm put up a serious fight against the #1 team in their first week of Vainglory 8.
That's going to be the one shot into Hyde's booty, and it looks like Vonsi wants to follow things up with a kill going on to Hyde. Nowhere to run, nowhere.
Game 2, Vonsi showed us the power of Weapon Grumpjaw, annihilating the squishy Vox and Sky drafted by Tempo Storm, giving TSM the series and sending them to the finals.
Double kill for Best Chuck and A as Hyde goes down.
Our second semifinals of the day was Gangstars vs Hammers. Hammers found the edge in Game 1, putting Starting all over on Baron and T-Tigers on Koshka.
Frenzy is starting dives onto Iraqi Zoro, and he takes down Xenotech as well. An ace at 10 minutes here for Hammers. They're looking...
Game 2, Gangstars gave T-Tigers Koshka again, regretting their decision as he proved why he is one of the best Koshkas in the world.
A double for starting, looking for his triple. Looks so easy for the young Wonder Kid. Obviously drank his G Fuel today.
With the 2-0 win, Hammers moved on to the finals to face up against Team Solo Mid. Definitely the 2 highest performing teams in week 1 of Split 2. Game 1, TSM punished positioning errors out of Hammers.
As that's Flash X engaging, nowhere for you to go, another triple.
Game 2, Hammers put starting on his top pick Ringo. Coupled with Tiger's CP Kestrel and Chicken's Lance Play, they shut down engagements from Bonsi's Koshka.
Starting looking for the ace onto Flash X as he pushes forward. The Kraken's still there, and a triple kill.
Game 3 was a skill-based matchup in the jungle between the CP Sky of Von C and the Samuel of T-Tigers. Ultimately, T-Tigers got the better of this matchup, pushing the game into Hammer's favor, giving them the win and first place in Week 1 of Split 2.
Only Bonsi left, and this is the minion wave pushing in. One shot, one kill, finds the ace.
At the end of the day, Team Solo Mid remained in first place of the overall point standings with 34. Hammers cruised into supposedly second place with 25 points, followed by Cloud9 with 21, Gangstars with 19, Immortals with 6, Rogue with 4, Tempo Storm with 4, and Tribe Gaming with 1. I'd also like to congratulate the top 4 teams for clinching a guaranteed spot at the Live Championship in London. This has been your weekly review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the North American Vainglory 8. My name's Action Jackson here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We've got one more matchup for North America today. It's going to be Gangstars and Team Solo Mid. Now, if this was a couple of weeks ago, you'd be saying, hang on, is this the finals? But no, it's round one. Every team plays every other team at least once in the first round. That's why there's 7 weeks of play over the 2 splits. This week, it is 2 teams who definitely have the capacity to make it all the way, which makes it all the more important when you're looking at those first-round bye positions that are available for the top 2 point scores at the end of the season.
It's almost surprising that this is the only time that they're meeting on day 1, and it's happening this late because they've already met 3 times previously, Team Solo Mid having won all 3 matchups.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. But speaking of these 2 teams, we should definitely start having a look at their rosters. Gangstars up first, Wrecked, Iraqi Zoro, Xenotech, and Zelciar.
Yeah, Gangstars, they are going to be looking to get some points here and try and take down Team Solo Mid for the first time this season. If they can do that, they get themselves right back in contention for one of those first 2 spots.
Absolutely, and in talking to the first 2 spots, currently Team Solo Mid holds the top spot. We got Flash X, Best Chuck NA, Von C, and Jakim Kim.
This is a team that has played so consistently, and it's funny how the subs always change. I like that.
I hadn't seen that yet. I was like, how quick, how do I pronounce this? Jakim Kim.
You could just say J Kim Kim.
That's so boring. You gotta. The sub always has to have the best articulation on the name.
But I'd love
right?
to see what TSM is going to pull out because they are known to try new things. And given the place that they're in, they have the opportunity to do that. And, you know, that's something that they are really known for in terms of drafting.
This is definitely a matchup which would be a true test of anything that they decide to try. I mean, Gangstars are no slouches. They're very strong as a team. I think they finished 4th last week against Tempo Storm, if I recall correctly. But you know, Team Solo Mid, if they try something wacky, they got to be careful about being punished by Gangstars, and they haven't quite locked in Bacon, right? Their spot in the top 2. I feel like it's a bit risky to do that right now.
Yeah, they're very, very close to guaranteeing themselves a first-round bye, but they're not quite there yet. And this is also a team that we've historically seen them say, like, you know, we just really want to make sure we deny as many points as possible away from certain opponents. So I expect they're going to still just bring their absolute best here.
So the Lyre band comes out. I like the Glaive band because that's something that TSM does pick on B-side often as a first pick. I think here Gangsters will probably take the Lances. Wrecked is so strong in Lance. TSM has an option here to pick Adagio, but I think they might go with the Gwen since Gwen is so meta and Gwen is actually really good into Lance. So they definitely want to secure Gwen, especially into a Lance composition. So let's see what they decide. Yep, they decide to secure the Gwen. They may ban out something that counters Gwen, potentially Taka if they don't want to face a Taka with a Lance, or even Koshka if they don't want Koshka with Lance on A side, which is a typical ban on B side when the A side team picks Lance first. So let's see what TSM decides here.
I find it really interesting that Team Solo Mid is locking in that Gwen first pick. We saw it once earlier on today with Hammers, if I recall correctly. And it's definitely one of those picks which is very strong. But we've talked before about how, you know, in lane it can be countered by certain things. It's interesting that they would put so much weight on it this early.
Yeah, so Koshka is banned here. Gangstars will most likely ban a key support they don't want to deal with. So that could be anywhere from Fortress to Finn to Arden to Adagio. I think Adagio ban might come out, or Samuel potentially if they don't want the Gwen-Samuel combination that's so strong. Or even Kestrel if they don't want to deal with Kestrel. But I feel like they want Kestrel on Iraqi on A side here. So let's see what Gangstars decide, but I feel like they want to ban away a jungler they don't want to deal with.
Yeah. It would make a lot of sense. They're going to take away the Taka, so that is one of the junglers being focused. And again, kind of leads you to believe they may want the Samuel for their pickup.
Yeah, so TSM's wide open. They can pick Samuel or CP Kestrel here. Baron is open for Gangstars though, and I feel like they are setting themselves up for a Baron pick with Lance. It's such a good pick with Baron there. Such a great composition, and Baron counters Gwen hard late game. So TSM will pick the CP Kestrel since the range does give a good matchup against Baron. So I feel like Gangstars will most likely take the Baron here with the Lance, and they have options in jungle. For example, they can do Samuel with Baron, which is pretty strong, especially when they get to the late game with Lance helping them with the early game. So let's see what they decide to pick here. They also can do Grumpjaw CP if they want and go with like a Ringo composition, but it's a little risky into a Kestrel and Gwen. So I think that what makes the most sense for Gangstars is probably Baron with a good jungler like Samuel that can do AoE.
Yeah, Samuel, or they could potentially go for a Black Feather, although that is somewhat risky with the Gwen, being able to slow him down a bit, and unless you get the overdrive on the A, and it just becomes very skill dependent, which obviously we know Xenotech does have the skill.
I was about to say, I mean, even in the game that they lost last week against Tempo Storm, I was sitting there saying, man, Xenotech is just a monster on this Black Feather. He can really make it happen.
Ooh.
But it's going to be Sky and Ringo. This is really new from Gangstars, the Sky
Yeah,
especially.
so the Sky is going to be a skill matchup against the CP Caster, but CP Caster does outrange the Sky. However, if they get a good Impale, Sky and Ringo can do a lot of damage onto either Gwen or CP Caster here. So I think TSM might opt for Arden or Adagio potentially. I don't think they'll pick the Adagio though, because Adagio isn't really good against a Lance support. So most likely they'll go for like Grumpjaw, Arden, or even Catherine. But Catherine is countered by Sky. So actually went for Flicker. Flicker into Lance is a very interesting pick because Lance is actually good against Flicker. He can beat him off, but you can also make a lot of plays with Flicker based on the timing of his Binding Light.
With this composition, I mean, they're running Flicker double range. Fnatic did this over in Europe. Isn't this a little bit more about dealing with their engages upon you than necessarily setting up your own? Because you don't want to run in with that Kestrel and Gwen necessarily, right? Like, you want to be kiting a bit more.
Yeah, and I think that with Flicker, you have his slow, and you also have Gwen's slow. And if Monty gets Frostburn on Kestrel, that's another slow that they can put on there, and that's really dangerous if Flicker locks Ringo or Sky down. Sky can Surrey Strike out of it, but Ringo, if he gets caught in a Binding Light, he's pretty much toast.
All right, Team Still Mid, for them to pick up this Flicker, you got to feel that they have a plan in mind. Every single time they've picked it up, they have won. They are 5-0 with this hero pick, so they're very careful about when they pull it out. But when they have picked it up, they have gotten the wins.
All right, guys, who do you think is going to take home this series? It's definitely a bit of a tougher one for me to predict, given how both of these teams have finished first.
I think Team Solomid has won 3 times against Gangsters already. That trend is going to continue.
Yeah, I think with Vontae and CP Castro and the execution of this comp and the synergy, they're going to take it away.
All right, well, let's find out who does win this one. It is our last series of the day for North America, handing it on over to Dowsey and Forecourt Jester.
And what a big matchup this is. This has so much importance for the end game standings for both these teams. We're going to see Invade from TSM FlashX. Going to catch Wrecked out and slows him on down. He will be able to get on out with the boosts from the boost. And that's going to be a Treant stolen there by TSM. But man, you know, FlashX's Flicker, when we see it, it's always a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. And some really big early aggression is going to be the name of this game for TSM.
Oh, wow. He's just tanking up that forward barrage. Doesn't care. Wrecked. This time doesn't have the boots for the boost. But he will be able to walk away. You know what? I kind of see where FlashX is going with this Flicker. You've got a Sky and a Ringo that you want to get on top of, but you've drafted double range, so you don't really have huge engage potential. So you pop the Mooncloak at an advantageous time, get that Kestrel up close, get that Gwen up close, because you're not in... I don't feel like you've got huge risk of the Kestrel being blown up instantaneously, so you can kind of get away with it.
Okay, well, we'll have to see, because if you do actually use that, the Mooncloak, and you get nice and close, like Best Chuck can be your engage, FlashX can be your engage, like even Von C doesn't really need the Mooncloak, but late game into that Crystal Castro, if he can sneak up on somebody just by himself, he can immediately put down that active camo, blow someone up with the 4 Glimmer shots because they're stunned. So I actually think that there's quite a bit of engage here for TSM ready to roll. And FlashX, I mean, just bush ganks for days. That's all this is going to be. Von C very likely alone in his jungle, and that has to be something that Xenotech and perhaps even Wrecked, I feel like that they gotta do something about it. Like, I don't really feel they're gonna get much done in the lane.
I'll have to find out. You just see Xenotech rotating up for a gank, but actually Araki's in trouble as he gets slowed and the Glimmer Shot's rained down hell. That's gonna be first blood going the way of Von C, and that double stealth in the lane is always a trick to deal with. You're gonna have perfect vision from Wrecked if he's gonna be able to deal with it in this game.
No, well, it might take a little bit for that vision to come online. Again, just more harass here in the lane. Best Chuck going to start coming quite a bit ahead at this point. I mean, Araki Zoro, the long walk of shame back into the lane, right? But 7 last hits. He's going to clean up a few of them here, but it's just going to be, again, rinse, repeat, aggression. You do the jungle rotation, Vonsi comes up, double stealth. You got Gwen, if we can accelerate to level 6 as well, you're going to have one-shots from anywhere, and that's a Crystal Kestrel. If she gets cooldown reduction by, mid-late game, they're just going to be raining down.
Yeah, they are going to be raining down fire. This is scary stuff, and with that buckshot connected, that could have been trouble, but they are going to be able to get their recalls in. TSM, their early rotational play, pushing this wave in to try and deny as much farm from Arakizora.
It's almost Vonsi sharing the farm in the lane. Is most of it went over to Chuck. Vonsi did pick up a few, but again, pushing in.
Pushing in, Xenotech comes up, lays down a bit of fire with the forward barrage, but it's just to buy space for Araki more than anything.
And Xenotech early on, like with the Sky, can definitely be scary in a 1v1 situation, can be definitely scary into that late game, but as long as Flash does not neglect the fact that he needs a little bit of shielding, he's going to be able to tank up quite a bit of the damage that Xenotech will put out. And it's very measured damage, right? There's not very big spikes with a Crystal Sky. She's going to be throwing down the forward barrages, looking for the reposition, more forward barrage, and Flash can really be a shield for the team up against that early on. And so far it's worked out great, because 4 minutes in, Best Chuck picks up a Tension Bow.
Yep, Tension Bow on this Gwen. So much damage that can come out with the passive on the Gwen. We're going to see another gank. The stealth squad onto Araki as he gets sniped, but wrecked with a clutch Giphian Wall. Will knock away the perpetrators, and that's going to be Arakizora safe for now.
Wrecked is just really trying to make sure his team is survivable at this point.
Yeah, gonna go very low as Vonsi's in trouble. Xenotech trying to lay down the damage, but he can't. Flash X dives forward. Oh god, where did Xenotech go? And a route onto Araki, but
so
he
close.
gets away. No, it doesn't. The one shot came out, but it was all a distraction as Best Chuck was right in his face laying down the pain. This turret, it's gone. It's done and dusted. TSM, they're just styling over Gangstars in this early game, and it's all down to the stealth, man. Flash X and Vonsi just able to sneak into the lane unnoticed, and Araki essentially has to play like Vonsi and Flash X are constantly in the lane. That's how he has to play.
Well, he's also going to have a hard time pushing forward for farm. If we do freeze it out somewhere towards the middle there from TSM, that's a pretty big tool for denying farm over to Araki here as well. And already, I mean, there's still a difference of Best Chuck leading in the last hits, but I really feel like with that turret gone, they can really start to try to make that gap grow as best they can. So TSM, first item, Tension Bow, works out great. Free kills, early turret at the 5-minute mark. Vonsi, though, first item into a Frostburn. There's no crystals here. There's no shatter glasses. It's just going to be a Frostburn. So we'll have to see how that factors into it. But Flash X is the best slow in the game. And at the same time, now we have a Frostburn on top of many, many Glimmer shots here from Vonsi.
Yeah, that's clearly TSM is saying we don't need the damage that comes out of a Shatter Glass on the Kestrel, because if we just slow Gangstars to the oblivion, then Best Chuck will lay down the damage. Vonsi will get there as well. They're really looking for this utility with the Frostburn added on top.
Whoa, Raki got caught at the end of that Glimmer shot, and just look at already. I mean, he's missing basically huge hit points.
Wow.
Vonsi has already bought enough pain with just the Frostburn.
Yeah, that was 500 damage on the one shot, just about coming down onto Araki's face, and that's going to force him to go back to base, heal on up, buys himself a weapon infusion on his way out, because Gangstars are recognizing that despite not really wanting to, they may be forced into a fight by TSM.
And it's a little bit more of a story of whoever's in the lead. If they pick up infusions, you have to match it. It's just, yeah, it'll put you behind in your items, especially, again, when you are behind. But at the same time, if you don't have that power spike to fight, if you're saving up, you don't have the power to negate what your opponents have. And that is just a giant problem. And so, yeah, Araki, he realizes that, he picks it up. Xenotech has his there as well. Wrecked has gone from Fountain into the Flare Gun. And really, that's a good first step, but how effective will it be? Like, TSM has already gone ahead 2,000 gold. They're pushing in for a second turret repeatedly here at this point. And Gangstars are still very much dancing to the tune of TSM.
Yeah, you know, Flash X is in perma stealth. Vonsi, when he wants to activate it, can do the same thing. You know, Contraption, it can go only so far for Gangstars. Yes, they may know where TSM are, but will they be able to do anything about it? One shot flies out and lands on top of Rect there. Will take that one for his allies, but this gold miner is being stolen away by TSM. You know, under the eyes of Gangstars, they know it's happening, I believe, due to that flare that flew out, but really there's nothing Gangstars can do at this point. They're just trying their best to get some items under their belts.
Yep, and just using that flare gun on rotation, making sure we know where TSM is. Not sure it helped direct that point, but
They still
look
weigh
at the
the,
stealth. Such a long stealth from the Kestrel.
Right, you know, just itemizing into crystal bits and then, you know, turning them. He's going to go towards Shadowglass second item here, Vonsi. So, you know, he hasn't decided against Shadowglass. It's just they wanted the slow first. Oh, Flash X got spotted at the last second. Xenotech gets the intuition that he's about to get dropped on top of, and Vonsi lands a bit of damage, but it's not too much. Reflex block means that that Hellfire Brew won't do huge amounts of damage, but now the siege begins once more. TSM going for this turret with the glimmer shots onto it. They certainly do a lot of damage from range. They don't really have to commit too hard. Flash X gets rooted, but Araki's getting bursted. Will get the fountain to keep him alive and inside this siege, but Rect is going low. Xenotech, oh, the burst onto Xenotech. There's nothing that Gangstars can do. Rect gets taken on down, and Flash X says, go, 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 turret's down. That's Xenotech down. That's the ace for TSM. A triple kill comes out for Vonsi's Kestrel, and this is just annihilation from TSM.
That's a big play from Flash right there, but you gotta question what was Rekt doing at that point as well. He was so far forward. Xenotech was already trying to make that exit, and Araki was not going to be stepping foot forward. Not with Best Chuck, still with that tension bow and a Sorrow Blade as well. So yeah, maybe it was the martyr play. Maybe Rekt was trying to make sure that everybody else lived. Maybe he was trying to make sure that the turret lived, but nothing lived by the end of it, and they take the choke point turret on top of that as well. So going from bad to worse as TSM, they do get that Shatterglass. Quite correct there, Dowsy. Flash and Rekt, though, both into contraptions. So now the vision game might change a bit, but that is such an advantage for TSM. 7,000 gold in 10 minutes, my friend.
Yeah, you know, and you mentioned it, contraption completed for Flash X at the same time, which means that he's going to be able to clear out as much vision as possible on their route into the jungle. That's going to be a breaking point completed. Best Chuck's at his 3 damage item point. Araki has just finished the tornado trigger, which means he's got 2, and he's optimized into a bit of defensive as well. Right now, TSM, they're just pressuring hard. All they need is one team fight, and those Vainglory turrets are going to start falling.
Oh, they have no idea.
They don't. That's Rekt. Wow. Good night. Goodbye. See you again. That's Araki stunned up as Best Chuck comes forward. A triple kill for Best Chuck. Steals away the one shot, and it's like clockwork. All they need is one team fight. These Vein Crystal turrets are going to start falling.
Okay, well, TSM seeing the 12-minute game from Hammers is just like, no problem. You know what? Here, hold my Shatterglass. Let's get this done. 11 minutes. 11 minutes, man. 11-minute win. Not too shabby here from TSM, but big aggression early on. I feel like we're seeing a lot of early game comps here, but they're working, right? Nothing stalling out. We've seen in the past from some of these teams, right? You go into the Baron, you take a while to ramp up, or you go into the Koshka, and you have that period of like invincibility where you just need to get the work done, and they stall out, or they never come online. But all today has just been very much this early game coming online and teams executing just very well.
Yeah, certainly. The team that has been in the lead has executed extremely well here for Corner. And as you mentioned, you know, the hold my Shadowglass, hold my Hellfire Brew, however you want to put it, mentality that TSM is showing, they take that very cleanly. 9-0 at 11.5 minutes. That's game 1 going their way, and I'm eager to see what the desk thought that maybe could have gone differently in that game, perhaps, for Gangstars.
Well, Dowsy, they could have won it. No, but in all seriousness, that was a really convincing, flawless performance from Team Solo Mid. Guys, what were the big issues there for Gangstars? Was it just that they weren't reading the rotates properly? Like, how was Team Solo Mid always able to get in position and execute those kills?
Yeah, like they got the first kill on Iraqi in lane early. Against a flicker, and especially when your support or your jungler's not with you in lane, you cannot overextend even past your turret. You have to farm very safely on your turret, use Ringo's range. Iraqi just overextended slightly on his side of the lane and still got bursted down with the flicker Gwen combo. Like I said, once they get the slows on Ringo, he's toast. And then CSM just continued to push that early game lead, and they picked a lot of good fights because Gangstars needed to not engage and avoid fights because Vonsi was 2 or 3 levels ahead. And that's how you snowball, is when you're so ahead of levels and the Rekt is only level 7 against a level 11 Kestrel, he's going to get blown up.
All right, let's have a look at a replay real quick. This one is from later into the game, although this game was over before Kraken even spawned. Look at the turnaround from TSM.
And 3 glimmer shots, and Iraqi Zoro was on a sliver of health. That's just the advantage Vonsi had out of
Glimmer
this
hot,
jungle.
baby. They didn't like that one. They didn't like that one at all. All right, well. TSM, I mean, they go for the dive here. FlashX doesn't even die because Von C and Bestchuck have the presence of mind to kill the turret on time.
Yep.
Really, I mean, just the synergy, the chemistry between these players. They've been together for a long time now, and it shows. They play these initiations pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, you can't let a Kestrel poke you like that. You have to engage, like how Hammers played against Temple Storm. They always engage onto the Kestrel. They were ready to jump on her, because if you let a Kestrel play to her win condition, which is poke, get you low, and then you're just all of a sudden playing defensively, you won't have a good chance to win those fights.
I feel like these fights with Kestrel, they're not so dissimilar from some of the things we talk about with Samuel, where it's like, okay, he throws down Drifting Dark, you got to go in. You can't let him utilize that, right? With Kestrel, when she starts committing to a fight, she actually runs out of arrows, and then maybe you have that opportunity to go back in, you know, force her to do something. Force her to not just wait and safely restock on those. We're into draft number 2. Team Solo Mid against Gangstars. Glaive going to be the first ban here. Gangstars, what are they going to go for?
They can potentially ban Lance or Lyra here. I think those are... Oh, they're going to just take away the Gwen right away, right off the bat. They don't want TSM on that Gwen.
I mean, TSM, they have plenty of options now. They could pick up, you know, the Kestrel that they were just so dominant with if they want to go the Hammers Esports mentality, but they're going to go with the Lyra instead. So first picking the healer there.
Yeah, Lyra is a good pick. It's always a good pick on A side that a lot of teams do. Gangstars now has Lance open, so they'll probably pick the Lance into the Lyra, and then they can pick Kestrel, or they're going to go with Adagio, so they might go Adagio Lance, which is actually a very strong combination. Adagio was actually open last game, and no one picked it. So it's interesting Gangstars will go with Adagio, and they've been actually successful on Adagio. I think with the ban here, they will most likely ban Koshka unless they want to take it away on the next pick here. So I think they might leave that open and ban something else. So they're going to ban the Kestrel. And TSM will most likely ban Koshka, I believe. We'll see if they decide to do that. But again, with the healer, Koshka isn't as dominating when you have a healer.
The Adagio is actually Gangstar's most played hero across the entire season. They've picked that up 14 times now with this game included. So they really do like the hero, even despite the slight nerfs in this current patch. Kestrel going to get banned away. There goes the Flicker. Team Solo Mid not going to let that one go through. That Adagio Flicker combo is just so strong.
Yeah, it's really, really good. With Gwen off the board, you know, there are certainly fewer of the strong laners right now. Ringo and Vox still available. Baron can be good in the right circumstances, and this Adagio could also be in lane. What would you like to see Gangstars do with it? Would you like to see it in the lane?
Yeah, I would lane and take Lance. They definitely want to put Rekt on Lance and lane the Adagio here, and then they can put Xeno on Blackfeather, which he is extremely strong on Blackfeather. Yeah, I think he's won most of his matches as Blackfeather, so they're going to take the secure the Lance here. TSM will probably take Petal, and potentially a weapon carry like Ringo or Vox. Vox looks pretty good, honestly. Vox and Petal are pretty decent. They're mobile, they can dodge Lance route, so I think TSM will most likely go with that, or they may even take Samuel and risk it a little bit here, and take Samuel with Vox, for example, is a good pick as well, because if they're anticipating a Blackfeather pickup, Samuel and Vox are pretty good against Blackfeather.
Yeah, Vox is a hero that TSM has a very, very strong win rate on, almost a 90% win rate for them with that hero, so they're going to go ahead pick it up again here.
Why not? The numbers back it up.
Oh, and they're going to go with Sky. Interesting.
We've seen Von C on Sky just a handful of times. It's only been like 2 or 3 games that they've played, but when it works, it has looked absurdly dominant.
All right, Gangstars, they got to think about their last pick here. They probably weren't expecting the Sky. I can't imagine they were expecting that Sky. But, you know, does that make them want to change their mind? Are they still thinking about Blackfeather if they're along the same thought line as us?
I think the Blackfeather would still work out very well for them. You know, you have that opportunity to build the Poison Shiv. It's one of Xenotech's better heroes, as Suijay was saying. He's won most of the games with it. It's actually about a 71% win rate for him on the Blackfeather, and it's one of their most played heroes to go along with that, having played it, I believe, 7 times now, or 8 times now with this game included. So definitely some comfort picks on both sides of the fold.
You've got to assume, though, that TSM expects this Blackfeather.
Oh, yeah.
You know, after
Absolutely.
the performance last week especially. So they clearly don't think that it's going to be enough to win into the Sky and the Vox. Talk to me about this composition. Sky, Vox, Lyra. We haven't seen a ton of Sky. When we have, it's normally been Crystal. Probably going to be Crystal here as well. Does it work nicely with that Lyra and the Vox, too?
It can work very nicely. The whole composition is going to be focused on a lot of mobility and just keeping your opponents off guard by not necessarily knowing where a target is going to be at any given moment.
Yeah, but Sky is so risky to pick into Lance, because Lance actually is really good against Sky, especially when you can land the root and then get a Githyan wall on her. So we'll see how Vonsi's going to be able to outplay and dance around Rex Lance here.
All right, guys, who do you think is going to take game number 2?
I still believe Team Sulamid is just a better team right now.
Yeah, based on TSM synergy and decisiveness, I think they're going to take this game as well.
All right, well, this could be our last game of the day for North America and for the broadcast. Let's hand it on over to Dalsy and Forecourt Jester to find out if it is.
We see this composition very often from Gangstars, Araki Zoros, Adagio, Xenotech's Blackfeather, and, you know, Tasty Bacon, quite rightfully so, said these are comfort picks. When I reached out to Xenotech last week after his Blackfeather play, he told me he doesn't even like the hero. So it's like someone being held down against his will, just playing a spectacular Blackfeather for us to watch. Dance, Marky, dance!
I have this vision of just like Araki Zoro holding, I don't know, like Xenotech's makeup hostage. Like, you play it well. You can't be the Ghoul King otherwise. I don't know. Just mind goes to weird places sometimes. But Xenotech is on the Blackfeather again. We'll have to see if they can repeat some of their past successes here with it. But Best Chuck, Vox, Sky, Flash X here on top of this Lyra. Seems like almost a kind of standard comp from TSM.
Yeah, no, this is very 2.3 here. It's nothing out of the ordinary from TSM. You know, I expect to see this in every one of my solo queue games if the draft goes well for us in solo queue. And TSM have a really strong composition, you know. But you know, from Gangstars, despite our jokes, despite our our puns, like, they're very good at this composition from Gangstars. You know, Araki Zoro, his Adagio is really good. Xenotech, his Blackfeather is like spectacular. I love watching it. And Rekt, he's a really good Lance. So when you put it all together, they've got some really strong hero picks as Rekt almost finds a Githyan wall to stop Best Chuck from going home.
Yeah, I kind of did a double take. Just like, oh, what? And yeah, he missed, but that's fine. It doesn't really affect too much at this point. Now, compared to the last game, I would expect to see something of a slower matchup. Maybe it's a 12-minute snowball win from TSM last round. These kind of heroes that they take this time feels like it'll be something more towards the mid-game dominance, late-game dominance, as Vox will scale up very nicely, Von C will scale up very nicely. But at the same time, it's TSM. They are known for aggressive plays, especially Von C out in the jungle. Like, why would he farm the jungle if he could just farm you instead? So I'm keeping an eye on Von C, but I would definitely expect something a little slower this round from them.
Yeah, no, try and slow down the pace, make sure that they don't allow Gangstars to kind of get on top of them with it. You know, TSM, they love playing a slow and calculated style, and they certainly want to get this guy into a good position. Oh! Best Chuck, oh no! That was a great prediction coming out of Rekt, and he just read Chuck like a book. First blood gonna go Araki Zoro's way, and what an immense impale from Rekt.
Rekt, yeah, I saw this, like, that's not gonna hit, and then Best Chuck kind of just reflexed at that point. It's like, all right, somebody's coming at me, Sonic Zoom, nuts. All right, yeah, so Rekt, really good stuff. Got some of the first kill, and so we'll have to see if Gangstars will continue on with that trend. But they were also all up in the lane, right? That happened because all three of them were there. They were able to combine power. TSM kind of was nowhere at that point. I think Flash X was just coming back from jungle. Von C was off doing his own thing there as well. So a little bit earlier grouping was rewarded here from Gangstars.
Yeah, certainly, and this is exactly what they want. Get that early kill onto Araki, try and get the alternating current going early If he then itemizes down some movement speed, perhaps journey boots early, and Gangstars are able to, you know, get on top of this Sky, on top of this box early, then they could do work. But Xenotech's in trouble. He is in a lot of trouble as Vonsi's charging forward. Rekt going to be the new target as they pop their boots to outrun. But can they outrun a forward barrage? Vonsi wants the kill. Has he got fear, Vonsi? No, he's got backs in mind and Xenotech to find in the jungle. This is going to be a siege on all fronts. Xenotech in trouble as he gets aggressed onto Rekt coming up to try and support him. Can they turn this around? They're going to look to do so. Vonsi's dipping and diving. Giffian Wall, there's the Impale as well. But Best Chuck is behind them. TSM going to turn this around with a double kill for FlashX.
I mean, they expected Flash X to come through, but they did not expect a Best Chuck to be there as well. And yeah, that was actually really good play from the Gangstars because you saw Rekt, he walked out, he made sure Von C was between him and the wall. He's able to get the Githian, able to get the Impale, but a 3v2 already hurt from the previous encounter. Yeah, it's just too much right there. So 2-1. And I felt like Xenotech actually might have been able to get the kill. He did miss his on points that fight. Had those actually landed, might have been enough of a difference. But that's going to go under the what if category for now.
The what if. I love that. Love that pile on my desk. All those, you know, 50-50, 20-20. Man, my mind is not in the right spot
50-50 hindsight? Is that what you're going to go with? All right.
I have all the best hindsights here for court. Mine is 50-50. Yours is 20-20.
Yeah, I bow down. Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it is always that case. But instead of reflecting on the past, let's look towards the future. TSM, they've got themselves a 1,000 gold lead at this early stage. Gangstars, they want to continue putting aggression on top of Best Chuck, and they're going to dive forward. But here comes Von C, level 6, and he's got to trap them all into the fight with a death from above. Fountain keeps Best Chuck alive. Von C with the 4 barrage, straight onto Xenotech and Flash X. He wants to go forward. The Giffian Wall going to push them back for now. Iraqi now has to move his butt, or he's going to get chased down by Von C. There it is, the forward barrage. Xenotech, though, will not go down, and Rekt gets out of dodge. Gangstars are so low, and I can't see a TSM letting this turret go without looking for it.
It's very likely going to be dropping here, Dowsy. Big problem with that fight is that Gangstars expected the 3v1 up against Best Chuck, did not expect the 3v3. They were not equipped. If they had any idea that was happening, they wouldn't have done it.
That's, wow, just a kill going over. Like, they trade their lives, and actually, you know what? I think trading their suits Gangstars. It means that they can't siege the turret anymore, and they don't necessarily lose anything for it.
Well, they lost out Von C, but you're right. It's a better trade for Gangsters because they're behind. They were being pressured out, and they've actually given a lot of time here for regen here as well. But the reason that 3v3 would not have happened if they had known all 3 was there is Rekt just got Fountain now. He did not have Fountain that fight. It was a big difference between the offensive pressures right there. TSM was able to turtle up between Lyra and her Fountain, and you saw the difference, right? Like by the end of the match, TSM virtually unscratched by that, but whereas it was not the same for Gangstars. That's why TSM was pushing the turret, because they knew that there was not going to be the same level of sustain.
We saw this last week from Xenotech. He got himself a Shimmer Steel first item, didn't get the Serpent's Mask first, the Breaking Point first, straight into utility. And I get the idea behind it. It's, you know, we landed Impale and then Xenotech slows them. Iraqi lays down tons of damage with his newly acquired Alternating Current, but it just didn't work out last week.
And it didn't work out a little bit earlier today with the Shiver Steel on the Black Feather, but I'm a little concerned that Xeno, if he doesn't even go into like any of the lifesteal out there available, like a Serpent's Mask or that Poison Shiv, he might actually have some sustain problems up against this, because Best Chuck and Von C do have some pretty decent kiting maneuvers available to them.
Not only that, we got this sustain build coming out of Best Chuck. Goldmine has started up, Gangstars charging forward, they do slow Von C, and actually the damage is coming out. That's the Shimmer Steel coming out in great sights. And oh no, Best Chuck rooted, that's going to be 2 kills going over to Gangstars as they make the moves work. That's what I was talking about, you know, if they can slow down the priority targets and get Iraqi's aura on top of them, then the Shiver still works out really well for Gangstars, and actually this time they're making it work great. This is a little bit risky though. They're fighting over a Crystal Sentry and Iraqi's tanking up. They look like they will get it, and actually no one from TSM apart from FlashX are really in the range to stop them, so it's just going to be more gold going Gangstars' way.
Flash didn't see the one back in the bush, but flares out the other. And just a really good pick. Like, Rekt is just absolutely nailing these Githian walls. He's nailing these impales. He's setting up, and Xenotech, you see him, he's still low even after that fight. I still would highly recommend into some kind of lifesteal down the line. But for now, that's just some real good momentum going over to Gangstars. Like 4-3, they've caught up a little bit of the gold. It's not a big difference between them. Best Chuck, on the other hand, look at his sustain. He not only has a Lyra to go with that fountain that she's going to be carrying, but he's going into the double lifesteal himself. And there's his Shiv, and there's his Serpent's Mask.
Yeah, you know, in this scenario, it makes a lot of sense. I can't remember who it was. It was one of the North American pros. They criticized this build and said, you know, people need to stop building it unless it makes sense. But in this kind of scenario, it makes a lot of sense because you've got Black Feather who heals with the Serpent's Mask. You have Araki Zoro who's going to kill with his own abilities. So, and because Black Feather's going to be diving forward on top of your face, Best Chuck wants to try and sustain and get into the defensive tree as soon as possible to try and withstand that damage. So, I can fully see in this scenario why you would go that double sustain build. We'll just have to see if it works out. If Von C can be enough of a threat to really allow Best Chuck to stack up his breaking point when he optimizes into it. But now more siege coming out of TSM. Gangstars are actually split here, and they're not looking the healthiest. This could be a turret going for TSM.
Xenotech's going to be able to come back fairly healthy, but yeah, Rekt's a little bit worse for wear at this point. The last note I'm going to bring up about the Shiver Steel is the timing of it is actually great because Rekt is looking for an engage.
Yeah, well, he's not going to find one able to combat roll, but there's the wait for it. That's going to be TSM looking for the engage as Flash X goes forward, but Xenotech wants the fight. On points both the carries as that's going to be Flash X in trouble. Big Verse of Judgment, but it doesn't quite find the damage necessary, and that's going to be kills going both ways. But Best Chuck with a double means TSM get the best of it, and Araki, he is on an escape route. He does not want any part of this turret siege.
So a really kind of gutsy engage there from Rekt. He hit the boots, he looked for a target, couldn't find one, and then kind of made a U-turn at the end of the little bit of a jog that he had right there. TSM was able to lay in a little bit of damage, then the re-engage happened, but already, you know, there's that big disadvantage there from Gangstars. So they trade it 2 for 1. They lose out turret by the end of it, though, because they just do not have anybody left on the fold at that point. So definitely a big win for TSM. They go ahead 2,000 gold or so. And Xenotech, like, when we had this Shiver Steel first, like, the timing of it was great because there's no reflexes, there's no atlases, no nothing out there, right? So they found those kills, and then he gets into the Serpent's Mask. That fight, though, Flash X had the Atlas ready to go. We didn't really have the reflexes. We still don't actually have the reflexes here. It's from Xenotech to deal with that. So as soon as he went in, he got reflexed, and that will curb down not only the sustain from him, but the damage out there as well. And, you know, there's not really, you know, an Atlas available here from Gangstars yet. Like, Xeno's just gone into his tier 2 armor, Rekt into the tier 2 armor there as well. So you're probably going to see the double sometime soon, but this is still a real good situation for TSM.
Yeah, it's going to be Gangstars looking to fight here. They're looking to get straight onto the backline, and that's a big impale, but they're just so healthy, this backline. There's not enough damage coming out of Gangstars. Araki was not able to get into the fight. Oh god, this is going to be destruction! There it is, an ace for TSM, a double for Best Chuck, and you know what? I'm looking at the builds here, and Best Chuck is just shutting down and sustaining so much. If Xenotech does not get a poison shift, then there's no way Araki or Gangstars are really able to lay down the damage onto this box. That's my prediction.
It's definitely a big difference in power when it comes to the healing or the sustain between the two teams. Like, yes, Flash X has himself the sigil, but he also has that fountain. But that mortal wounds means that, you know, TSM can blow up whoever they really wish, and they blew up Rekt. You know, one of the tankier members of the team. He's going to be that Captain Lance. He's typically not the guy you focus down, but the reduction in healing, the damage output between him and between Best Chuck and Von C was just way too much for Rekt to handle. And again, there's no Atlas here to curb down Best Chuck either. They trade out 3 for 1 that time, as Von C did drop. You know, Xenotech able to at least get a kill from it, but yeah, it's just such a mid-game like comp from TSM, and it's working out great.
The Gangstars want another fight, this time perhaps maybe on the same page. Xenotech dives onto Von C, but the rest are going on to Best Chuck, and Best Chuck is just cleaning house. First kill goes to Von C, Best Chuck in the midst of it all, and he's going to take down Xenotech, and Rekt, well, he can't go anywhere. It's a double for Von C, and Xenotech and the gang Gangstars, they're just trying desperately to catch TSM, you know, out in the wilderness, but TSM are storming ahead in these fights, and it just feels like Gangstars are throwing more and more gold their way.
It's looking very dire for this choke point turret. Not entirely convinced it's going to drop, but an immense gold payout is going to be the TSM reward as we just pushed it lane. Best Chuck takes the jungle there as well, and all of a sudden you call it 5,000 gold between these teams. We don't have the damage from Gangstars, and conversely as well, they don't have the defense. That's going to be an Atlas here from Xenotech, so prospects went up a little bit right there, but Best Chuck is already into that Aegis, and Vonsi does not care about your Atlas whatsoever. So it's already like, as soon as these power spikes come online for Gangstars, we're just one step ahead from TSM due to just the way that the fights have kind of come out, and the results are just very clear.
Yeah, you know, the defensive tree, this is what makes this build so powerful for Bestchuk, is that he is almost full build at 14.5 minutes as far as offensive and defensive items are concerned. And, you know, it's just not the same story when you look across the board. Araki hasn't even finished his 3rd damage item yet. And they're struggling, Gangstars, to really make these engages work unless they can burst down Bestchuk currently in the state of game that they're at, unless the poison ship is, you know, bought and he doesn't get the healing that he needs through his double sustain build, then it just seems impossible to kill the box in the middle of the fights. Like, you're gonna really need some massive burst to come forward.
Dang, looks like I'm having a technical difficulty here, Mr. Dowsey.
No worries. Well, it is
It's all
15
you for
minutes, and Kraken, she's gonna join us once more, my beauty, on the map to witness some great Vainglory action. We do see the infusions come forward for TSM. They've got those level 12s going, and Gangstars, well, they're both all going back to base looking to purchase up some items. That's going to be Metal, Jacket completed, and the infusions coming out for both Xenotech and Rekt. So Gangstars recognizing the next fight is really important. They even get that infusion onto Rekt for the increased stun and root durations on his abilities. But there's so much vision available to TSM on the map here for Court. And it just Team Solomid, they know exactly where Gangstars are the entire time. They can't really step anywhere without TSM knowing.
Well, it's hard to get a gank off in that regard. Like, if everything's scouted out, there's no surprises. You can't pull anything out of your hat. And looking for the engage, like that metal jacket on Vox, just I think just seals the deal. I don't think Bestchuk's going to die at all this game.
It doesn't seem like it. Araki has one of his own, so we'll have to see if that's enough to keep him alive in these fights. But TSM, they're rounding, looking for Gangstars. Gangstars going to see that flare fly out. They have an idea that TSM are ready to fight. Another infusion comes out for Araki here. So everyone's infused for Gangstars, and TSM, what they're doing is just pushing down the lane here. Gangstars are forced to, you know, make the rotate over at risk of losing their choke point turret. Perhaps they look for a fight, try and catch TSM out. Araki's certainly looking to try and stack up that broken myth, and Xenotech's going to come around the side as well. This could be a chance to catch someone out and maybe blow them up. Rekt knocks everyone away, and they're going to look to try and get onto the backline. That death from above is going to hold Rekt in position, but Araki is behind them. Vonsi's in trouble. They're going onto the sky this time, but it's going to allow Bestchuk so much room to just do work. An Impale lands on top of him, but he's going to get blown up by Xenotech. They managed to do it this time, but Vonsi will find a return. Doesn't matter. Araki gets the kills, and without Bestchuk in the fight, Gangstar's going to take the fight here. FlashX, well, he's most likely going to get away. Here's Lyra. He has himself a portal, and he has a turret to get to as well. So Gangstar's with a 2-for-1. We'll have to see what they can get for it.
Well, a little bit more unexpected, but I mean, Gangstars in the defense holding means that they gotta push and get as many objectives as they can with just such a short amount of time with those death timers.
Yeah, no, it's a hard task. There's no turrets really available. The minion wave was too far back. So they're really just looking to try and steal away as many camps here, but Aegis going to be completed for Araki Zoro, so he's got himself his defensive items, and what a big difference it makes when Xenotech is able to get onto the backline and really slow down his opposition. It just allows Araki to get in there and do damage.
Well, maybe the Shiver Steel will work out in the end after all. I'm still just not super sold on it today, though, Dowsy. It's not been having a great success rate.
It's, yeah, it can be hit and miss. Sometimes you even see Black Feathers sell it towards the end of a game to pick up perhaps like a poison shift. But we'll have to see. Xenotech hasn't even been able to get into his third damage item yet. If you could call Shiver still a damage item, I guess it's not really. He's just been
It's really
stuck
not.
in a... It's not, right? It's an offensive item for sure, don't get me wrong. But we're going to see another fight as Rekt looks for it. This Kraken's been started up, and oh no, Rekt is in so much trouble. Mortal wounds and the engage coming out. He gets bursted on down. Oh, Gangstars are caught between a Kraken and the rest of TSM as Best Chuck's going to finish off Araki, and Von C is looking for Xenotech. A huge series strike looking for the forward barrage as well.
Oh, poor
Xenotech, he
Xeno.
can't get out of here, and he's going to get taken down for an ace, and the minion wave it's set up for Best Chuck to push into the base. They're going to be able to find themselves a choke point if they want it, and actually falling back, just going to let the minions do the work. It's Kraken time for TSM.
A minion wave, like, perfectly positioned just to kind of follow that up. So choke point, turret, and Kraken is going to be putting Gangstars onto their last life here. I might want to phone a friend and see what else they can do in order to bring this one back. But yeah, I thought for perhaps a little bit more of a resurgence. Finally maybe that mid game treating them well, but. Man, like Von C just tearing through. Best Chuck full build is really hard to deal with this early on. Did he actually finish off those boots? Well, he did.
Yep.
He is full, all done. You're at the 40,000 gold mark. I mean, typically this is where you start seeing people max out, but Best Chuck 6 and 3, 173 of those last hits, and just doing wonders with the double sustain.
Yeah, as said, unless Gangstars can blow up Best Chuck, then he sustains through the fight so easily, and we have seen Xenotech successfully being able to blow him up. But now with the Kraken pushing into the base, it's going to be an unlikely story here for Gangstars. TSM looking to take this one, but a good impale straight onto Best Chuck. Xenotech's in the middle of it all, but Araki is in the death from above, and Xenotech's losing his life in the process. He gets the heals, he's charging forward, they're trying to kill Best Chuck here, but Araki can't get into the fight, and that's going to be Xenotech falling with the last auto attack. Araki goes down as well, and it just leaves Rekt all on his lonesome as he rushes over the wall. He's going to try and port back to base, but he's not even porting. This is done. This is dusted. TSM are going to take game 2 of this series over Gangstars.
And that completes everything into a 2-0 today, but again, like first game from these guys, the big rush down, the snowball, set themselves up, they're feeling good, they come into this game, and a little bit shaky, I gotta say, Gangstars definitely one of those top teams. They're able to take a lot of these mid-game momentum spikes and put them back into their favor, but they're just not able to hold on to them. They're just too far behind. And double sustain, it's definitely something to say about Poison Shiv. On the Vox, on the Black Feather, like, if you see healers out there, it's just more and more common now that you see these Shivs, and that's just how a lot of these successful teams do it. You curve down the heals, you blow somebody up because they can't get healed out because of the mortal wounds, and you just rinse, repeat, you get the win, and that's how you become champions.
Absolutely. TSM looking strong. They will make it to day 2, as mentioned, forecourt. Really important for them to be able to do so, but it does mean that they will be playing up against Cloud9 in the semifinals, and that is going to be a brilliant game tomorrow. Well, with North America all wrapped up and in speedy style as well, there's nothing left for me to do but say goodnight from me in forecourt and hand it back to the desk to break down that last series.
Good night, Dalsy and forecourt. Sleep tight. Man, what a bunch of games. That was seriously impressive stuff. Team Solo Mid looked really, really strong today.
I mean, every team that won looked really strong today, but TSM especially. Gangsters is a team that has given them a little bit of trouble in the past. Gangsters has taken a game off of them in their previous matchups, but 4 times now, Team Solo Mid has taken the series off of Gangstars.
Yeah, if any tiebreaker comes to head-to-head, not happening for Gangsters.
I mean, Gangsters did have some signs of life, winning, 2 critical fights and turning it around. And I think it came down to the fight by the Kraken pit that really determined it. They weren't that behind, but a weird engage really cost them that game and led to the Kraken. Yeah, so you can see here, the Rekt goes in with the War Trace, but the team is not following up, and Flash has such good bulwarks and Imperial Sigil. Rekt just dies without using his Fountain, which is pretty critical in this fight. And they needed to be decisive and play around that bulwark better and engage onto Chuck like they had before. And because of that lack of synergy and decisiveness there in that team fight, they lost that, and that pretty much secured the game because they could have came back if they had a really good engage on Rekt's Lance.
All right, well, that wraps us up, like we were saying, for North America and for the day. Really now, we've only got 1.5 weeks total. It's kind of crazy to think about. Like one more day and then another weekend before we know the final standings. Let's have a look at the brackets, though, and talk about tomorrow's games. You can see Cloud9 will be up against Team Solo Mid, as well as Tribe Gaming against Hammers. In terms of point standings, Tribe, obviously, they still have to punch their tickets, so that's a huge match for them. But C9 and TSM, they're both teams in contention for getting that top 2 spot and getting a bye. Very important game also.
Extremely important. Both sides are extremely important for all teams involved. Team Solo Mid, with their win today, are now 1 point away from guaranteeing themselves a first or second seed finish. And Hammers, if they are able to beat Tribe, as you can see here with the points, if they can beat Tribe and TSM takes care of Cloud9, and then depending on how the third place game goes and all sorts of wacky shenanigans, Hammers could also guarantee themselves a first round bye if they win the week.
That would be massive for them, especially coming into the season as a bit of an unknown quantity. Like we said during their matchup, we knew they were good players. We didn't know if they were going to be the great taste that taste great together, and they ended up absolutely making that happen. So, all this obviously matters for the Unified Championships, which is the next thing I want to talk to you guys about before we sign off. If you have not already and you're able to, you definitely got to check this out. Between May 19th and 21st in London at the O2, home of Fnatic, we are having our first ever Vainglory Unified Live Championship. 6 teams from North America, 6 teams from Europe, the best 6 in each region from the Vainglory 8 will be playing. If you want to get some tickets, head on over to vaingloryesports.com, go to the Eventbrite page, and use the discount code BACON, all caps, to hook yourself up with a bit of a cheaper ticket.
My gift to you.
It is our gift to you, named after bacon.
That's a tasty coupon code.
It is a tasty coupon. Yeah, very much so. All right, guys, make sure you check out the tickets if you can. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. When we're back, we're going to have the semifinals. It's going to be great games all day. Thanks for watching.
Will be able to escape. Nope, Golden Wall goes down, but Old School's just going to walk forward. They take down the Crystal Sentry, but a lot of damage is coming forward. Double Impale, 3-man Giffian Wall. Gabe, you monster!
Really be able to connect it where he needs to. I mean, oh man!
3-man! There is an active camera. They have to be careful, but they get away. Golden Walls go down, but it doesn't matter. A lot looking to get away from an engage, or maybe turn it around as they knock Status up against the wall. Hammy with the core collapse won't hit anyone. The Solar Storm hits Pon, and Status, but not much damage comes forward. There is a minefield they have to get through, and oh god, Tree and OP locks Hammy down. Oh, Aces Highlands onto Lost Boy. Here comes T-Tigers, knocks Hyde out of position. That's going to be finding the kill. T-Tigers will survive as well. And Lost Boy is in trouble. Wow! The aggression on starting, pops the boots and the skedaddle. Just gets right on in there. That's Selena knocked out, and the kill goes their way. T-Tigers loses his life.
Oh, they have no idea.
They don't. That's wrecked. Wow. Good night. Goodbye. See you again. That's Araki stunned up as Best Chuck comes forward. A triple kill for Best Chucks. This time perhaps maybe on the same page. Xenotech dives onto Von C, but the rest are going on to Best Chuck, and Best Chuck is just cleaning house. First kill goes to Von C. Best Chuck in the midst of it all, and he's going to take down Xenotech, and wrecked well. He can't go anywhere. It's a double for Von C, and Xenotech